Chapter 351, Long-Term Town. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong remained silent for a long time before saying in a low voice, "Since it's like this, then never mind. Wang Huaoliang, take us to Dongping village." Currently, the top priority was to find a place to rest for this exhausted army of survivors that had continuously marched for 2 days. Wang Huaoliang carefully reminded him, "Sir, there are a lot of zombies in Dongping village as well as many evolved zombies as well." Yue Zhong replied lightly, "You don't need to worry about this. We'll deal with it." Wang Huaoliang glanced at Yue Zhong's subordinates, who were all holding AKs, and he didn't say anything else. He led Yue Zhong's army in the direction of the village. "This is Dongping village right here." Wang Huaoliang pointed to a small village in the distance as he spoke to Yue Zhong. "Judge, you and Wu Yin go deal with the zombies in the village." Yue Zhong glanced at the village and ordered the two behind him, Wu Yin and Ming Judge, who was pushing his wheelchair. "Yes, master." Ming Judge obediently complied. Her small hand extended and a streak of light flickered past. 2 shadow wolves soon appeared before her and they rushed towards the village. After summoning the 2 shadow wolves, Ming Judge stood obediently behind Yue Zhong, with both her hands clutching onto his wheelchair. These 2 days, the little Ming Judge had been responsible for pushing Yue Zhong's wheelchair. On the other side, Wu Yin held a dark magic blade and took the lead to rush towards the village like a thunderbolt. Yue Zhong saw that Wu Yin had already made a move. He immediately told Ming Judge, "Let's go." Standing at the side, Wang Huaoliang's expression suddenly turned very shocked as he said, "Sir, there are over 300 zombies in there. Are you really just going to send that one guy in?" "Don't worry. Let's go." Yue Zhong did not explain further, and just ordered mildly. Ming Judge pushed Yue Zhong's wheelchair as they made for the village. The huge vehicle fleet also continued its advance towards the village. Wang Huaoliang and his group helplessly followed. The moment they entered the village, Wang Huaoliang and the rest discovered that there were countless zombie corpses that were either beheaded or had their throats ripped out by some beast. The soldiers under Yue Zhong then gathered all the dead bodies together, as they set fire to the pile of corpses, burning them to ashes. If they allowed the dead bodies to remain in the village, even if there was no infection, it was definitely still a health hazard. Is this the strength of this fleet? Too fearsome. They're really strong. Wang Huaoliang looked at the pile of corpses and his heart trembled. Just by sending one person, Yue Zhong had totally brought the village under his control. It was the first time that Wang Huaoliang had seen such strong people. Zhang Mingyi looked at the bodies strewn all over town. His eyes flashed with a complicated gaze. His heart was full of regret as he thought to himself, "Evolver! This is the power of an evolver. It really is too amazing. Damn it, if only I hadn't hesitated that day, I would have become an evolver as well." When Wu Yin evolved, he became an agility-based evolver. After evolution, he even gained comprehension into the level 3 skill, agility solidification. After he became an evolver, he also gained a dark magic blade, and once he donned on some common system equipment, it became easy for him to slaughter normal mutant beasts and zombies. In just a short span of 2 days, Wu Yin had already reached level 17 from killing a huge number of mutant beasts and zombies. His combat skills were growing exponentially under the constant fights. Zhang Mingyi knew that while he could still contend with Wu Yin now, the moment he became a level 30 fighter, it wouldn't be the same anymore. Furthermore, Yue Zhong was obviously more biased towards Wu Yin, Ming Judge, and Wei Ningguo. The equipment he obtained from killing the Wolfang Battalion and troops under Li Guangyi were all passed to the 3 of them to be used. This added to their already growing power, while Zhang Mingyi was still using the equipment from when he was still under the Freemasons. Zhang Mingyi knew clearly why there was such a difference in treatment. At that time when Yi Shuixiong had revolted, he had hesitated. It was because of this that led to the loss of Yue Zhong's trust, and hence he didn't get to become an evolver. At the same time, he lost out in terms of resources. Now Wu Yin, Ming Judge, and Wei Ningguo held 200 people's worth of equipments in their hands, and yet Zhang Mingyi had 20 subordinates, but they each only had a single clip of ammunition. When Yue Zhong entered the village, he quickly assigned some of the people to comb the entire place for usable resources. Then the goal was to gather them into the transport trucks, ready to be moved on a whim. Soon after, a fragrant aroma wafted forth from the middle of the village. Other than the Scum Battalion and Woman Scum Battalion, the rest of the survivors, be it Chinese or otherwise, all got to enjoy the tasty Type 2 mutant giant crocodile meat. With that delicacy, their vitality and energy got replenished. With just 3 days of eating this Type 2 mutant beast meat, the 1,000 or more survivors regained almost 80% of their health back. Many of the women were beginning to regain luster in their skin, while their sunken faces were starting to fill up. The men felt their energy and vigor returning to them. As for the children who had been malnourished and suffered as a result, they were beginning to pack more meat on their bony frames. Due to the existence of the Type 2 mutant beast meat, there were no deaths on this grueling march for those survivors. If there wasn't the Type 2 meat available with the constitution of the survivors, a number might not have made it with the non-stop marching of 2 days. Can we eat as well? Wang Huaoliang looked at the bowl of rice and Type 2 mutant giant crocodile meat in front of him, and he couldn't help but gulp his saliva. Luo Chang and the other two were also staring fixedly at their plates, their stomachs rumbling loudly. If it weren't for the fear of Yue Zhong and his armed soldiers, they would have gobbled up everything clean. It was hard to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, and the 4 of them had always lived each day as it came, never having eaten their fill in a long while. Yue Zhong chuckled. Help yourself. This is thanks for the intel today. In the short term, Yue Zhong was not lacking in food. However, in the long run, unless they could raid a national reserve, any faction would still be lacking in food. Wang Huaoliang quickly picked up the plate of rice and meat as he started to stuff himself. It was a long while since he had eaten rice or meat. Yue Zhong picked up the slices of meat that Ming Jejia had prepared for him, as he dipped it in coconut milk and ate it leisurely. After Wang Huaoliang and the rest had eaten their fill, they looked at each other and seemed to have come to a decision. Wang Huaoliang summoned his courage as he asked, "Sir, how should we address you?" Yue Zhong replied, "I'm Yue Zhong." Wang Huaoliang looked expectantly at Yue Zhong as he continued, "Sir, is it possible for us to join your team?" It was at least 10 times tougher to survive in the wild now compared to times before the apocalypse. The main reason was that there were countless strong mutant beasts in the wild, be it in the air, on the land, or even in the waters. There would be signs of them all over. Unless one was a high-level enhancer or evolver, there would only be certain death if a human was to face any of these mutant beasts. Even Yue Zhong himself could not guarantee that he would be able to survive if he was faced with the assault from a powerful mutant beast, much less any other normal person. And it was because of this that the 4 of them sought salvation and safety within Yue Zhong's fleet. Yue Zhong called Zhang Mingyi over. "Sure. However, joining me means that you'll have to adhere to my rules." Zhang Mingyi, explain the rules to them. Yue Zhong would not force such stragglers to join his fleet. Instead, he let them choose. After all, a melon forcefully picked before ripening would not be sweet. This would ensure that the potential of people who harbored ill intents against him would be kept low. When Zhang Mingyi came over, he delved into the rules and regulations almost immediately. After a short round of discussion, Wang Huaoliang and the rest all agreed to join. It was, after all, a place with some form of order. Yue Zhong then called Luo Chang over. "Luo Chang, do you know the way to Long Teng Town from here?" Luo Chang replied, "Leader, I know." "Very good. Wei Ningguo, stand guard here. Wu Yin, Ming Jejia, Zhang Mingyi, and Luo Chang. The 4 of you will follow me to pay a visit to Long Teng Town." Yue Zhong then threw away the blanket covering his legs and stood up. Zhang Mingyi saw Yue Zhong standing and almost fell back in shock. "He can stand." His leg had regenerated. "How is this possible?" "Master, you can stand. You've recovered." "That's great." Ming Jejia saw Yue Zhong standing up, and her face was filled with joy. Leader truly possesses otherworldly abilities. You can even regrow a leg that's been broken. Truly amazing. Wu Yin's eyes flashed with admiration and veneration when he saw Yue Zhong stand. Wei Ningguo had a similar look of joy and reverence. Too powerful. He truly is boss you. Yue Zhong, your leg's fine. Congratulations. At this time, Xu Tianya came over, with a hint of soft scent in the air that she brought along. Her eyes flashed with a strange glint when she saw Yue Zhong stand up, as she quickly laughed and said, "Can I join you on the trip to Longtung Town?" "Okay." Yue Zhong looked at Xu Tianya as he pondered a short while before replying. Longtung Town was a small town that belonged to the border between Guangxi and Vietnam. At this moment, atop a hill near to the town, there were 7 people standing quietly. They were precisely Yue Zhong's team. That must be Longtung Town? Yue Zhong pulled out a set of military-grade binoculars as he looked towards the distance with them. At the entrance of the town, there were 4 soldiers who stood about idly for half a day, before they put their guns down and began a game of cards. Near the entrance, there were 4 gun turrets, but within those turrets, there wasn't a single gunman. This kind of defense was truly shoddy. Ulamog. I am sad. Our branch clan of the F5 sect is dying. There is no hope. Chapter 352, Entering the Town. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. It really is quite a mob. Yue Zhong glanced at the situation within the town and thought to himself. This small town's defense was the most negligent that Yue Zhong had ever seen. It seemed to not have been fortified at all. If there weren't any hidden traps, then just 1 battalion of warriors would easily be able to take down this town. Let's go! Yue Zhong brought Ming Jejia and the others with him as they all put on a simple disguise, beginning to walk towards the small town shortly afterwards. This was China, not Vietnam, so Yue Zhong could pretend to be an ordinary survivor and thus sneak into the town. Had this been Vietnam, then Yue Zhong, who didn't know Vietnamese, would find it very difficult to sneak into any sort of strategic military location. Stand still right there. Who are you people? Right when Yue Zhong and his party had arrived at the town, one of the 4 soldiers who had been playing cards stood up, blocking Yue Zhong's way as he shouted out loudly. Luo Chong lowered his figure and explained to the soldier in front of them, "We are survivors from Dongping village. We've heard that there's a survivor base set up by the government here, so we've come here to seek shelter." That soldier carefully took a look at Yue Zhong and his party. As soon as he saw their backpacks, his eyes immediately lit up. He pointed at the backpacks and said, "Take those bags over here. If you want to enter the base, all of you must first be inspected. No prohibited items can be taken into the base." Luo Chong glanced at Yue Zhong, and upon seeing that he wasn't opposed to it, Luo Chong and the others immediately took off their backpacks one by one. They placed the bags onto a table at the side before opening them. Cakes, milk, there's even cigarettes. Good stuff. This time I, your father, have really hit the jackpot. Upon seeing the contents of the bags, that soldier immediately revealed an avaricious expression, and he began to frantically scoop up all the items. Another one of the soldiers also came over. Upon seeing the things inside the bags, his eyes also revealed an incomparably greedy look. He immediately stretched out his hands and tried to snatch away some of the items. "Let me have a look." "Fuck, Shui Gang, don't you hog all of this good stuff to yourself." The only benefit of being sentries at the town gate was that they could try to plunder the survivors who entered the small town. They naturally wouldn't let go of this sort of opportunity. The other 2 soldiers also surrounded the table, all of them stretching out their hands to snatch away the items and stuff them into their bosoms. Upon seeing this scene, Yue Zhong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. These soldiers' behavior was truly like that of a troop of bandits. Luo Chong put on a timid expression and implored, "Brothers, leave a bit for me. All right? I'm begging you. I still need those items to survive." Shui Gang glanced at Luo Chong and his expression darkened. He cursed angrily, "Negligence. If you don't give me face, then I don't want it. This daddy here is taking your things because he thinks highly of you. If you keep blabbering, be careful of this daddy shooting you. All of you, enter the town and get lost." Only then did Luo Chong let out a sigh of relief, scowling miserably as he brought Yue Zhong and the others into the town. "Slow down." Just at this moment, a soldier suddenly shouted at them to stop. Upon hearing that soldier's shout, Everyone in Yue Zhong's party felt their muscles beginning to tighten as they prepared to make a move and kill off those 4 soldiers at any time. As soon as they made a move, then they would have to exterminate all the enemies who opposed them in a manner as fast and as powerful as thunder. If they acted rashly under a situation in which they didn't know the exact situation of Longteng village, then just one careless mistake would mean that Yue Zhong and the others might be captured in this place. Luo Chang bent over his waist as he asked that soldier softly in a timid voice, "What is it? Big bro?" That soldier's eyes flashed with a silvery light as he began to size up Xu Tianya, who was standing behind Yue Zhong. Even though Xu Tianya had already smeared quite a lot of dirt onto her face, her ample, sexy figure still couldn't be concealed by her clothing. At the same time, every movement of hers possessed a confident temperament and charm. She hadn't made an effort to conceal those yet. As soon as the soldier saw Xu Tianya, he was firmly entranced by her temperament and figure. His eyes didn't leave Xu Tianya's ample bosom for even one moment. He then pointed towards a small room at the side and smiled deviously at Xu Tianya, saying, "Come with me to go take a trip over there. Tian Dumeng, how is it that you can even put an ugly person like this into your eyes? It's very likely that this woman hasn't bathed for several weeks. Tian Dumeng, you're truly hopeless, although this ugly woman's figure is actually decent." The other 3 soldiers sat at the side, eating the food that they had plundered from Yue Zhong's team, whilst laughing loudly at their companion. Upon hearing those 4 soldiers' unrestrained laughter, Xu Tianya was so angry that her expression turned ashen. She almost felt like making a move herself, directly freezing those soldiers into chunks of ice. Even though she had always gone along with the current ever since the apocalypse, it was still the first time that she had been insulted by others like this. Tian Dumeng saw that Xu Tianya stood there quietly, not moving, and his expression darkened. He berated her loudly. "Fuck, you're still not moving. Don't you act like this. I've given you face yet you don't want it." A series of thoughts went by in Xu Tianya's mind like lightning. She turned around her head to look at Yue Zhong, who seemed to have no intention of taking the initiative to save her. She subsequently steeled herself and quickly grabbed onto Yue Zhong's left arm, putting on the act of a pure and shy married woman as she said timidly, "This is my husband." Yue Zhong's expression went blank for a moment. He didn't expect that Xu Tianya would actually push him out to use him as a shield. "You're her man." Tian Dumeng glanced askance at Yue Zhong and threatened disdainfully, "Make your woman accompany me for one night. Otherwise, your father will shoot you dead right here." Ever since the apocalypse, human lives were as lowly as those of ants. Tian Dumeng and the other soldiers were all criminals who had taken several human lives before, and they simply didn't see ordinary survivors as actual humans. Within Longteng Town, apart from the people behind the scenes whom they didn't dare to provoke, they didn't put any of the normal survivors in their eyes. Yue Zhong turned his head around to take a few glances left and right, discovering that there were barely any survivors in the vicinity of the town gate, almost making the place seem like a ghost town. Within a radius of 100 m, there was only a sandbag and a front formed from wire netting, in which a heavy machine gun was positioned. It was just that the 2 machine gunners were both in a deep sleep. Apart from them, there wasn't anyone else paying attention to this side. "Fuck! You dare to ignore this daddy here. Your father will shoot you dead." Upon seeing Yue Zhong's mannerisms, Tian Dumeng felt furious. He immediately raised his gun and aimed at Yue Zhong. Up until now, Tian Dumeng had become accustomed to acting rampantly. There were barely any survivors who dared to anger him, and so Yue Zhong's behavior made him feel as if his dignity was being provoked to the extreme. *1. As soon as Yue Zhong turned around, a cold radiance flashed past in his eyes. His right hand suddenly stretched out into a claw, clutching Tian Dumeng's throat. He exerted some force and his huge strength erupted, instantly crushing Tian Dumeng's throat. A hint of terror flashed past Tian Dumeng's eyes, for he had never imagined that he would actually be killed in this way. Yue Zhong ordered coldly, "Take action. Don't let them say anything. I want them captured alive." Wu Yin instantly burst forwards, rushing towards a soldier like a cheetah. He chopped with his hand at the soldier's back, making the soldier instantly faint in one move. Zhang Mingyi was also a strong fighter with plentiful experience. Even before Yue Zhong had given out the order, he had already made battle preparations and chosen the most advantageous spot to fight from. As soon as he received the order, he pounced at the enemy, sending out 2 slashes with his hands in succession and knocking the other 2 soldiers unconscious as well. Yue Zhong watched the 2 machine gunners sleeping 100 m away and both of his eyes concentrated on them. He activated his art of fear 2 times in succession. 2 streaks of incomparably formidable spirit attacks broke into the 2 soldiers' minds, presenting countless terrifying scenes inside. The 2 soldiers were directly frightened to death. In the process of dealing with these 6 soldiers, there wasn't any noise made at all. Yue Zhong left Zhang Mingyi and White Bones behind to take care of things outside, before dragging Shui Gang and the other 2 into the small room at the side. Wu Yin directly took a bucket of water and poured it onto the 3 soldiers' bodies, thus waking them up. Be a bit more well-behaved, otherwise, I'll directly kill you all. Shui Gang and the other 2 had just awoken when they heard Yue Zhong's icy voice. At the same time, they felt the muzzle of a gun pressed against the back of their heads. They instantly became much more well-behaved and didn't start shouting and screaming, which might alert the other people inside the town. After all, warning the others wasn't as important as preserving their own lives. Yue Zhong watched the 3 as he said coldly, I wish to know everything about Longtung Town. If you people explain everything sensibly, then I can let all of you live. If none of you will speak, then you can all go die. Shui Gang instantly brightened up, kneeling before Yue Zhong and repeatedly kowtowing as he said, this humble person will definitely reveal all that he knows. Sir, please ask whatever you wish. As long as I know the answer, then I am willing to tell Sir everything about it. I am willing to tell you anything. As long as I know the answer, I definitely won't conceal anything from you. The 3 soldiers constantly kowtowed and pleaded to Yue Zhong without any courageous spirit whatsoever. They easily yielded, only wishing to continue living. Only then did Yue Zhong begin to inquire about Longtung Town's real situation. The 3 soldiers also tried to outdo each other as they revealed everything they knew to Yue Zhong. This Longtung Town had about 2,000 and several hundred survivors. Amongst them, 400 were Chan Liang's subordinates, although most of them were nothing more than mob members like Shui Gang. The number of Chan Liang's confidants who could actually fight only numbered in the 40s, who were all equipped with high-level mutant beast leather armor, making them almost invulnerable. At the same time, they were all enhancers above level 10. Only by relying on these 40-plus aides and his own formidable fighting strength did Chan Liang become the controller of this small town. Amongst the 40-plus confidants, there were 4 high-level enhancers who were all above level 30, whom had been named by Chan Liang as the 4 Great Vajrapanis. The 4 Great Vajrapanis were known as Strength King Ma Xiong, Fire King He Shang, Sky King Yuan Zhen, and Azure King Su Jin. After he had seized Longtung Town, Chan Liang didn't really possess any management skills. The entire town had been neglected and ruined by his earlier actions, whilst he and his subordinates continued to spend most of their time playing with women. Therefore, the entire town seemed somewhat dead, with all the good-looking and respected women not daring to leave their homes, or making themselves look filthy and smell bad on purpose, which meant that no one took an interest in them. If it wasn't for all the survivors being terrified of the tyrannical fighting power of Chan Liang and his subordinates, then the entire town would have long risen up in rebellion. Yue Zhong had also gotten a very precious piece of intelligence from Shui Gang, that after Chan Liang had seized Longtung Town, he had captured a company of border guards. He had only imprisoned them, with the wholehearted intention of assimilating the border guards. However, up until now, he had only been able to make 6 or 7 of the soldiers from the frontier army capitulate. The Moonanite overlord faces rule all. Ulamog the Enlightened. Look at the border both normal and upside down. Alien faces. Ninja poofs. *1 Edition. Idiots. Textbook example of wanting your cake and eating it too. Means figuratively and literally. Also, I thought he'd shoot him alive. *2. *2 Ulamog. I feel the same way. You just hit the modern equivalent of several bags of gold bricks and bundles of cash. And you want to rape the woman too? Aren't you wondering why? After how many months? Of no society they come in with bags full of milk, cakes and smokes? Willful stupidity will be our downfall. Delenda est Carthago. Chapter 353, Shadow Wolf. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. That company of soldiers were specially sent to subdue Longtung Town. However, the moment they had conquered it, the commanding officer was set up and murdered by Chen Liang, and the rest of the soldiers were suppressed and locked up. They had no chance to exhibit their combat prowess. A company of soldiers. That's great. When Yue Zhong heard this news, his eyebrows relaxed. Those who had received prior professional training were the best combatants. With this company as the core of his new battalion, he could quickly train up the other troops, and with the experience of a few more battles, the battalion would be able to stand on its own. Yue Zhong stood up and directly ordered Shui Gang, "Go! Lead me to the prison." Shui Gang's face paled, and he glanced at Yue Zhong's companions awkwardly as he said, "Sir, there are 20 soldiers guarding the prison, whilst at the same time, there is also the most powerful Sky King Yuanzhen standing guard. Wouldn't you say that perhaps you don't quite have enough people?" Upon hearing this, Yue Zhong's expression sunk a little. Wu Yin immediately bumped the muzzle of the gun against Shui Gang's head and said icily, "If we want you to lead the way, then do so. Don't waste any words. Or do you want to have a hole blown in your head right now?" Shui Gang was startled and hurriedly replied, I'll lead. Let's go right now." Wu Yin glanced at the other two soldiers, and a cold light flashed past his eyes as he directly asked, "Boss, what should we do about these two? Should we kill them off?" After experiencing so many things, Wu Ying was already no longer a normal, naive person. Rather, he had grown to now become an iron-blooded warrior. In his eyes, those enemies' lives were as lowly as those of ants. If necessary, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to slaughter them. Upon hearing this, those two soldiers' expressions instantly turned deathly pale as they repeatedly kowtowed towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong glanced at the soldiers and said lightly, "Knock them unconscious and tie them up. I've agreed that they can keep living if they cooperate. If they appear on the battlefield, then it's best to finish them off there." Upon hearing Yue Zhong's words, Shui Gang, who was standing at the side, let out a slight sigh of relief. Shui Gang was truly afraid of Yue Zhong, destroying the bridge after crossing the river, and killing him after he had accomplished his goal. Yes, Wu Yin received Yue Zhong's order and immediately knocked the two soldiers unconscious, before using rope to firmly tie them up. Go! The town seemed to be dead. There wasn't a single store open to do business, nor was there anyone wandering outside. Most of the survivors were hiding inside their homes, waiting for their deaths like walking corpses. It was only in the meadows, which still had some life in them, that there were quite a lot of survivors surrounding the large trees. They were searching for insects, tree leaves, wild herbs, and other similar things to eat, trying to eat their fill with great difficulty and continue surviving. None of the survivors even glanced at Yue Zhong and the rest, for they had no strength left to pay attention to the matters of others. It was very challenging for them to even keep living. From time to time, one would see human corpses on the roadside, the cause of death being either starvation or suicide. Even then, there was no one who paid attention to these corpses, nor was there anyone who could be bothered to dispose of them. The entire town didn't have a single trace of vitality, emitting a rotten lethargy. Perhaps even without a zombie invasion, this small town wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few months. This Chen Liang really is useless, to actually turn this small town into this state. Yue Zhong saw the dead atmosphere in the town and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. This was his first time seeing such awful management, a town without any order whatsoever. Back then, regardless of whether it was Qingyuan County or Sy City, although the lives of the survivors were all very bitter, there was still social order to some extent. There was even a hint of hope, of emerging vitality. Yet in Longtung Town, there wasn't any liveliness whatsoever. Almost all of the survivors were doing nothing more than waiting for death. After walking for a while, Yue Zhong and his party arrived at the prison. Outside the prison gate stood 4 soldiers holding Type 81 rifles. "Finish them," Yue Zhong directly ordered White Bones in a low voice. The demonic spiritual fire in White Bones' eyes flashed, and White Bones opened its right hand. 4 bone spears explosively shot out and instantly pierced through the heads of the 4 soldiers, killing them. How terrifying! Upon seeing this scene, Shui Gang felt a slight chill in his heart. Yue Zhong had actually ordered his subordinate to kill without any further hesitation whatsoever, and the deed had been done instantly without any noise, leaving behind no traces. His heart went cold. "Kill of all the guards inside," Yue Zhong ordered White Bones in a heavy tone. Since he had already taken action, Yue Zhong decided to show no quarter. After receiving Yue Zhong's order, White Bones rapidly rushed into the prison like lightning. White Bones possessed speed 5 times that of a normal person. Although it couldn't compare to Yue Zhong in this aspect, its speed was still far above that of an ordinary person. As soon as it rushed into the prison, bone blades began to shoot out violently one after another, beheading the prison guards inside one by one. Addition. Fun fact, the average man jogs at a speed of 8.3 miles per hour, which equivalates to 100 m in 27 seconds. That means White Bone's speed is at a shocking 41.5 miles per hour. Don't really understand? Usain Bolt's 100 m fastest speed is at 27.79 miles per hour. You guys can do the maths from there. White Bones was truly too nimble. By the time one of the prison guards had reacted, it had already beheaded 13 others in succession. The remaining guards all raised their guns and opened fire with all their might at White Bones. It was just that when the lead bullets hit White Bones, all of them immediately ricocheted off. *1 White Bones effortlessly riposted with bone blades he sent flying through the air, directly beheading all of the remaining few prison guards. Once White Bones had killed the last guard, the door to a room opened and a topless man wearing just his underpants rushed out. This man was precisely Chan Liang's subordinate, one of the 4 great Vajrapanis, Sky King Yuanjun. Yuanjun saw the dismembered bodies of the prison guards in the surroundings, and his heart shivered. He berated White Bones loudly. "Who are you? To think that you dare to commit such atrocities here?" White Bones did not even waste any breath. *2 instead. It raised its huge axe and dashed forward with a heavy killing intent towards Yuanjun. "You deserve to die!" Yuanjun's eyes flashed, and he bellowed in rage. As he stepped forward, activating his ground manipulation ability, an incredibly sharp spike made of earth shot out from the ground towards White Bones. The sharp spike had formed very quickly, and it pierced White Bones, lodging White Bones against the ceiling of the cell. Sky King Yuanjun had the ground manipulation ability, which he had enhanced thrice. At the same time, he was a level 39 spirit-based enhancer. His control of the ground manipulation ability was faster than most other normal enhancers, and the speed of which it pierced his enemies was extremely quick. Although it was the same skill in the hands of different people, it could be utilized differently and exhibit varying amounts of strength. Sky King Yuanjun truly had the ability as a combatant. Within the entire Longting town, Chun Liang was the only person whom he had no confidence of winning against. Yuanjun eyed White Bones that was pinned to the ceiling as he laughed coldly. "Trash! Just based on your ability, you want to lay siege on this place. Truly audacious and not knowing your place." All of a sudden, his face turned pale, and instantly conjured up a huge wall of earth to defend himself. At almost an instant later, gunshots rang out from a distance away, as 6 bullets landed explosively on the wall of earth. The bullets created 6 holes, penetrating them and exploded on the body of Yuanjun, sending him flying to the ground. Yue Zhong waved his huge dark tooth blade, and the wall of earth was instantly sliced apart, and Yuanjun could be seen struggling to stand up. Still not dead? What a tough mutant beast hide. It must belong to a Type 2 mutant beast. Yue Zhong eyed Yuanjun and quickly made an assessment. Only a Type 2 mutant beast hide could properly withstand the bullets from the stinger, but even then, a low-level Type 2 mutant beast hide would at most minimize the damage, not block it fully. Yuanjun had just pushed himself off the ground, when a sharp bone spike shot towards his head in a flurry from the ceiling. Yue Zhong reacted in a frenzy and activated his ground manipulation ability again, as he raised another wall of earth to defend himself. The sharp bone spike pierced through 30% of the thick wall before it came to a stop. White bones then morphed its bones and dropped down from the ceiling. As it fell, it swung its huge bone axe viciously downward in an explosive attack on the wall of earth. When that axe swung down, the huge wall instantly shuddered, before shattering beneath the enormous oppressive force. On the other side, Yue Zhong was frantically pushing himself and controlling the wall of earth to rejoin and lock the axe in place. At the same time, with a thought, he opened up 2 small holes, allowing him to view the situation on the other side of the wall. Just as he wanted to observe, a shadow wolf appeared by his side noiselessly. Opening its huge jaws, it clamped down on his unguarded throat without mercy. When did it appear? That was the last thought flashing through Yue Zhong's mind as his throat was snapped in twain by the shadow wolf, fresh blood splurting all over. The shadow wolf could hide itself within the shadows, escaping detection from enemies. As Yue Zhong had focused all his attention when facing against white bones, the shadow wolf had made use of the chance to attack. If it were a fight between Ming Jiejie and Yue Zhong, he might have ended the fight within a second. With the death of Yue Zhong, the maintenance of the spell was dissolved, and the earth wall as well as the earth spike immediately broke down, returning to their original form. After Yue Zhong had finished off Yue Zhong, he ordered Zhang Mingyi to release the soldiers within the jail cell and gather them at the field. Yue Zhong watched the soldiers, who almost numbered a complete company, and said in a heavy voice, "I am Yue Zhong. It is I who saved you all. Right now you have 2 choices. The first one is that as long as you agree to not oppose me, then you can leave the town by yourselves. The second is to serve me and go exterminate Chen Liang together with me. You will all henceforth obey my orders. I will bring you weapons, food, victory, glory, and respect." Upon hearing Yue Zhong's speech, the soldiers from the frontier army remained taciturn for a period of time. They all looked at each other and began to discuss spiritedly. None of them understood exactly what sort of person Yue Zhong was. It would be almost impossible for them to immediately start obeying Yue Zhong. After all, they weren't like Gong Tao, someone who had suffered enough from the Vietnamese army's torment and humiliation. As soon as he was rescued, Gong Tao had immediately been full of gratitude towards Yue Zhong. A dark-skinned, very robust-looking soldier, who was 1.7 m tall, stood out and said in a low voice, "Hello, Yue Zhong. I am Shen Jianguang. We are willing to put an end to Chen Liang together with you. As long as you don't do anything that will harm the people of Longtung Town, we can follow your orders for 1 month. After 1 month, we will decide whether to properly follow you or not. Do you think this is okay?" Chapter 354, Grinding. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong heard their decision and directly agreed. Fine. As long as these soldiers could serve as military instructors for 1 month, then they could train some new recruits for Yue Zhong. As long as they underwent a period of tempering and actual battle, those new recruits would possess better fighting strength. Real combat was the best method of training troops. Only under the influence of real combat and the training provided in such a situation could such soldiers truly become elites. Upon hearing Shen Jianguang's proposal, the other soldiers of the frontier army also agreed to it. After all, the outside world was currently extremely dangerous. Even if Yue Zhong magnanimously let them go, without weapons, it would be very difficult for them to survive outside of this small town in the wilderness. After incorporating these new troops, Yue Zhong then distributed all the different firearms seized from Chen Liang's subordinates to his new soldiers. Yue Zhong alone could wipe out 1 company of soldiers, so even if Shen Jianguang and the others revolted, he would still be able to suppress them. Only after they had picked up the Type 81 rifles and the ammunition did Shen Jianguang and the other 19 soldiers feel a little more secure in their hearts. "Take me to Chen Liang's place." Yue Zhong summoned Shui Gang and directly ordered. Shui Gang saw how Yue Zhong had successfully attacked the prison that had over 20 soldiers guarding it so easily, and he felt even more reverence and respect in his heart. "Yes, sir." After exiting the prison, Yue Zhong looked left and right. Only to his surprise, he didn't see any reinforcements. It must be known that he and his team had just made quite the disturbance inside the prison, with sounds of gunfire resounding all over the place. If this had happened in the territory of some other power, police sirens would have long erupted and the army would have driven over. Zhang Mingyi and Wu Yin took the lead, rushing in the direction of the most luxurious villa compound under Shui Gang's guidance. Chen Liang and his confidants resided precisely in that villa compound, living their lavish lives of debauchery in a drunken stupor. The villa compound was surrounded by a 3 m tall perimeter wall, which had high-voltage electricity surging through the surface. Inside the wall, there stood 4 towering machine gun turrets, each of them defended by 2 soldiers. At the entrance to the villa, there were another 8 soldiers standing guard. Inside the villa itself, squadrons of soldiers were constantly patrolling the place one after another, making the security seem extremely tight. The defense inside this villa were even more rigid than that of the entire combined Longteng town. Zhang Mingyi glanced at the villa from afar, his eyebrows furrowing as he said, "It seems that this place won't be so easy to attack." Shui Gang heard this and directly said, "Sir, you needn't worry. They seem to be guarding the place tightly, but in reality, each and every one of them can't fight. As long as you get rid of a few of them, then they will directly fall apart." "Oh!" Zhang Mingyi heard Shui Gang's words and his heart stirred. He directly took out an AK and released a torrent of frenzied machine gun fire towards the entrance of the villa. The sudden arrival of a metal storm of bullets instantly enveloped the soldiers patrolling at the entrance. In that dense rain of bullets, 4 of the 8 soldiers protecting the entrance instantly collapsed onto the ground. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The remaining 4 soldiers instantly turned incomparably frenetic. As they shouted loudly, they crazily ran inside the villa. The soldiers stationed around the villa's 4 machine gun turrets similarly fell into a panic. They directly pulled the triggers, spraying out a myriad of flames into all directions, firing randomly everywhere. Their shooting had no accuracy whatsoever and they hit absolutely nothing but thin air, wasting a huge amount of bullets in vain. Yue Zhong's gaze flashed as he took out a Type 03 rifle and fired 2 shots in succession at one of the machine gun turrets. The 2 soldiers stationed there immediately had their heads blown off. After those 2 soldiers had been finished off, the other machine gun turrets promptly stopped firing. The 6 remaining machine gunners all lay down on the ground, not daring to emerge in the slightest. Wu Yin raked the villa entrance with gunfire using his Type 05 light machine gun, wounding or killing the soldiers one after another. The soldiers inside the villa compound all hid behind cover, not daring to show their heads in the slightest. They would only fire randomly at Yue Zhong's direction from time to time, not even daring to emerge. "Defeat them!" Yue Zhong ordered White Bones, who was standing beside him. Upon receiving Yue Zhong's order, a fierce radiance flashed past White Bones' eyes. It directly rushed over to the villa entrance without bothering to dodge any of the enemy's bullets. A huge number of the bullets hit White Bones' body before they all ricocheted off. No matter how both sides saw it, a hint of fear flashed past everyone's eyes. Shui Gang's expression paled and he thought to himself, "How terrifying to think that there's actually someone who's impervious to gunfire. With this sort of existence, just how many people would be able to block his assault?" Shun Jingguang's expression also changed. Sure enough, these people are enhancers with tyrannical strength. No wonder they dare to challenge Chun Liang with such few numbers. It's just still unknown whether their emergence will be good or bad to the people of Longteng Town. Braving the dense rain of bullets, White Bones soon rushed up to the villa entrance. For bone blades flew out backwards from its hands, and for human heads all flew into the air at once, with fresh blood splattering everywhere. "I surrender! Don't kill me! Surrender! I surrender! Please don't kill me!" Upon seeing this frightening scene, the soldiers inside the villa instantly lost all their fighting spirit. One by one, they either threw down their firearms and fled further inside the villa, or knelt down on the ground crying out loudly for mercy. They had no more determination to fight whatsoever. White Bones didn't pay attention to the soldiers begging for mercy on the floor. Rather, it continued to crazily charge forward, constantly beheading the soldiers who were still resisting. Bone blades and bone spears constantly flickered about, bringing forth huge patches of fresh blood. Those amongst Chun Liang's confidants who still attempted to resist were all easily beheaded by White Bones, or impaled to death. Yue Zhong brought his party along as he followed behind White Bones, continuously subduing the terrified mobs of soldiers. That son of a bitch actually dares to misbehave here. Does he not want his life anymore? Accompanied by a furious shout, a sinister-looking brute walked out from a villa and coldly looked down at the current situation outside. He was 1.8 m tall and had a shaven head, with a huge wolf fang club in his hands. With a bang, the club-wielding brute instantly had his head blown apart, and his body fell backwards. The smoke being emitted from the stinger in Yue Zhong's hands still hadn't completely dissipated as he glanced at the brute and said coldly, "You spout too much nonsense. Fool." Standing beside Yue Zhong, Shui Gang looked at the brute who had his head blown off, and his heart felt slightly complicated. That brute was one of Chun Liang's 4 great Vajrapanis, Strength King Ma Xiong. Ma Xiong possessed a body full of monstrous energy. Just one strike of his club could smash an L2 zombie's head into pieces. At the same time, he wore mutant beast armor with astonishing defense capabilities on his body. Back when Chun Liang had first seized Longtung Town, Ma Xiong had killed many other experts. Yet today he had actually been finished off by Yue Zhong in one shot. He didn't even have time to announce his name. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying Yue Zhong's power was. As soon as Ma Xiong had been killed, White Bones directly rushed into the villa in which he had resided. Very quickly, tragic death cries could be heard from within the villa. Evidently, White Bones was currently slaughtering those soldiers who posed no threat to it whatsoever. Not long after, White Bones, who was covered in blood, immediately walked out of the villa and continued to act as the vanguard, rushing further inside the villa compound. Under White Bones' devilish assault, the soldiers who had no hearts to fight all fell apart and surrendered. In fact, the entire way, all Yue Zhong and his party had to do was gather captives. They simply didn't encounter any sort of resistance at all. Those who did resist were insta-killed by White Bones in one strike anyway. Yue Zhong and his team launched attacks the entire way with irresistible force. Once they had reached the center of the villa compound, however, the situation suddenly changed. One after another, rattan vines began to suddenly rise up from the ground, trying to engulf White Bones. Nevertheless, White Bones was still a powerhouse who had experienced countless battles. 2 bone blades erupted from both of its legs and easily chopped those 2 rattan vines in half. Just when the 2 rattan vines had been severed, 4 more of them burst out from where White Bones had landed. With great precision, they shot towards all 4 of White Bones' limbs. As soon as White Bones was caught by those rattan vines, it would have no way of moving at all. It would then only serve as the best target for the other strong enemies. Those 4 rattan vines were insanely fast and unpredictable. It would be very difficult to dodge them even for Yue Zhong, who possessed the consummate speed of more than 10 people. White Bones only had speed 5 times that of a normal person, and so it simply couldn't avoid the assaulting vines. It was instantly entangled by the fearful rattan vines. White Bones' eyes flashed with a demonic spiritual fire, and the bones that had been bound by the rattan vines turned into incomparably sharp bone blades in an instant. Its figure flashed and it rushed forward, directly chopping all the rattan vines in half. Once White Bones had struggled free from the rattan vines, it extended its right hand and pointed to a room in the distance. A sharp bone spear flew out from its finger and instantly pierced through the head of the man inside the room, nailing him to the wall like a freshly framed picture. That man was precisely one of Chun Liang's subordinates, the Azure King Su Jin of the 4 great Vajrapanis. Now that Su Jin was dead, all of the rattan vines disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing but several large holes behind, which showed that something had emerged from the ground just now. Zhang Mingyi watched White Bones kill Su Jin with ease, and his heart was full of astonishment. How powerful! This White Bones is truly too tyrannical, to actually be able to easily behead someone as strong as this. No wonder he can represent Commander Yue Zhong's entire army. If there were no heavy weapons, perhaps even an entire battalion wouldn't be able to stop him. Just at this moment, a short, ordinary-looking young man in his 20s walked out from one of the nearby villas. He had dyed yellow hair, ear piercings, and was dressed like a gangster. With a hazy expression, he said coldly, "Who is it? Who dares to come to my place and murder people? Fuck. Do you not want to live anymore?" Shui Gang looked at Chun Liang, who was dressed like a gangster, and he couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. He retreated a few steps and said, "Chun Liang, this demon has finally emerged." Yue Zhong glanced at Chun Liang and directly used the stinger to fire a shot at his head. With a bang, the stinger bullet almost instantly appeared between Chun Liang's eyebrows. Just as Chun Liang was about to have his head blown off by Yue Zhong, threads of green light began to rush out from the pit of his stomach. A small green bell flew out and landed onto his head, emitting many halos of green light that formed a protective layer around his body. The stinger bullet bombarded the green halos, yet immediately bounced off. *1. Chapter 355. Battling Chun Liang. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. What's that? Yue Zhong looked at the green bell on Chun Liang's head, and his eyes shined. It definitely was some kind of treasure. "You dare to attack me? I will destroy you." Chun Liang's features contorted, as he bellowed with rage and bravado, while his heart secretly palpitated with fear. If it wasn't for that level 5 treasure bronze spiritual bell, he would have his head blasted beyond recognition. "Go die!" Chun Liang's expression was steely as he stepped forward and threw an explosive punch towards White Bones. White Bones seemed to have been assaulted with a huge weight, as it was sent flying back a few meters. That bone carapace that could withstand even the impact of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun was currently full of scars. Xin Jingguang, Wu Yin and Zhang Mingyi used their guns to fire wildly at Chun Liang, and the dense hail of bullets seemed to envelope him. However, those bullets were immediately stopped in midair. When the bronze spiritual bell shot out a green beam to protect Chun Liang, it caused the bullets to fall to the ground, leaving Chun Liang unscathed. "It's useless. Hey, you bunch of bastards. Watch while your father kills all of you." Chun Liang laughed grimly, and like a devil, he shot towards Yue Zhong and the rest. His attack has a limited range. Yue Zhong looked at Chun Liang charging over as he quietly assessed. "Retreat!" Yue Zhong barked out as he waved his hands, and a PF-98 appeared in them. He quickly took aim at Chun Liang and fired off a rocket. With a flash, the anti-tank rocket exploded towards Chun Liang. "Rocket! Damn bastard!" Chun Liang looked at the rocket in Yue Zhong's hands and his eyes narrowed. He kicked off with both his legs, as his entire body rolled towards a small ditch. The rocket brushed past Chun Liang's body and exploded when it came into contact with a wall of a villa, blasting a huge hole in it. While the defense of that green bell is extraordinary, it seems that it cannot withstand the impact of a rocket. Yue Zhong watched Chun Liang dodging his attack and quickly came to a conclusion about the treasure. "Fuck! Die, bitch!" With the shattering of glass, Chun Liang appeared from another room by jumping through the window. His eyes flashed with a furious killing intent as he threw out an explosive punch. Yue Zhong was currently about 40 m away from Chun Liang, yet the latter had actually thrown out a punch in midair. This punch was seemingly harmless. However, Yue Zhong did not dare be careless and raised his hands in front to defend. At the next instant, a torrential energy wave came crashing heavily onto Yue Zhong's shoulders, bypassing the Type 2 mutant ferocious pig's hide he was wearing. It caused him to fly back a few meters and his shoulder blades almost shattered. What a terrifying strength! This fellow! Yue Zhong leapt to his feet, his gaze filled with shock. Although Chun Liang did not know how to manage a town, and the people working for him were just a mob, he did indeed possess power. If it wasn't for Yue Zhong's own resilience, that earlier blow might have shattered his bones. Even with his endurance, he still felt his shoulders go numb from the pain. "Die!" Chun Liang's eyes turned cold as he laughed out icily. He pushed off with his feet, and he suddenly shot towards Yue Zhong as though he had grown wings, and because of the leap, he was moving at a speed 20 times faster than a normal person. Right at this moment, white bones flashed forward, and it blocked Chun Liang's charge, waving its huge axe towards him in a vicious manner. Regardless of the defense mechanism, maintaining it would require the expenditure of energy, and if there was a limit to its capabilities, as long as the force exceeded it, it could destroy the defense. Chen Liang smiled coldly, and in an instant, his fist came to a halt before bombarding towards white bones. Trash! You have such puny power, yet you still want to block this daddy's path. Let I, your father, blast your head apart. White bones, who was standing a dozen meters away from Chen Liang, twisted its body slightly. The very next moment, its shoulder blades shattered, and it flew backwards a dozen meters, before crashing into a villa and disappearing inside. During that instant when Chen Liang had stopped his assault on white bones, Xin Jingguang and the other soldiers all used their rifles to fire at Chen Liang in a frenzy. Countless bullets hit the green halos covering his body before they all immediately ricocheted off. Trash! Go die! Chen Liang saw that they were firing at him, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards one of the soldiers. In just a few breaths, he was already within 40 meters of that soldier, and he sent out a punch into the void. In an instant, the soldier's head was directly split open and exploded by that terrifying, tremendous force. Upon seeing this horrifying scene, each and every person's expression changed greatly, and their figures instantly retreated. At this moment, Chen Liang seemed like an unrivaled demon. Not only was he invulnerable to their gunfire, but at the same time, he possessed incomparably terrifying killing methods. Although Zhang Mingyi and the others had the advantage in numbers, very few of them possessed the means of injuring Chen Liang. Go die! Go die! Those who betray me should all go die! I am an unrivaled existence! Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Chen Liang let out an insane laugh as he repeatedly waved his fist. Facing Chen Liang's terrifying and bizarre abilities, the soldiers were killed one after another. Either their head was blasted apart, or a large hole was blown through their heart. Otherwise, they were hit directly in the waist and bombarded in half, and would start emitting painful cries on the ground. With the protection of the bronze spiritual bell, Chen Liang possessed the potential to single-handedly destroy an entire company of soldiers that did not possess any heavy weapons. This was the reason why he was able to terrorize the entire town even though he possessed zero governing ability. Animal! Xin Jingguang saw his comrades dying in front of him, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he wielded his Type 81 rifle as he fired at Chen Liang in a frenzy. A large number of the bullets landed on the green halo and ricocheted off, serving only to draw his attention away. Chen Liang turned around and glanced at Xin Jingguang, before smirking coldly, and waved that fist of his that could snatch a person's life easily. At this moment, he felt a sudden surge of crisis, and he immediately shifted about 5 m in midair, as a rocket flew past him, and exploded on another villa behind him, blasting a new hole. He has the danger perception ability. What a troublesome fellow. Yue Zhong put down his rocket launcher and eyed Chen Liang at the distance as he pondered. Chen Liang mocked Yue Zhong with a cold laugh, and he shot towards Yue Zhong like a rocket, even though he hadn't made any movements, as he said, "It's useless. I'm invincible. Today, all you bastards are going to die at my hands." Yue Zhong's eyes flashed, and he activated his bone-encompassing armor and shadow steps. At that instant, white bones turned into an orb of light and reappeared on Yue Zhong's body. Yue Zhong then pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and charged towards Chen Liang. Both parties approached each other, and within a distance of 40 m, Chen Liang laughed coldly again as he sent out a fist. Trash! Die! Yue Zhong's gaze frosted over, as his body dodged towards the right, and a huge blast of energy brushed past his body, landing on the ground behind and resulted in a huge hole. While Chen Liang's attack was extremely brutal, it was crude and simple, and Yue Zhong simply sidestepped with his boosted speed and evaded the blow, before continuing with his own. He quickly arrived in front of Chen Liang. Idiot! Just die! Chen Liang looked at Yue Zhong who had charged in front of him, and he barked out a cold laugh and sent another fist at him. Yue Zhong had just thought of evading, but he felt a deadly premonition, and instead shot out 2 bone spears from his feet, sending him towards the sky. Chun Liang's fist had just exploded out, and did not hit the 2 bone spears, but they shattered, turning into countless bone fragments. Air cannon. You must be using the air manipulation ability. Yue Zhong landed on the ground, and managed to see through Chun Liang's ability. Chun Liang responded with a grim smile, and with a thought, he conjured 10 air cannons, sending towards Yue Zhong. That's right. Even though you have figured it out, it's still useless. My ability is an unparalleled existence. The closer the air cannons were to Chun Liang himself, the more threatening they become. He could also feel that Yue Zhong was going to be hard to deal with. That's why he had purposefully lured Yue Zhong closer. Chun Liang had, by a stroke of luck, come across and killed 2 Type 3 mutant beasts that were engaged in a fight. They had been exhausted, and Chun Liang gained the benefits at the end, not only obtaining the bronze spiritual bell, he also managed to raise his air manipulation ability to the 2nd level. On top of that, he even reached level 53. His power was truly considered without peer in the vicinity. It was because of this that he was full of confidence dealing with Yue Zhong. The 10 air cannons were truly frightening, and when they exploded on Yue Zhong's body, his bone-encompassing armor was immediately blasted apart. His own body felt like it was hit by countless heavy weights, as the impact knocked and sent tremors within his internal organs, causing him to spit out blood. Yue Zhong took a deep breath before he activated his Art of Fear. An oppressive spirit attack immediately weighed towards Chun Liang, bringing with it countless horrifying images. Chun Liang only frowned slightly, with no change to his body. His spirit was after all close to Yue Zhong's level. The Art of Fear did not work against him. Still not dead? Let me send you on your way. Chun Liang sneered, before pointing at Yue Zhong, and activated his ability. Right at this time, a ice spear came flying out of nowhere and exploded viciously on the green halo released by the green spiritual bell, causing the halo to tremble, before becoming dimmer. Chun Liang immediately shot a look towards the direction, and discovered Shu Tianya, whose face was pale. Chun Liang eyed Shu Tianya, and his expression turned to one of viciousness and ferocity. Fucking bitch! After your daddy, I catch you and fuck you over. I'll tear your limbs apart. Then I'll send you to be messed with by the people in town. Hearing such venomous words, Shu Tianya's face turned white, based on his strength. He truly did possess the ability to carry it out. Before then, I'll incinerate you. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with an icy light, as he created his devil flame sword and swung it down viciously towards Chun Liang in a supremely powerful attack. Hey look, it's Contra copyright bullets. Ulamog, the Enlightened. Chapter 356, XCX. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog Edition, Qidian Vititius. Book 3. The South, Chapter 356. Finishing Chun Liang. The huge devil flame sword came swinging down viciously onto the halo of the bronze spiritual bell, and that intense fiery energy that could even incinerate the protective scales of a Type 2 mutant beast came down, exploding on the halo. Under Yue Zhong's control, the devil flame exhibited an unparalleled might, and the green halo started to crack. The level of damage from the devil flame was dependent on Yue Zhong's combined attributes as well as the level of the skill. As a spirit and endurance dual attribute evolver, his overall strength was definitely a cut above most other evolvers. The devil flame was likewise many times more fearsome, and could easily pierce through even the toughest of scales of a Type 2 mutant beast. Just when the devil flame sword was about to slice Chun Liang's neck, the bronze spiritual bell atop his head flashed, and a huge green halo spread out in all directions. The terrifying flames from the devil flame sword were dissipated as a result. At the same time, the bronze spiritual bell dimmed a lot, and fell on the ground. The green halo also disappeared as a result. Although it was a level 5 treasure, it had its limits as well, and defending against that one fearsome strike from Yue Zhong took all of its energy. When the bronze spiritual bell broke, Chun Liang's face instantly fell. There was nothing so far that had managed to break his defense ever since he obtained that treasure. He had even experienced countless rockets in his face fired by normal people, and he was always unscathed. This was why he dared to be a tyrant and oppress everyone else. When Wu Yin and Zhang Mingyi saw the bronze spiritual bell land on the floor, their mind trembled and immediately lifted their guns and fired wildly at Chen Liang. Without the protection of the bell, Chen Liang wasn't an invincible foe anymore. Bunch of bastards. I'll remember this. Chen Liang roared in anger as he activated his level 2 air manipulation ability, and a barrier made entirely of air appeared around him. The countless bullets hit the barrier and ricocheted off. Chen Liang waved his hand as he sent out a wave of energy and collected the bronze spiritual bell into his hand. Go die! Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with coldness as he reached out with his fingers, and 10 small orbs of devil flame shot towards Chen Liang. Chen Liang's face turned pale as he quickly activated his skill, and the air barrier appeared once more. The 10 devil flame blasts exploded on contact, causing the air barrier to be blasted apart, and from the point of impact the resulting explosion expanded outwards. However, Chen Liang concentrated, and a current of air caused the flames to be blown away. The intense flames landed on the surrounding buildings, causing them to start burning. Chen Liang was just an ordinary enhancer, and his spirit was naturally incomparable to Yue Zhong, who was a spirit and endurance-based evolver. However, he possessed a level 2 skill, and just based on the might of the skill, he managed to totally suppress Yue Zhong. If he only had the level 1 version, then he would have long been incinerated by Yue Zhong. Chen Liang had just defended against the assault from Yue Zhong, when an incredibly sharp ice spear shot from his blind spot, aiming for his head. At the same time, Wu Yin, Chen Jingguang, Zhang Mingyi, and a few other soldiers were all firing at him. Facing their overwhelming attacks, Chen Liang roared in anger once again, as his level 2 air manipulation ability was casted once again, defending him from the front. The bullets landed on the air barrier and ricocheted off, while the ice spear hit the barrier and shattered, causing large chunks of ice to scatter all over the ground. Every single attack had smashed into the barrier and was thoroughly defended against. Having activated the skill multiple times in succession, Chen Liang's face was pale, and he quickly turned around as he sprinted towards the distance in an attempt to escape. He had expended a huge amount of energy casting his skill in succession, and while the level 2 ability was shocking, the consumption was likewise dangerous. If he couldn't take out the enemy quickly, he would lose his combat stamina rapidly. Thinking of escape? I'll make sure to execute you today. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed as he waved his hands to hide his access of the storage ring, and his PF-98 appeared in his grips. He took one quick aim at Chen Liang and immediately fired off. With his current state and activation of shadow steps, Yue Zhong's speed was quicker than normal people by an absurd number of times, and that entire movement only took 1 second. He had already seen through Chen Liang's usage of the air manipulation activity to send himself charging at an extreme speed. With this attack, he was confident of hitting his target. I can't escape. Chen Liang also possessed the danger perception skill, and he felt the sense of crisis approaching from his back. He gritted his teeth and swiftly activated his level 2 skill once more, as the air barrier appeared again. With a flash, the rocket landed within that barrier of air. However, the resulting explosion did not happen, and instead, the rocket was trapped and suspended there. Here, I'll return it to you. Chen Liang bellowed in rage, and his eyes flashed, while he concentrated on his ability, and used the air currents to turn the rocket around and shoot it towards Yue Zhong this time. Yue Zhong was prepared, however, as a bone spike shot out from his right arm and pierced into a nearby house, supporting him as it shot him into the sky. He leapt high up and intended to dodge the incoming rocket. Naive! Chen Liang laughed grimly, and he pushed his skill, and the rocket seemed to gain a life of its own as it chased after Yue Zhong. By now, Chen Liang had already hidden within a small alley, and was evading the line of sight of everyone else, as he focused on controlling the rocket to hit Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong looked at the rocket surrounded by the air pocket heading for him, and his face changed. His left hand shot a bone spike towards the rocket within the air pocket, intending to slice it in two. It's too late. Chen Liang laughed out madly, and the rocket swiftly shot towards Yue Zhong under his control, and immediately detonated. The fearsome thing about the level 2 air manipulation ability was that with his intense focus, he could do anything with it. The resulting explosion swallowed Yue Zhong up. Ha ha ha! I'm the strongest! Ha ha! Chen Liang laughed out madly. He could feel that amongst the enemies present, the one posing the greatest threat to him was Yue Zhong. As for the rest, once he recovered, he could slaughter them all. As he was still gloating, from amidst his shadows, a shadow wolf pounced over noiselessly and bit towards his neck. All of Chen Liang's attention had been on Yue Zhong, and only when the razor-sharp teeth were touching his neck did Chen Liang react and sent out an explosive fist towards the shadow wolf. Following that strike, the shadow wolf dissipated into nothing. At the same time, Chen Liang also let out a moan in agony. The shadow wolf had bitten off a huge chunk of meat from his neck, causing fresh blood to flow. Damn it! Damn it! The sharp pain caused Chen Liang to lose focus and grow lightheaded, as he continued to moan in agonizing pain, like a wild beast. Pong! A stinger bullet lodged itself between Chen Liang's brows and blasted his head apart into pieces, as his headless corpse slumped to the floor. Chen Liang's combat ability was truly shocking. However, his experiences with life and death were simply too little. The reason he could become a level 53 enhancer was attributed to the fact that he was lucky enough to kill 2 tired-out Type 3 mutant beasts. Without the protection of the bronze spiritual bell, he was simply a tough opponent instead of an invincible one. At a nearby rooftop, with his bone-encompassing armor broken in many places, and his body riddled in injuries, as well as a huge hole in his right abdomen, Yue Zhong looked on at the headless corpse, his right eye swollen shut, as he heaved a sigh of relief. That fearsome opponent had finally died. Chen Liang was lacking in management skills, and his lackeys were a bunch of mobs, running the moment they were defeated. However, if they were mobs, he was definitely the mob boss. His personal combat ability was the strongest out of the enemies Yue Zhong had faced so far. His level was even higher than Yue Zhong, possessing a level 5 treasure, and possessed a level 2 skill. His abilities were truly not simple. However, in the end, he was still killed by Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong waved his hand and shot out a bone spike like a crutch, as it supported him for walking towards Chen Liang's corpse. When he landed on the ground, the pain was so immense, he immediately tumbled down to the ground and panted in ragged breaths. The injury from his right abdomen was causing him excruciating pain, such that his brows were furrowed and he almost went mad with the pulsing waves of agony. Yue Zhong swiftly pulled out a life-saving grass and crudely applied it to the wound, and at the same time, retrieved the blood essence of the recent Type 2 giant crocodile and gobbled it up. The moment the blood essence entered Yue Zhong's stomach, it transformed into a hot wave of nourishment, as it boosted his body. At the same time, the level 4 regeneration skill and his powerful vitality kicked in, allowing the huge wound to recover at a visible rate. Yue Zhong looked at his regenerating abdomen and thought to himself, this kind of recovery is truly too scary. If it was before the apocalypse, I would definitely be treated as a freak. With the nourishment of the blood essence, Yue Zhong could slowly make his way to the corpse, and started to loot the system equipment from Chen Liang. Level 5 treasure. Bronze spiritual bell. As long as one has it, can gain +4 endurance and +4 spirit. It possesses the automatic ability, Halo Protection. Description: can release a green halo to protect the owner of the treasure. Maintains for about 60 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. Level 3 treasure. Spirit Consolidating Ring. Upon equipping, Spirit +8. Level 3 treasure. Clear Spirit Ring. Upon equipping, Spirit +8. Level 3 treasure. Agility Ring. Upon equipping, Agility +6. Yue Zhong gained a variety of system equipment from the body of Chen Liang. There was even a level 2 defense armor. However, out of all those equipment, he only lacked the previous 4 treasures. He had the rest of the items already. Even still, all these equipment could raise his battle ability, and his subordinate teams stood to gain immensely. Chapter 357, Type 3 Mutant Beast Hide. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. You have gained an enhancement of +8 in vitality. When the hot energy flow within Yue Zhong's body dispersed, the notification resounded in Yue Zhong's mind. Only +8 vitality? The Type 2 mutant beast blood essence is truly losing its effectiveness for me. Yue Zhong thought silently when he heard it. The Type 2 mutant giant crocodile was obviously stronger than many other Type 2 mutant beasts. However, its blood essence had only allowed Yue Zhong to gain 8 points in vitality. It was clear that the constant dosage of blood essences was losing its effectiveness for Yue Zhong, and if he continued at his current rate of consumption, it was most likely that it would have no effect soon. "Are you all right, Yue Zhong?" Xu Tianya came to his side quickly, her face full of concern. "Of course I'm fine. Thanks for helping out this time." Yue Zhong smiled slightly and offered his thanks. Xu Tianya had helped to distract Chen Liang a number of times, and without her, it might have been much more difficult for Yue Zhong to kill Chen Liang. Xu Tianya responded with a coy smile. "Since you want to thank me, why not offer something more practical? Here, for you." Yue Zhong threw a level 3 treasure fireball ring to her. He had killed countless enhancers and had looted plenty of system equipment. In fact, of this particular ring, he had 3 of them. These rings could be found by killing low-level bosses at the initial stages of the apocalypse. However, up till now, unless one managed to kill a Type 2 mutant beast or some fearsome high-level zombies, it was rare for it to drop. Even when using the system equipment to kill over 10,000 zombies, it was difficult to guarantee the drop of such a loot. "Many thanks." Xu Tianya received the ring and immediately wore it, whilst admiring it. The level 3 fireball ring allowed the user to gain 6 points in spirit, and even came with a fireball skill. In some situations, even a small fireball might make the difference between victory and defeat. To Xu Tianya, this was extremely suited to her tastes. Yue Zhong continued, "On top of this, I'm giving you 20 AKs, 2,000 bullets, and 20 tons of rations." When she heard it, Xu Tianya immediately broke into a resplendent smile, her heart full of excitement and joy as she thanked Yue Zhong. "Thank you." Firearms, ammunition, and rations were the most valuable resources of this post-apocalyptic world. Since Xu Tianya wanted to establish a faction of her own, she required such resources. When she heard Yue Zhong's promise, she was extremely gratified and felt excited about her future. "Jia, come over here. This is for you." Yue Zhong bade Ming Jia to come over and handed a set of system equipment to her. A level 2 defense vest, strength gloves, fireball ring, ice ring, strength ring, green agility boots, and a strength belt. Yue Zhong handed these 7 items over to the little lowly. In this operation to kill Chen Liang, Ming Jia had contributed as well. Although the shadow wolf did not manage to kill him, it injured him greatly, which allowed Yue Zhong to finish him off. Xu Tianya saw the amount of equipment that Yue Zhong gave Ming Jia, and her eyes went wide. "Good stuff. How come you didn't give them to me?" Those 7 items were not ordinary, and when equipped, they could turn even a normal person into a fearsome combatant. If an enhancer with enough power were to equip them, they could increase their battle prowess beyond those of similar levels as well. Ming Jia equipped everything, and could distinctly feel her body enhanced, as she smiled brightly at Yue Zhong. "Thank you, master." Yue Zhong ruffled Ming Jia's hair and walked towards the distance. When Chen Liang was killed, there was no one else in the town that could possibly stand up to Yue Zhong, and accordingly, the remaining soldiers surrendered without much resistance. Yue Zhong thus easily subjugated the town. "Leader, come take a look. We discovered something good." Wu Yin came to Yue Zhong and spoke with excitement. Yue Zhong saw how excited Wu Yin was, and quickly followed him to a huge warehouse. Wu Yin had gotten some men to open up the warehouse, to reveal the contents within. Yue Zhong peered into it, only to discover neat piles of black snakeskin hide. In fact, the snakeskin almost filled up the entire warehouse. "Leader, look!" Wu Yin excitedly pulled out a piece of the hide and after setting it up, used a heavy machine gun to fire at it. That heavy machine gun that could pummel holes into an armored vehicle could not do a single thing to that black snakeskin hide, the bullets only ricocheting off, not leaving even a scratch. Wu Yin continued with fervor. "This is definitely a Type 2 mutant beast's hide. With this powerful Type 2 mutant beast hide, Yue Zhong could start the manufacturing of them into protection for an entire army. It's not just this warehouse. Look, there's one here as well." Wu Yin called for some men to open another warehouse. Within the second warehouse, there were piles of golden yellow scales that came from some unknown mutant beast. The beast must have been massive as well, because the amount of scales also filled up the entire warehouse. This is great! Yue Zhong looked at the two warehouses filled with mutant beast hide. His eyes also filled with excitement. If he were to convert the hides as well as the hide from the Type 2 mutant crocodile, it was barely enough to equip a battalion of soldiers. A single battalion that was impervious to weapons and bullets was enough to conquer a province easily. In his excitement, Yue Zhong took a piece of the black snake skin hide, as he tried his black tooth blade on it, intending to test its durability. With a ding, the level 4 treasure black tooth blade did not even manage to leave a mark on the hide. Yue Zhong's heart skipped a beat as his eyes narrowed, and he expended his awesome strength while he slashed at the hide again. With that kind of strength, Yue Zhong could forcefully slice the scales of a Type 2 mutant beast. The fearsome blade slashed down on the hide, but it only caused another ding to reverb out. The recoil from the hit caused the black tooth blade to shudder uncontrollably, but the hide was not even damaged at all. This is the hide of a Type 3 mutant beast. Yue Zhong's face was full of shock, and he felt elated. Such a precious piece of hide, with an astonishing defense, had just fallen into his arms. It would enable him to train up a battalion that would be able to withstand the attacks from 3 or 4 elite battalions. Yue Zhong pondered a while before taking out his crocodile tooth saw blade, and while using the saw-edged side, coupled with his strength, he tried to saw the skin. Under his maximum effort, he finally managed to split the snake skin. He heaved a sigh of relief. If it hadn't worked, then even using chainsaws would not be effective. Yue Zhong waved his right hand, and a ball of devil flame appeared as it tried to burn the skin. Amidst the fiery heat, the skin was still intact and not a trace of damage could be seen. Yue Zhong sighed, before expending 60 points of spirit and 20 points of stamina to condense the devil flame into a 2m long devil flame spear, which could easily pierce the scales of a Type 2 mutant beast. He then tried piercing the snake skin ruthlessly. Under that fierce strike, the devil flame spear released an intense force at the tip, trying to burn through the skin. However, regardless of the degree of heat, all it did was cause a small hole in the hide. Yue Zhong looked at the minuscule hole and was speechless. The devil flame spear was the strongest attack that he could muster in his arsenal, yet it could only burn a small hole in this snake skin. It could be seen that the defense of the Type 3 mutant beast was truly supremely terrifying. This was the hide of a dead Type 3 mutant beast after all. If it was still alive, Yue Zhong would find it next to impossible to even injure it. Seems like only when I've evolved the devil flame into its second stage, then I will be able to cause some actual damage to a Type 3 mutant beast. Otherwise, considering my skills now, even breaking their defense is going to be difficult. Yue Zhong silently assessed in his heart. As the humans were evolving, the mutant beasts and zombies were evolving as well. They were growing even faster than the humans, and this gave Yue Zhong pressure. If the humans didn't evolve fast enough, they would be wiped away in this new world. Zhang Mingyi was deployed to notify Wei Ningguo, who was stationed at Dongping village. On the second day, Wei Ningguo brought the 1,000-something people and entered Longtung town. Since breaking away on his own, this was the first time Yue Zhong had gained a moment of rest. After subjugating Longtung town, Yue Zhong gathered the inhabitants and assigned them to begin production on the mutant beast armor. They first made use of the Type 2 giant crocodile hide before the Type 3 ones. While the Type 3 mutant beast hides were indeed tough, the chainsaws could still cut them apart. With their usage, pieces were cut out and sewn together to create some armor. On the other side, Yue Zhong separated the Chinese survivors from Vietnam and the strong males from Longtung town into 2 camps, as he engaged in relentless training with them. The 2 battalions trained rigorously according to the training regime of the Special Combat Forces. They pushed past their limits every day, and if it wasn't for the meat of the Type 2 beast, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. As for Ming Jejia, Wu Yin, Wei Ningguo, Zhang Mingyi, and a few other enhancers, they were also tasked by Yue Zhong to train with the Special Combat Forces. Although they had decent body constitutions, they had not gone through proper training, and could not exhibit their full potential, Chapter 358, XCX. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Alamog Dedician Vititius Qidian. Book 3. The South, Chapter 358. Individual Ideals. Zhang Zi's Decision. Congratulations on gaining 1 point in spirit. Yue Zhong opened his eyes as the sweet sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. After conquering Longteng Town, Yue Zhong had a chance for a true breather, and he ingested the pearl fruit under the protection of white bones. Yue Zhong gobbled 5 of them in one shot, and his spirit gained 20 points of enhancement. Is this the limit? Yue Zhong proceeded to pop in one more fruit, and he swallowed it, yet he found that while there was a cool stream of energy within his body, it could not help enhance his stats anymore. Get Chun Jinguang in to see me, Yue Zhong told Ming Jejia. Ming Jejia nodded and dismissed herself, saying, Yes, master. Not long after, Chun Jinguang was brought by Ming Jejia. Yue Zhong looked at Chun Jinguang with a piercing gaze. Chun Jinguang, a month has passed. What is your decision? Are you all staying or leaving? If you choose to leave on account that you guys have helped to train my men, I can let you guys have 5 days worth of rations each, as well as 5 Type 81 rifles and 100 bullets. Currently, it has been a month since Yue Zhong had conquered Longteng Town, and in this month, he had used a harsh training regime to train up his 2 battalions. Those 2 battalions were made up of the survivors who had suffered greatly and could tolerate the harsh training. At the same time, Yue Zhong fed them with the Type 2 mutant beast meat to help them recover their vigor and boost their constitutions. Under that intense training, the 2 battalions were starting to show signs of a proper army. At the same time, while they were still far from an actual military, they could match against an army which had been training for a year. These 2 battalions had trained hard, but they still lacked the battle experience. As long as they were forged through the flames of war, they would become an elite troop. Since his troops were trained, Yue Zhong's mood was good as well, and naturally was willing to let those previous troops leave. A forcefully picked melon was not sweet, and if Yue Zhong kept them against their will, it would only breed contempt and dissatisfaction. And in time, if they were to backstab him internally, it would be a problem. It had been the case with the Freemasons previously. Chun Jinguang responded with a straight look at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, I want to ask you, what's the deal with the slaves? Amongst Yue Zhong's troops, there were the Scum Battalion and Women Battalion, which didn't exist prior to the apocalypse. Other than those, there were even slaves. Many of these slaves were the family members of those Vietnamese who had engaged in a crazy slaughter of the Chinese. Yue Zhong looked at Chun Jinguang and responded, They are the family members of the traitors and Vietnamese who slaughtered the Chinese. You should be clear on this. Chun Jinguang stared at Yue Zhong and asked in a righteous tone. Those traitors and Vietnamese that engaged in slaughter were guilty beyond doubt. You can kill them or send them to the Scum Battalion. I have no issues with that. However, their family members are innocent. Aren't your measures too much? Chun Jinguang had always been an upright soldier. Even though Yue Zhong was the ruler of the town now, and could easily order his death, he did not hesitate to berate Yue Zhong according to his principles. Yue Zhong looked at Chun Jinguang coldly and unmoving. Innocent? When those traitors wanted to betray, why didn't their families advise against it? When those Vietnamese wanted to engage in slaughter, why didn't their families discourage them? If they were to succeed in a revolt, everything of mine would fall into their hands, and their family members would get to enjoy their success as well. As for those Vietnamese, didn't the families enjoy whatever they stole from us Chinese? Yue Zhong eyed Chun Jinguang and continued indifferently. If you're that righteous, go bring your brothers and take a tour around Vietnam. There are countless numbers of Chinese awaiting your saving. If these soldiers could integrate into his troops, it would be the best-case scenario. However, as they had helped train up a new batch of soldiers, even if they wanted to leave, Yue Zhong would not force them to stay. Chun Jinguang was also a quick-tempered man. Without saying any more, he turned around and said, Fine, I'll bring my men away. Yue Zhong watched Chun Jinguang's retreating figure and sighed as he shook his head lightly. He truly was a righteous and moral man. However, it was not the right era for his ideals, and furthermore, it was in conflict with Yue Zhong. Ming Jejia, who was standing beside Yue Zhong, flashed a cold glare as she asked, Shall I take care of him? With Ming Jejia's current power, As long as she summoned her shadow wolf out, she could easily kill a normal person like Chen Jingguang silently. Yue Zhong lightly sighed. No, it's not necessary. As long as he isn't an enemy, we don't have to silence him. Such a righteous man, the more such characters exist, the better it is for the world. It's just that he has differing views from us. Yue Zhong was someone who did not mind any means to achieve his goals, and lived by an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. However, he didn't dislike those with righteousness nor morals. As long as they did not hinder his goals, of course. Otherwise, he wouldn't treat them any better than others. Ming Jiejie looked at Yue Zhong with a somewhat understanding expression, as she pouted and kneeled in front of Yue Zhong, and started massaging his legs carefully. When Chen Jingguang reached his camp, he immediately gathered the rest and said, "Let's leave." Upon hearing Chen Jingguang's words, the entire group of military personnel went into uproar, as a whole load of chattering and voices resounded. One of the platoon commanders, Zhang Ji, looked to Chen Jingguang and questioned, "Old Chen, what happened? Did Yue Zhong chase us out?" Chen Jingguang replied extremely honestly, "No, he didn't. He asked me over today, and it was to ask if we wanted to stay or leave. The moment we stay, we will have to listen and obey his orders, and become his troops. If we want to leave, he would not stop us, and he would give each and every one of us 5 days' worth of rations, 5 Type 81 rifles and 100 bullets." One of the soldiers immediately quipped, "Commander, then why are we leaving? Yue Zhong is not like Chun Liang, that bastard, and he has not mistreated the people of Longting Town. Here, as long as people are willing to work, they get a decent meal. We ourselves get to eat our fill, and there's even meat and vegetables. If we have to leave, where will we go?" "Yay!" Some of the other soldiers also called out disgruntledly. Under Yue Zhong's command, while training was in fact tougher than before, they got their fair share of meat and rations, of which the meat was even from a Type 2 mutant beast, which nourished their bodies. They had an incomparable physique now, and many were unwilling to leave. Chen Jingguang's face turned ugly as he hollered, "What's the noise for? Just a little bit of meat and rations can buy you guys over? You must remember you are soldiers of this country. Did you not see those slaves? He actually reintroduced the slave system, which is immoral. He would be tarnished in history as a warmonger, and are you guys going to join him in his offense?" When Chen Jingguang lost his temper, all the soldiers quietened down. Chen Jingguang was an upright and moral man, and had decent standing amongst his fellow men here. Zhang Ji kept silent for a while, before lifting his head and said, "Old Chen, if you want to leave, then leave by yourself. I will not leave. I want to stay here. The purpose of the army is to protect the citizens. As the citizens are here, the army should be here. I want to stay on to protect the people of Longteng Town. As long as Yue Zhong does not harm the interests of the inhabitants of Longteng Town, I will listen to his commands." Chen Jingguang stared at Zhang Ji for quite a while, before sighing and said, "Fine. Those who wants to leave with me come. Those who would like to stay go over to Commander Zhang's side." Many of the soldiers hesitated and contemplated for a long while, before finally coming to a decision. A good number of them went over to Zhang Ji's side, while only 6 started towards Chen Jingguang. In the middle of their walk, 2 of them faltered, and came over to Zhang Ji's side. In this new world, there were still countless ordinary people. And these soldiers also wanted to live ordinary and peaceful days. Compared to going with Chen Jingguang on an unknown journey to an unknown destination, many of them would rather stay here. After all, Yue Zhong was Chinese, and these soldiers had no issues working for him. Chen Jingguang swept his gaze around the camp, and let out a slow sigh, as he brought the 4 soldiers and left without turning back. Zhang Ji looked at the back of Chen Jingguang silently, and executed a military salute. Not long after Chen Jingguang left, Yue Zhong walked into the camp with big strides, and gazed at the 100-odd soldiers still standing there, as he chuckled and said, "So you guys have decided to stay?" Zhang Ji looked at Yue Zhong. His eyes flashed with a resolute gaze as he said, "Yes, leader. We're willing to work hard for you. We're willing to work hard for leader." In the camp, their uniform voices rang loud and clear, Those who had decided to stay had steeled their hearts in preparation to serve Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong smiled at Zhang Ji. Good, Zhang Ji. From now on, you're the vice commander of my 1st battalion. Work hard. Zhang Ji's heart leapt with joy. Yes, leader. Yue Zhong had established 2 battalions of soldiers, one of which labeled as the 1st battalion, directly under his control. All sorts of equipment, manpower, and resources would be prioritized on the 1st battalion as well. The commander of the 1st battalion was currently Wei Ningguo, and although he was a poor commander, he had followed Yue Zhong the earliest and was loyal to a fault other than his combat prowess. Everything was basically a mess. However, he listened to everybody, and that was a superb quality. With such a person as the commander, the vice commander would be the person truly calling the shots. Hence Zhang Ji was extremely happy. He had risen to become an official and fulfilled his dream that was impossible before the apocalypse. Chapter 359, Assault on Jingxi Province. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The departure of Chun Jingguang did not cause any particular waves in Longtung Town. Yue Zhong also dispatched those soldiers from the border security forces to become the core group of the 2 battalions, enhancing the combat ability of both battalions. After reorganizing these, Yue Zhong then arranged for Wei Ningguo and Wu Yin to lead the 2 battalions separately and bash the zombies gathered around the vicinity of Jingxi Province. Ming Jie, Zhang Mingyi, and a few other enhancers also joined in the operations, putting in effort to wipe out the zombies in the nearby villages and rescuing any survivors that were hiding within. They even managed to obtain a huge amount of resources and gathered them in Longtung Town. At the same time, Yue Zhong commanded Lightning and its little brothers to clean up the other villages that were not under the jurisdiction of the 2 battalions. The scattered zombies posed little threat to Yue Zhong, but if they were to gather into a horde, it would become a problem. Yue Zhong himself was sitting within Longtung Town and maintaining order and security within the newly established police force. With his presence, even an entire company of proper troops would find it tough to attack Longtung Town. The 2 battalions initially set out to attack in turns, as they swapped each other during their assaults on the neighboring towns. After a few days and the increase in experience, they split up and changed to the tactic of using companies to take turns attacking. The effectiveness and speed at which they were clearing the towns hence sped up. In the process of cleansing the towns of zombies, there were countless Tang replica swords dropping from the zombies. Adding on to the initial amount of 20 Tang replica swords from Longting Town, it allowed for a small group of enhancers to be trained up, and they were even expanding. Under that kind of intense battle training, the scums within the scum battalion were whittled away, some dying from their injuries. Even the elite soldiers from the 2 battalions suffered some losses during the cleansing, with a death count of 17 soldiers. However, in that 20 days of constant recovering of towns, Yue Zhong had rescued a total of 90 or more survivors, which bolstered his strength, and the total number of people under him grew to a staggering 5,000 plus figure. Leader, that is Jingxi Province. Inside a jeep, Zhang Ji pointed at the province at a distance to Yue Zhong. Around the jeep, there were soldiers all around, dressed in blue military uniforms and carrying guns on their backs. After 20 days of constant fighting, they were starting to be transformed by the battles and were showing fierce auras and the bearings of an elite troop. After the 20 days of forging his troops, he then gathered them all and decided to conduct an all-out assault on Jingxi Province. Within it, there were huge amounts of rations, resources, and firearms. After obtaining this province, they could gain another stronghold and obtain some precious resources. The day has turned cold. Yue Zhong eyed Jingxi Province, as he reached his hand out of the window and could feel the air turning cold. Zhang Ji sighed as well. Yeah, seems like this year's winter is about to arrive early, and the temperature seems to be lower. Having stood guard at the border for over 3 years, Zhang Ji was clear that the winter was indeed coming early, and the coldness seemed to be harsher. In the previous years, the temperature was still about 20 degrees Celsius around this period, but this year it had already dropped to 13, 14 degrees Celsius. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with trepidation. There were countless mutant beasts and zombies in this new world, and if this winter was to become colder, a lot of survivors would definitely suffer. Other than that, the harsh cold might bring about other unforeseen changes. To Yue Zhong, It was still unclear if it was a blessing or curse. Yue Zhong's eyes then turned resolute, as he abandoned all random thoughts and stared fixedly at Jingxi province. Fuck it! I can only take one step at a time. I must definitely conquer this Jingxi province. Yue Zhong had immediately set up camp and ordered fortifications to be carried out the moment they reached near Jingxi province. Earlier, he had sent Wu Yin out to conduct reconnaissance and discovered that there should be a Z-type within the province. The fact that there were almost a few tens of thousands of zombies within it points to that conclusion. Let's move. Follow me. Yue Zhong called out to a platoon of soldiers behind him decked in Type 2 mutant crocodile hide and wielding Tang replica swords. Yes, leader. The platoon saw Yue Zhong leading them personally on the front lines, and their hearts were filled with confidence and passion, as they replied loudly. Yue Zhong brought Ming Jejia with him as well as the platoon as they made their way towards Jingxi province. The moment they entered, White Bones charged forwards and swung its axe towards the zombies near the entrance, cutting them down like a tornado. Ming Jejia had summoned out 5 shadow wolves, and they weaved in and out amongst the zombies, killing the zombies with a single bite to the neck. Ming Jejia had also experienced constant battling this past 20 days, and had grown to reach level 20. Her Summon Shadow Wolves ability had also been enhanced twice. The wolves were now more ferocious, and the number she could keep summoned at once had increased. The platoon was split into 4-man teams, covering one another, as they waved their Tang replica swords to and fro, slaughtering the zombies. Yue Zhong held his 2M long dark tooth blade and casually swung his weapon in a sweeping arc, instantly slicing through a few S2S, L2S and several unlucky normal zombies along with them. The zombies within the province town suddenly faced such an intense assault, and soon, more than a few hundred of the zombies had been wiped out, leaving behind only a few hundred survivor coins and 3 white treasure boxes. Yue Zhong opened up the 3 boxes and gained only an ordinary Tang replica sword. When those hundreds of zombies were slaughtered, it alarmed the Z-type hiding within the other zombies. Under its frantic control, the tens of thousands of zombies lumbering around started to gather, as they made their way towards Yue Zhong's troops like waters of a flood. Yue Zhong led the platoon of soldiers to slaughter the zombies coming from all sides continuously. Any zombies that neared him would immediately be sliced in two. Countless zombies were sliced apart. He was like a huge boulder that fell into the midst of the flow of zombies, easily breaking them apart. The moment the zombies gathered, the soldiers with the Type 2 mutant crocodile hide started to feel increasingly tired, and they gathered near Yue Zhong, defending his sides, leaving him to deal with enemies from the front. More zombies were starting to launch their attacks, but the moment they came within distance of Yue Zhong's reach, they would be sliced apart, as their bones and meat fell onto the floor randomly, like splattered tofu. The number of zombies was simply too much, and regardless of how fearsome Yue Zhong's combat ability was, under the pressure of the zombies, they had to retreat. If he forcefully remained where he was, they might be buried under the constant surge of zombies. With Yue Zhong covering them, the platoon of soldiers also retreated. It was here that the results of their constant training and battle experience showed their worth. If it were normal soldiers facing the impending assault from the zombies, they might have lost their morale and collapsed, but for this group, they stuck close to Yue Zhong and exhibited an united and strong front. Yue Zhong's retreat wasn't too slow, and the slow zombies basically could not catch up. However, all of a sudden, the horde split apart, and a few green shadows charged out from within, launching an assault on the small team. These green shadows were S2S, and in a few moments, over 200 S2S charged out from within the horde as they lunged towards Yue Zhong. Follow closely. Swap to your guns. Yue Zhong eyed the S2S and issued an order. The force of 200 S2S was no joke. The strongest enhancer within the platoon now was only a level 13. Facing these S2S bordering on level 30, they would only be defeated. Hearing Yue Zhong's orders, the 30 enhancers took out their AKs and started firing wildly at the incoming S2S. White Bones shot out 5 bone blades as it twirled around, slicing off the heads of 5 S2S easily. Yue Zhong pulled out a .03 rifle, and as he retreated, he fired the gun rapidly. His mental acuity, vision, reasoning and reflexes were all far greater than the majority of normal humans, allowing an uninterrupted stream of headshots. As Yue Zhong's gun vibrated non-stop, the S2S would find their heads blasted apart, and their lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground. In just a second or two, he had killed 5 S2S. The speed of the S2S looked to be like specters to normal humans, but to Yue Zhong, with his own insane agility, he could grasp their movements easily and take them down. This was the benefit of having a high agility. If one's agility was lesser than an S2, then it would be almost too hard to track their movements. Leader is amazing. The platoon watched Yue Zhong take out 5 S2S in a second, and they all sucked in a cold breath, their hearts filled with awe and respect. Their accuracy was low and hit air a few times, so although they did manage to hit a few of the S2S, it wasn't enough to cause any life-threatening damages. Ming Jejia had also controlled her shadow wolves to leap out from the shadows and lunge at the S2S, biting off their necks. After enhancing twice, in addition to Ming Jejia's high spirit, the shadow wolves were enough to take on the S2S. However, as the number of S2S was simply too many, after the 5 shadow wolves killed 5 S2S, they were immediately broken apart by the surrounding S2S, as they turned into wisps of smoke and disappeared. Ming Jejia gained 3 levels from killing the 5 S2S. With an agility 11 times that of normal humans, Yue Zhong was simply too overbearing. Not only were his shots accurate, he could fire 5 shots every second. On the other end, White Bones was tearing its way amongst the zombie horde, its 5 bone blades slashing about violently, chopping up numerous S2S. With the combination of these two, the 200 S2S were annihilated even before they got close to the troops. Chapter 360, Conquering Jingxi Province. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. After taking care of the 200 some S2S, Yue Zhong and White Bones led the platoon back to the campsite without any troubles, and in all they had suffered virtually no losses. 3 cheers for the leader. Long live leader. Long live leader. Long live leader. When Yue Zhong led his men back to the site, joyful cheers and celebrations resounded as the morale of the soldiers reached an all-time high. Their leader was fearless, and this naturally gave rise to a sense of strength. When the soldiers reached the camp, they immediately handed their Tang replica swords over to another platoon full of soldiers donning the Type 3 snakeskin, and changed their rifles. As enhancers, Yue Zhong had stressed the importance of training both close-quarter combat as well as ranged tactics, and while their firearm control could not compare to Yue Zhong, who had been forged through countless battles, their own abilities were rising rapidly. Seeing the slowly nearing horde, all the soldiers felt their blood stir, none of them feeling a tinge of fear. The display by Yue Zhong had thoroughly filled these soldiers with a sense of battle lust. When Yue Zhong reached the campsite, he took up a .03 rifle and started to fire at the lumbering zombies. Each time he rapidly moved his hands, 5 shots would be fired, and 5 zombies would be pierced through their heads, slumping to the ground. Not a single shot was wasted. On the other side, Wu Yin eyed Yue Zhong and followed suit, taking up a .03 rifle and aimed at 3 zombies before firing at each. After 3 gunshots rang out, only one had its head blasted by the shot, while the other 2 suffered hits to their bodies and even fell to the ground. They did not die. Truly difficult. As expected, only leader can carry it out. After this, Wu Yin discovered that executing 5 headshots consecutively in 3 seconds was tougher than he imagined. His heart was filled with respect for Yue Zhong. Even though he had evolved into an agility-based evolver, he still felt the immeasurable gap between him and Yue Zhong. Within the campsite, gunshots started to resound, and the gunmen of the troops were engaging the zombies. Although Yue Zhong had obtained 3 battalions worth of firepower, the amount of ammunition they had to spare was still tight. Hence, in every battle, he would try to get his troops to engage in close-quarter combat as much as possible. On one hand, it could help enhance their strength, on the other, it helped save bullets. Under that relentless assault, numerous zombies were taken out, and the ground was soon littered with corpses. However, Yue Zhong and the sharpshooters could do nothing to impede the advance of the horde. They could only slow down the movement of the zombies. The moment the horde moved, they would become an unstoppable force of death. This was their scariest point. Regardless of any injuries, they would not be afraid or daunted. and in this aspect they were undoubtedly better than humans. With the onslaught of the huge horde, the soldiers started to feel nervous. Although they had killed a large number of them, facing this sea of never-ending zombies, they would still feel anxious and fearful. However, Yue Zhong was still at the forefront, fighting off the zombies like an undefeatable war god, resolutely hunting the zombies. Seeing that, the troops felt their morale bolstered once again. As Yue Zhong stood there by himself, he was like an immovable mountain while firing at the zombies non-stop. Every shot fired would find its mark in a zombie's head. Every second, there would be a zombie slumping to the ground, before being ground to paste by the relentless zombies behind. Such a strong person quickly attracted the attention of the Z-type behind. The horde of zombies suddenly made a movement, as they split apart, and from afar, there were 30 hours 1 second that could be seen. A huge sense of crisis welled up in Yue Zhong's heart, as the 30 hours 1 second had the means to threaten him. His eyes flashed coldly, and raised his hands at the H1S, before a huge tornado of devil flame erupted, and was sent howling towards the zombie horde, blowing towards the group of H1S. Under that fiery tornado, all the H1S and ordinary zombies were sucked into it and incinerated almost instantly. In that one move, Yue Zhong had annihilated 200 over zombies, leaving only a charred black trail of destruction. That single move was incredibly powerful, but had expended 50 points of his spirit and 10 points of stamina. Based on his constitution, he could at most cast it another 3 times. Victory! Victory! When those soldiers saw Yue Zhong wiping out almost 300 zombies in one move, they were incredibly excited, and shouted in delight, and their morale reached a peak. With such a strong person as their leader, they were confident in dealing with any enemy. Yue Zhong immediately switched to his .03 rifle after using that move, and returned to picking off the ordinary zombies through headshots. If it wasn't for the fact he needed to deal with the 30 hours 1 second urgently, he wouldn't have used such a taxing move. The stronger the move, the higher the expenditure, and with his stats, using a gun to kill 200 zombies would at most expend 10 spirit and 5 stamina points. If he slowed down his rate of shooting, he would kill even more zombies over a longer period of time, and expended less energy. The 300 that were exterminated were just part of a drizzle of the downpour that was the horde. The backup pretty soon filled in the ranks, and once again, resumed their advance towards Yue Zhong. This was the strong point of the horde, and regardless of the strength of any individual enhancer, as long as they were alone, facing a horde would mean certain death. It was only a matter of time. Open fire! Yue Zhong looked at the nearing horde, and ordered loudly. In that instant, the sharpshooters at the front line of defense immediately started firing wildly at the incoming zombies. Under that hail of golden rain, a large number of zombies were instantly felled, like the wheat crops when farmed with a sickle. However, as those zombies felled, there would be many who crawled up again. The fortunate thing was that the rain of bullets was powerful enough to stop them for a while, and the huge horde could not proceed for that instant as though they were stuck in a lock. Disperse! After firing in a frenzy for a minute, Yue Zhong issued the next command. The ammunition he had left was not enough, and could not support the battle. Upon receiving Yue Zhong's order, the soldiers started to climb up from their defense line, and retreated as they carried their ammunition. Yue Zhong had ordered the construction of 5 defense lines. Losing one wasn't anything much. Losing the suppression of the bullets, countless zombies started to crawl up, as their rotting and stinking bodies reached for Yue Zhong. Charge! Yue Zhong ordered the platoon of soldiers wielding Tang replica swords, as he led the assault on the zombie horde. While the zombies could still get up after that hail of metal, their formation was scattered, and clearly they were at their weakest. Kill! The platoon of soldiers howled out in fury, and followed Yue Zhong closely as they slaughtered their way out, slicing numerous zombies all around them. Those zombies that had barely gotten up could not resist the relentless assaults from these soldiers, and were mostly chopped in two. Yue Zhong led the platoon of soldiers and killed over 600 zombies, before gathering again and preparing to retreat towards the back. The horde continued to surge towards Yue Zhong. In that intense and grueling battle, Yue Zhong had abandoned 3 defense posts, and the zombies that had died under him and his troops have exceeded 6,000, but the horde still had over 24,000 zombies. looking as tightly packed as ever. After they retreated to the 5th defense post, Wei Ningguo came to Yue Zhong's side and handed him a remote control. "Leader, it's done." Yue Zhong received it and immediately pressed it. Hong! Hong! In an instant, the surrounding areas of the 4 defense posts exploded out in a deafening roar and ignited the fuel and combustible items laid around. They were instantly enveloped in a fiery blaze. In that huge firestorm, a large part of the horde was instantly incinerated. The horde also seemed to have some strange movement as the zombies started to move towards the 2nd defense post. The zombies at the 2nd defense post seemed to be making their way out of the fiery trap. Alas, they were surrounded by fire everywhere. Regardless of which direction they tried to escape to, they would be swallowed by the flames. The pungent smell from the burning wafted in all directions. After burning for a while, the large horde suddenly collapsed, and the evolved types escaped in all directions. The rest of the ordinary zombies just stood blankly within the sea of fire, being burnt. These normal zombies would not have any reaction to being burned alive as opposed to the evolved types with increased intelligence, and they naturally would not stay inside. The Z-type inside is finally dead. Yue Zhong looked towards the sea of fire at a distance and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Z-type was killed, then there would be nothing to fear about the tens of thousands of zombies. Yue Zhong could simply burn them all in one move. The evolved types could not break through the fiery traps regardless of their struggle, and in the end they were all burnt as well. Even the L2s that could withstand bullets were turned into ash. Before they could escape out of the fire, their brains had been fried. The huge sea of flames burned for half a day before finally dying out. Throughout the 4 defense posts, there were many burnt corpses, stretching for miles. "Enter the town." Yue Zhong looked at Jingxi province and commanded. "Enter the town." Zhang Ji called out excitedly. He had not expected that the province that was swarmed with zombies had been taken down so easily, without a single death on their side. "Victory! Victory!" The soldiers who had been through such a long, intense battle cheered out loudly and started marching towards Jingxi province. They had conquered an entire city. This was extremely exhilarating. Chapter 361, 12 Tanks. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The moment the troops entered the city, they began to search for survivors and meticulously combed and cleared the remaining zombies within the city. While the majority of the zombies might have been summoned away from the city by the Z-type earlier, there could be some who were stuck within the confines of their homes, unable to leave even if they wanted to. These were the targets of the soldiers. Yue Zhong walked within the province city in huge strides, with White Bones and Ming Jejia following him. He was the strongest person within the troops, and was equivalent to an entire company of elite soldiers. Hence he didn't need any protection. Unless there were a few experts from the Wolfang Battalion, or some people from the Jingxi province city that might be lying in ambush, killing Yue Zhong was going to be extremely tough in any sense of the idea. He was not some enhancer that had just recently gotten strength after all. He had already grown to be a terrifying existence. Zhang Ji came running to Yue Zhong's side in excitement and spoke out, "Leader, I've remembered something. There's an army camp here in the city, and there was a border regiment stationed here." When Yue Zhong heard that, he also grew excited. "What? Border regiment? That's great." Yue Zhong had expended a few tons of fuel in this battle, as well as ammunition and firearms. If he could obtain the equipment and resources of this border regiment, then he would replenish his stock and further increase the strength of his troops. A military jeep then came to a stop beside Yue Zhong, as they all boarded and Zhang Ji led them towards the direction of the camp. Zhang Ji had an apologetic face. "Leader, I apologize for my memory, and did not remember the place soon. Do forgive me." Zhang Ji was after all a platoon commander, and was considered an army official. Most border troops would be stationed at their own posts and seldom rotate about. Zhang Ji had come into the province city before for a meeting, but due to his nature, he had almost forgotten about it until after Yue Zhong had conquered the province. Yue Zhong chuckled, as he reassured him, "No problem. It's great that you remembered." Once he obtained those equipment, Yue Zhong intended to expand his army. Out of the 5,000 survivors under him, the army consisted of 1,000 of those people. If it were before the apocalypse, with such a huge force, governments would be strapped for cash. However, this was the post-apocalyptic world. There were resources everywhere. As long as one could conquer a city, they could gain a lot of rewards. Furthermore, now that food could not be grown or farmed, only by constantly raiding other cities, could a power maintain its strength and existence. Otherwise, rations would run out. As they traveled, Zhang Ji brought a platoon of soldiers together with Yue Zhong as they stopped before a military camp on the outskirts of the city. Yue Zhong walked directly towards the camp in huge strides. The border military would at most have 1,000 men, and based on Yue Zhong's current strength, killing 1,000 zombies was not a problem. Yue Zhong walked into the camp and immediately discovered a few zombies decked in military uniform lumbering around. When they heard the sounds of Yue Zhong's footsteps and smelled his scent, they lunged towards him in a frenzy. "Take care of them." Yue Zhong eyed the zombies coolly and ordered. The platoon of soldiers stepped out, wielding their Tang replica swords, and under the lead of White Bones, they charged towards the group of zombies. They sliced through the zombies as easily as cutting cake, slaughtering them. Another 2 platoons took up their arms and started firing at another bunch of zombies in the distance. This was a good chance to train their marksmanship skills. Ming Jejia also summoned out her shadow wolves, which pounced over and out of the zombies, biting their heads off. All of a sudden, from amidst the group of zombies, 10s2s jumped out like specters and immediately lunged for the platoon of soldiers with the Tang replica swords. Yue Zhong had been sitting and observing the surroundings, so the moment those S2s appeared, he immediately waved his hands and conjured 10 devil flame balls immediately, which exploded on the heads of the S2s, incinerating them. The L2 had also just made their appearance when they were immediately wiped out by Yue Zhong. There were no Z-type inside the group, hence they could not coordinate, and instead acting on instinct and was easily slaughtered by the humans who had higher intellect. After wiping out the zombie group, Yue Zhong casually opened up 4 treasure boxes and received 2 Tang replica blades. He threw them to Ming Jejia as he ventured deeper into the camp. "Ah, there seems to be living people here." Yue Zhong walked for a while before he frowned and looked at the ground. He discovered that the ground was littered with a few zombie corpses, leading towards a storehouse in the distance. It was obvious that when the apocalypse happened, there was someone who managed to sneak in. Yue Zhong came to the front of the warehouse and ordered White Bones, "Slice it open." White Bones waved its huge axe and swung it viciously on the door of the storehouse. With a huge grating sound of metal on metal following that vicious strike, an enormous hole was carved out in that door. In just a few swings, the metal door of the storehouse was chopped apart by White Bones. "Don't move, otherwise, I'll open fire." Right as White Bones pushed the door inwards, there was a weak voice that traveled out from within the storehouse. Yue Zhong frowned slightly and ordered White Bones, "Go disarm those inside. Take care not to injure them." White Bones' fiery demonic eyes flashed in response as it swiftly charged into the storehouse. A few bellows of rage resounded from within the storehouse, followed by a few gunshots, after which silence ensued. Only then did Yue Zhong bring Ming Jejia into the storehouse. Inside the storehouse, there were 12 men decked in military uniform, their faces unkempt and bodies emitting a foul, sour stench, as they stared at Yue Zhong and Ming Jejia warily. There were piles of canned meat and biscuits as well as plain water at one corner of the storehouse. It was obvious that this group of soldiers had managed to survive with those rations. One of the soldiers with a bearing of an officer eyed Yue Zhong and asked slowly, "Who are you?" "My name's Yue Zhong. I'm the one saving you." "Who are you guys?" Yue Zhong replied. The officer pondered silently for a while, before becoming slightly red-eyed as he said, "I'm Kong Zimming, the officer commander of the Armored Company XX Regiment of the Border Guards. These are my men. What's going on out there? What has happened?" Kong Zimming had initially witnessed his comrades turning into abominations and biting one another, causing many of his friends and co-workers to be bitten till they lacked any resemblance of a human. Even then, those dead friends suddenly arose from the dead, and it seemed something out of a horror movie. If it wasn't for his quick thinking and bringing some men he could save into the storehouse, they would have died in the initial onset of the apocalypse. Yue Zhong sighed and shook his head. I'm unsure. However, since you have survived, you must have heard that voice as well. This must be the mischief of a god. Kong Ziming gaped. Is there really a god? Many people in the current society were considered atheists, but with such a huge shift in the world and its laws, everyone was clear that there was definitely a higher power. Yue Zhong did not concern himself too much with that line of thought. Instead, he directly asked, Kong Ziming, I have saved you guys. What are your plans from now on? Are you to join me? Or will you leave? The problem of a divine being was too far for Yue Zhong to take into considerations. Instead, he was pragmatic and considered the current issue. When Kong Ziming heard that, he regained his senses and directly responded with his own question. Did you kill those zombies here? Yue Zhong replied with a direct statement. They were killed by me. Oh right, Yanjing has been overrun, the military and central government do not exist anymore. It's up to ourselves. If the central government and military were still around, many military personnel would definitely heed the call of the government. Wanting to integrate them into one's own power would be tough. Kong Ziming was bewildered. Yanjing's overrun? Without the directions and orders of the military or central government, it was natural for Kong Ziming to feel lost. Kong Ziming thought for a while before saying, I would like to take a look before making a decision. Is that okay? Kong Ziming was not sure what the outside world had become. He was unwilling to bring his subordinates to serve an unknown guy like Yue Zhong without fully understanding what he was like. Yue Zhong replied lightheartedly, Of course. However, you guys will still have to help me train up a platoon of tank operators. As long as you guys do that, you're free to leave whenever you want. Yue Zhong valued the technical expertise and experience of these seasoned soldiers. As long as they could train up a platoon of tank drivers, even if they left, he wouldn't mind. Kong Ziming heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Sure. Zhang Ji had just rushed over and called out excitedly to Yue Zhong. Leader! Leader! This time we've struck gold. There are tanks. 12 tanks. With these, we can establish our own tank platoon. Tanks were considered the kings of the battlefield after all. With 12 tanks, if they could be driven, then they could drive and crush their way through a zombie horde. They were simply killing machines. Zhang Ji was naturally exhilarated. If the 1st Battalion could have an armored company, then its prowess would naturally be above the 2nd Battalion. Kong Mingzi looked at the blubbering Zhang Ji. As he hesitated and quipped, You're Zhang Ji? Zhang Ji faltered, taking a look at Kong Mingzi and asked, Who are you? Kong Mingzi. Kong Mingzi responded. Zhang Ji was shocked. Commander Kong. Chapter 362. Raid. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. Kong Mingzi and Zhang Ji were old comrades that had not met and talked for some time. Hence they naturally burst into an exchange. Yue Zhong did not disrupt them and left quietly, walking outside. Yue Zhong had just exited the storehouse when he discovered intense gunshots from afar. His face fell and he instantly rushed towards the direction of the commotion. At the entrance of the camp, there was a gunfight happening, as a group of militants dressed in an assortment of motley clothing were currently attacking the camp in a frenzy. The militants, however, did not make any move to charge into the camp, instead opting to hide behind cover whilst firing at the soldiers within the camp. Countless bullets flew, yet the casualties on both sides were minimal. People inside, listen up. We are from the government of Tianjin province. The weapons and equipment inside are properties of the country. Other than the government, no one else can use it. Quickly surrender and we can close an eye to all past transgressions. Yue Zhong had arrived at the entrance by then and heard the mind games from the militants. When the soldiers heard the cries of those militants, they started to hesitate. If it were zombies or the Vietnamese, they would not hesitate to take them out. However, if they were to act against government officials, they could not bring themselves to do it. After all, they were working for the government prior. However, the majority of the soldiers were survivors that Yue Zhong had rescued in Vietnam, and they only acknowledged Yue Zhong and no one else. None of them had any reservations about firing at these militants. Yue Zhong's eyes turned cold and he called out loudly, "I'm Yue Zhong. I order you to immediately put down your weapons and kneel to receive your punishments. Otherwise, I'll spare no one." The loud one amongst the militants immediately responded, "Yue Zhong, is it? The weapons inside belong to the country. As long as you hand them over to the government, we will compensate you with resources and medals. If you want to continue resisting, then it's tantamount to going against the country, the government, and the people. You'll be labeled as traitors. You'll receive the admonishments of the people." Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and ordered White Bones, "Kill them!" In this kind of situation, regardless if those militants were really from the government, Yue Zhong could not care less. As long as they were attacking him, they were enemies. Upon receiving the command, White Bones' demonic fiery eyes flashed, and in a single leap, it charged out towards the exterior like a bolt of lightning. Ming Jejia, standing by Yue Zhong's side, also summoned her shadow wolf, as it melded into the shadows of White Bones, following its charge out. When White Bones emerged from the camp, those militants turned their fire towards it, and the bullets only served to ricochet off its armor, not impeding its charge in the slightest manner. White Bones possessed a speed that was 5 times that of a normal person, and in launching itself it managed to charge through a point of cover and chop down viciously. In that swing of its axe, a man immediately lost his head, as fresh blood splattered onto White Bones' body. After killing one of the militant men in a single swing, 4 sharp bone spikes emerged from White Bones' shoulder. Suddenly, they shot towards 4 other vantage points and pierced through 4 of the militants, before pulling them towards it in a single file of struggling bodies. White Bones then swung its axe and immediately sliced them in 2, causing fresh blood to flow out from their bottomless bodies. It was truly a terrifying scene. Ah! Ah! The 4 militants did not die at the first instant. Instead, they rolled around screaming and moaning in agony. It had thoroughly shaken the morale of the other militants. "That's an enhancer. A high-level enhancer? Too fearsome. It's like a demon." When they saw their comrades slaughtered so easily, the remaining militants felt their hearts tremble, as they lost all sense of their fighting will. White Bones then charged towards the hiding place of the rest of the militants in a furious manner. The militants immediately collapsed and tried to escape when they saw White Bones charging at them. Yue Zhong's gaze froze over, as he held up his .03 rifle and fired a few bullets, instantly killing those escaping militants with headshots. As long as it was an enemy, Yue Zhong would not hesitate to wipe them out, regardless of their background. "Beast, don't go overboard. You think only you're a high-level enhancer." Following a bellow of rage, 6 enhancers decked in assorted clothings jumped out from nowhere. One of them was a burly man wielding a huge hammer and giant steel shield. He was obviously a strength-based enhancer. Another was wielding a 2m-long mace single-handedly. 2 others held daggers in their hands, and their speed was even higher than White Bones when they charged out. It could be seen that they were agility-based enhancers. Strength and agility-based enhancers were the most commonly seen experts. Other than those 4, there was a scrawny man with his hands wide opened, and a transparent barrier blocking in front of them, preventing any stray bullets from hitting them. Finally, there was a young man with glasses as he stood amongst the rest and gazed at Yue Zhong coldly. "The Heavenly Kings have made their move. This time, that enhancer is dead meat. The 6 Heavenly Kings are about to take action. He will definitely die." When they saw the appearance of the 6 enhancers, the remaining militants who had lost all their morale immediately regained some sense of confidence, as they shouted loudly. Yue Zhong flipped his hand, and a PF-98 appeared within his hands, as he aimed quickly and fired a shot at the 6 enhancers. With a flash, the rocket shot forwards and exploded on the transparent barrier with a loud boom. Under the flaming explosion, the barrier was shattered into pieces. The enhancer with the barrier skill suffered the backlash as he spat out a mouthful of blood and crumpled to the ground. "He just used a rocket launcher." The young man in glasses immediately had a change in expression, as he shouted out in shock and dove for cover. Losing the protection of the barrier, the remaining 4 enhancers were immediately hit with the bullets as they tried to escape behind cover as well. Since they were wearing high-level mutant beast's hide, as long as they did not reveal their heads, it would be hard to take them out. Yue Zhong's eyes narrowed as he stared at one of the agility-based enhancers and activated his Art of Fear as an oppressive spiritual blast that assaulted the mind of the targeted enhancer. His eyes flashed with fear as he was overcome by the horrendous images, and he fainted immediately. "He's difficult to handle. We have to escape," the young man in glasses said in a low voice. He had vastly underestimated this troop of soldiers as well as Yue Zhong. In their original plan, the 6 of them coupled with their 200 soldiers were enough to take down the camp. However, with the appearance of Yue Zhong, their plans had come to naught. The enhancer wielding the mace pointed to White Bones that was slaughtering the militants and said, "Jiang Ming, hurry and retreat. Our brothers will be killed by that freak soon." Without anyone stopping it, White Bones could easily slaughter the 200-some militants. It had followed Yue Zhong from his very first battle, and possessed terrifying combat strength. Its bones were mostly impervious to guns and physical weapons, and normal people would find it impossible to even cause a wound. Jiang Ming's face fell. "Xinzhe, if we stay here, we would be annihilated. Let's scram." The other agility-based enhancer nodded and agreed. When the first agility-based enhancer had noiselessly slumped to the ground, his heart was filled with fear. Without any hesitation, the remaining 4 enhancers quickly turned and tried to escape towards the forest. "Want to escape? Not that easy." Yue Zhong laughed coldly when he saw the attempts of the 4 escaping enhancers. Taking aim, he pulled out his stinger and swiftly fired 2 shots in the direction of the forest. In that instant, the slower strength-based enhancers found their heads blasted apart as their headless bodies slumped to the ground. Yue Zhong then eyed the remaining agility-based enhancer and casted his Art of Fear, causing the powerful spiritual attack to overload the mind of that same enhancer as he fainted to the ground helplessly. Within a few breaths, Yue Zhong had taken care of 3 of the enhancers, and he shot forwards with his speed 11 times that of a normal person, reaching the remaining enhancer Jiang Ming like a flying arrow. In 4 seconds, Yue Zhong managed to chase up to Jiang Ming and had pulled out his stinger, aiming at the latter. Right as Yue Zhong had pulled out his gun, Jiang Ming raised his hands and kneeled immediately, shouting, "Don't kill me! I surrender!" Yue Zhong gazed at him coldly while waiting for him to calm down. Jiang Ming shuddered involuntarily on the floor, his back almost slick with his perspiration. He could feel the cold, murderous gaze of Yue Zhong like a ferocious beast locked on him. The moment he made any strange moves, he would be dead. Yue Zhong barked out an order coldly, "Move!" Jiang Ming stood up docilely as he walked out of the forest. When he walked past the corpses of his 2 strength-based comrades, he shivered as he had almost faced the same fate. When they came out into the clearing, he saw that the militants he had brought had surrendered their weapons, their hands hugging their heads, and were being watched by the troops of Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong then directly asked Jiang Ming, "Who are you people?" The soldiers on Yue Zhong's side also looked towards Jiang Ming, especially the soldiers from the border guards. They wanted to know the background of these defeated militants. Chapter 363, Bei Mingyang. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong's eyes narrowed and he stared at Jiang Ming coldly. "If you dare lie, I'll kill you immediately." Jiang Ming's body shuddered as he started to reveal everything to Yue Zhong. The bunch of militants were the survivors of Tianxin province. Just 3 days ago, there was a man called Bei Mingyang who brought some people to conquer it. Bei Mingyang was also a capable person, unifying the surrounding powers and commanding over 20,000 people as well as 3,000 soldiers under him. Amongst the 3,000 soldiers, there was a company of border guards. Their overall combat prowess was strong. After he conquered Tianxin province, a few survivors told Bei Mingyang about the situation and information regarding the nearby military camps. This was when the militants were dispatched over here to reclaim it. There were indeed a few government officials amongst those people that Bei Mingyang had under him, but they were just puppets. Hearing that the current Tianxin province wasn't governed by their previous employer, the border guard soldiers all heaved a sigh of relief. 20,000 survivors and 3,000 soldiers? When Yue Zhong heard Jiang Ming's words, he frowned and contemplated silently. Yue Zhong suddenly asked, Jiang Ming, if I want Bei Mingyang to come and submit to me, how confident are you of convincing him? Jiang Ming's eyes went wide, as he hesitated before replying with difficulty. Leader Yu, these kind of words, I have no confidence at all. Yue Zhong continued, what kind of armored division does Bei Mingyang have? Jiang Ming's heart went cold. Then he thought for a while and responded, I've seen a motorcycle group, a few gun-mounted vehicles, 8 IFVs, 20 cars with machine guns, 4 red arrows, and 4 howitzers. Bei Mingyang had brought some men to open up a military camp before, and these were his spoils. Yue Zhong frowned more, as he thought to himself before finally saying, Fine, go back. Tell Bei Mingyang, I would like to speak to him. Jiang Ming had an incredulous look. You're letting me go? Yue Zhong glanced at him and replied, Or would you like to stay here indefinitely? I can always send someone else. Jiang Ming hurriedly interjected, No, I'll leave now. After which, Jiang Ming then swiftly turned and ran towards the distance, while he threw the fate of his fellow enhancers to the back of his mind. When Jiang Ming ran, Zhang Ji and the rest reorganized the camp, and they transported the equipment into the heart of Jingxi province. In the lush office of the conference room in Tianjin province, a medium-built man, with energetic eyes and an air of elegance between his brows looked at Jiang Ming. This man dressed in military wear was the current leader of Tianjin province, Bei Mingyang. Yue Zhong wants to see me? Bei Mingyang's eyes flashed with a mischievous light, as his index finger tapped the armrest it was on. He continued, Jiang Ming, do you know why he wants to see me? Jiang Ming hesitated a while, before hardening his skin and said, Boss Bei, Yue Zhong wants you to surrender to him. Jiang Ming's words instantly caused an uproar within the conference room. One of the men within the room who looked tanned and short yet extremely muscular cursed out loud. Damn it! That Yue Zhong must have knocked his head? He wants us to surrender to him? He should surrender to us, that dumb shit. Boss Bei, send the troops to eliminate him. Take his Jingxi province. Boss Bei, that Yue Zhong dared to kill our men, he sure is gutsy. Let me take some men to wipe him out. In the meeting hall, almost everyone was calling for Yue Zhong's blood. Only Jiang Ming remained silent. After facing Yue Zhong, he was extremely clear on Yue Zhong's strength, and he felt that even if Bei Mingyang sent everyone, it would be impossible to win against a prepared Yue Zhong. Bei Mingyang's eyebrows arched, as his face turned gloomy. Silence! The meeting hall instantly went quiet. Bei Mingyang held authority within this Tianjin province after all, and was the one who had conquered it with his troops. Bei Mingyang just sat there and stared at the silent, middle-aged man with a knife scar on his face and asked, Shang Luan, what do you think? This man was the only man within the entire camp to wield power other than Bei Mingyang, and was his right-hand man. Within Tianjin province, his words carried weight as well. Shang Luan's heart turned cold, as he looked around at the passionate people with the hall, as he hesitated for a while, before saying softly, I think there's nothing wrong with having a discussion with Yue Zhong. While Shang Luan looked like a simpleton, he in fact possessed high intelligence. Since Yue Zhong could conquer Jingxi province, it meant that his power was not weak. He did not want to blindly call for his blood, only to be sent forth by Bei Mingyang, and in the end expend his own force. In this post-apocalyptic world, only strength mattered. Those without strength would only suffer. With those words, Bei Mingyang's brows arched even further, and his eyes flashed with unhappiness. But soon, it disappeared, and no one saw it. A heavily tattooed man with blonde hair stood out and spoke out tauntingly. Shang Luan, you must be frightened? If you're scared, just say so. What a useless piece of trash. Shang Luan responded with an equally challenging gait. Gan Luowang, since you're so good, why don't you take care of this problem? You're just talking after all. If you have the balls, go bring some men to wipe Yue Zhong out. If you succeed, your father I will personally kowtow to you and admit my mistakes. If you don't dare, shut that smelly trap of yours and admit that in front of everybody now. Gan Luowang was the third strongest person that Bei Mingyang had groomed, and he was a powerful agility-based evolver, having reached a level of 37. Other than that, he had over 300 subordinates, and they were all thugs who dared to risk their lives. Gan Luowang looked back with contempt and challenged. Shang Luan, if your father I brought people to take down Yue Zhong, you'd kneel in front of your father I. Is that right? Shang Luan responded with a cold stare. That's right. If you don't dare to take your troops out to wipe Yue Zhong out, then you have to admit to everyone present here you're a coward. Gan Luowang immediately rose up to the challenge and jumped to his feet, shouting, Good! Your father I will take my troops to go take Yue Zhong down now. Shang Luan, just wait to kneel in front of your father I. Shang Luan laughed coldly. Let's wait till you actually accomplished it. Just you wait. Gan Luowang threw a look at Shang Luan and immediately rushed out without waiting for Bei Mingyang to say a single word. He was afraid that Bei Mingyang would stop him, so he swiftly left and disappeared from the meeting hall. Bei Mingyang watched the scene with furrowed brows. Gan Luowang was a naturally awakened evolver and possessed immense combat ability. He was a genius, but he was too hasty and liked to do things his way, and this led Bei Mingyang to be frustrated at times. Bei Mingyang then glanced at Shang Luan and said indifferently, Shang Luan, Lao Hui, both of you go take your men to reinforce Gan Luowang. Yes, Boss Bei. Shang Luan lightly sighed in his heart, as he replied in a low voice. He was satisfied that he had escaped being today's scapegoat. Bei Mingyang possessed the strongest hand in Tianjin province, and as long as Shang Luan wasn't forced into a corner, he wasn't willing to disobey Bei Mingyang's orders. Yes, Boss Bei. The leader of the other smaller faction, Lao Hui, replied respectfully. Gan Luowang had quickly arrived near Jingxi province. So that is Jingxi province? Nothing special about it. Gan Luowang eyed the entrance as he chuckled coldly. Bang Gan Luowang stood 300 warriors decked in black suits, and they held rifles in their hands, while they hung Tang replica swords by their hips. These 300 warriors were all enhancers, and while their levels were only around 6 or 7, there were a few who had reached above level 10. Such a troop was personally led by Gan Luowang. They had killed over 2,000 zombies and was termed as the Death God Team. Gan Luowang took one more look at the entrance of Jingxi province, before turning to his Death God Team and called out, Brothers, see that? That is Jingxi province. There are huge amounts of resources, women, and equipment. Once we kill our way in, everything will be ours. As long as you follow me within 3 days, whatever you want to do, I'll allow it. You can play or kill what you wish. Hooray for leader. Kill our way in. Take their resources and women. Kill. 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 Hearing Gan Luowang's boiling speech, the eyes of those thugs from the Death God Team started to turn bloodshot as they roar out loudly, their morale reaching a peak. Gan Luowang had always liked to use such tactics to raise the morale and fighting spirit of his troops. That was the reason why his troops were the most willing to fight and risk it all amongst Bei Mingyang's faction. Kill! Gan Luowang bellowed in fury as he pulled out his own dark magic blade and charged towards Jingxi province. He only knew how to use a blade and wasn't proficient with guns. With the leadership of Gan Luowang, the 300 warriors charged forwards with their battle cries. Enemy attack! The soldiers at the entrance of Jingxi province discovered the 300 enemies and immediately raised the alarm, and the entire Jingxi province resounded with the warning bells. At the entrance, there were 4 firing points, and they immediately started firing. A dense reply to the attack, a rain of bullets, sprayed towards the charging soldiers of the Death God Team. Chapter 364, Collapse. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedician Vititius. Book 3. The South. Amidst the rain of bullets, those soldiers from the so-called Death God Team were shot rapidly, and many fell onto the ground, bleeding from various wounds. In just a few breaths, there were tens of them lying on the ground. Seeing their comrades falling to the ground, the remaining warriors of the Death God Team split up and dove for cover, as they raised their guns and started firing in the direction of Jingxi province. As the leader, Gan Luowang activated his level 2 high-speed movement. That was enhanced 3 times, and with the skill and his equipment, he reached a speed that was 16 times that of a normal human, exceeding even Yue Zhong. A normal person would have no means of locking onto such a terrifying existence. A huge amount of bullets landed around Gan Luowang, but they did not manage to even scratch him. In just 10 seconds, Gan Luowang had run in a zigzag manner and crossed the distance of 600 m to charge into Jingxi province. In that entire distance, he wasn't hit once by a bullet at all. Gan Luowang had rushed past a fortification and charged into the defense point, killing 4 of the soldiers inside easily like a specter. The firing from that point ceased immediately. After casually slaughtering 4 soldiers, Gan Luowang then swiftly ran out from the fortification, and in just a few blinks, appearing within another firing point. He waved his dark magic blade again and killed those 4 soldiers. Gan Luowang had already destroyed 2 firing points just like that, and he made his way towards another location, preparing to swing his blade at the door of the firing point. All of a sudden, his face froze in horror as he dove towards the side hastily. With a huge bang, the door exploded outwards, and countless metal shards flew out in all directions. There were a few booby traps behind that door. Gan Luowang's reaction was truly amazing, but as the distance to the epicenter was too close, countless metal shards had landed on his body. The majority of the shards were blocked by the mutant beast hide that he wore, while 2 small shards had shredded his face and 1 in particular had resulted in a hole in his ear. Enhancers were not invincible after all. In a battle with all sorts of means, they could be injured as well. Even if Gan Luowang was an agility-based evolver, and his abilities far surpassing normal humans, it would be hard to guarantee that he would be totally unscathed. If it wasn't for the beast hide, in that earlier explosion, Gan Luowang might have suffered greatly. Fuck! All you fuckers wanna die! After receiving injuries, Gan Luowang turned even more savage, and charged into the defense point. High-level enhancer? You sure are capable. However, don't look down on us normal people. A soldier saw Gan Luowang charging in and laughed lightly. His eyes flashed with a hint of desolate determination as he pressed down on a button. Gan Luowang saw the actions of the soldier and a huge sense of crisis welled up in his heart, and he turned to retreat hastily. With a huge hong, a terrifying explosion shook the entire fortification structure and swallowed it up, as dust rushed to the skies. The entire structure collapsed unto itself, and was destroyed immediately. A small captain of the Death God team charged out from his cover, and shouted, "The leader has destroyed their morale. It's up to us now. Charge!" With the encouragement of the captain, all the warriors of the Death God team charged out from their covers, and they made for the direction of the Jingxi province. Gan Luowang had become the sharp knife to fight against the defense points and experts, after which the Death God team would follow suit and destroy the remaining soldiers. This was the way the Death God team had always fought, and with this method they had conquered many smaller factions. Without the frontline defenses, these factions would be powerless to stop the Death God team. Facing the assault of the Death God team, the remaining defense point fired wildly at the Death God team. A huge number of them were immediately pierced by the bullets, as they fell to the ground. However, the lone firing from this defense point was not enough to block the charge of so many soldiers, and many of these warriors still managed to overrun them. After destroying the remaining defense point, the Death God team continued onwards into Jingxi province with a savage glint in their eyes. In their past battles, as long as they breached the first line of defense, they would start to enjoy success and could indulge in their desires and go wild. As the lead of the reinforcements, Lao Hui took a look at the entry of the Death God team from afar as he exclaimed brightly, "Gan Luowang really did it. He managed to breach Jingxi province. Brothers, let's charge forwards. Once we enter, the women, resources, and equipment will be yours. Kill! 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 Kill!" The 200 soldiers that were led by Lao Hui heard his words, and their morale was also boosted. They took up their guns and blades as they charged towards Jingxi province in a frenzy. There were women, resources, and equipment. Bei Mingyang had only opened up a military camp and obtained a battalion's worth of equipment. These equipment were naturally given to his elite soldiers first. The rest of the faction could only gain some leftover training rifles or handguns. Shang Luan saw Lao Hui charging towards Jingxi province and frowned, as he kept silent and did not give the order to follow suit. Lao Hui had only thought of the rewards, and did not think to consult Shang Luan before leading his troops towards Jingxi province. Such rewards belonged to whoever had the strength to obtain them first. Wanting them to cough the items up would be difficult. One enhancer who was standing beside Shang Luan called out urgently, "Boss, let us charge forwards too. If not, we won't even get a scrap afterwards." "Yay! Boss, let us charge forwards." Shang Luan's subordinates were all warriors as well, and were currently extremely attracted to the rewards and spoils of war. This was an entire city they were talking about, and there were bound to be countless good stuff within. If they could gain even a little of it, they could live a decent life. Shang Luan frowned and replied in a low voice, "Let's wait first. Since Yue Zhong could conquer Jingxi province, this is not the extent of his power. No one should think of making a rash move. Otherwise, I'll be merciless." Under the berating of Shang Luan, the restless soldiers stopped in their place. Shang Luan went to a high vantage point on his own and held binoculars as he scoped out the happenings in Jingxi province. By this time, the Death God team had breached the entrance, and without stopping, they were making their way towards the center of the town. Just when they managed to charge in for about 10 m, from the surrounding buildings, a few defense positions were suddenly set up. Countless bullets covered the Death God team, and the ruthless rain of metal caused the deaths of many more warriors. The remaining Death God team members were immediately scattered as they began to recover from their initial battle lust, while hiding behind cover, and started to return fire. "Where's the leader? Where's leader gone? Where's the leader?" When the Death God team were stopped in their tracks by the relentless defense, they started to seek for their core and leader Gan Luowang. If he was here, the enemy's defense would have long been destroyed. "Don't tell me the leader has already been done in?" In the midst of searching for Gan Luowang to no avail, one of the Death God team blurted out this thought, which could possibly destroy their morale. "Impossible! The leader would not die." One of the warriors screamed back and fired in a frenzy at the surrounding buildings. If Gan Luowang had truly died, only the huge explosion earlier could have killed him. The warrior from the Death God team had followed Gan Luowang through countless battles, and while their weapons could not compare with Yue Zhong's troops, their morale and team spirit was undoubtedly higher. At this time, Lao Hui had also brought his 200 soldiers over. As they saw the numerous corpses of the Death God team, they started to hesitate. He could feel the cruelty of this battle. Lao Hui had followed Bei Mingyang for quite a while, and in most battles they only saw a few dozens of deaths at most. However, in his journey here, the death count had reached over 100. The losses of the Death God team were really huge. "Where in the world is Gan Luowang?" Lao Hui pulled a Death God team soldier over and questioned. Gan Luowang was after all a genius and evolver. Lao Hui was naturally not a match for him. If Gan Luowang was still around, Lao Hui would then have confidence to attack Jingxi province. "The leader is dead." Right at this time, an agonized moan came from afar. The captain of the small troop had finally discovered Gan Luowang's flattened corpse under a huge rock, with a look of resentment and disbelief in his eyes. "The leader is dead. The leader is dead." The sound was like a plague that spread extremely quickly amongst the Death God team. The originally high morale immediately collapsed, and all the warriors started to retreat from their positions. Gan Luowang was the beacon of strength among them, and was the undefeatable trump card. If he was still around, they would still possess the spirit to continue fighting. With his death, they had totally lost all will. What's going on? Gan Luowang had actually died? When Lao Hui heard this news, his heart trembled, as he looked at the rapidly retreating Death God team members, not knowing what to do. Chapter 365, Forced Surrender. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. Fire the cannons. Zhang Ji was currently in the command center giving an order coolly. With the flashes from two 122mm howitzers, 2 rockets landed amongst the dead corpses of the Death God team. Following the huge sound and terrifying explosion, 30 dead Death God team soldiers as well as the soldiers under Lao Hui were immediately blasted and sustained heavy injuries, many of them with missing limbs. At the same time, a number of mortars had landed among the soldiers and exploded consecutively, causing 7 or 8 of the soldiers to be bombed into flying meaty bits. Amidst the terrifying explosions, the soldiers' morale had dropped to almost zero, as the members of the Death God team started to abandon their weapons and escape towards all directions. If Gan Luowang was still around, they could have withstood the attacks of the rockets, but since he was already dead, they had no morale or fighting spirit to put up a resistance. After the detonation of the 2 rockets on Lao Hui's troops, they lost all sense of order as the warriors scrambled to get out of the area of impact. Even Lao Hui himself was rushing to escape. Lao Hui was a level 33 enhancer, but even he could not withstand the impact and blast damage of a 122mm howitzer round. Furthermore, the area of impact was more than 10 m in diameter. He was not an agility-based evolver that could make use of danger perception, and based on his abilities, even if he did manage to detect the danger, he had no means of dodging the area of impact. Just 2 rounds of artillery could cause the soldiers of Lao Hui as well as the Death God team to lose all bearings. This was the fundamental difference between a proper military and a militia. It was the first time for Lao Hui and the rest who had been fighting against zombies all this while to be facing a human enemy with modern weaponry. Right as the 2 troops were focused on escaping, an entire platoon wielding .03 rifles appeared from behind them and charged at them. Kneel down and surrender. We won't kill those who surrender. Kneel down and surrender. We won't kill those who surrender. The platoon of soldiers charged forwards, shouting as they fired shots. Wu Yin, who was decked in military wear, brandished his dark magic blade and slashed about when he charged into the midst of the retreating soldiers. Each time his blade flashed, a soldier would be killed. It was a scene of slaughter. The soldiers under Lao Hui and Death God team had lost their spirits, and had no way of resisting the assault of the soldiers. Many of the Death God team members and Lao Hui's troops were killed, while others were smart enough to quickly throw their weapons and hug their heads with their hands as they quickly squatted, shivering uncontrollably, awaiting treatment from the enemy. On the plateau at a distance, Shang Luan saw how quickly his comrades were dealt with, and his heart went cold. He celebrated silently in his heart as he thought, "So this must be Yue Zhong's power? I'm afraid it's only one small part of it. He should still have plenty of moves that he hasn't yet employed. Fortunately, I didn't charge in as well." Even Shang Luan's subordinates were thanking the heavens that they did not follow suit early. If they had charged in to attack Jingxi province, they might have been part of the collapse. Zhang Liang eyed Shang Luan as he asked, "Boss, what do we do now? Do we save them?" The 400 soldiers that followed Shang Luan were brothers that have fought beside him in countless battles. Of the 400, 100 had rifles, 50 had handguns. There were only 3 sniper rifles, 12 shotguns, 6 fog shotguns, and 79 submachine guns. They were a decent-sized force and could face the platoon of warriors. Shang Luan's eyes flashed as he contemplated, before sighing heavily and said in a resolute tone, "No, we're retreating now." "Yes, boss," Shang Luan's subordinates replied in unison. "Although you have made the right decision, it was too late. Since you guys are here, you can stay." Right as Shang Luan and his troops were about to retreat, 2 men and a girl came up from behind them. They were Yue Zhong, White Bones, and Ming Jejia. Yue Zhong walked forward with huge strides, his eyes fixed on Shang Luan. Hearing Yue Zhong's voice, Shang Luan's subordinates all reacted, as they held up their guns and aimed at him. Yue Zhong eyed those guns and spoke out coldly, "I dislike people pointing their weapons at me. In 4 seconds, if you guys don't put it down, I'll have you all buried here. Not a single one of you will be able to leave alive." "What arrogance!" Zhang Liang heard Yue Zhong's words, and his eyes flashed with fury, as he scolded back, "Put down your weapons." Shang Luan eyed Yue Zhong, as he narrowed his eyes and waved his hands, before asking Yue Zhong, "Who are you?" The 100-plus guns were all lowered, as everyone present shifted their gaze to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong responded indifferently, I'm Yue Zhong. I'm here personally to advise you guys to surrender. You can do that or choose to die here. There are only two options. Yue Zhong. You're the leader of Jingxi province, Yue Zhong. When Shanglun heard that, his heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but exclaim. He had assumed that the person in front of them was a terrifying enhancer, but he did not expect that it would be Yue Zhong himself. The 400 warriors under Shanglun had a huge change in expressions as well. Their eyes flashed with a strange glint. The boss of Jingxi province was right here in front of them. As long as they could capture him, Jingxi province would practically fall into their laps. Yue Zhong replied mildly, "That's right." Shanglun looked at him fearfully, while suppressing the notion of capturing Yue Zhong, and asked, "Yue Zhong, even if you're truly powerful, on what grounds do you think you will be able to keep the 400 of us here? Is this enough for you?" Yue Zhong lightly clapped his hands, and behind him, countless mutant leopard cats led by lightning stepped out from the forest, eyeing the 400 soldiers with a ferocious gaze. Type 2 mutant leopard cat. You're actually able to command a Type 2 mutant beast? Shanglun took one look at lightning, as a look of horror appeared on his face, as he muttered out dejectedly. A Type 2 mutant beast could take a level 40 enhancer down easily. To deal with one, it required the cooperation of numerous experts. Otherwise, only modern weapons such as rocket launchers, tanks, and assault helicopters would be of use. Just lightning itself would be able to take care of Shanglun and his soldiers within a matter of seconds. Needless to say, the rest of the mutant leopard cats that followed behind. All 400 of the soldiers under Shanglun were around level 5 or 6, and was by no means able to compare with the mutant leopard cats in terms of speed. Without any structures, running about would just mean death. Seeing the 100 or so mutant leopard cats, the expressions of the soldiers of Shanglun turned ugly. If Yue Zhong really could control those mutant beasts, in just a single call, they would be totally wiped out. At most, they could kill a few mutant leopard cats in retaliation. Surrender, or death. Yue Zhong reached out to pat Lightning's head, while glancing at Shanglun and pressured once more. Shanglun immediately quietened down. He could feel the gazes of his comrades behind him, and just a single command could result in their deaths. Shanglun hesitated, before saying, "Yue Zhong, if I surrender, what will happen to my brothers and I?" Yue Zhong replied in a low voice, "If there are no major misbehavior, you guys will be immediately drafted into my troops and undergo military training. If there are problems and past offenses to be ironed out, those troublemakers would be directly thrown into the scum battalion, and can only rely on their own power and actions to crawl out from there. By absorbing these warriors, Yue Zhong would usually separate them and make them undergo training and reform before filling up his troops. The disadvantage was that the power of these troops would not be enough to bolster his fighting force. However, the advantage was that these people would find it hard to leave and stand on their own afterwards." Shanglun looked at his hands, before looking at Yue Zhong, and said slowly, "Yue Zhong, I'm willing to get my brothers to submit to you. Please do not harm their lives." Yue Zhong replied, "Not a problem." The soldiers following Shanglun were all painstakingly trained up by him. While their levels were not high, most of them were above level 5, and had better physique than most people and were in the best conditions to fight for him. Yue Zhong would naturally not kill them for no reason. After obtaining Yue Zhong's promise, he ordered his subordinates, "Everyone put down your weapons." Under his orders, the 400 soldiers all surrendered the weapons in their hands. Zhang Liang shouted out, while his hands still held his submachine gun, "Boss!" Shanglun stared and berated, "Put it down!" Zhang Liang gritted his teeth, before throwing his gun down as well. After commanding his subordinates to surrender, Shanglun then stared at Yue Zhong and said, "However, Yue Zhong, if you want me to submit to you willingly, please do your best to defeat me. If you can defeat me, I will follow you wholeheartedly. I'm called Shanglun, a level 42 enhancer. I'm skilled at close combat, and my skills have been enhanced thrice." Seeing Shanglun being so agreeable earlier, Yue Zhong decided to honor his request. "Sure, I'll do as you wish." Shanglun waved his hands, and his subordinates immediately stepped back, leaving a space for the two to battle. Yue Zhong gazed at Shangluan and said, "Please start. Be careful." Shangluan's eyes turned cold, as he suddenly stepped forward with a strange movement, getting extremely close to Yue Zhong. The steps he used were truly mysterious, and in that few seconds, his speed actually exceeded that of the agility-based evolver Gan Luowang. Yue Zhong stared fixedly at Shangluan as his eyes narrowed, and he activated his Art of Fear. In that instant, the oppressive spiritual attack overwhelmed the mind of Shangluan. Shangluan was instantly enveloped in that crushing pressure, and he was stopped in his tracks. Yue Zhong then kicked out savagely, his foot landing on Shangluan's abdomen, sending him flying back by 3 m. At the same time, he pulled out his stinger and aimed at Shangluan's head before saying coldly, "You've lost." Shangluan endured his pain as he climbed out slowly, his eyes full of bitterness. "I've lost." Chapter 366, Discussion of Plans. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South, Jingxi Province, changed to Jingxi City, as pointed out by Summer 3, Tianxin Province, changed to Tianxin District. When the subordinates of Shangluan witnessed this scene, their hearts turned cold. They had followed Shangluan through a number of battles, and they were clear on how fearsome his combat abilities could be. Within a radius of 10 m, Shangluan could absolutely employ his close combat skills. In the entire faction of Bei Mingyang, no one had the confidence of besting Shangluan within 10 m. Even the naturally awakened agility-based evolver Gan Luowang had been defeated by Shangluan before. Such a strong person was actually defeated within a second by Yue Zhong. The subordinates of Shangluan could not help but be bitter. Yue Zhong suddenly looked towards a dark corner and spoke coldly, "Come out! How long do you plan on spectating?" Everyone threw their gaze to the corner, yet they did not discover anything. "Since you're unwilling to step out alive, you can die." Yue Zhong's gaze turned cold and he waved his hand, as he aimed his stinger at the corner. With a pong, there was a spurt of blood from the corner, and the space seemed to distort, as a person appeared out of thin air, at the same time moaning in agony. White bones pointed to the person, and a sharp bone spear shot out from its finger, piercing the head of the assailant, causing him to die instantly. White bones then retracted its finger and pulled the corpse along with it, tossing the dead person in front of Shangluan. Yue Zhong commented indifferently, "You should know this guy, right? Shangluan." Shangluan looked at the head of the dead person which had been pierced through, as he fought to fight down the fear threatening to overcome his heart, and said slowly, "Yes, he's called Zhang Zigong, and is one of the trusted aides under Bei Mingyang. He has the skill, distort perception. He was originally someone who lacked presence, and coupled with the skill, as long as he didn't move, no one could detect him at all. With such a top-tier skill, even someone as high-leveled as Shangluan would not be able to detect the presence of Zhang Zigong if he got close to him. In all sense, he was an assassin, a master at sneaking and intel gathering. Shangluan did not think that such an expert would actually fall in Yue Zhong's hands. In fact, Yue Zhong had not discovered Zhang Zigong. It was when he was staring, and involuntarily emitted a killing intent, that Yue Zhong could discover his position, and instantly took care of him. If Zhang Zigong had controlled his aura, Yue Zhong would not be able to detect him. "Leader!" Zhang Mingyi had brought a company of soldiers as they arrived, and saluted him. "He truly is the leader. He's too fearsome." Zhang Mingyi looked at the 400 soldiers of Shangluan surrounded by the mutant leopard cats and the abandoned weapons, and shock filled his heart, a complicated gleam in his eyes. Following the display and spread of power of Yue Zhong, the ex-Freemasons realized their influence was getting weaker. There were only Zhang Mingyi and a few others from the previous upper echelons that were left. As for the Chinese survivors that Yue Zhong rescued from Vietnam, they practically worshipped Yue Zhong, and many of them had been conferred high ranks. This led to a sense of urgency within Zhang Mingyi's heart. If this continued, he would only become a normal soldier in the future, and would not belong to the upper echelons. "Go back." Yue Zhong patted Lightning's head, and it turned around, bringing its little brothers into the forest. Jingxi City was surrounded by mountains, and there were forests, streams as well as mountains everywhere. Lightning and its brothers could easily find food in such locations. Mutant beasts were unlike humans after all. Even if there were no prey within the forests, all they had to do was to enter the villages and enjoy themselves. After all, the zombies were the best nutrients for these mutant beasts. Zhang Mingyi escorted Shangluan and the rest back towards Jingxi City. In this battle, our army had 29 casualties, 24 dead, 5 injured. We had killed a total of 282 enemies, and captured a total of 637 of them. We've obtained 400 firearms, as well as 40,000 ammunition, 20 vehicles, 20 tons rations. In the meeting hall within Jingxi City, Ming Jejia was currently in a female military uniform, and in her hands, a thick stack of documents as she was reporting the details of the recent battle. There were numerous subordinates of Yue Zhong gathered within the meeting hall at the moment. A bespectacled man of about 36 years old cursed out loud, "Damn it! This bastard Bei Mingyang actually dared to attack us. Leader, let me take a few of our brothers to eradicate him." Chun, he was one of the Chinese that Yue Zhong rescued from Vietnam. After he was rescued, he trained extremely hard and was valiant when it came to battling, and amongst those present, he was already the company officer of the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion. He had reached level 18. Chun, he was not an evolver and did not possess any powerful skills, and without the equipment of the system that Yue Zhong provided, he would not be able the speed of leveling of Ming Jejia. Another male with a shaved head and black eye patch as he was blind in one eye, shouted out aggressively, "Yeah, leader, let's kill that bunch of assholes. The 2nd Company is willing to be the vanguard. The 2nd Company from the 1st Battalion is willing to lead the charge. Let's go thrash those bastards. We shall capture the daughter of that Bei Mingyang and make her serve our leader." In the meeting hall, almost all the officers were like wolves as they erupted in calls for battle, and their battle lust reached an extreme high. Xu Tianya, who was sitting at a side, heard the various shouts from the leaders, and a complicated feeling arose in her heart. If the Chinese Association had such fighting spirit, how would we have been forced into a corner by Wu Yanhong? The Chinese Association was also an organization with various factions within. When they faced Wu Yanhong, some of the warriors would fight to the death, just like Zheng Chong, while others would conserve their strengths for self-preservation's sake. Even Xu Wenyan had to maintain some forces to deal with possible characters with unkind intentions within his organization, and since his hands and legs were bound, it was hard for him to expand. Wei Ningguo hesitated a while, before he chipped in, "Leader, should we train up a batch of tank operators before we go and fight Bei Mingyang? After we train up an elite squad, he would not be a match for us at all." Yue Zhong had obtained the equipment from the border guards, and the soldiers were getting acquainted with the usage of these equipment, and in a short span of time those cannons and tanks could not be utilized. When Shangluan and the rest came to raid, Yue Zhong could only deploy 2 of the howitzers to fend them off. If they could raise a batch of reliable mortar hands, Yue Zhong could deploy 15 howitzers to launch an intense volley of attacks on his enemies. That was more than enough to crush any enemy entirely. Zhang Mingyi also quipped in after a while, "Yes, leader, we should restrain ourselves first. In only a month's time, we could easily wipe Bei Mingyang's troops out. We have confidence in dealing with their troops in a battle in the wild, but assaulting their stronghold would be difficult now." Hearing the words of Wei Ningguo and Zhang Mingyi, the heat of the atmosphere simmered a little. Assaulting and fighting were different tactics, and in a siege, even if the defensive side had lesser fighting spirit with enough weapons, they could cause enough hurt to the attacking side. All the gazes landed on Yue Zhong, awaiting his order. To attack or to wait was entirely dependent on his decision. The weather is getting colder. In another few days, winter would most likely fall upon us. We don't have time to waste. I command the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Companies of the 2nd Battalion, as well as the Scum, Women, and Captives Battalion to launch an assault on Tianxin District. This battle, we can only achieve victory. Yue Zhong's flashed coldly, and then continued, "Wei Ningguo, I command you as well as the 4th Company of the 2nd Battalion to prepare the troops in defending Jingxi City." "Yes, yes," all the subordinates replied spiritedly. Yue Zhong then turned his gaze towards Xu Tianya, who was observing the proceedings. Miss Xu Tianya, I would like to invite you to bring your people and attack Tianxin district with us. Is that okay? Xu Tianya smiled coyly at Yue Zhong. It's no problem, of course. However, only my troops will go. If you want me to lend a hand personally, you will need to pay the right price. Xu Tianya was an intelligent woman. When she heard Yue Zhong's order, she could tell that Yue Zhong wanted to conquer Tianxin district at all costs. Yue Zhong had sent even the scum, captives and women battalion to leave Jingxi city, which showed his worry that things might erupt if he was not around. Xu Tianya was considered to be a secondary part of Yue Zhong's forces as well, and since Yue Zhong was about to fight an intense battle, he would not leave her in his stronghold. Yue Zhong smiled gently and said, "No problem." After the meeting concluded, the entire Jingxi city went into a bustle in preparation for the huge battle to come. Numerous small teams started to gather and made their way towards Tianxin district. In an office in Tianxin district, Bei Mingyang stared at the soldiers who escaped back from the earlier battle. His eyes filled with disbelief as he gaped. "What? You said Gan Luowang, Lao Hui and Shang Luan had been overcome? Are you sure?" The soldier had a look of fear as he replied, "Yes, Boss Bei. Gan Luowang and Lao Hui had been killed. Shang Luan and his subordinates had already surrendered to Yue Zhong. I have escaped with great difficulty. Yue Zhong can control mutant beasts. There was even a Type 2 mutant beast within his control. Control a Type 2 mutant beast. How is that possible?" Bei Mingyang's eyes flashed with disbelief. The might of a Type 2 beast was incredible. Wanting to kill it was almost impossible, needless to say controlling it. Bei Mingyang had never seen anybody who could control mutant beasts before. Chapter 367, Stunning Counterattack. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Fictitious. Book 3. The South. The soldier's eyes flashed with terror as he continued, "It's true. I saw a Type 2 mutant beast and 100 of its little brothers surrounding Shang Luan and his troops with my own eyes. It was due to that Shang Luan submitted. Furthermore, Shang Luan and Yue Zhong had a duel, but he was defeated in a single move." Bei Mingyang's face turned ashen, and he said pointedly, "Enough!" In that meeting hall, as the various leaders heard the report of the soldier, their expressions turned extremely ugly. If they truly wanted to contend with a freak who could control a Type 2 mutant beasts as well as an army of elites, it made their hearts nervous. "Let's talk to him, see what he wants to say, and let's make contact and see what kind of person he is." The atmosphere of the meeting hall had changed, and no one dared speak of fighting Yue Zhong. The main difference between the two sides was that Yue Zhong was truly powerful and commanded everyone under him through the display of his absolute power. Bei Mingyang made use of his tactics to gather a few factions together to form a stronghold of about 50,000 people. Within this faction, Bei Mingyang had the most strength, but it was still democratic and Bei Mingyang had to listen to the views of the rest. Could not compare to Yue Zhong, where a single sentence of his could get things done. Bei Mingyang furrowed his brows slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "Speaking with him is not an issue. However, we still have to fight a battle with him and we must win. Only then will we have the qualifications to negotiate with him." The leader of another small faction lamented. "Gan Luowang and Shang Luan have already been defeated. Who else can we send to fight against him?" Gan Luowang and Shang Luan were the strongest fighting forces amongst the factions, and they had actually been subdued entirely by Yue Zhong. The rest of their fighting forces could not compare to the two, and thus the various leaders had no confidence of dealing with Yue Zhong. Bei Mingyang replied, "This time we have to send a joint force. We must win against him, and let him taste our strength. A joint team. Good. If we all join forces, we can deal with Yue Zhong. Good. This time we must let Yue Zhong experience our strength." Upon hearing the term joint forces, all the leaders excitedly went into a buzz. The joint forces meant the cooperation of all the various elites, and even Bei Mingyang's forces of 3 battalions would be sent out. Right as Bei Mingyang had proposed the idea of a joint forces, was the moment when Tianxin district suddenly came under attack. With a hong, Right as the various leaders were calling out in excitement, a terrifying explosion rang out, and the entire meeting hall was shaken by the shockwave. Countless dust and pieces were shaken loose as a result. What's going on? Bei Mingyang was shocked, and he had a bad premonition. Quickly escape. It's not safe here anymore. One of the leaders shouted loudly and bolted out from the window. The bad feeling continued to well up inside Bei Mingyang as his body flashed, and he leapt out the other window. The rest of the leaders also went into a panic, and some jumped out the windows, some hid under the meeting table. It was 3-story jump, and not everyone could jump out from 3 stories and be totally fine. With a huge hong, just when Bei Mingyang had just jumped out from the building, a rocket landed explosively on the wall, causing it to be blasted, and the entire structure collapsed, debris falling everywhere and dust rising to the skies. Those people still within the building were instantly killed. Bei Mingyang saw the state of the building and immediately felt horror. If he was just slightly slower, he would have joined the rest of the corpses within. What's going on? Who dares attack us? Bei Mingyang was racking his brain and trying to determine which party was so vicious and had actually used a rocket to blast them. Sounds of gunfire and explosions rang out from afar, and even those leaders within the government area of the district could hear the wild firing. Boss Bei! Boss Bei! Yue Zhong had brought men and are attacking us right now. They're making use of heavy artillery, tanks, and even powerful enhancers to suddenly raid us. They have already broken through 6 main defenses. Boss Bei! Quick, think of something. A soldier covered entirely in blood ran up to Bei Mingyang's side and reported agitatedly. Bei Mingyang's expression turned to one of incredulous disbelief, and immediately fired back. What? 6 defense lines already? How is that possible? Those 6 defense lines have 2 companies of soldiers keeping guard. How can they be wiped out so quickly? How is this possible? How can their forces be so strong? What about the alarm? How come we didn't receive any warning until we were attacked? Bei Mingyang wasn't a fool, and had set up countless sentries around Tianjin district to prevent the ambush of enemies. However, those sentries had long since been wiped out by Ming Jiejie and Zhang Mingyi. Without any alerts from the sentries, Yue Zhong could bring his men and directly attack Tianjin district. Go notify the entire army. Withstand the attack. No one is to retreat even a single step. I'll bring reinforcements right now. Bei Mingyang was after all passionate warrior, as his eyes flashed with a cold light and he hollered at the soldier. After which, Bei Mingyang pulled out a walkie-talkie and fiddled with the switch before he shouted, "Zhao Jigang, go gather the troops. Within 30 minutes, they have to be assembled." Zhao Jigang was the battalion commander of Bei Mingyang's elite 1st Battalion. Every single one of them was equipped with border guards equipment, and there was even a company of veterans. Their combat power was truly strong. They were the right and left arms of Bei Mingyang as well. Boss Bei, 30 minutes is too short. Today was supposed to be a holiday. If you want the entire battalion to assemble, it would take at least 3 hours. Zhao Jigang's exasperated voice resounded from within the walkie-talkie. Bei Mingyang bellowed out in rage. "I don't care. I'm giving you only 30 minutes, after which you had better bring the troops to the front lines. Otherwise, I'll execute you." It was a moment of crisis now, and Bei Mingyang had no way of retraining his calm demeanor. Zhao Jigang gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice, "Understood, Boss Bei." Zhao Jigang had also surmised the critical situation from the sounds of fighting at the front lines. Who knows, Tianjin district might really end up in Yue Zhong's hands if they were careless. Bei Mingyang recollected himself, before shouting into the walkie-talkie again, "Bai Shaosheng! Bai Shaosheng!" However, regardless of how much Bei Mingyang shouted, there was no reply from the walkie-talkie. Bei Mingyang's face had turned steely as he cursed, "Damn bastard!" At this sort of critical juncture, he had actually disappeared. Bai Shaoxing was the commander of the expert battalion that Bei Mingyang had groomed, and he possessed decent strength. At the same time, he commanded 12 level 30 enhancers, 26 level 20 enhancers, and a 168 level 10 enhancers. Bai Shaoxing and his experts battalion was also part of Bei Mingyang's arms, and they were truly strong. It was precisely because Bei Mingyang had the experts battalion under Bai Shaoxing and Zhao Zhigang's elite battalion that he could control the entire faction at Tianqin district. However, Bai Shaoxing was a free spirit, and he liked to play and fool around with women, and was often not found anywhere. Bei Mingyang could tolerate his disappearances often, but at this crucial time, he was still nowhere to be found. That led Bei Mingyang to be furious beyond belief. At Tianqin district's front lines, Yue Zhong had brought his most elite forces from the 1st Battalion 1st Company, as well as Wu Yin, White Bones, Ming Jejia and Zheng Mingyi as they slaughtered their way through Tianqin district like a sharp knife. Ming Jejia had summoned her 5 shadow wolves, which melded into the shadows and would appear suddenly, biting the opposing soldiers in their necks, leaving them with no way to react. On top of that, those shadow wolves could sniff out the location of humans, and Ming Jejia would point out the hiding locations to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong was wielding his .03 rifle. He clearly split his attention. On one hand, he took out any soldier within his line of sight. On the other, he continued commanding his troops in the course of battle. White Bones was the sharpest and most dangerous vanguard he possessed. It could easily charge into the midst of the enemy and dance about with its bone blades, slaughtering the soldiers as easily as killing chickens. Its front was dyed full of blood, and those poor soldiers who got in its way would either be sliced in half or beheaded. The cruelty of their deaths shook their comrades greatly. On the other side, Wu Yin wielded his dark magic blade and weaved in and out of the enemy, following Yue Zhong's instructions to rout the enemy and attack them from behind. Zhang Mingyi was proficient with modern weaponry, and he used a grenade launcher, as he followed Yue Zhong's instructions in firing at different important buildings, causing destruction everywhere. These 5 experts of Yue Zhong coordinated and caused widespread destruction amongst the 1st company of soldiers they fought. The 1st company that followed Yue Zhong closely behind were also the elite of the elite, each of them decked in Type 3 mutant snake hide, as they pushed forward. They were adept at using grenades and mortars as they also blasted the enemies in front of them into pieces. In a battle on the streets, the hardest thing was determining your enemy's locations. In this aspect, Ming Jejia and her shadow wolves were more of use compared to Yue Zhong in doing so. Due to the ease at which the wolves could detect the enemy, Yue Zhong's soldiers could easily wipe them out. Without Ming Jejia, the frontal assault would not have gone so smoothly. Yue Zhong brought the 1st Company and continued their rapid advance in, breaking through 6 defense lines, and finally slaughtered the border guards of Bei Mingyang. He left the remaining few soldiers to escape in sobs towards the center of the district, leaving their backs open to Yue Zhong. They were easily slaughtered. With Yue Zhong leading the sneak attack on Tianqin district, they were practically unhindered as they sliced through Tianqin district like a hot knife through butter, and they made their way closer towards the weapons storage facility. Chapter 368 Break. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong had obtained various reports on the situation of Tianqin district from Shang Luan, and had ascertained the different key locations to launch his attack. They were almost unimpeded the entire way. Zhao Zhigang had assembled 2 companies of elites as they rushed to the battlefront, and as trained, they launched a frenzied attack on Yue Zhong's troops. A dense hail of bullets covered the front troops, causing a few of the soldiers to fall. Facing that sudden assault, the vanguard soldiers of Yue Zhong's troops also ducked hastily for cover, as they returned fire. Those soldiers who had fallen on the ground quickly got up, and rolled to the side as they ducked behind cover. Their Type 3 mutant snake hides had prevented the bullets from piercing them. As long as they didn't receive a head wound, they managed to survive. However, 2 elite soldiers that had trained under Yue Zhong had suffered headshots and died instantly. It was the first time that Yue Zhong's troops suffered casualties since their assault on Tianqin district. "Hold your ground. Stand for me and slaughter these bunch of bandits," Zhao Zhigang shouted in fury, as though he was a madman. The firepower from Zhao Zhigang's troops came down hard and heavy on the troops of Yue Zhong. Explosions rang out continuously, without a single moment of rest. Under that intense heavy fire, those soldiers who wore the Type 3 mutant snake hide found themselves being injured, and some even had their heads blasted away. Yue Zhong's troops fired back with their own heavy artillery without mercy, as Zhao Zhigang's side also sustained injuries. However, these troops did not collapse like most other normal factions, as they were well-trained soldiers and held their ground, risking their all to fire at Yue Zhong's troops. These must be the elite soldiers of Bei Mingyang. They truly can put up a fight. Yue Zhong observed them, as his eyes flashed with a strange glint. These troops of Zhao Zhigang were the most resilient soldiers that Yue Zhong's troops had encountered. They could be considered the core of the faction, and amongst the soldiers under Yue Zhong, those who could contend with them were at most 2 companies. These elite troops could be said to have undergone countless tough training and battles to achieve such a standard. Their aura and bearings were totally different as well. What a pity! Such a troop is going to fall at my hands today. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he carried Ming Jejia with the level 5 bronze spiritual bell and charged forwards with white bones. There are 2 enemies at the second window of the 3rd story of the building on the right. There are 3 enemies lying in ambush at the next corner as well. Ming Jejia reported dutifully as she rode on Yue Zhong's back. Her shadow wolf hidden in Yue Zhong's shadow, and its acute sense of smell detected the positions of the enemies. She herself was like the transmitter that provided the information to Yue Zhong. White Bones' eyes flashed, as a bone spike shot out explosively, piercing into the ceiling of the 3rd story of the building. It then retracted the bone spike, while it leapt towards the window and raised its left hand. 2 sharp bone spikes burst out instantaneously and penetrated the heads of the 2 elite soldiers. Yue Zhong took a deep breath as he activated his 11x normal speed, and in a few seconds, appearing behind the corner of the alleyway. He took up his .03 rifle and fired wildly, causing those 3 lying in ambush to be punctured full of holes. After disposing of 5 of the enemies, Yue Zhong and White Bones continued their advance like a sharp knife towards Zhao Zhigang's troops. Strong enhancers! Damn it! These freaks! Inside a building, Zhao Zhigang was using his binoculars to observe the situation. He watched on helplessly as Yue Zhong and White Bones slaughtered his troops, and his heart sank, while his lower lip split from all his biting. Zhao Zhigang had also seen the prowess of a high-level enhancer from the likes of Bai Shaoxing. Although they weren't invincible entities, they did possess all sorts of capabilities. With the right training, their combat power was definitely way above normal people. However, to actually kill their way through his troops without breaking a sweat, Yue Zhong and White Bones were terrifying existences that exceeded his imagination. Yue Zhong was still carrying Ming Jejia on his back, while moving swiftly, only slightly slower than he normally can reach. He continued to charge forwards, using his gun skills and grenades to hunt the elite soldiers. In a matter of 10 minutes, the total number of soldiers that had died at his hands had already exceeded a platoon. If it wasn't for the positions of the soldiers being scattered, the number of deaths would definitely be higher. If it was a normal company of soldiers, facing this death god like Yue Zhong, they would have long since lost all sense of fighting spirit and ran after so many of their soldiers died. However, these 2 companies were the elites of the elites under Bei Mingyang, and have gone through several battles. Their aura and bearings were vastly different from normal troops. Since they could not overcome Yue Zhong, then they would fight to the death. A large number of bullets were continually fired at his position, and some of the bullets would actually land on him, but the protection of the bronze spiritual bell caused the bullets to ricochet off. A pale-faced sentry came to Zhao Zhigang's side and reported, "Commander! The 1st platoon and 2nd platoon of the 1st company had died. What do we do? If it's just us, we have no way of blocking those monsters." Yue Zhong, White Bones, and Ming Jejia had easily taken out 40 over people with just the 3 of them, and their own troops behind them weren't pushovers as well, killing a number on the enemy. Damn it! Why is that bastard Bai Shaoxing not here yet? Zhao Zhigang cursed out furiously. If Bai Shaoxing took his expert battalion over as reinforcements, Zhao Zhigang had more confidence to contend against Yue Zhong. However, with just the soldiers under him, it was simply not enough to withstand Yue Zhong's assault. "Commander! The 3rd platoon has fallen as well. They are already exchanging blows with the 2nd company." Just as Zhao Zhigang had cursed out loud, an intelligence officer walked in, his expression pale as he reported, "What? The 1st company has already fallen. How can it happen so quickly? How? Zhao Zhigang was truly pale now as he bellowed. The first and second companies under Zhao Zhigang were warriors who could truly fight, having been forged through countless battles. He had confidence that the combat prowess of these two companies could match the American troops with full equipment. They had a strong sense of fighting spirit, and even if they could not possibly overcome Yue Zhong's troops, they would at least be able to put up a decent fight to drag out the time. In fact, if it wasn't for the charge from Yue Zhong, White Bones, and Ming Jejia, the strength of Yue Zhong's troops would truly be unable to push through the elite forces of Zhao Zhigang, and the battle might be dragged out for 1 or 2 days. With the appearance of enhancers and evolvers, the advantage was quickly shown during the intense battle. The abilities and skills they possessed went beyond the warfare tactics of before the apocalypse. One of the intelligence personnel asked, "What do we do, Commander? If we continue fighting, we will only be wiped out. Let's retreat." The other intel officer stepped forward. "Yeah, Commander, let's leave. Since we have already fought to this extent, we have done our part for Boss Bay already. As long as Green Hills remain, there'll never be a shortage of firewood. While there's life, there's hope." Not everyone were valiant maters who did not mind dying for a cause. Should the situation call for it, there were some who would think of retreating. Zhao Zhigang eyed those intelligence officers. His face turned countless times, and finally spoke out with great difficulty. "Retreat! Get the 2nd and 3rd platoons from the 2nd Company to retreat from the battlefield immediately." "Yes, sir." Those intelligence officers heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately issued the command for the soldiers to retreat. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers from the 2nd and 3rd platoons of the 2nd Company immediately withdrew, making their way back like fallen troops. Seeing how Yue Zhong had easily demolished their defenses and annihilated their comrades, their morale had sunk to an unprecedented low. "Those who surrender will be spared. Those who surrender will be spared." As Yue Zhong fought hard, he saw the soldiers from the 2nd Company retreating, and immediately hollered out loud, "Those who surrender will be spared. Those who surrender will be spared." The soldiers behind Yue Zhong also followed suit with their exuberant shouts. Amidst those shouts, the doomed 1st platoon also lost their will to fight, and immediately threw their weapons down, hugging their heads with their hands as they squatted. "Those who surrender will be spared. Those who surrender will be spared." Yue Zhong brought his troops towards the retreating soldiers of the 2nd Company, and he quickly caught up, as he shouted out loudly while beginning his slaughter amongst them. While the soldiers were retreating, a number of them would fall under Yue Zhong and White Bones' hands, while the 4 shadow wolves controlled by Ming Jejia also jumped out from the shadows as they bit down ferociously on the unsuspecting soldiers. "I surrender. Spare me. I surrender. Spare me. Surrendered." Under the pursuit of Yue Zhong and the other two, the remaining soldiers from the 2nd Company immediately threw their weapons and hugged their heads, the deaths of their comrades looming over them. The support troops of Yue Zhong quickly arrived, and were tasked to absorb the captives, while Yue Zhong himself continued making his way towards the armory. With the defeat of Zhao Zhigang, there were no other powers that could stop the advance of Yue Zhong, and he quickly made his way to the front of the armory. He discovered that instead of an army defending the armory, there was a middle-aged man with a refined appearance. That middle-aged man looked at Yue Zhong and his vanguard troops, and he quickly made his way towards Yue Zhong. Seeing the man make his way over, the soldiers beside Yue Zhong raised their guns and took aim, preparing to take him out. Yue Zhong waved his hands and allowed the man to come close. Bei Mingyang looked at Yue Zhong and said slowly, "This commander, I am the leader of Tianxin District, Bei Mingyang. I would like to meet with Yue Zhong." Chapter 369, Cold Snow. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Chapter 369, Cold Snow. Yue Zhong looked at Bei Mingyang coldly and said, "I'm Yue Zhong. Whatever you have to say, spit it out. Don't think about dragging the time. Otherwise, I'll execute you on the spot." Bei Mingyang maintained his gaze as he spoke seriously. "Then I'll cut to the chase. Yue Zhong, the armory behind me is filled with explosives. As long as I don't make it back by 20 minutes, the explosives will go off. The resources and ammunition in there would be incinerated instantly. Other than the armory, I have sent men to the granary as well. As long as I don't leave here alive, after 20 minutes, the place will turn into a sea of blaze. When Yue Zhong heard this, he frowned. There were over 50,000 survivors in Tianxin district. If the granary was to be blown to bits, the 50,000 survivors would become a heavy burden. Even if Yue Zhong transferred the rations from Jingxi City to save Tianxin district, it would leave Jingxi City with barely 3 months' worth of supplies. Wu Yin's eyes narrowed as he threatened with fury. Bastard! If you dare do that, I'll break you. I'll cut you in pieces, bastard. The various leaders under Yue Zhong shouted out in fury. Facing those agitated threats, Bei Mingyang did not falter, instead looking quietly at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong waved his hands. Only then did the noise subside. Yue Zhong looked at Bei Mingyang with an icy gaze as he said, "State your conditions. As long as it's not too preposterous, I'll promise you." Since Bei Mingyang had stepped out alone, and had not yet burnt the armory or granary, it was obvious he didn't want to push things too far. He wanted to live as well. Bei Mingyang eyed Yue Zhong and continued, "I'm willing to surrender to you, Leader Yue Zhong. However, I hope that you will promise to keep our families and personal property out of harm's way. Also, after we surrender, we hope to gain the same rights as your current citizens." In this post-apocalypse, human lives were cheap. Bei Mingyang was worried that once they surrendered, they might be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. He had fought for his position in this new apocalyptic world and knew how dark and cruel humans can get, and was afraid that Yue Zhong would be like those terrorists who did whatever they wanted. Yue Zhong replied, "Fine, I'll promise you that." Those conditions that Bei Mingyang had stated, Yue Zhong already had the intentions of doing. It was true that Yue Zhong was merciless to his enemies, but it was just that. He never allowed his troops to engage in pillaging or rape nor widespread massacring. Hearing Yue Zhong's promise, Bei Mingyang heaved a sigh of relief, and he pulled out a walkie-talkie and said, "Everyone immediately surrender." Upon receiving Bei Mingyang's orders, the various defenses laid down their arms. The huge doors of the armory opened up as well, allowing the soldiers under Yue Zhong to make their way in. Within the armory, there were numerous IFVs, red arrows, machine gun-mounted vehicles, and various other modern weaponry. Amongst the soldiers under Bei Mingyang, only a handful of the veterans commanded by Zhao Zhigang had the knowledge to operate these weapons. However, they had not the time to use these before they were routed and forced by Yue Zhong to surrender. In the end, they wound up not even displaying the prowess of these weapons. Otherwise, this assault on Tianxin district would have seen more casualties on Yue Zhong's side. When Bei Mingyang surrendered, the defense of Tianxin district weakened by about 80%. There were a few troops that still tried to prevent Yue Zhong from entering parts of the town. However, under the threat and power of Yue Zhong's troops, they were quickly defeated and killed. Not long after, the entire defense of Tianxin district had crumbled, and the violence and various fights were put down. All troublemakers were executed on the spot, and under the pressure and vigilance of the troops, Tianxin district regained its peace. With Tianxin district in Yue Zhong's control, the expert battalion also fell into Yue Zhong's lap. The leader of the expert battalion by Shaoxing had actually fooled around with a few beauties the night prior. As a result, he had been entirely spent, sleeping throughout the entire ordeal. When he awoke, he discovered that Tianxin district had already belonged to Yue Zhong. Seeing that Bei Mingyang had surrendered, Bai Shaoxing also dutifully swore allegiance to Yue Zhong. After obtaining Tianxin district, Yue Zhong set in motion the retraining and organization of the troops. He created 4 infantry battalions as well as an expert battalion. Furthermore, with the 6 infantry battalions and support troops, the army under Yue Zhong had swelled to a size of more than 4,000 people. However, out of these 4,000 people, the actual number who could fight well were only 3 infantry battalions and the expert battalion. The rest were still in training, and within a short span of time, they would not be ready to engage in any battle nor provide any boost in fighting capabilities. When the 4 infantry battalions and the expert battalion were assembled, Yue Zhong deployed them in shifts to clear out the zombies in the surrounding towns. On one hand, they managed to retrieve more resources, on the other, they were grinding to increase their combat abilities. raising the number of enhancers as well as the levels. As for the reserve troops, Yue Zhong sent them through reformative and strict military training. Although these reserve troops could not yet fight, with a few months of training, they would start to resemble a proper army. In the governing side, with the experience he gained from establishing a government in Longhai City, Yue Zhong picked out a few officials familiar with the running of affairs with the help of Bei Mingyang, and established a new cabinet of officers. Bei Mingyang was an extremely capable and talented man. He was a billionaire industrialist prior to the apocalypse, who made his way up one step at a time. He was knowledgeable, talented, had the charisma to lead, and was extremely determined. This was why he could have slowly grown a small team into a faction of more than 50,000 people. If there were any weak points to be pointed out, it would be that his personal combat ability was weak, and was merely a level 11 enhancer. Although Bei Mingyang was extremely outstanding, Yue Zhong did not select him as the head of the cabinet, instead, promoting Wei Ningguo into that position. While Wei Ningguo was indeed capable, he lacked ambition. If Yue Zhong allowed Bei Mingyang to become the head of the cabinet, the moment Yue Zhong was gone, he might come up with ways to revolt, and wrestle the power away from Yue Zhong. As for Wei Ningguo, while he was strong, even if Yue Zhong was not around, he would not have any intention to betray him. In this world, the human heart is the hardest to fathom. Capable yet loyal men were extremely hard to find. With such a capable and ambitious character like Bei Mingyang, Yue Zhong would only be able to leave the place without worry after he fully established an order from the ground up. In such an unstable period, Yue Zhong had no choice but to utilize Wei Ningguo, who was loyal to him. Yue Zhong's troops had cleared out the zombies in the towns that led to Yunlong County in the southwest direction for an entire week, and had no choice but to return to Tianxin District. It's starting to snow. In Tianxin District, within a villa, Yue Zhong was looking at the skies, watching the snowflakes falling from the sky. He stretched out his hand, as a particular snowflake landed on his palm and dissolved into a small drop of water. Yue Zhong gazed at the drop of water and heaved a long sigh. "Master, why are you sighing? Isn't the snow very beautiful?" "It actually is my first time seeing snow." Beside Yue Zhong, the beautiful voice of Ming Jie sounded. Yue Zhong turned to look at her, and saw that she was dressed in thick cotton clothing, wearing gloves, her face flushed red from the cold, and her entire being looking as though she was an extremely cute cotton doll. Ming Jie was currently looking at the pure white snow, her face full of excitement. She had grown up in the south, and it was the first time she actually saw real snow. Yue Zhong looked back at the pretty snowscape and said heavily, "We have been living in Guangxi and are used to the warm weather. Places that snow are actually rare." Tianxin District itself had not experienced snow in the past few decades. Even if it snowed, it wasn't that heavy. It is obvious that the current climate has changed and become stranger. With the onset of such strange weather, to us humans, it's unclear if it will be a good or bad thing. However, in this coming winter, we will definitely face a number of deaths from the cold. The current weather outside had dropped to -4 degrees Celsius, and this *1 weather had already persisted for an entire week. Outside, there was snow everywhere, and roads were blocked. When Yue Zhong had conquered Tianxin District and Jingxi City, he had obtained a large number of warm clothing for the cold. Even then, in just this week, they had already lost 20+ survivors who froze to death. *2 Almost everyone was cooped up at home now, shivering uncontrollably. If Yue Zhong brought the people now to the hills and hid within caves, a sudden snowstorm would be enough to rob the lives of many of them. Under such harsh cold, the various troops under Yue Zhong had returned to either Jingxi City or Tianxin District, and were conducting their own training within cover. The operations to hunt for resources and killing zombies came to a halt. "Achoo!" Ming Jie suddenly sneezed in a cute manner. "Go back in." Yue Zhong ruffled Ming Jie's hair and said fondly. With regards to the problem of the weather, Yue Zhong had no means of changing anything. Although he wanted sorely to bring troops and deal with Wuyanhong, he could only wait out the winter now. Otherwise, before he even reached the battlefront, he would lose his troops to the cold. Yue Zhong brought Ming Jie towards the most luscious villa within Tianxin District. "Welcome back, master." Yue Zhong brought Ming Jie and had just entered the villa when he saw 2 rows of beautiful ladies in a half bow, speaking in unison. Yue Zhong looked at them with a slight amazement as he smiled and said, "Not bad." Asterisk 3. After conquering Tianjin district, Yue Zhong had kept himself busy by training the troops and establishing the new government, while training himself as well. There was no time to truly go home, and had always slept in the office. This was the first time in a long while that he had gone to a home to relax. Chapter 370 Beauty. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. When Yue Zhong had conquered Tianjin district, he had cleaned up the incumbent factions. He killed the leaders of the various factions that still stood against him, while the soldiers under them were thrown into the scum battalion as cannon fodder. During the process, Yue Zhong had obtained a number of beautiful ladies, and these 12 maids were the final choices of a selection. "Master, welcome home." Right at this time, a top beauty appeared in front of Yue Zhong, dressed in a clean white dress, showing her long slender legs and fair skin. Her lips were lush and teeth perfect, while her long hair was straight and black. Her entire demeanor exuded a certain charm, and she smiled as she greeted Yue Zhong. With the appearance of this beauty, the other 12 ladies seemed to pale in comparison. Yue Zhong eyed the beauty for a while before asking directly, "Why do you look familiar?" Hearing his words, the 12 maids revealed a strange expression on their faces. Ming Jie eyed the beauty in white, her eyes filled with veneration and admiration. "Master! She is Su Shuling, the main actress of countless films. She's known to be the successor to the queen of films Lu Zixuan. She's a well-known film and television star." Ming Jie was also an ordinary girl before the apocalypse, and had her idols and dreams as well. The Su Shuling happened to be one of her biggest idols. Su Shuling revealed a bright and sweet smile as she spoke in her melodious voice. "Master, I'm Su Shuling." Su Shuling had been a proud and slightly willful celebrity prior to the apocalypse. If it was before the world changed, she wouldn't even have any interaction with a common person like Yue Zhong. But now she had no choice but to lower her head and to express her subservience to gain his favor. Su Shuling had experienced firsthand the problems of the current world. Her looks had attracted a lot of dangerous attention, and if it were not for Bei Mingyang's protection, she could have become the high-quality toy for the leaders of other factions, to be played with and thrown around. Bei Mingyang had constantly protected Su Shuling. Of course, it was mainly because of the friendship between her and his own daughter. On the other hand, she could be used as a bargaining chip with another strong person. Heroes naturally went with beauties, and with a beauty on hand to control any male experts, it was a move that Bei Mingyang often used. However, before Bei Mingyang had even got to use her, Yue Zhong had defeated him, and the various resources owned by him fell to Yue Zhong. Su Shuling hence became one of Yue Zhong's spoils of war. "Hi, big brother. I'm Ning Ruozi." Another girl with a head full of black hair and fair skin stepped out while greeting Yue Zhong. She had an exquisite look and was smiling brightly, looking as cute as an angel and looked to be about only 11 or 12. Yue Zhong had no woman beside him all along, and was seen bringing Ming Jie this lowly everywhere he battled. His subordinates hence thought to offer Ning Ruozi this lowly that was even more beautiful than Ming Jie to Yue Zhong. Asterisk. Little vixen. Ming Jie took one glance at Ning Ruozi, and her face turned grim, as she muttered under her breath. As a girl, she could also feel the charm and cuteness of Ning Ruozi. Although she herself was beautiful, when compared to this angel-like person, she was definitely not as eye-catching. "I'm Ning Yusin." A tall woman with a short hairdo, voluptuous figure, fair skin and perfect face stepped out in front of Ning Ruozi, blocking her from Yue Zhong, as she stared apathetically at Yue Zhong. Another bespectacled lady stepped forward. Her hair was tied up high, her face paddled with makeup, and she had an alluring figure, yet her defined features exuded a sternness, and she looked to be 27 to 28, giving off a mature charm as she was decked in a set of housekeeping apparel. She spoke out, "How do you do, Master Yue Zhong? I'm Zhang Yakin, and was assigned by Wei Ningguo Mayor Wei to be your housekeeper." Su Shuling, Ning Ruozi, Ning Yusin were selected by people at the behest of Wei Ningguo to serve Yue Zhong. As for Zhang Yakin, she was specially selected to help look after the household for Yue Zhong. Hi everybody. Yue Zhong smiled at these four beauties before walking into his room. In the room, there was a stove burning, and the outside cold could not affect the coziness of the room. Only someone like Yue Zhong could get to enjoy the luxury of open heating. This was the benefit of being a leader. Yue Zhong fought valiantly, and he would not decline such treatment hypocritically. Yue Zhong began taking off his coats, and two of the maids came in, as they helped him out of it, before hanging it by the side. Yue Zhong and Ming Jie then walked towards the dining area. On the round dinner table, there were various plates of seafood, wild vegetables, desserts as well as type 2 mutant beast meat that had been prepared by chefs. It all looked extremely sumptuous. Ming Jie, Su Shuling, Ning Ruozi and Ning Yusin all sat down, as they started to dig in. Zheng Yakin stood by Yue Zhong's side like a straight rod. At the sides of the table, the maids stood in 2 rows, and the atmosphere gave Yue Zhong an uncomfortable sense of being like a mafia boss in the pre-apocalypse days. Yue Zhong looked at the mature yet cold Zheng Yakin and said, "Yakin, join us and eat." Zheng Yakin maintained her stern and cold demeanor as she rejected, "Master, this goes against the contract. I'm your housekeeper, and have no right to eat with you." Yue Zhong chuckled, and did not pursue the matter. Yue Zhong had a copy of the documents pertaining to Zheng Yakin. She was a graduate from Cambridge and was proficient in Russian, Japanese, English, French, and German, and had received the most elite of training as a housekeeper. Before the apocalypse had set in, she had just been selected by a billionaire, and was ready to become a senior stewardess with annual income of 400,000. She had received the strictest of trainings and abided by a professional set of conduct. Hence Yue Zhong did not force her against her rules. "Who should I enjoy?" Yue Zhong turned his head as his eyes traveled across the table, taking in the 4 beauties around him. Ever since he was sent to Vietnam by that nether beast, he had been kept busy by warfare, governance, to exert control and total dominion, without a single moment of rest. With the winter about to set in, and snow having blocked off most of the paths, military affairs had been put on hold. The new government had also been established. Both Jingxi City and Tianjin District are under his control. With time to spare, he could now appreciate the beauties in front of him. Yue Zhong's gaze fell on Ming Jie, before he quickly turned his gaze to the other girls. Although his relationship with her was the closest, she was truly too young. Yue Zhong's gaze then fell to Ning Ruozi for all of 3 seconds, before moving to and fro between Ning Yusin and Su Shuling. Between Su Shuling and Ning Yusin, one was a huge star, the other, a beloved daughter of a magnate. Both had the extreme qualities of beauties, and few men could withstand their attractiveness. "My charms are truly attractive." Su Shuling had been someone who mixed around before the apocalypse, and was sensitive to Yue Zhong's current passionate gaze, and could not help but feel proud of herself. However, she was reminded that if she was chosen, she had to sleep with Yue Zhong, and this led her to feel unsettled, and she felt complicated. Ning Yusin was also unsettled by Yue Zhong's gaze. Prior to the apocalypse, she was an extremely proud woman. With her perfect looks and grades, coupled with exercise and an excellent family background, she was the object of affection of countless suitors. She had always been on the search for the Prince Charming of her life, and to fall in love truly dramatically. She was extremely unwilling to be with Yue Zhong. "Seems like my charms are non-existent." Yue Zhong was perceptive as well, and could detect the slight shudder from the 2 beauties. It was obvious that they were not willing to be with him, and it caused him to lose interest. Yue Zhong then said indifferently, "Su Shuling, Ning Yusin, the both of you can move out tomorrow." With HS words, it seemed like a bomb had went off in the hearts of Su Shuling and Ning Yusin, causing them to turn pale. Why, Master? Did we do something wrong?" Su Shuling could not help but stammer, as her expression turned to one of tears, her eyes red as she looked pitifully at Yue Zhong. Ning Yusin also looked at Yue Zhong, her entire body having turned stiff. Outside, it was extremely hard to get by, and both of them had seen the consequences of fighting for even a piece of bread. With their looks, if they were to land in a pervert's hands, they would be played till they were broken, before being eaten. Compared to the outside, there was food and drinks here, and they were taken care of. It was almost paradise. Who knew how many vied to be in this position that Su Shuling and Ning Yusen had, and how many wished they could exchange places with them? Yue Zhong continued apathetically, I know you guys don't want to be with me. I don't like to force upon others. Relax. After you leave the villa, I will get Wei Ningguo to arrange other jobs for you. Yue Zhong had the entire faction under his control and was responsible for almost 60,000 survivors. There were no shortages of beauties. Even without Su Shuling or Ning Yusen, he would definitely be able to find other beautiful girls to serve him. Su Shuling could not help but reply hastily, No, it's not like that. It's not that I'm unwilling. I am willing. Master. It was just that when you looked at me earlier, I became a little nervous. Equals 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 equals. Asterisk Yue Zhong, the misunderstood pedo. Qidian, the author truly likes to describe the female characters with black hair, fair skin, long legs, nice body. Qidian, anyone know what happened to Chen Yao? I seem to have forgotten what happened to her after they arrived back in China. Ulamog, what a chapter. Ulamog, our upcoming new novel is by Tang Jiasen Shao and will be released in less than 2 weeks. Chapter 371, Dong Ling. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Ning Yusen, on the other hand, remained pale, as she stood there ashened, not saying anything. She was originally unwilling to serve Yue Zhong, and was sent here under Wei Ningguo's orders. Although she had learned some taekwondo in the past, in the face of guns and knives and experts, it was practically useless. Yue Zhong glanced at Ning Yusen and Su Shuling and understood their mindset, as he smiled at Su Shuling and said, Then you can stay. Yue Zhong then looked at Ning Yusen and said, As for you, Ning Yusen, don't worry, after you leave the villa, I will get Wei Ningguo to assign you a job. As long as you work hard, you'll be able to forge a life for yourself with your own efforts. Ning Yusen bit her lips and remained silent. Although she was unwilling to serve Yue Zhong, she knew that the outside world was much harsher, and the jobs outside were more menial. Without any actual skill set, she would find it hard to work to keep herself alive. Right at this time, Ning Ruozi jumped down from her seat and pounced into Yue Zhong's arms as she revealed a pleading face, her big eyes looking at Yue Zhong. Big brother! Big brother! Don't chase my sister away. Please don't chase her away. Ruozi will listen to brother's words. Regardless of what you want me to do, I will do. Please don't chase sister away. In this world, other than Big Brother, I only have sister as family. Ruozi will treat Big Brother well. Just don't chase sister away. No, I can't leave here. If I leave, who will protect Ruozi? Ning Yusen saw Ning Ruozi pleading Yue Zhong profusely in his arms, and her heart trembled as she walked up and lowered her head in pride, as her eyes turned red. She pleaded with gritted teeth, Master, I'm willing to serve you. Please let me stay. Yue Zhong eyed the cute and lovable Ning Ruozi as he pinched her cheeks, and the sensation of her skin felt extremely good in his fingers. He then eyed Ning Yusen and said indifferently, Sure, you can stay. Ning Ruozi then smiled sweetly at Yue Zhong, before pouncing into his arms, and pointed at a cake and smiled coyly at Yue Zhong. I want that. Okay. Yue Zhong then brought the dessert over. Ning Ruozi opened her mouth, putting on an expression of, Feed me. Yue Zhong could not resist that adorable girl, and cut a piece of cake and fed her. Delicious. Ning Ruozi ate the cake and revealed an expression of bliss. So refreshing. Yue Zhong was also blown away by her cute antics, and he fed her like a mother hen, cutting pieces and delivered them into her mouth. He watched her cute expressions, and felt the fatigue and stress from the constant battles and warfare wash away. Little vixen. Ming Jejia watched Yue Zhong feed Ning Ruozi, and her eyes were filled with jealousy. She wanted to be spoiled like that by Yue Zhong as well. Lolicon. Seems like the leader likes lolis. The females present saw the scene, and their eyes flashed with a strange glint. After dinner, Yue Zhong and the rest went to a sofa and sat down. Yue Zhong pondered for a while before asking Su Shuling, "Shuling, both you and Bei Mingyang came from Nanning. What's the situation there now? Do you know?" Yue Zhong's home was in Nanning. It had almost been a year since the apocalypse first set in, and he did not know if his family members were still alive or not. He was a little afraid of knowing what had happened there, but at the same time he was desperate for some information. Su Shuling hesitated a while before replying with a slightly difficult expression. "Bei Mingyang and I had escaped from Nanning and had not had any communications with anyone there since. Unfortunately, we're not sure about the ongoings there as well." "I'm sorry, Master. It's okay." Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with disappointment and softly sighed. Jingxi City and Tianxin District had fallen into his hands, and regardless of any enemies now, he possessed some form of power. Yet all he wanted to know was the current plight of his parents. "I know." Right at this time, Ning Yusin suddenly spoke out, as she gazed at Yue Zhong. "I know about the survivors at Nanning." Yue Zhong's eyes brightened in anxiety. "Oh, say it quickly." Ning Yusin gathered her thoughts, before saying solemnly, "I heard that after the world changed, a large number of the survivors in Nanning escaped towards Guilin City. The government of Nanning and the nearby army in Guilin gathered and captured Guilin, and has established a rather large survivor base camp there. If it's like that, I have hope." Yue Zhong immediately stood up excitedly when he heard the news and started to pace about. He had an expression of worry as he muttered to himself, "I still have hope. No, it's already been a year." Ming Jiejie looked at Yue Zhong, who had become agitated, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. She had never seen Yue Zhong so lost before. Even when facing Wu Yanhong, he had never shown fear or apprehension. Every time he did something, he was swift and resolute. Yue Zhong stopped pacing, as he called a maid over. "Is the hot water in the pool ready?" The nearest pretty maid smiled gently and replied, "It's already prepared, Master." Zhang Yakin, as head maid, expected the maids to always present a smile to their master. If they could not do it, they would be punished, even dismissed from their position. Yue Zhong nodded slightly, then walked towards the bathhouse. In this villa, there was a huge luxurious bath of about 30 SQM built, and the moment Yue Zhong entered the pool, he saw two beauties kneeling by the pool in maid attire. The two ladies smiled at Yue Zhong and asked, "Master, would you like us to serve and bathe you?" Yue Zhong waved. "You are all dismissed. I would like to be alone today." The two pretty maids thus dismissed themselves. Yue Zhong took one step into the hot water and submerged himself in it, as his blood started to heat up. "Maybe they're still alive. I want to go to them. I must go to them." The heat churned within Yue Zhong's body, as he contemplated and was anxious to find his parents. He had left home for more than a year already, and in this new apocalyptic world, a year's worth of time could be the difference between life and death, and he truly wanted to leave for Guilin City now, but was afraid that he might receive the news of their passing when he reached there. This sort of suspense was causing him turmoil, precisely because he held his parents in high regard. Right at this time, a fair-skinned female with chestnut hair and a towel wrapped around her explosive figure strode into the pool, bringing with her a fragrant scent as she came to Yue Zhong's side. Yue Zhong opened his eyes as he saw the incoming girl, who was extremely beautiful, and his eyes flashed. He said a little gloomily, "Didn't I order you guys to be dismissed? Why are you disobedient?" Under the stormy gaze of Yue Zhong, the body of the girl with chestnut hair trembled uncontrollably, as she pondered a while before loosening the towel as it dropped into the pool, revealing a youthful and vibrant body. She was also endowed with a pair of incredibly fair and full breasts. The girl hugged Yue Zhong, as she spoke in a slightly shaky voice, "Master, I can feel your anxiety. Please use my body to release your tension." When the girl entered Yue Zhong's embrace, he could smell a mix of body shower and her own fragrance, and he could feel her soft and delicate body with his own. Something stirred in his loins, and coupled with the troubled mood that he was in, he immediately pushed the voluptuous girl to the side of the pool and penetrated her in one swift motion. Oh! The girl let out a moan of agony, and at the place where the two of them joined together, blood could be seen dripping into the pool. Yue Zhong seemed to turn into a beast, and was turned on by the atmosphere as he thrusted furiously, grabbing onto the lamb-like girl, and pumped her with all his might. The chestnut-hair beauty kept hugging Yue Zhong, accepting his violence and restlessness with a soft embrace. After they had finished, the girl collapsed in his arms, as though she was broken, and she gasped for breath. Yue Zhong hugged the girl, his heart free of the tension he had felt earlier, as he asked her gently, "What's your name? Why did you do that?" "I'm called Dong Ling. Wang Dajuan killed my entire family. I had sworn then, whoever killed him, I would dedicate my entire life to him." "Master, you had killed Wang Dajuan. And I, Dong Ling, am willing to serve as your slave for my whole life." Dong Ling's hands were wrapped around Yue Zhong, as she gazed into his eyes with extreme tenderness, and began kissing him deeply on the lips. Wang Dajuan? Yue Zhong thought back to the report on the person. Wang Dajuan was truly a person of evil deeds, and when Yue Zhong had assaulted Tianqin district, he had executed the various leaders who had retaliated. He didn't expect that his actions had actually gained him the gratitude and heart of a beauty. Asterisk. Right at this time, the beautiful lowly Ning Ruozi also hopped into the pool wrapped in a towel, as she grabbed onto Yue Zhong's arms and flirted, "Big brother! I want it too. You must kiss me too." On another side, Ming Jejia was apparently not willing to step back, as she grabbed onto Yue Zhong's other hand, and looked at him silently and pitifully. Asterisk asterisk. Equals 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 equals. Nanning, a city in southern China near the Vietnam border, is capital of the Guangxi region. Guilin is a city in southern China known for its dramatic landscape of limestone karst. Asterisk main character. Pick up a coin on the road. Turns out to be the only coin to a princess heart. This scene's definitely familiar. Alamog advocates his team and new novel. It is authored by the author of Heavenly Jewel Change, Tang Jia San Shao. Read it soon, and there will be daily releases. Join the new Discord group here. https://discord.gg/u8dwv. This is the novel talk and fan section. Link is good for 24 hours. This is also a shout out to our F5 sect. No post till morning. How many read, I wonder? Chapter 372, Ning Ruozi. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Alamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. On the left was the bubbly Ning Ruozi. On the right was the silent yet capable Ming Jejia with extraordinary skills. And in his embrace was Dong Ling with her extremely hot figure. Yue Zhong was literally enveloped in bliss and the fragrance of the feminine sense. It was almost heaven for him. Be good. Yue Zhong ruffled both Ning Ruozi and Ming Jejia on their little heads, and coaxed them. Ning Ruozi broke into an angelic smile and said, "Hee, I was praised by Big Brother." On the other side, Ming Jejia was slightly upset that Yue Zhong still treated her like a kid, yet she continued to hug his hand tightly. Right at this time, Su Shuling and Ning Yusin also entered the pool with white bath towels wrapped around them. "Ruozi, come over here." Ning Yusin saw how close Ning Ruozi was sticking to Yue Zhong, and she turned sullen, pulling Ning Ruozi from Yue Zhong's side. She knew her Yuinger sister was extremely adorable, and was worried that Yue Zhong would covet her. Ning Ruozi put up some resistance against Ning Yusin and struggled. "No, sister. I want to hear Big Brother and his stories. Sister, let go of me." Ning Yusin's face turned wooden, as she mustered her big sister voice and said sternly, "Ruozi, be obedient, otherwise I will get angry." Ning Ruozi scrunched up her face, and said in a long voice, "Aid us." Su Shuling sat by the pool and looked at Dong Ling in Yue Zhong's embrace, her eyes flashing with a complicated gaze. She was a little jealous of Dong Ling gaining Yue Zhong's affection, yet at the same time, a small part of her heaved a sigh of relief. Ming Jejia, who was still on Yue Zhong's right side, suddenly asked, "Master, do you want to go to Guilin City?" Ming Jejia had followed Yue Zhong all the way from Vietnam to China, as they slaughtered their way through, and it was the first time she saw Yue Zhong so unsettled. Her strong perception allowed her to guess that there must be people important to Yue Zhong at Guilin City. Yue Zhong was silent for a while, before replying slowly, I must definitely make a trip there in the near future." If Yue Zhong was still at Longhai City, there were over 1 million zombies blocking the way, coupled with the fact that there were various mutant beasts around, and he still did not know the way to Guilin City. Even if he had wanted to head back, it was next to impossible. However, with him being at Guangxi now, the location wasn't too far off. He was decided on heading back, and if he could, he would try to fly there. Ming Jejia hugged Yue Zhong's hand tightly, and she looked at Yue Zhong with those huge eyes and said, "I shall go with you." Yue Zhong tousled Ming Jejia's hair again as he smiled. Ming Jejia had already undergone tough training, and her body constitution was considered above the elite forces of before the apocalypse. She could operate various weapons as well, and could summon the shadow wolves. Wherever Yue Zhong went, he liked to take Ming Jejia along, because her skills complemented him and covered his weaknesses. Yue Zhong's close combat skills, survival abilities, and destructive power were all tyrannical. However, in terms of scouting the enemy, he could not contend with Ming Jejia and her shadow wolves. When they had entered Tianxin district, without the help of Ming Jejia, Yue Zhong had no way of quickly flushing out the soldiers that were hiding. That was to say, Ming Jejia played the role of a biological radar and could pinpoint the locations to Yue Zhong, allowing him to execute his abilities perfectly. Ning Ruozi came back and hugged Yue Zhong, with her crystal-clear eyes staring at him as she puked, "Brother! Brother! Bring Ruozi along as well. Ruozi wants to follow Big Brother." Yue Zhong looked at the adorable Ning Ruozi, and immediately turned her down. "No way! You don't have any special abilities. Bringing you would be too dangerous." Ning Ruozi looked at Yue Zhong with tearful eyes as she pleaded, "Big Brother!" Ruozi heard that Big Brother have methods to turn people into evolvers. If Big Brother do that to Ruozi, won't it be safe for Ruozi to tag along? Hearing those words from Ning Ruozi, other than Ming Jejia, the gazes from the other girls immediately fell on Yue Zhong. The fact that Yue Zhong had the ability to help a person become an evolver, almost everyone from Jingxi City and Tianxin District knew about it. Yue Zhong did not stop the news from spreading, because with this knowledge, his subordinates would work harder and be loyal, so they could stand a chance to become an evolver with great power. Yue Zhong ruffled Ning Ruozi's head and said mildly, "It's true. I do have a treasure that does that. However, it's too precious, and I can't give it to you now. The juice from the snake birth fruit was too valuable. Every single vial could result in an evolver. Yue Zhong would only bestow it upon those who were loyal and willing to die for him." Initially, he had no choice but to turn Ming Jejia into an evolver as the situation called for it due to the lack of trusted personnel. Ning Ruozi crunched up her face and pouted as she ran from Yue Zhong's side. "Ruozi's angry. Big Brother is a bad person. Ruozi will ignore you." Yue Zhong watched Ning Ruozi, as he chuckled and did not say much. He continued to soak himself for a while, before carrying Dong Ling and leaving. Su Shuling also stood up not long after, and headed outside. The moment Su Shuling left, Ning Yusin's face turned wooden, as she lectured Ning Ruozi, "Ruozi, what's with you today? If you continue to be like that, what if he is overcome by lust?" The cute smile on Ning Ruozi's face vanished, as she revealed a look of indifference and maturity that did not fit her age, using that childlike voice of hers to reply, "Sister, we're already in his hands. If he wants to do so, we can do nothing. Life here is pretty good. If it was outside, if we fell into some other pervert's hands, then it would truly be a fate worse than death." Ning Ruozi thought back to a scene where she saw a few men crowding around a pot with kids inside, and she shuddered involuntarily, which had nothing to do with the cold. She gritted her teeth as a resolute look flashed across her face, saying, "If we want to live on in this apocalyptic world, then we need strength. I will definitely control Yue Zhong and have him under my heel. That way, us sisters will get to live safely and securely." Ning Yusin retorted in anger. "What if he violates you? Men are biologically wired to be unable to control themselves. You're playing with fire." Ning Ruozi replied indifferently, "Then let him be. Ever since we came to this villa, I've already prepared myself. We weak women would be violated by others, even if it's not by him." Ning Yusin shuddered with rage and slapped Ning Ruozi on her face furiously, as she felt indignant about her sister's nonchalant attitude towards their plight. The slap landed hard on Ning Ruozi's face, causing a red palm print to appear on it. Ning Yusin saw the imprint on her sister's face, and her heart ached as she hugged her tightly and cried out, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault." Ning Ruozi had tears in her eyes as she hugged Ning Yusin back and consoled her. "You were not wrong. I didn't know my limits. Rest assured, sister. Ruozi will definitely protect you. You're after all the only family I've got left. Set your mind at ease, sister. Ruozi is the cutest loli on earth. Yue Zhong being a Lolicon would not be able to resist my charms." Ning Yusin hugged Ning Ruozi tightly. "No, Ruozi. It should be me protecting you. Don't worry. I won't let any harm come to you. Let me protect you. Whatever the cost. I, as your sister, will protect you." Ning Yusin hugged her only family tightly, as a resolute look flashed in her eyes. Ning Ruozi kept silent, and the two beauties hugged quietly for a while, as warm feelings surged between the two. "Oh right, Ruozi. Just now you called Yue Zhong big brother. Wasn't that too mushy?" That's not true. Guys like that, oh, sister." Ning Yusin was puzzled. Is that true? You have been too caught up with studying. That's why you haven't been in love. What a bummer." Ning Yusin grabbed Ning Ruozi's cheeks and squeezed. "Little brat, you're too mature." Ning Ruozi let out a hamster-like squeak. "No, sister. Ruozi's undefeatable face would be damaged. Where did you learn this type of nonsense?" "Of course through manhwas. Once we go back, I'll introduce you to two of the romance type. That way you can also understand men better." Hee hee. Without Yue Zhong around, Ning Ruozi did not put on any pretense of her earlier cuteness. Instead, she was truly wearing a smile. She who had gone through so much knew that being able to survive with your family in this world was the greatest joy. Early the next morning, Yue Zhong was still in slumber when a cute female's voice resounded in his ear. "Bro, it's time to wake up, brother. If you're still not up, I'm going to take away the blanket." The female voice that sounded in his ear was trembling and felt forced. Yue Zhong opened his eyes slowly and saw Ning Yusin dressed in white socks, white shirts, and a white miniskirt. Her face flushed red as she stood there. It seems like, if I don't do this, it won't work. Bro, you pervert." Ning Yusin saw that Yue Zhong had opened his eyes and forced down her sense of shame and fought against the urge to run, as she lowered her head to kiss him on the lips. Chapter 373, Move Out. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. After a light kiss, Ning Yusin was like a terrified little doe. Her face flushed extremely red, as she looked at Yue Zhong, whose eyes were wide open in shock, as she stammered out in embarrassment. "Like this? You should be satisfied. Bro, time to get up." Yue Zhong stared at the once cold Ning Yusin, who had just exhibited the characteristics of a 2D persona from manhwas, and did not look away. Her entire uncomfortable demeanor and the unease of her earlier actions gave her an interesting sense of charm. "If you still don't get up, you're going to be late, bro." Ning Yusin was feeling increasingly shy as she was stared at by Yue Zhong, stammering her words out with difficulty. "Ha ha ha ha." Ning Ruozi had just entered Yue Zhong's chambers, and saw her sister's embarrassed and awkward behavior, and could not help but hug her belly and roared out in laughter. "This is bad." Ning Yusin was laughed at by her sister, and feeling faint, she dashed out of the room and escaped. Ning Ruozi watched her sister run away, as she put on her angelic smile and jumped beside Yue Zhong, pecking him lightly on the cheeks, and said, "Good morning, big brother." Yue Zhong ruffled Ning Ruozi's head and replied, "Morning, go out first. I'm going to change." Ning Ruozi's bright eyes sparkled, as she laughed sweetly. "I don't mind. You can change in front of me. It's okay." Yue Zhong flicked her forehead. "It's not okay with me. Che." Ning Ruozi hugged her head, as she glared at Yue Zhong adorably, before bolting out the room as well. "Brother, this time, if you're heading to Guilin City, please bring me along." At the dining table, Ning Yusin brought the matter up. Ning Yusin was an intelligent girl, and knew that there were no prior form of interaction between her and Yue Zhong. Only through constant interaction and the experience of situations together would their relationship improve. Now, she could only make use of her looks and coyness to earn his adoration, but not become an important person to him. Ming Jejia was the perfect example who had went through thick and thin with Yue Zhong, and had naturally become someone important to him. Yue Zhong gazed at Ning Yusin and asked slowly, "This time, the trip to Guilin City will be fraught with unknown dangers. In fact, there might be constant trouble along the way. I can't guarantee your safety. Are you certain you want to go with me?" Ning Yusin looked at Yue Zhong with a resolute gaze and replied, "Yes, I want to go to Guilin City with you. I know English, Vietnamese, Thai, Malay, and Japanese. I'm also trained in karate and taekwondo. Small-time thugs aren't my match. I'm capable of protecting myself." Ning Yusin had been the daughter of a chairman of a multinational corporation, and their main clientele were Southeast Asian countries. Ning Yusin had been groomed to take over the company, and hence, she had picked up 4 different languages, and learnt different forms of self-defense, and could be considered as an elite member of society. Yue Zhong took a long glance at Ning Yusin for a while, before saying, "Fine, I'll bring you along." Ning Yusin heaved a sigh of relief. "Thanks, brother." Ning Ruozi also hugged Yue Zhong's arm as she tried to ask him coyly, "Big brother, I want to go too. Bring me along, will you?" Yue Zhong looked at Ning Ruozi and his expression turned wooden. "No, you can't go. No matter how much you try to beg. Continue this and I'll spank your bottom." Ning Ruozi was still a delicate girl after all, and could be frozen to death if not careful. Yue Zhong was naturally not willing to bring her out. Unless it was Yao Yao or Ming Jejia who were evolvers, Yue Zhong would not allow the other younger girls to endanger themselves. Ning Ruozi scrunched her face again, as she pouted and retorted, "Petty miser! I shall not care about you." Su Shuling seemed like she wanted to speak, but she hesitated, and in the end, keeping silent. She was good-looking but had never taken on any form of self-defense lessons, and if she followed along, she would just be a burden. When she thought about the journey that was sure to span over a few hundred li, she could not say anything. In this world, a few hundred li were still considered long, and there were bound to be mutant beasts along the way as well as hordes of zombies. If they were to encounter any behemoths, their vehicle troops might be even wiped out. In an office of Long Hai City, Qiyang was currently facing the officials that were seated around and said, "There's news of Yue Zhong. It came from Guangxi. Yue Zhong's still alive. Leader Yu's still alive. That's great. As expected, Leader Yue is still alive. I knew he couldn't be dead." The entire meeting hall erupted in joyous cheers, as the dampened mood and low spirits from Yue Zhong's disappearance washed away. There were a few ambitious characters who also quelled the schemes in their hearts when they heard the news. Lu Wen couldn't help but ask, "Where's Yue Zhong right now?" Guo Yu, who was sitting beside Lu Wen, also turned her gaze towards Qiyang, waiting for his answer. Qiyang continued without missing a beat. Yue Zhong is currently at Tianjin district near the borders of China and Vietnam. He had already conquered it, and established a camp of more than 60,000 survivors. Holy shit! He really is our leader, Yue. Too awesome. Deguzi sighed in awe. Yay! He's really the best. Chen Yan had a look of excitement as he said. The various officials in Long Hai City side. In the city base, they had the ammunitions manufacturing line up and running, and while it could not produce the ammo for the heavy weapons like cannons and tanks, they had no shortage of ammunition for the majority of their weapons. With that, after Yue Zhong had disappeared, they could only regain 2 other major cities, and the total survivors they absorbed amounted to about 4,000 people. Compared to Yue Zhong's progress, it was indeed a little miserable. In truth, it had to do with the leadership style as well. Yue Zhong liked to advance constantly and conquer. Qiyang, on the other hand, took comfort in stability and wasn't aggressive. While Qiyang held the reins of Long Hai City, he wasn't the true leader, and thus, whenever he wanted things to be done, there were minor obstructions along the way, hence, slowing the rate of progress. However, he was extremely sturdy, and although Yue Zhong had been gone for some time, there were no major problems as a result of his leadership, and he didn't give the more ambitious characters any opportunity to pounce on. Qiyang eyed the people in front of him and commanded, "I shall announce, from now on, our next target will be regaining Sy City. After the weather turns warmer, we shall immediately set for the southwest direction and clear a route between Yue Zhong and us. Everyone will have to work towards this single objective." Yes, the entire top brass were unison this time round, as they answered with vigor. It was a matter that had weighed heavily on them, and now, with him back, they were revitalized. After the meeting was concluded, Qiyang went to a window looking towards the southwest direction and gazed out silently. In the direction, there were his parents, as well as his unforgettable first love. However, he could only stay here and not look for them. "Yue Zhong, I'm leaving them to you." Qidian looked out at the harsh cold winds as he thought to himself silently. The snowstorm in Tianxin district lasted an entire 2 weeks before coming to a stop, and warm sunlight finally broke through the clouds. The moment the skies cleared, a vehicle fleet comprising of 6 jeeps, 4 resources trucks, an IFV, and 2 trucks full of nothing but fuel left Tianxin district, making their way towards the horizon. On the journey this time, Yue Zhong brought Ming Jejia, Zhang Mingyi, Ning Yusin, Luo Qifeng, Bai Shaoxing, and a few other experts. Wu Yin, Wei Ninghua, and a few other capable generals of his were stationed at Tianxin district and Jingxi city to continue the fortifying of the bases and training of the troops. Yue Zhong had brought only a handful of people with him, totaling 37. Even if these 37 died, it wouldn't impact Tianxin district or Jingxi city in any way. Under the conditions where the weather was unpredictable, bringing a large number of troops was tantamount to suicide, as a snowstorm could easily wipe the entire troop out. A smaller team would find it easier to survive. Furthermore, everyone that came with him was an expert, and their survival skills in the wild were naturally higher. Bai Shaoxing yawned out of boredom. "So boring. Isn't there something exciting?" Zhang Mingyi glared at Bai Shaoxing coldly. "Platoon Commander Bai, keep quiet. We are recon soldiers. Loud noises will reveal our positions." Zhang Mingyi did not view Bai Shaoxing favorably. When Yue Zhong had launched the assault on Tianxin district, Bai Shaoxing was Bei Mingyang's trump card, and yet, he was useless. It was because he prioritized his lust over anything else, and when Yue Zhong had come knocking, Bai Shaoxing was still lying in bed with his women and having a good sleep. Bai Shaoxing laughed conceitedly, as he patted Zhang Mingyi's shoulder. "Old Zhang, don't worry. Even if we reveal ourselves, it'll be okay. I will be responsible for killing those poor fools who find us. Just relax." Zhang Mingyi's face darkened. "On the field, you'd better refer to me as Captain." Bai Shaoxing laughed nonchalantly. All right, Captain. Captain, can you not be so rigid? Once we go back to Tianxin district, I'll introduce a few ladies to you, okay? Let's engage in a 6p orgy." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Mingyi's face was thoroughly black by now, and he did not continue talking, as he continued observing the front. "Old Zhang, the women I know are all guaranteed high quality. I promise that they're the best of the best. Not a single one is below 70 points. Bai Shaoxing was like a piece of sticky candy that stuck on him and did not stop talking. Just as Zhang Mingyi was about to explode with anger, gunshots rang out from the distance. "Shut up." Zhang Mingyi's expression changed, as he shot forwards on his own like an arrow towards the disturbance. I just had to release too. The fanboy and lowly chapters made me bleed from my eyes and cuticles. Like, straight zombie Halloween costume look here. Chapter 374, Heaven Sect, translated by Qidian, edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3, The South, by Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed as well, as he jumped out of the figure, and shot forwards like an arrow. In just a space of 10 breaths, he managed to overtake Zhang Mingyi and charged onto the battlefield. Zhang Mingyi was shocked in his heart as he rushed to Bai Xiaoxing's side. So fast! No wonder he was termed as Tianxin District's #1 expert. They discovered that there were currently 2 factions of people engaged in slaughter at a distance in the snow-white field. One of which were people dressed in all sorts of tattered clothing, the other dressed entirely in black, their heads wearing some strange hats. The first faction with the assorted clothings were carrying various guns, while those in black were mainly wielding machetes and other weapons. Both were fighting furiously, and the black-dressed faction were being overwhelmed, as they retreated continuously, and a few of their women and kids were abandoned, before being taken by the militants in tattered clothes. When those gun-wielding militants caught those women and kids, they would immediately laugh out cruelly, and tie them up, before continuing their assault on the other faction dressed in black. Zhang Mingyi gave an order to Bai Xiaoxing. "Stay here and observe. I'll go notify the leader. There's no need. I alone will be more than enough for this bunch of thrash." Bai Xiaoxing eyed the militants, the sides of his mouth curving in an arc, as he revealed a malevolent smile. He waved his hands, before a pair of green daggers appeared in his hands, and with just a step, he seemed to transform into a specter as he shot forwards. "Asshole!" Zhang Mingyi could not help but curse when Bai Xiaoxing blatantly ignored his orders. He despised those soldiers who did not give a hoot about military command on the battlefield. But he's really fast. Zhang Mingyi observed that within a few breaths of time, Bai Xiaoxing had actually already reached the midst of the group of fighting over 300 m away, and his heart involuntarily trembled. Bai Xiaoxing's speed was truly fearsome. Having suddenly appeared in the midst of the gun-wielding militants, he slashed his daggers about in a mad frenzy. The militants found either their throats slashed or a nick at their chest, causing their hearts to bleed, and they fell to the ground in disbelief. 30 seconds. In just 30 seconds, from appearing within the group of militants, Bai Xiaoxing had totally wiped out 16 members of the 19-strong group, leaving 3 alive. The remaining 3 immediately quailed in fear, as they threw their weapons down, raising their hands, afraid that their lives would be taken from them at any moment. Zhang Mingyi took all this in, his eyes flashing with a strange glint, as he thought silently, "Formidable!" Seeing that display of speed from Bai Xiaoxing, Zhang Mingyi knew he wasn't Bai Xiaoxing's match, and there has to be at least 100+ elite soldiers to fire a cover of bullets, otherwise ordinary soldiers would not be able to even catch up with his speed. Bai Xiaoxing was an agility-based evolver, and he had reached level 46. The moment he fully activated his speed, it would far surpass Yue Zhong's own. Based on this speed alone, he had been termed as the #1 expert in Tianxin District. Zhang Mingyi looked at Bai Xiaoxing, and a thought passed in his mind. Seems like leader was worried that Wu Yin and the rest might not be able to handle this guy. That's why he brought him along. Zhang Mingyi was truly on the mark. Yue Zhong was not okay with leaving such an expert at Tianxin District or Jingxi City when things have not yet stabilized. If Yue Zhong was not around, and Bei Mingyang instigated Bai Xiaoxing to start a revolt, should the moment be right, their chances of success would definitely not be small. Hence, in the operation this time round, Yue Zhong had specifically brought many of the experts that used to be under Bei Mingyang. On one hand, it was to bring them away from the 2 bases. On the other, he wanted to see if he could subdue them totally and win over their loyalty. These experts had surrendered to Yue Zhong due to the difference in strength, but had yet to follow him wholeheartedly. Soon after, Yue Zhong arrived with the rest of the fleet. When Yue Zhong came to the scene, he saw the ground littered with corpses, and he frowned as he barked, "Any survivors?" "Leader, these are the ones left alive." Bai Xiaoxing kicked the 3 captives as he brought them in front of Yue Zhong. When Bai Xiaoxing stood straight, His eyes could not help but roam over to Ning Yusin and Ming Jiejie dressed in military wear beside Yue Zhong, and he blurted out, "What a pair of beauties with such heroic auras! Leader, why don't you give me the lowly? I'm willing to exchange 10 beauties for her." "Shut up." Yue Zhong's eyes turned cold, as he reached out for Bai Shaoxing's neck with lightning speed. Bai Shaoxing was an agility-based evolver after all, and he was fully equipped with agility-enhancing items. The moment Yue Zhong moved, he also reacted, his body tensed and poised, as though he was ready to launch his own counterattack. At this moment, Yue Zhong's eyes retracted, and he activated the art of fear, and the horrifying spiritual and illusionary attack blasted Bai Shaoxing's consciousness relentlessly. In that instant, Bai Shaoxing was sent through years of torment, through various means like backbreaking, dismembering, being lit on fire, his heart carved out, even beheading. It caused his mental faculties to collapse. Illusion! Although Bai Shaoxing was frivolous, he was after all an expert that had gone through countless battles. Right before he lost his mind completely, he managed to regain a little clarity, and bit his lips viciously, causing it to bleed, and the pain shaking his head clear, pulling himself out of the illusion with great difficulty. The moment he managed to extract himself out from the illusion, he discovered his neck was already held in the vice-like grip of Yue Zhong's right hand. While Bai Shaoxing's body was slightly tougher than ordinary people, as long as Yue Zhong squeezed a little harder, Bai Shaoxing's neck would be crushed. Yue Zhong's eyes were like ice-cold daggers without a hint of warmth, as though he wanted to pierce Bai Shaoxing's heart as he said, "I don't like that tone and the kind of jokes you're making. If there is a next time, Bai Shaoxing, don't blame me for being harsh." Bai Shaoxing felt like he was being stared at by a beast filled with killing intent, and he replied with difficulty, "Yes, I understand." Yue Zhong's spirit was reaching 165 points, and with a spirit of more than 16 times that of a normal person, activating the art of fear on Bai Shaoxing, whose spirit was much weaker, took only 1 to 2 seconds. In a battle between experts, this 1 or 2 seconds could easily determine the victor. Yue Zhong then released his grip as he let go of Bai Shaoxing's neck, before patting him on the shoulder and said indifferently, "Great work nonetheless. Since you like women, as long as you have the capability, there are plenty of beauties in this world. However, I do not wish to see you impeding my plans because of your lust. If it's like that, I'd rather send you to hell myself." Bai Shaoxing's neck immediately broke out in cold sweat, as he replied in an extremely honest and docile manner, "I got it." As an evolver, Bai Shaoxing possessed unparalleled combat power. He was full of himself as well and disdained normal humans. He even looked down on Bei Mingyang. That was why, for the majority of the time, he was involved more with women than assisting Bei Mingyang. Bei Mingyang needed Bai Shaoxing's power, and hence could only tolerate his idiosyncrasies. However, he never expected that Bai Shaoxing would be so unreliable at the moment of crisis, and cause Tianxin District to fall into someone else's hands. At first, Bai Shaoxing could not care less that Tianxin District had switched leaders. He believed that with his power, even if the master had changed, they would not be able to do without him, and hence, he had not the slightest ounce of respect for Yue Zhong. However, now in just a single exchange, he had discovered the true might of this new leader, and he knew that if he did not get his act together, this new leader would easily cut off his head to be treated like a soccer ball. Zhang Mingyi saw Yue Zhong settling the issue of Bai Shaoxing in one move, and his heart was filled with shock and awe. Leader truly is unfathomable. He's too strong. Holy shit. Even Bai Shaoxing could not last more than a move. Leader truly is too fearsome. Seeing the proud and obstinate Bai Shaoxing yielding to Yue Zhong, those who had followed Yue Zhong out of Tianxin District were filled with shock. They knew Yue Zhong was strong, but to what extent? They weren't sure. Seeing the top expert of Tianxin District being defeated at Yue Zhong's hands, they had finally understood just a little of what Yue Zhong was truly capable of. Yue Zhong then came to the 3 captives and interrogated, "Who are you people? Pay!" One of the captives looked at him with hatred, as he spat out. With a pong, Yue Zhong fired a shot from the stinger that he pulled out. The captive's brain was blasted apart like a watermelon, and the red and white matter splattered onto the floor, as the headless corpse slumped to the ground lifelessly. Seeing how ruthless Yue Zhong was, Bai Shaoxing shuddered, and celebrated that he had not pushed this death god too far. Otherwise his own brains might have been already blasted. Who are you people? Yue Zhong aimed at the second captive, his eyes cold as he drawled. I'll speak. I'll speak. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. The captive was frightened to the point that he wet his pants, as he cried out and begged, before answering Yue Zhong's question. I'm Lu Ningxue, a disciple of the Heaven Sect. This time, we are out here on orders from Zhang Qiu, also known as Altar Lord Zheng, to capture these seedlings to be sacrificed to the sect leader. The other captive immediately burst out and cursed Lu Ningxue. Lu Ningxue, you traitor! You dare to betray the sect! You will not get away with it. I curse you to all 18 levels of hell, never to be reincarnated. Yue Zhong furrowed his brows, as he glanced at the other stubborn captive, and handed a Tang replica sword to Lu Ningxue. Chop his head off. You can live after that. Go die. Lu Ningxue received the Tang replica sword, and struggled for a while, before coming to a decision. Swinging the blade, he bellowed out as he sliced his comrade's head off. He then kneeled in front of Yue Zhong and proclaimed, Lu Ningxue is willing to work for this master, and plead that master accepts this lowly one. Yue Zhong eyed Lu Ningxue and immediately gave a command. I'm Yue Zhong. From today onwards, you're part of my group. Tell me everything you know about the Heaven Sect. Yes, Boss Yue Zhong. Lu Ningxue gritted his teeth, before revealing all that he knew to Yue Zhong, and was thorough with it. Heaven Sect was founded by an expert called Linghu Xiangru. Lu Ningxue was unclear on his background, but knew that Linghu Xiangru possessed 3 strange abilities. A Buddha light on his back, invulnerability as well as incantations. With those 3 abilities, Linghu Xiangru had taken the teachings from Christianity, Buddhism and Taoism to found his own Heaven Sect, and proclaimed himself to be the sect leader. He called himself the Apostle of God and was sent here to walk amongst mortals and to save them. Those who believed in him would enter the kingdom of God and have an immortal soul after death. As for his enemies, they would be banished to the 18 levels of hell and would never reincarnate. In such a world, this sort of religious influence had a huge attraction on those who had lost their faith. The moment the Heaven Sect was formed, it attracted many followers from all over the place, and it became in existence with over 8,000 followers. The scary thing was that, out of these 8,000 followers, 3,000 of them were true fanatics, and were willing to do anything for the sect leader, to the point of throwing their own lives for him. In the post-apocalyptic world, the power of faith can be a fearsome strength indeed. Especially at the start of the apocalypse, there was the voice that claimed to be God, which proved the existence of God. This led to people with reasoning to lose their sense of rationality and join the Heaven Sect. Of the 19 people that came to capture the people from the other faction, 13 of them were fanatics. Lu Ningxue were one of the few that maintained his clarity. Although he knew that this Heaven Sect was unorthodox, for the sake of living, he continued to put on a farce of being a follower, and did their jobs for them. Lu Ningxue's eyes flashed with dread as he continued. Other than the sect leader Linghu Xiangru, who has unfathomable strength, there are 8 great elders, 72 law protectors, and 108 altar lords. Every one of them are high-leveled enhancers, and have great strength as well. Yue Zhong asked, what kind of weapons does the Heaven Sect have? Heavy weaponry. Lu Ningxue pondered for a while, then replied, there aren't many guns in the Heaven Sect, only about 200 to 300 old rifles. As for heavy weaponry, I have not seen any. There shouldn't be any. Yue Zhong nodded slightly, then turned towards another middle-aged man that was brought to him as he asked, what about you people? I'm Wu Shanshi, the head of the 9 Holes camp. These people have been under my protection. Those bastards had attacked us with no forewarning and stole our rations, as well as kidnapping the women and kids. Those bastards! Wu Shanshi looked at Lu Ningxue, his eyes filled with hatred as he shouted out. Chapter 375 Grain Tree? Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. You may go! After Yue Zhong heard what Wu Shanshi had to say, he pondered a while, before giving the signal to his subordinates aiming at the 9 Holes people, who then put their guns down. The women and children were also released to rejoin their families. Bai Shaoxing walked over in a relaxed manner and asked Yue Zhong while laughing, "Leader, how about we go and decimate the Heaven Sect? Since they have over 8,000 members, there must be at least a dozen of beauties, right? The most beautiful ones will naturally belong to leader. As for the rest that don't suit your taste, I'll gladly take them off your hands." Bai Shaoxing was naturally strong, but had zero governing abilities, and only seeked to fulfill his desires. This was how Bei Mingyang had easily recruited him into his ranks, and became his top fighter. Even now that the leaders have changed, a leopard can't change its spot and he still lusted after women. Yue Zhong replied indifferently, "No, the Heaven Sect has 8,000 members after all. If we want to eradicate them, we would need to spend a huge amount of time. We don't have that kind of time to waste. Shangluan, adjust our route." The Heaven Sect was also nothing in Yue Zhong's eyes. Without any heavy weapons, Yue Zhong estimated that 5 tanks and a fully equipped infantry battalion would be enough to wipe them out. If it wasn't for the uncertain weather, as well as the difficult progress for the troops, Yue Zhong would have deployed some people to wipe out this unorthodox sect. Shang Luan replied, "Yes, leader." The soldiers from the fleet then disembarked and gathered the weapons and resources from the corpses of the Heaven Sect members, and made preparations to leave. When Wu Shancher saw this, his face fell, and looked at Yue Zhong before he came before him and dropped to his knees. He started begging, "Sir, I beg you, please save my tribesmen. I'm kneeling and begging please. Those animals took our people and will engage in blood sacrifice. We have lost over 30 people to them. If you don't go and save them, they will definitely die at the hands of those bastards." Yue Zhong replied apathetically, "I'm very sorry. I don't have the time to spare. Since those animals have kidnapped your people, you guys should go save them yourselves." Yue Zhong only had the objective of rushing towards Guilin City on his mind now, and did not want to entangle with the Heaven Sect. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were poor souls everywhere. If Yue Zhong were to help each and every one of them seek justice, even till the day he died, he would not be able to solve every single problem. Furthermore, he had no relations with this Wu Shancher. He wasn't willing to waste time for a stranger. Wu Shancher gritted his teeth. If someone of his caliber were to head to Heaven Sect, he would fall before saving anybody. Only the young man in front of him had the capability to rescue his tribesmen, but he was obviously not interested. Wu Shancher continued in a low voice, "Sir, if you can bring your men to save my people, we're willing to do anything for you. We're willing to offer you a tribe treasure, the grain tree." Yue Zhong's eyes narrowed, and asked directly, "Grain tree? What's that?" Wu Shancher then revealed the biggest secret of the Nine Holes camp. Grain tree. It is a huge tree that can produce grain. There are a few such trees in our Nine Holes camp. Each tree could produce a few hundred gene of rice. The people of our tribe have been relying on these to survive till now. In this post-apocalyptic world, rice was indefinitely more valuable than gold. Most of the seeds of the pre-apocalyptic world had no way of germinating currently. Only a handful of mutated seeds had managed to grow. Because of this, the agriculture industry crashed entirely, and there were no new ways of farming yet. If what Wu Shancher said was true, then the dozens of grain trees at the Nine Holes camp could become the cornerstone of the farming industry. If it were really the case, the dozens of trees would be more valuable than a few thousand tons of rations. Yue Zhong's gaze was piercing, as he became a little excited and asked, "Is what you said for real? If it's true, I can deploy troops to save your people. However, if you're lying, you and your tribesmen will have to pay a painful price." If Yue Zhong managed to obtain that grain tree, then he could begin mass planting of such trees, and he would solve the problem of rations. Wu Shancher nodded profusely and swore, "It definitely is the truth. Should there be the slightest lie in my words, you can shoot me dead." Yue Zhong eyed Wu Shancher and the corners of his mouth lifted. "Fine. Go bring Lu Ningxue over." Mahogany Town was a small rural town, and within the town, other than a shopping mall, there are no other tall buildings. In a room within Mahogany Town, there was a man dressed in a few layers of clothes. While his face was flushed red from the cold, and he was carrying a huge axe on his back. He cursed out, "Making me work in this damned weather. Fucking troublesome." Another young man who was dressed similarly and had decent features replied, "Zhao Lin, suffering is a blessing. Since we can slog for the heaven sect, when we get to the kingdom of God, we get to enjoy 3 times the blessings. This was promised by the altar Lord Zheng after all. You must cherish it." Yes, I got it." Zhao Lin agreed on the surface, but innately, he was cursing, "This idiot still calls himself a university student. Must have damaged his brains through his studies to be brainwashed so completely. What a fool." Zhao Lin then turned to another guy lying in bed, wrapped in blankets, as he asked, "Old Wang, didn't Li Shang, Zhou Su and the rest catch a bunch of pigs asterisk? Amongst the group of them, there are some good-looking ones. Want to go and play with them?" Asterisk, referring to the captives. Old Wang shook his head. "The good-looking chicks are to be offered to the altar lords, law protectors, great elders and the sect leader. If we were to fool around, we might get banished to hell." Zhao Lin urged, "I know, but other than those extremely pretty ones, the rest should be fine. Let's go find a few young ones to have fun with. Even if the upper guys know, they won't say much." Old Wang was tempted when he heard this. In such cold weather, hugging a young woman's body to warm oneself was a sort of bliss, and while he didn't dare touch those picked out by the top, the rest were in fact no problem. The young man frowned and barked out sternly, "What are you guys thinking of? Those are pigs, demons. If you were to yoke with them, you will be tainted. In the end, you'll go to hell." Zhao Lin and Old Wang exchanged a glance, and both felt that the fanatic in front of them was beyond hope. "Zhao Lin, open the door." At this time, a voice resounded from the entrance of the town. Zhao Lin looked out the window and saw Lu Ningxue bringing a bunch of people to the entrance of the town. Hot damn! Such quality goods. Zhao Lin saw Ning Yusen standing beside Lu Ningxue and was instantly captivated. He had only seen beautiful women like this twice. Zhao Lin hurried to let the group in and stared hungrily at Ning Yusen while saying, "Old Lu, how did you get such top-quality goods? You have struck it rich this time. If you offer her to the sect leader, he would probably be so happy and confer you the title of an altar lord." The fanatic Su Hong came over, speaking in a righteous manner. "Zhao Lin, don't smear the sect leader. My heaven sect is upright and moral, and test one's faith and contributions. We don't operate on desires and lust. If you continue to smear the sect leader, take care that I will go report this to altar lord Zheng." After lecturing Zhao Lin, he looked towards Lu Ningxue, who had come back alone with Yue Zhong, Bai Shaoxing, Shang Luan, Ming Jejia and Ning Yusen in tow, and could not help but ask a question out of suspicion. "Lu Ningxue, how come it's only you? Where's Zhang Yu and the rest? Who are these guys?" Lu Ningxue's face turned stony and scolded back, "Su Hong, who the hell do you think you are? On what grounds are you questioning this daddy? When I fought the war in the south and battled in the north, you were still not part of Heaven sect yet. I'm a high-ranking disciple, while you're just a apprentice-level disciple. Your offense this time, do you want to be banished to hell?" Su Hong bit his lip and lowered his head to apologize. "I'm sorry." Lu Ningxue coughed, before resuming a proud look. "I was separated from Zhang Yu and the rest. I caught these pigs when I was wandering. Bring me to Li Shang and the rest." "Yes," Su Hong replied, and brought them towards the center of the town. Along the way, Ming Jejia grabbed Yue Zhong's hands, revealing the locations of the various soldiers hidden within the town. Yue Zhong had already obtained intelligence from Lu Ningxue, and this town was just a sentry outpost. It had over 300 disciples, and most of the members would use it as a base before heading out in all directions to attack and bring the captives there. There were a few scattered tribes around this area, and the disciples would specially head out to catch these tribes. Along the way, with Ming Jejia's directions, Yue Zhong had already grasped the positions of the various sentries. The moment he lashed out, he was confident of taking them out. With Su Heng's guidance, Yue Zhong and the rest came to a French-styled villa. In the great hall of the villa, there were 24 males lounging about, every single one of them with a ferocious air. They had various weapons by their sides, including loaded rifles, Tang replica swords, and various other weapons strewn about. To an unobservant person, these men all appeared to be relaxed and lazy. The key point, though, was that they were all right within arm's reach. Chapter 376, Arrival of the Grand Elder. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The 24 men were currently either playing poker, or smoking cigarettes, or drinking. Every one of them were relaxing in their own way. At a corner, 4 of them were pressed on top of 6 women, engaging in an orgy. The entire villa looked foul. These 24 disciples were considered high-ranking disciples, every one of them having fought many battles for Heaven's sect. One of them, who sported an ugly beard, disheveled hair, and golden teeth, looked at Lu Ningxue and chucked leeringly. "Lu Ningxue, your luck's not bad. You actually gotten your hands on such amazing chicks. When you strike it big, don't forget us brothers." One of the males glanced at Ning Yusin and Ming Jujia, as a steely gleam flashed in his eyes. "Not bad. An adult and a kid. Both top-notch. This time, sect leader is bound to reward you." Another disciple looked at Yue Zhong and the rest beside Lu Ningxue and frowned before scolding. "Lu Ningxue, how can you not know the rules? Forget about the women. Why didn't you bring those 3 pigs to the holding pen, instead coming here?" Yue Zhong looked around at the 24 high-ranking disciples and ordered out coldly, "Leave 5 alive, kill the rest." Upon receiving Yue Zhong's orders, Shang Luan immediately grabbed the throat of the fanatic Su Hong in a vice grip and crushed down viciously, destroying his throat. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes flashed icily and pulled out a dark magic blade as he shot forwards into the crowd, waving his blade flashily, and 5 people were instantly beheaded. In just a second, he had taken care of 5 high-ranking disciples. Ming Jujia had also activated her ability at the first instant, and 5 shadow wolves leapt from the shadows of 5 other guys, biting them on the neck and killing them instantly. Shang Luan shot forwards like an arrow, breaking into the crowd. He was extremely knowledgeable about the human anatomy, and chopped down accurately and precisely at specific spots of the disciples, like the back of the brain or neck, causing them to faint instantly. Bai Xiaoxing, on the other hand, was a killing demon. He laughed maniacally as he slaughtered the disciples in a frenzy. Those poor sods didn't even have the time to pick up any weapons before they were totally annihilated. Barely 5 seconds had passed, and within the huge hall of the villa, only Yue Zhong's team as well as the captives required by Yue Zhong remained. The 6 women who were being ravaged were left alive as well. After wiping out all the disciples, Bai Xiaoxing looked at the 6 ladies and chuckled coldly. "Ladies, don't scream. Otherwise, no matter how much I love women, I'd have no choice but to lop your heads off." Hearing the threats from Bai Xiaoxing, the 6 women all nodded in fright as they covered their own mouths, not daring to make a sound. "It's too scary." Ning Yusin took a look at the hall that was now dyed red with blood and littered with body parts, as she turned pale and almost vomited. Although she had witnessed her fair share of executions, none came close to the sheer brutality and scale of the scene before her. The bloody place caused her to be revolted. Yue Zhong glanced at Ning Yusin and muttered, "This is the reality of the world outside. The victors are kings and the losers are bandits. Since you have left the comfort of that place, you do well to accept the cruelty of the situation." Most ordinary girls were after all good at heart, and were generally weaker than men, and hence weren't suitable for battles on the forefront. That was not to say that all women were like that, as within Yue Zhong's army, there were numerous female soldiers, and they were the survivors he rescued from the hands of the Vietnamese. Those female soldiers had undergone all sorts of torment and were filled with hatred. They were not any weaker than the men during training, and when they fought, they had a ferocity like that of wild tigers. They could be considered a powerful weapon of Yue Zhong. Ning Yusin's face was still pale as she took a look at Ming Jujia, who was calm and collected, as she said with resolution, "I know. I will definitely brave this." Lu Ningxue looked at the carnage that had just occurred in a matter of 5 seconds, and his heart turned cold, too overbearing. Yue Zhong then ordered Bai Xiaoxing, Go kill the rest of the enemies within this villa. In the villa with its inconsistent interior, the varied terrain was extremely beneficial to Bai Shaoxing with his insane speed. He could unleash it to a frightening degree and slaughter his enemies easily. Bai Shaoxing charged further in as he shouted back, "Yes, leader. Remember to gift me with a few more beauties later on." Yue Zhong stared at one of the captives that'd been awakened by dumping cold water. "Where are you keeping the survivors you've caught?" The captive spat out obstinately. "Fuck your mother." Yue Zhong glanced at Lu Ningxue and coldly commanded, "Chop his head off." Lu Ningxue did not hesitate one bit as he swung his Tang replica sword at the neck of his ex-comrade, directly decapitating him. Fresh blood spurt towards the skies as the lifeless head rolled over to another disc bowl. Seeing his comrade's head, the disciple immediately trembled as he retreated, his eyes filled with intense fear. The other 3 disciples also could not help but tremble. Yue Zhong then chose another disciple and asked simply, "Where are you keeping the survivors you've caught?" The disciple trembled as he retorted stubbornly, "You devil, you'll definitely go to hell." Yue Zhong could not be bothered to hear the rest as he waved his hands, and Lu Ningxue proceeded to cut off that disciple's head as well. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yue Zhong moved on to the 3rd captive. "Where are you keeping the survivors?" I'll say it. They're kept in the basement under this villa." The captive immediately broke down as he cried out while revealing the location. Yue Zhong threw a Tang replica sword to him as he coldly barked, "Consider yourself smart. Go kill the other 2. I'll let you leave." The captive looked at the Tang replica sword as he struggled internally for some time, before swinging it at his fellow disciple, and chopped his head off. This swing also signified his severing of his ties with the Heaven sect. The last disciple's eyes widened in shock as he screamed, "Don't kill me! I surrender! I'll tell you anything! I'll tell you anything! Great Elder Nyo has arrived. The disciples in Mahogany Town, come out to pay your respects." All of a sudden, there was a resounding voice that came from outside of the town. Hearing that voice, Lu Ningxue's expression changed, as he started muttering while looking lost, "Great Elder Nyo! Shit, why did he come here? Why now out of all times?" The disciple that betrayed the Heaven sect turned pale, as he also moaned, No, Great Elder Nyo has come. I'm dead this time." The captive who was originally screaming to surrender immediately became excited. "Ha ha! Bunch of traitors, you're still not releasing me. Let me go now and offer up those 2 women. I can still input some good words for you in front of Elder Nyo. Otherwise, all of you will be buried here. You talk too much." Ming Judge's face turned rigid, with a thought. A shadow wolf leapt out from behind the captive and bit him on his neck, crushing it in one bite. Yue Zhong looked at Lu Ningxue and asked, "What's the background of this Elder Nyo? Why are you so scared?" Lu Ningxue replied palely, "His real name is called Nyo Xinghe. His power in Heaven sect amongst the 8 great elders ranks number 2. Under him, there are 6 law protectors and 13 altar lords. At the same time, he has a personal troop of 300 people. He's fierce and cruel. Any enemy that is caught by him would usually be tormented endlessly. The rumors are that he has tortured over 400 people to death." Yue Zhong frowned slightly. 300 personal guards. So excessive. 300 personal troopers were not a small number. Furthermore, Yue Zhong did not know the true strength of their combat abilities. If they happened to be all experts, Yue Zhong would have to treat the issue seriously. Lu Ningxue continued with a face of fright. "What do we do, leader? Shall we just escape first?" Lu Ningxue was extremely afraid of landing in Nyo Xinghe's hands. At that time, traitors like him would definitely face a fate worse than death. Yue Zhong replied solemnly, "What are you afraid of? There's me." Asterisk. Lu Ningxue immediately quietened down. However, the look in his eyes betrayed his fear and unrest. At this time, Bai Shaoxing brought out a 100 or so survivors out from the villa. As he spoke to Yue Zhong excitedly, "Leader, I found them. This time there are a few good-looking ones. Gift a few to me, Yue Zhong glanced over at the survivors and counted about 60-plus women, 40-plus men. Amongst the ladies, there were indeed a few beautiful ones. Amongst them, there was a young girl of about 16 to 17, with fair beautiful skin, an oval-shaped face with cherry lips. Her features were defined and her body proportions stunning. Her eyes seemed like they could tell stories, while she looked fearful like the rest of them and looked about anxiously. This young tribe girl was definitely not below Ning Yusin in terms of looks and her aura, and was also a rare beauty. Asterisk asterisk. Yue Zhong ordered, "Get ready for battle. Shangluan, give out weapons to the men. Let them prepare for the fight to come as well." Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrunk, as he asked, "Are the enemies here?" "Yes." Bai Xiaoxing, "Come with me and let's check out the enemy." Shangluan, "I'll leave things here to you and White Bones." Yue Zhong replied mildly. With a bright flash in mid-air, White Bones stepped out from the nether space and stood in the Great Hall. Chapter 377 Song Miaoyi. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Elder Nyo's skills are unparalleled. He's undefeatable. Long live great Elder Nyo. Elder Nyo's skills are unparalleled. He's undefeatable. Long live great Elder Nyo. Following the loud chants, on the sides of the road that had not completely thawed from the snow, there were 2 rows of people kneeling while chanting. A middle-aged man with a ferocious look and a burly build sat in an ancient Chinese sedan asterisk, and he was wrapped in thick clothes. Under his arms, there were 2 lithe young women. Under the Chinese sedan, there were 4 extremely well-built and good-looking women hoisting it. They were obviously enhancers from their strength. Surrounding the sedan, there were 300 men dressed in blue. After the apocalypse, there weren't any clothes factories. Nyo Xinghe could only find a storehouse and took their uniforms as the military uniform for his troops. These 300 men wearing the same clothes looked pretty intimidating, if it wasn't for the fact that they had the words, XX Aluminium, behind them. The man seated amidst all this glory and fanfare was obviously one of the great elders of the Heaven sect, Nyo Xinghe. Bai Xiaoxing and Yue Zhong were currently hiding in a corner, and Bai Xiaoxing looked at the pompous manner which Nyo Xinghe made his entrance, and could not help but muttered, "Wah! It seems like a clown had appeared. Doesn't he feel the least bit embarrassed? Shame? I think he's reveling in it. This is the so-called sect." Yue Zhong looked at the ridiculous manner in which Nyo Xinghe had appeared in, and could not help but think of the scenes where children had ditched classes in the past to watch the welcoming ceremonies of certain leaders, as the roads were cleared by the police. Such a fanfare was obviously a poor attempt at trying to imitate the welcoming of leaders in the past. Yue Zhong's pupils shrunk, as he threw all thoughts behind his mind, as he stared hard at Nyo Xinghe seated upon the sedan. The moment he killed this clown, the entire troop would be without a leader, and it would be easier to take them out. Ming Jiejie furrowed her eyebrows, as she brought her lips close to Yue Zhong's ears and whispered, "Someone's coming. Seems like the number of them is not small." Yue Zhong's heart skipped a beat, and decided to stay his hand. Just as Nyo Xinghe's entourage passed by a small alley, all of a sudden, rifles pointed out from the various houses along the alley as they fired wildly at the troops. Under that dense barrage of bullets, 30 over members of Nyo Xinghe's personal guards fell to the ground. "Assassin! There's an assassin!" One of the law protectors hollered out, as he raised his own gun and fired back at one of the houses. Following the sounds of 2 gunshots, the firing from within the house ceased almost instantly. The law protector had the firearms control ability, and had enhanced it to level 3 within a distance of 300 m. He had the utmost confidence of firing a headshot at even an S2. After hearing the gunshot, those Heaven sect members who were kneeling by the roadside immediately stood up and charged towards the sounds of gunfire. Nyo Xinghe remained seated in his sedan, looking towards the direction of the attempt on his life. In front of him, there was a law protector, and he had activated an air barrier, stopping every single bullet aimed at Nyo Xinghe. "Nyo Xinghe, scum of humanity, today I shall rain judgment upon you on behalf of the heavens, and take your life. Answer to the innocent you have murdered." At this time, following a sharp cry, a beautiful lady appeared. She had her hair in a single ponytail, her hands wearing silver bangles, and she was dressed in a gorgeous pleated skirt. She was holding a black spear as she charged at Niu Xinghe. Niu Xinghe had a grim look as he casually picked up a 2m long huge axe and laughed savagely as he jumped down from the sedan. It really is you, Song Miaoyi. There are paths of life to choose from, yet you insist on the road of death. You've killed so many of my brothers. I'll capture you alive today and get every single one of my men to beat you up. We will then raise you as a bitch. So much so that you will not lead your life as a human, but as a dog. You'll become a bitch that allows 1,000 to ride and 10,000 to sleep with. Song Miaoyi floated out from the smoke like a fairy, as she struck out with her spear without losing a beat. The spear strike did not seem fast, but in fact it was lightning quick and had some profoundness to it. Just when the Law Protector wanted to activate his air barrier skill to defend against the strike, it had already penetrated his heart. Song Miaoyi swung upwards, and the corpse of the Heaven Sect Law Protector flew, crashing into a wall. Kill her! Kill her! The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. The personal guards of Niu Xinghe hollered out as they brandished their blades, charging towards Song Miaoyi in a frenzy. Every single one of them was an enhancer, and while the majority were only about level 5 or 6 under the brainwashing of the Heaven Sect, they believed themselves to be invincible and were truly fearless. From the various windows, the insurgents fired their rifles, killing the personal guards of Niu Xinghe. However, the 13 altar lords under Niu Xinghe brought their men and routed to the back of the assassins, firing non-stop at them. The 13 altar lords were enhancers above level 20 and level 30. At the same time, they had the advantage of numbers. As they progressed steadily, they managed to get back the houses one by one, and the flow of the battle was slowly turning against the assassins. Song Miaoyi danced about with her peerless and exquisite spear skills, single-handedly decimating numerous members of Niu Xinghe's personal guards. Many of the personal guards were being slaughtered by Song Miaoyi, but these warriors were not afraid of death, and their eyes had a fervor to them as they charged at her, every strike of theirs with the intent to exchange their own lives for hers. There were more than 200 people surrounding her from all sides in a craze, and she was forced to expend all her power, constantly wearing down her stamina. She displayed her spear skills without stop, trying her best to kill as many of the soldiers as possible. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. One of the personal guards' eyes flashed with an intense fervor as he charged towards Song Miaoyi. However, just as his chant ended, he found his heart pierced. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. Before that soldier even fell to the ground, the next personal guard came from behind, charging at Song Miaoyi with the same look in his eyes. This Heaven Sect disciples are too scary. Song Miaoyi's spear moves were indeed amazing, and there were 47 Heaven Sect disciples who had fallen under her spear, but she had been forced to exert over half her stamina. The disciples, on the other hand, did not seem to lose their aggression, and this caused her heart to palpitate in fear. Song Miaoyi had peerless spear skills, and she had intended to use her skills to take care of Niu Xinghe quickly, before taking her tribesmen to hunt the disciples who would be without a leader. However, she didn't expect that she would be harassed and surrounded to this extent, while Niu Xinghe himself was sitting quietly and enjoying the show, not displaying the intent to fight personally. Yue Zhong observed all these and ordered, "Bai Shaoxing, rout behind them. Take care of those attacking the assassins from behind. Ensure your safety above all else." "Yes, leader." Bai Shaoxing flashed forwards, and in that small alley, he disappeared like a specter. Borrowing the varied elements of a street battle, an agility-based evolver like him would be able to exhibit a truly fearsome combat strength. In a matter of a few seconds, Bai Shaoxing had already routed behind the Heaven Sect. Behind the disciples of the Heaven Sect, there was a sudden flash of green light, and 7 disciples standing together found their hearts pierced within a second. Their eyes shone with a fading light of disbelief, as their bodies lost strength rapidly and fell to the ground. Before even hitting the ground, The last scene they saw was their fellow disciples being stabbed in their hearts noiselessly by a shadow. Bai Shaoxing was indeed a perverted man, but after being subdued by Yue Zhong, he truly fought hard. His combat abilities were shocking, and as long as he exerted his maximum speed, he was like a ghost, killing 21 disciples of the Heaven sect in a matter of about 5 seconds. He was like a terrifying hunter, noiselessly stalking and hunting his prey, and the 13 altar lords in front were focusing their attention on the battlefield, not noticing that he had already decimated a number of their disciples. An altar lord bringing up the rear brought 6 other soldiers and guarded the rear. Out of the blue, a spear suddenly pierced the heart of the altar lord, and his eyes flashed with shock before losing their light. A specter-like figure flashed past, and before the soldiers beside the altar lord had the chance to react, they were killed in a similar fashion. The fact that an agility-based evolver assassin had appeared was devastating. The altar lord was a level 32 enhancer, and he had not the chance to display any of his strength before he was picked off just like that. Wu Yang, bring your men over. Right at this time, the walkie-talkie resounded beside the altar lord. Bai Shaoxing eyed the walkie-talkie, as he muttered, "Seems like we can't keep this under wraps for long. I've already killed over 68 people. Let's kill a few more before they notice something amiss." Bai Shaoxing eyed a target at a distance and rushed over. A clean-shaven man, with a knife scar running down his lips, said solemnly, "Seems like Wu Yang had been killed. There's an enemy behind us. It must be some top expert, and Wu Yang definitely must have been assassinated." The well-built man with the scar was the leader of the 13 altar lords under Niu Xinghe, and his name was Zhen Yang. He was a level 38 enhancer, and his strength was truly overbearing. It was not below even some of the law protectors. However, there are many things that are not obtained just through power alone. Zhen Yang ordered out, "Notify Song Mingtao, Wu Wan and the rest to be careful of their back, and get their troops to be on guard. We will continue our assault on these few buildings here. The enemy should be a few in number. As long as we take care of those inside these buildings, we can focus our power to take the rest of them out." "Yes," one of the soldiers replied. Very quickly, 5 altar lords mobilized about 42 disciples as they concentrated themselves in a circle and began defending themselves. With the abilities of those 5 altar lords, as well as the defense of those 42 Heaven sect disciples, they were like a porcupine, causing Bai Shaoxing to be helpless. Bai Shaoxing had confidence that against a single altar lord, he would be able to take him out in a single strike. However, with 5 of them staying together, coupled with their strange abilities, adding on to the fact that they were protected by 42 crazed disciples, it truly caused him to have a headache. Unless Bai Shaoxing was willing to take the risk and fight it out with that entire troop by throwing his life away, he would be hard-pressed to defeat all 47 of them. "No, if I don't leave now, I'll truly be forced to stay." Song Miaoi had killed the 72nd soldier of the personal guards, and her breathing had already become erratic, her back drenched with perspiration, and the blood on her body was coagulating. She found her black spear becoming heavier and heavier, and could not brandish it as effectively as at the start of the battle. Song Miaoi continued to execute a few more moves, and killed another 3 more personal guards, before she tensed her feet, and leapt towards the skies, jumping towards a bungalow. One of the altar lords with a crooked mouth standing beside Niu Xinghe chuckled coldly. "You want to leave? It's too late." When Song Miaoi was in midair, she suddenly discovered a number of translucent lines blocking her way, and her expression changed as she struck out wildly with her spear, intending to break the obstruction apart. "Surround her!" The altar lord laughed out coldly and closed his fist, and the translucent fishing lines started wrapping around Song Miaoi at an astonishing speed. Song Miaoi lashed out with her spear moves crazily, but she was in mid-air and could not exhibit her full force, and she only broke through 20 of the lines before being bounded by the rest. She was instantly tied up and pulled down roughly from the skies as she rolled to Niu Xinghe's feet. Niu Xinghe looked at Song Miaoi with an expression of glee as he barked out, "Bitch! Now you know the gap between us. I haven't even made a move, and you have already lost, bitch. Just based on your power, and you want to go against the Heaven sect, you sure don't know your limits." Song Miaoi gritted her teeth and cursed out, "Niu Xinghe, what are you? You're just a beast. Your heaven sect is full of sickos and perverts. If you have the guts, kill me now. As long as I'm still breathing, I will definitely not let any of you bastards go free." Niu Xinghe looked at her, as his eyes flashed with a cruel and vicious light, and he roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! I won't kill you. After I'm done playing with you, I will tear off your clothes and throw you into town, and let every single man come and ravage you. After that, I'll rear you like a dog. I want to see if you're the beast, or I'm the beast." *1 haha. Chapter 378, Rescue. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The breathing of the more than 100 disciples of Heaven's sect started to become ragged, as they stared at Song Miaoi tied up with beast-like gazes, their eyes glinting with a dangerous gaze. They had not toyed with such a beauty before. Niu Xinghe was sadistic by nature. However, he treated his subordinates extremely well. For the women that he had toyed with, other than a select few, the rest would be passed to his subordinates to have their turn, and it was a way of winning their support as well. Hearing the words from Niu Xinghe, and feeling the lustful gaze from every single Heaven sect disciple around her, a tinge of fear finally surfaced in her heart. She was not fearful of death, but she was definitely dreading the fate that was worse than death. She could feel the countless hungry looks on her, stripping her naked in their minds, and it made her skin crawl. Song Miaoi's eyes flashed with an obstinate look as she stared at Niu Xinghe. "Even till the day I die, I would never submit to you." Niu Xinghe revealed a sardonic smile as he threatened, "Bitch, if you're looking for death, I'll kill your entire tribe. I've caught a total of 76 people from your tribe. If you die, I will bring every single one of them in front of your corpse and chop their heads off, and inform them that their deaths were because of you. Hee hee. If you die, your uncles and your brother will go to hell together with you. Only by becoming our bitch can they stay alive." Hearing those threatening words, Song Miaoi's eyes finally betrayed a look of fear amidst the 76 captives. There was her brother, and she could not bring herself to be stubborn anymore, and her resolve was starting to crumble down. Niu Xinghe waved his hands, and immediately, the clothes on his upper body were torn off, as he revealed a cruel grin and walked slowly towards Song Miaoi. "Ha ha ha! I shall have a turn with you. Time to experience how a spear which tastes like. Ha ha! Elder, don't kill her accidentally. Let us have our fun first before she dies. Yeah, Elder, don't destroy her. Everyone wants to toy with this spear witch." The various law protectors called out, their gazes fixed on Song Miaoi's body, as though they couldn't wait to gobble her up. "Don't get any closer. Don't come closer." Seeing Niu Xinghe approaching her, Song Miaoi finally started to show some fear, and she started to struggle, trying to twist her way backwards. However, regardless of how much she tried, it didn't change a thing. Her futile attempts only served to push Niu Xinghe's sadistic urges up a notch. Ha ha! Niu Xinghe watched the voluptuous and beautiful Song Miaoi struggling helplessly in front of him and felt extremely excited. He had never messed around before with a peerless beauty such as her. The ethereal beauty coupled with her strength of personality and stubborn character, to him, made her the perfect specimen to subdue and conquer. Seeing Niu Xinghe approaching closer, a desolate look appeared in Song Miaoi's eyes, as she could not help but wail in her heart. "Will someone save me?" Just as Niu Xinghe was about to make a grab for her, he had a sudden change of expression, and retreated hastily, leaping back a few meters. At that moment, a gunshot rang out shrilly, and a disciple standing beside Niu Xinghe's earlier position had his body blasted by a stinger shot, leaving his mangled body to fall lifelessly to the ground. At the same time when the shot was fired, for shadow wolves pounced out from behind 4 of the law protectors, opening their jaws wide and snapping down on their necks viciously. Of the 4, 2 had not enough time to react and were instantly killed by that sudden strike. The other 2 had more experience and caution. One of them had pulled out 6 daggers the instant he felt the shadow wolf, and shredded it to pieces. The other grabbed the shadow wolf and pulled with all his might, tearing the body in two, as the wolf turned into wisps of smoke and disappeared. As that gunshot did not kill Niu Xinghe, Yue Zhong pulled out the PF-98 and aimed coldly. He then started firing into the crowd of the disciples. The heavens protect us. Before a disciple finished his chant, the 12.7mm bullet exploded in his face, causing his brains to be blasted apart. The heavens protect us. We're undefeatable. Another disciple roared out as he charged at Yue Zhong, before the heavy ammunition hit his waist, tearing his body in two, while blood and his innards splattered on the ground. He did not die immediately, instead shrieking in agony as he rolled on the ground. The power of the bullet was terrifying. Whoever was hit by the bullet would be blasted into smithereens. When faced with the might of the heavy ammunition, they were like pigs and dogs awaiting slaughter. As their limbs were blasted apart, they became part of the heavy casualties. When witnessing that scene of carnage, and their comrades that died a horrible death, many of the disciples finally lost their nerve. With the exception of 30-something fanatics, the rest quivered and ducked for cover. Yue Zhong pulled out a walkie-talkie and ordered, "Storm the front! Annihilate all enemies that obstruct us." Zhang Mingyi was currently poised to strike outside the town, and he relayed the order, "The leader has given the command. Attack! Annihilate anyone who obstructs us." With an IFV leading, the vehicle fleet carrying the fully equipped experts charged into Mahogany Town. Within the town, as the law protector was disrupted from his ability, Song Miaoi shook free from the loosened lines and nimbly got to her feet. She grabbed the spear on the ground, taking a look at Yue Zhong, before immediately chasing after the two law protectors. Song Miaoi was intelligent, and knew clearly that if Yue Zhong had fired at her, she would be dead. However, his target was the disciple of the Heaven Sect. Obviously there were mutual benefits in the alliance. Smart woman. Yue Zhong took a look at Song Miaoi and praised silently. "Who are you?" Right at this time, Niu Xinghe's infuriated and violent voice sounded from beside Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong turned his head and saw the twisted expression of Niu Xinghe and easily met his ferocious gaze. The congregation of Heaven Sect's disciples had allowed a single round from Yue Zhong to heavily injure many of them and killed the rest, to the point where Niu Xinghe's personal guards were almost wiped out. This caused Niu Xinghe to be extremely furious. "Kneel, or die." Yue Zhong stared coldly at Niu Xinghe, as his pupils shrunk, and he activated his art of fear. In an instant, a huge spiritual blast encompassing Yue Zhong's tyrannical spirit launched towards Niu Xinghe. However, under that immense pressure, Niu Xinghe only frowned slightly as he revealed a sardonic smile. "An enhancer that specializes in spirit-based attacks? Today, I'll mince you up and fuck your women in front of your dying corpses." Niu Xinghe chucked grimly as he pressed down his feet, then shot towards Yue Zhong explosively. Yue Zhong's eyes narrowed as he activated his shadow steps, pushing his speed to the limit and raising his stinger to aim at Niu Xinghe. Niu Xinghe suddenly employed a weird foot technique as his body started to sway and approach Yue Zhong. Is he a close combat enhancer? But if it's like that, how did he manage to defend against my art of fear? Facing that mysterious footwork, Yue Zhong had no way of aiming at Niu Xinghe, and could only fire off 6 shots instantly. "Ha! Die! Scum!" Niu Xinghe's body flashed, and he dodged all 6 bullets in a strange fashion, appearing to Yue Zhong's right. He was grinning maniacally as he swung the huge 2M axe at Yue Zhong. With a wave of his hands, Yue Zhong pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and parried the attack. The axe swung downwards with immense force and met Yue Zhong's weapon, and a shockwave spread outwards from the clash. What a strong fellow! Both parties had equal strength, and Yue Zhong was forced back a few steps from the collision. His right hand was numb from the impact, and if it wasn't for his high endurance, that blow from Niu Xinghe could possibly have shattered his right shoulder. Ha! Die! 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 Niu Xinghe roared in mad laughter, and launched a flurry of swings on Yue Zhong after taking a leap to get close. Yue Zhong used his shadow steps again, barely managing to cope, as he was forced back constantly by Niu Xinghe. Both his shoulders were numb from the constant blocking, and his defense could crumble at any moment. Against the furious assault from Yue Zhong, Yue Zhong had no time to catch a breath, and he couldn't even swing his blade. Yue Zhong maintained his attacks, as he tried to sway Yue Zhong with taunting words. "Offer your women to me. Become my dog. I will let you live. Otherwise, I'll have your head today." Yue Zhong could maintain his defense for such a long time, and it was outside of Yue Zhong's expectations as well. He had always been able to slaughter his enemies within 20 seconds of engagement. However, this guy in front of him had already held on for more than a minute, which caused Yue Zhong's heart to slowly turn cold. Chapter 379, Burning Yue Zhong Alive. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The person to die today will be you. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his gravity manipulation. In that instant, the gravity on Yue Zhong seemed to double and caused his movements to falter. Yue Zhong evaded the axe swing as he twisted his body and slashed his blade at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's face fell as he leapt back, but he still received a strike at his waist. When Yue Zhong's strike landed, he felt as if he had just struck a huge thick armor that absorbed the impact, and he had no way of penetrating it. He observed carefully and discovered that the torn cloth at Yue Zhong's waist revealed a mild yellow scaly armor. Yue Zhong's pupils narrowed as he slowly said, "Type 3 mutant beast hide." Only a Type 3 mutant beast armor could withstand the blow from the Level 4 treasure crocodile tooth saw blade without being damaged in the slightest. Yue Zhong laughed sardonically as he employed his strange footwork, rushing towards Yue Zhong in a fierce manner. "That's right! I'm covered entirely with a Type 3 mutant beast hide, and I'm invincible. Today, regardless of how you struggle, you will die at my hands." Yue Zhong was almost undefeatable in close combat, adding on the protection of his Type 3 mutant beast hide. His only weakness was his exposed head. This was the reason why he dared to be tyrannical. With the protection of the Type 3 mutant beast hide, he was truly invincible and was naturally brutal in his attacks. Seems like the Heaven Sect has some decent resources. However, you'll be the one to die today. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed fiercely, and he activated his gravity manipulation, distorting the gravity field around him, causing Yue Zhong's body to sink, and his movements became distorted as well. "Hey, just with the gravity manipulation ability, I have killed dozens of gravity users who were stronger than you by 6 or 7 times. You shall die." Yue Zhong adjusted his movements in a split second, as the brutal look on his face intensified. He then swung his axe with a fearsome momentum towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his devil flame and reached out for Yue Zhong. A terrifying fireball started forming in his right hand as it exploded forth and enveloped Yue Zhong. "Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Ah!" Yue Zhong started screaming shrilly in agony when he was enveloped by that devil flame fireball, as his entire body started to burn up. In just a second, Yue Zhong's head was incinerated into ash, while his entire body started to disintegrate under the burning of the devil flame, leaving behind the God and Devil System equipment and Type 3 mutant beast hide, as they fell to the floor. Yue Zhong walked over, as he took a look at the system equipment that Yue Zhong had. Yue Zhong already had most of the equipment on Yue Zhong's body, with the exception of one special item. Level 4 Treasure. Necklace of Clarity, plus 8 Spirit upon equipping. With this item, in any 24-hour period, user will be able to defend against a Type 3 Spirit attack once, Type 2 Spirit attack 4 times, and normal spiritual attacks 16 times. It was precisely this Level 4 Treasure Necklace of Clarity that had blocked Yue Zhong's Art of Fear attack. Yue Zhong pondered a moment, before he switched out the Level 3 Necklace of Hurricane on his neck, and equipped this Level 4 treasure. Although his spirit was already extremely strong with this equipment, he would be invulnerable to basically any spiritual attacks, and could maintain his clarity. After he kept the rest of the equipment, he looked towards the distance, and saw Song Miaoyi entangling with the 2 law protectors from the Heaven Sect. Song Miaoyi's spear techniques were truly incredible, as she pounced about like a leopard, enveloping the two law protectors within the radius of her spear skills. The law protector that was able to manipulate the 6 daggers found his skill being torn apart by the spear shadows, as his own body was pierced a few times, before being sent flying back about 2 to 3 meters. The other law protector was proficient in the art of fighting, but found himself being pierced continuously by Song Miaoi's spear, and was forced back constantly. However, both of them were wearing Type 3 mutant beast hides, and could defend against the sharp strikes of Song Miaoi. This enabled them to save on their strength as they dragged the battle out. Without the Type 3 mutant beast hides, they would have long been punched full of holes. Yue Zhong looked towards the rest of the battlefield, and saw that his own troops had already charged into the town, and were hunting the rest of the disciples from the Heaven Sect. This is the time to show our loyalty to Heaven Sect. Let us offer our fresh blood for the glory of the Heaven Sect. As long as we're loyal, we will return to the kingdom of God after we die. Everybody, charge with me. A fanatic roared out loudly as he charged towards Yue Zhong's troops with a crazy glint in his eyes. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. 20 other fanatics followed the lead of the first guy as they shouted out with fervor and charged towards Yue Zhong's troops. Kill! Zhang Mingyi saw the 20 overzealots rushing over with blades in their hands, and he coldly gave the command. The machine gun on the vehicle turned around, and spew out an intense volley of gunfire, and a dense barrage of bullets rained on the zealots, and they fell to the ground in their own blood. They did not die immediately. Instead, they rolled around as they moaned in pain. Zhang Mingyi led the rest of the soldiers forwards, as they finished off the job by firing a single bullet in each disciple that was still alive, sending them on their way. Watching this terrifying scene, the majority of the remaining disciples had ashen faces as they tried to escape. Not everybody was a fanatic, and many had joined just to survive in this cruel world. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. More of the disciples began throwing their weapons down as they knelt on the ground, trembling in fear while looking at the IFVs and machine gun-mounted vehicles. To ordinary people, such armored vehicles were invincible existences, and they had no way of retaliating. Zhang Mingyi brought his men and continued further in without so much of a resistance, only tying up the captives. Those fanatics who charged out would be executed instantly, and the troops managed to arrive at the heart of the battle in the center of town casually. Damn it! Sunshan! Let's scram! The law protector controlling his 6 daggers saw the arriving IFV and troops, and his expression turned sour before shouting to his comrade. The law protector called Sun Shan had just been pierced by Song Miaoi, as he turned to look at the distance. You will remain here. Following the sound of Yue Zhong's voice, a terrifying spirit attack penetrated Sun Shan's mind, and he was instantly engulfed in various illusions and hallucinations of torment. Ah! Sun Shan screamed out miserably, before falling lifelessly to the ground. Kneel! Yue Zhong came out and with a threatening aura. He gazed at the law protector with control over his 6 daggers and ordered. The law protector took one look at Yue Zhong. As his face changed, It's you! Elder Niu has already been killed by you? Yue Zhong stared indifferently at the law protector. Are you surrendering, or will you join him in hell? No. You can't surrender. You'll die at my hands. Song Miaoi's eyes flashed with fire, as she gritted her teeth and striked forwards with her spear, aiming at Shi's face. She knew the only weak point was the head. The law protector was a battle-hardened veteran after all, and with just a thought, 3 daggers shot forwards to block the spear strike, causing it to be deflected away. The law protector immediately shouted out, I surrender! I surrender! This leader, I surrender. Spare my life. Even the upper echelons of the Heaven Sect knew what the sect was exactly about, and other than a rare few, many were not actually loyal to a fault. Only the ignorant lower levels thought that the Heaven Sect was incredible. Stay your hand. When the law protector surrendered, Yue Zhong stepped forward, bringing his crocodile saw-tooth blade to parry Song Miaoi's spear. Song Miaoi took a few steps back, as her beautiful eyes shone with a burning fury, and she stared at Yue Zhong. He's my enemy. If you help him, are you going to be an enemy too? Yue Zhong gazed back indifferently. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Song Miaoi maintained her gaze for a while, before she collected herself, as she stood straight and said, Many thanks for saving me earlier. I'm Song Miaoi. What's your name? Yue Zhong replied, I'm Yue Zhong. Song Miaoi looked at the man in front of her and assessed him quietly, and she could feel his strength. She said sincerely, Yue Zhong, you saved me, and I'm very appreciative of that. From today onwards, you're a friend to us from the Tsongtong tribe. Whenever you have problems, feel free to look for me. Our entire tribe will definitely aid you. However, this beast, he had brought men to capture over dozens of our tribesmen, as well as from the surrounding areas. I cannot let him go. Give him to me, and this favor will be remembered for always. Hearing Song Miaoi's words, Yue Zhong contemplated silently. The law protector suddenly smiled grimly, as he barked at Yue Zhong, Don't move, or I'll be merciless. Two of the blades that Song Miaoi had knocked away had suddenly appeared at Yue Zhong's heart and vertebra. Let me leave here. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The law protector chuckled evilly. Trash. Just die. Yue Zhong suddenly turned, the stinger already in his hands as he directly fired at the head of the law protector. Following the loud gunshot, the brains of the law protector were blasted apart, as his lifeless corpse slumped to the ground, and the daggers fell along with him. Chapter 380 Pressure. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Right at this time, Zhang Mingyi brought his men as they came to Yue Zhong and saluted, Leader! Follow me. Yue Zhong looked at Song Miaoi and spoke indifferently, before bringing Zhang Mingyi and Ming Zhejia towards Bai Shaoxing's side of the battle. Song Miaoi heard the commanding tone from Yue Zhong, and hint of displeasure shone in her eyes. However, she looked at Yue Zhong and his troops, and stamped her foot, before tagging behind Yue Zhong. Following the trail of corpses, Yue Zhong soon brought his team along until they saw Bai Shaoxing engaged in battle against 5 law protectors. Both sides were facing off, but neither had the upper hand. The law protectors from the Heaven sect could not catch Bai Shaoxing. Not a single one of them could match up to his speed. However, at the same time, if Bai Shaoxing truly went after any one of them, he would have to face the joint assault from all 5, which would be risky, and hence both sides were just eyeing each other right now. Bai Shaoxing spoke out with a little embarrassment. Leader, you're here. I'm sorry. These bunch of guys are too troublesome. I haven't managed to take care of them. Yue Zhong glanced at Bai Shaoxing, before he stepped forward and commanded coldly, Those opposite, listen up. Surrender immediately. I'll only give you 10 seconds to consider. Those who refuse will die. One of the altar lords shouted. You bunch of devil-worshipping heretics. You dare to go against Heaven's sect. You'll definitely face a terrible fate. And after your death, you'd be sentenced to the deepest depths of hell with no chance of reincarnation. Surrender to us now and we'll baptize you, and cleanse you of your sins, and help you back into God's grace. As long as you accumulate merit for the sect, you can ascend to heaven and enjoy yourself. Kill the heretics. Kill the devils. Kill the heretics. Kill the devils. The disciples began to chant upon hearing the altar lord's words. With their blind faith, their morale was also rising. Kill them. Yue Zhong eyed the zealots and gave the order to Zhang Mingyi. Open fire. Zhang Mingyi relayed the order. The remaining soldiers had already prepped their artillery and set their aim. Upon receiving Zhang Mingyi's orders, they started firing, as huge explosive rounds landed on the positions of those zealots who were hiding behind cover. Hong! Hong! Following the rapid loud explosions, disciples of the Heaven sect found their bodies blasted to pieces. The altar lord who had gave the rallying call about killing heretics were also caught within the blast radius, and was instantly pulverized. Under the blanket of artillery fire, to the extent of 2 consecutive rounds, the disciples who had no experience in modern warfare collapsed, as they lost all will to fight, and tried to escape towards the back after retreating from their cover. At this time, the IFV and the machine gun-mounted vehicles started firing wildly at those escaping disciples, and the bullets tore into the disciples, turning them into sieves full of holes as they fell to the ground. Within 10 minutes, The disciples surrounding the 5 altar lords to protect them had been annihilated, and 3 of the 5 altar lords had been blasted to death. The 2 remaining altar lords were agility-based enhancers, and they took the opportunity to rush out from their hiding place as they retreated towards the back. They knew that staying here would spell death, and they disregarded everything as they made a mad dash to run from it all. Yue Zhong pulled out his stinger as he opened fire at the 2 escaping altar lords. Their heads were immediately blasted to oblivion and their headless corpses fell to the ground. Continue the advance, Yue Zhong ordered indifferently. Under his orders, even though they had little men, they were all elites, and they made their way forwards in an orderly fashion, exhibiting the disciplined and strong bearing of soldiers. Song Miaoi observed this small troop of Yue Zhong and was thoroughly shocked. So strong! This troop is really strong. Song Miaoi was confident of handling any one soldier from within this troop. However, if the entire troop was to launch an assault on her, she would not even be able to withstand a single minute's assault before she would be killed. Yue Zhong and his troops quickly arrived at the location that the remaining personnel under Zhenyang were using as a hideout. Zhang Mingyi hollered at the people hiding within the building. "Those inside, listen up. Surrender now. Otherwise, we'll not treat you nicely." Inside the building, Zhenyang had a grim look as he grabbed a tribesman and pushed him to the window, while placing a blade on this abductee's neck. "The whole lot of you better retreat, otherwise I'll kill the hostages. There are 31 hostages here with us. If you don't retreat, I'll kill the whole lot of them." The disciples of the Heaven sect seemed to have been overcome with a madness, as they pushed the hostages to the windows and placed their weapons at their necks. Anytime Zhenyang gave the order, they would immediately slaughter the hostages to join them in death. 6th uncle, 8th uncle, 17th uncle. Seeing those tribesmen, Song Miaoi's eyes flashed with fear and could not help but call out. Those were the elders that had watched her grow up before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse had set in, everyone had banded together to survive up till now. These elders were like her own family, and she could not bear to see them die in front of her. Yue Zhong eyed the huge building as he ordered coolly, "Get ready to attack. Storm the front. Snipers, get ready to switch to grenade launchers." Song Miaoi's face fell as she ran to Yue Zhong and spoke shrilly, "No! You can't do that. Those hostages will definitely die if you do that. Those are human lives." Yue Zhong's heart was hardened as he returned her look with an ice-cold stare. "I'm sorry, Miss Song Miaoi. I can understand your feelings, but I need to eradicate the remnant forces of this Heaven sect. As for those hostages, they have nothing to do with me. I can't waste time here because of them. Please make way." Song Miaoi grabbed her black spear tightly as her face turned pale, and she stubbornly glared. "No, I won't allow this." With a single swishing motion, 20 soldiers raised their guns and aimed at Song Miaoi. The moment she made a random move, they would punch her full of holes. Although she was a beauty, in their hearts, following orders was the most important thing. A single beauty would not be enough to sway the hearts of these elite soldiers. Even the frivolous Bai Shaoxing was holding a gun to Song Miaoi's head, although his eye flashed with a hint of pity. If she truly died, he would feel a tinge of regret. However, if he went against Yue Zhong's wishes, then the person to die would be him. Under the pressure of having multiple weapons aimed at her, Song Miaoi did not relent as she stubbornly glared at Yue Zhong, like an epiphyllum that would wilt at any time. Yue Zhong frowned as he waved his hands, and the 20 over soldiers lowered their guns. Song Miaoi knelt down as she pleaded, "Please, please save my tribesmen. As long as you do so, whatever you ask of me, I'll be willing to do so." For her tribesmen, Song Miaoi was willing to put down her pride to kneel in front of Yue Zhong. This was because her tribesmen were extremely important kin to her, and she did not want them to perish at such a place. Yue Zhong looked at the kneeling Song Miaoi as he frowned. He pondered a while, looking at the building in the meantime, before he slowly replied, "Bai Shaoxing, stay. The rest, retreat." Hearing Yue Zhong's order, all the soldiers retreated. "Song Miaoi, remember what you said today. Follow me." Yue Zhong looked at Song Miaoi as he indifferently reminded her, before entering a small alley with Ming Jejia. Song Miaoi followed closely behind. Bai Shaoxing immediately sighed, as he played with his dagger and followed behind Yue Zhong, disappearing into the alley. What a pity! Another beauty had been conquered by leader. How is it? Have you contacted headquarters? Zhan Yiyang saw the soldiers retreating, as he heaved a sigh of relief, before asking a subordinate beside him. The disciple swiftly replied, I've already notified headquarters. They have arranged for 2 elders to bring reinforcements. However, they said we will have to fend them off for 2 hours. Reinforcements would arrive by then. Zhan Yiyang took a few deep breaths, as the stone weighing on his heart was lifted. 2 hours? As long as we can hold out for 2 hours, it's our victory. Those heretics would definitely be dealt with by the great elders. At this time, with a single bang, the door to the room Zhan Yiyang and the captives were in was kicked wide open. Yue Zhong strode into the office, taking in the details of the room in a single look, before firing the .03 rifle in his hands 10 times consecutively within a second, and directly killing all the Heaven Sect's disciples. Beside Yue Zhong, Ming Jejia had already summoned out her 5 shadow wolves, appearing behind 5 of the disciples, and biting their necks. As the attention of everybody in the room was focused on Yue Zhong and Ming Jejia, Bai Shaoxing came swinging into the room from the room upstairs, landing within the group of disciples. The blade in his hand flashed, and a total of 7 disciples found their hearts pierced. In just mere seconds, 22 disciples had died at the hands of Yue Zhong's group of 3, causing chaos to erupt. Song Miaoi also made use of the opportunity to rush into the office, her spear flashing as she leapt about like a leopard, killing 3 disciples with her profound spear skills. The Heaven Sect's disciples in the office had been wiped out save for a few. Every one of the remaining members lost their gall, as they abandoned battle tried to escape. One of the altar lords saw that things weren't going well, and he tried to escape from the window. Just as he made his move, Bai Shaoxing chuckled grimly, and shot forwards like an arrow, stabbing into the back of the altar lord, killing him. Bai Shaoxing might be tied down when facing against a group of strong enemies, but facing single enemies, very few were considered his opponents. He was like a shadow that flitted about, as he slaughtered his enemies easily, and few could withstand an attack from him. I surrender! Zhan Yiyang's mind spun, as he threw the Tang replica sword to his side, and raised his hands to shout out, I surrender! When the head surrenders, the rest of the disciples had no intention to resist longer, as they abandoned their weapons and shouted out as they trembled. Bai Shaoxing then walked up to these disciples, and started to tie them up. 6th uncle, 8th uncle. Song Miaoi ran to the hostages, as she helped them out of their ropes, and called out emotionally. This time, she had dragged many of her close kin in the attempt to assassinate Niu Xinghe, and it caused her endless worry. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Yue Zhong, she would not have known what to do. 2 of the men with wrinkles on their foreheads and tan skins looked at Song Miaoi, their eyes pleased. Lass, it's good that you're fine. Yue Zhong confirmed news with Zhan Yiyang. After an hour, the reinforcements from the Heaven Sect will be here. Are you certain about this? Zhan Yiyang had a solemn expression as he replied, It's true. If I were lying, you can execute me. The information about the reinforcements coming, everyone within the room knew about it. Zhan Yiyang wanted to use this piece of information to gain Yue Zhong's trust. He had not much faith in the Heaven Sect in the beginning, and joining them was for the sake of a better life. When he landed in Yue Zhong's hands, he had immediately switched to a different tune, and worked towards gaining Yue Zhong's trust. An hour. Yue Zhong pondered, his eyes flashing with a hint of decisiveness. On a small frozen road, 800 Heaven Sect disciples were currently marching forward. Within the human crowd, there was a Rolls-Royce moving forwards quietly. A fat, middle-aged man was asking his skinny companion at his side, Old Luo, heard that old Niu had fallen at the hands of some heretics. What do you make of this? The fat, middle-aged man was called Chan Shengang, and was the 7th elder in the Heaven Sect. The skinny man was called Luo Kuei, and he was the 5th elder, Both of them were considered to be experts within Heaven's sect. Luo Kuei replied coldly, "What else to think? Old Nyo had always been too violent and brutal. He had so many enemies. It's not a surprise that he's dead. However, to be able to kill Old Nyo, the enemy must be pretty formidable himself." Luo Kuei laughed icily. For the sake of a few hostages, they actually stopped their assault. Regardless of their abilities, it seems like they have weaknesses as well. Chapter 381 Chun Shingang. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Chan Shingang had a look of apprehension. "However, Old Nyo is truly dead. Are our forces going to be enough?" Chun Shingang was a burly-look man with plenty of both fat and muscle on his body, and he truly looked fierce. However, one cannot be judged based on appearance, and he happened to be a coward actually. He could become a strong enhancer purely by luck, as he had gained an incredible level 3 skill at the onset of the apocalypse. Hence he could survive for so long. Luo Kuei glanced at Chun Shingang. His eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. "We have 800 people here, and 500 guys over at Mahogany Town. Didn't Zhen Yang give his report earlier? There are only about 100 enemies, and even if they have experts, we just have to send our men and it would be enough to squash them." Chan Shingang continued in deep thought before his frown slowly eased, as his face revealed a smile. "That's true. We have 800 disciples here. Of them, there are 200 zealots. With them, we have no need to fear any enemy." Inside a forest, Yue Zhong watched the 800-strong army walk into his ambush without a single wariness. As he gave the order, "Attack!" Under Yue Zhong's command, an IFV led the fleet of machine gun-mounted vehicles as they charged out from the forest and started to launch an assault on the right side of the Heaven Sect's reinforcements. All the armored vehicles were unleashing their bullets with a frenzy, causing a large number of the disciples around to be punched full of holes, fresh blood splattering the entire area. Many of them fell down dead, their bodies full of wounds. The Heaven Sect is undefeatable. Kill the enemy. Become a saint. Facing such a sudden raid, the 200 white-robed disciples began to get worked up with a madness in their eyes, as they charged at the vehicles without a care for their own lives. They were the zealots previously mentioned, and thoroughly had faith that as long as they fought and died for Heaven's sect, they would be able to enter God's kingdom. Therefore, every single one of them was fearless, and were extremely ruthless in their attacks. These fanatics formed the main part of the Heaven Sect's attack force, as their passionate and staunch faith allowed them to charge into battle without a hint of fear nor regret. Even if they knew they had to die, it was with willingness. Many of them even saw death as a blessing. However, regardless of how strong one's faith was, a normal person's body would not be able to repel bullets, much less be impervious to it. The IFV and machine gun-mounted vehicles sprayed their guns at the 200 disciples, and they were felled as easily as wheat being sowed. Fresh blood dyed the entire ground, and there were moans of agony uttered everywhere. These fanatics might be a threat to close combat enhancers, but in front of modern warfare weaponry, their blood and fervor would only serve to send them faster to their deaths. Luo Kuei had sensed danger at the first moment, and had opened up his palms, activating a psychic barrier, as a transparent barrier appeared in front of him, deflecting the majority of the bullets coming his way. He was a level 46 enhancer with the telekinesis ability, and could defend against the damage from those 12.7mm bullets that could pierce even armored vehicles. Countless bullets were deflected off Luo Kuei's barrier, and that sort of imagery pushed the morale of the disciples up quickly. Many of them gathered close to Luo Kuei, as they hollered with conviction, "The heavens are with us? We're undefeatable!" As the IFV adjusted its gun and line of fire, the ZPT-90 that has been kept aside was aimed at Luo Kuei and unleashed hell and carnage. The bullets from the heavy machine gun landed explosively on the psychic barrier and were actually blocked. However, the barrier only managed to withstand about 3 seconds of continuously being impacted by bullets. After 3 seconds, the barrier disintegrated into pieces, and Luo Kuei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, while the heavy rounds landed on his body, sending him exploding backwards for a few meters. He fell to the ground, his body crumpled, and his orifices bleeding profusely before he died. Luo Kuei had worn a Type 3 mutant beast hide to protect himself, and while the rounds were insufficient to penetrate the hide, the fearsome impact could not be negated, unless his resistance was as tough as Yue Zhong, who had pumped so much in endurance. With Luo Kuei's death, the psychic barrier disappeared, and the Heaven Sect's disciples were like unwilling pigs waiting for slaughter, as they started to escape frantically in various directions. Yue Zhong glanced at those disciples that have lost their composure and ordered Zhen Yang, it's your turn. Kill those who won't surrender. Yes, leader. Zhen Yang had an extremely complicated gaze in his eyes as he responded. Brothers, let us charge. Time to earn some merits. Let the leader witness our sincerity. Zhen Yang shouted to his fellow disciples that had been captured earlier. Kill! 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 Those Heaven Sect disciples who had already surrendered to Yue Zhong took up their weapons, as they followed Zhen Yang's lead and charged towards the dispersed Heaven Sect members with bloodshot eyes. If Yue Zhong had gotten those ex-disciples to charge first, and treated them like cannon fodder, the majority of them would definitely have defected again. However, now that with Yue Zhong slaughtering the 800 of the Heaven Sect's disciples, these ex-disciples were not fervent supporters in the first place, and due to their thirst to prove their loyalty, they charged forwards like ferocious tigers and wolves, killing their past comrades without a shred of remorse. On the other side, Song Miaoi had brought her tribesmen as they charged at the scattered Heaven Sect disciples, killing them with a passionate fury. The Heaven Sect had been terrorizing the surrounding areas in recent times, and had treated these tribesmen as slaves or blood sacrifices. This had caused enmity to be sown, and Song Miaoi would naturally not be merciful when dealing with them. I surrender! I surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me! With the three groups chasing and hunting, the Heaven Sect side was destroyed beyond recognition, and a majority of the disciples pleaded for their lives. Those who didn't surrender were killed off by the ones that had defected to Yue Zhong, as well as the tribesmen. Yue Zhong strode over to the escaping disciples, with the stinger in his hands. As long as he saw an expert, whether hiding or not, he would immediately fire a shot to destroy their heads. Bai Shaoxing was like an unsheathed blade that bathed in blood, waving in and out of the human crowd, his daggers flashing about, and a number of the altar lords and law protectors were assassinated without a sound. His abilities made it hard for him to deal with a tightly packed group in defense, but against single unorganized enemies, there was almost nobody that could stop him. The IFV and machine gun-mounted vehicles had stopped shooting as well. They just maintained their inactivity but exuding a pressuring aura on the battlefield. Yue Zhong had brought a limited amount of ammunition, and to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, he had to use them sparingly. Otherwise, without any ammunition, his IFV and machine gun-mounted vehicles were just normal vehicles. Not long after, the reinforcements from the Heaven Sect fell entirely into Yue Zhong's arms. Song Miaoi gripped her level 3 treasure black gold spear. As she looked at those tied-up captives, her eyes shone with disbelief. Did we win just like that? Song Miaoi could not help but look towards Yue Zhong. Her eyes filled with a look of wonder and awe. When they had heard that the Heaven Sect had sent reinforcements of about 800 disciples, Song Miaoi and her uncles had panicked, and were in favor of retreat. However, this man in front of her had remained calm and planned a counterattack, and had easily caused this 800-strong reinforcement to collapse, without much casualty on their own side. It was almost a miracle. Zhen Yang had an excited look as he walked about the captives. He had led his men and captured over 400 captives, contributing largely to the success, and Yue Zhong had already assigned him a platoon commander role. He had hence become an officer under Yue Zhong's command. Just as Zhen Yang was patrolling, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar person, and he could not help but spit out, as he backed up a few steps warily. Elder Chen? The man who was called warily by Zhen Yang was precisely the 7th elder of the Heaven Sect, Chun Shengang. As an elder of the Heaven Sect, Chun Shengang was a level 40 enhancer, and if he suddenly went on a rampage, killing a few normal people wasn't an issue. Chun Shengang squeezed out a flattering smile as he said, I've surrendered. Zhen Yang, can you bring me to meet your leader? Zhen Yang looked at Chun Shengang, feeling a little strange as he nodded and said, "Follow me." The moment Chen Shengang came in front of Yue Zhong, he immediately knelt and kowtowed. This small one Chen Shengang was an elder of the Heaven sect. As long as this esteemed leader can spare my life, this small one is willing to do anything for you. Yue Zhong was a little speechless as he looked at Zhang Yang and asked, was he really an elder? Zhang Yang nodded and ascertained his background. Leader. He truly was the 7th elder of the Heaven sect. I've seen him at the headquarters a few times. Yue Zhong immediately gave the order. I'll accept you. Chen Shengang. Show me your abilities. As long as he knew Chen Shengang's abilities, Yue Zhong could then make the appropriate measures. Chen Shengang would then not be a threat to him. Chen Shengang stood up and responded loudly. Yes, I can manipulate the ground. Please observe. Chen Shengang's pupils shrunk as he activated his ground manipulation skill, and a 3M spike shot out from the ground. He then bellowed as 6 consecutive small spikes shot out from the ground. Yue Zhong observed Chen Shengang's display, and his heart turned cold. The skill of this Chen Shengang was truly tyrannical. If he was a little less cowardly, and had charged towards the IFV while releasing this skill, the IFV would have been overturned. It might even have been penetrated by the ground spikes. Chen Shengang lowered his head and bowed, with an honest look. Leader, this is my ability. It has a limited range, and can only create such sharp spikes within a 100m. If it's beyond a 100m, then I would need more time to create spikes with enough threatening power. Chen Shenggong's ability was not weak, but his courage was truly too small. The moment he saw Luo Kuei being blasted apart, he had lost all will to fight. After that, he had seen how casually Yue Zhong and Bai Shaoxing slaughtered those experts from the Heaven sect, and had not dared to risk anything. He just hid behind a cover and acted as a normal disciple and surrendered. If it wasn't for Zhang Yeong discovering him, Chen Shengang had wanted to pose as a captive, before finding an opportunity to escape. Although he did not dare to fight against Yue Zhong and his troops, he had confidence in escaping. He had the ground manipulation ability. No cell could contain him, unless it was those specially constructed cells that were meant to counter his ability, which would mean that his ability was useless. Yue Zhong stared at Chen Shengang and asked slowly, "Are these all the reinforcements sent?" Chen Shengang nodded as he bowed. Responding to leader, "There's only us." Yue Zhong's gaze was like a knife that pierced into Chen Shenggong's heart. "You guys must have set off from Peaceful Heart Town, right?" "Yes." Chen Shengang looked at Zhen Yang beside Yue Zhong, and did not dare life, and directly responded. Yue Zhong continued asking, "How many troops are at Peaceful Heart Town?" Chen Shengang replied with full honesty. "There's only a law protector, 7 altar lords, 50 zealots, and about 170 normal disciples there. In Peaceful Heart Town, there are about 20 rifles, 25 handguns, and the remaining weapons are all obsolete melee weapons." Yue Zhong stared at Chen Shengang coldly. "Bring us to Peaceful Heart Town. After we take it down, I'll raise you to become a platoon commander." Chen Shengang did not dare reject as he responded soundly, "Yes, leader." Peaceful Heart Town was different from Mahogany Town, and was one of the actual headquarters of the Heaven sect, and was only about 20 kilometers away from the central base in Long'an province. There were 2 elders stationed there, and over 1,000 disciples as their force, and could respond to any situation in the nearby towns. At the same time, they could send reinforcements back to the main base if need be. The force of 100 people soon came to Peaceful Heart Town. "Who is it?" The disciple stationed at the entrance saw this 100-strong troop. His heart became wary as he raised his gun and questioned. Chen Shengang came out from the crowd and stared at the disciple coldly. "You can't even recognize me? By using your gun against me? Are you thinking of flouting the rules?" "Oh, it's Elder Chen. Your subordinate didn't know it's the return of Elder Chen. If the small one had offended you, please do not take it to heart." The disciple had turned ashen, and immediately threw himself to the ground. The 4 disciples at the gate immediately kneeled and called out loudly, "Long live Elder Chen!" Chen Shengang threw a haughty gaze as he commanded, "Go bring Law Protector Ning as well as the 7 altar lords, and the heavenly troops to gather at the Green Garden." I have something to tell them. I'll get others to stand guard here. Go! Chapter 382, Long and County. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yes, Elder Chan. The 4 disciples immediately replied in a respectful manner, before leaving towards the center of town. Chun Shingang then led Yue Zhong and the rest towards the Green Garden District part of town to be deployed. Ning Yi, a middle-aged man with a medium build, slightly yellow skin, and ordinary looks, brought 7 altar lords as they hurried towards the Green Garden District. He looked at Chan Shingang and asked, Elder Chan, didn't you guys set off to help Shenyang? How come you've suddenly come back? Chan Shingang looked at Ning Yi as his pupils shrank, and assumed a stern face. Our sect leader has issued a sacred instruction, with tasks for you guys to do. Everyone kneel, and pay heed. Sect leader is all-powerful, invincible, and long live sect leader. Ning Yi's gaze turned cold, as he followed the 7 altar lords and knelt, as they started proclaiming the usual chants in front of Chan Shingang. The instruction for the sect leader is, for all of you to die. Chan Shingang's expression turned grim, and immediately activated his ground manipulation skill. In an instant, 2 sharp earthen spikes shot out from the ground and pierced diagonally through the bodies of 2 altar lords. Chan? Ning Yi saw the scene of the 2 altar lords dying miserably in front of him, and a strong fury and fear arose in his heart. He had just shouted out a word, when a blade flashed in front of him, and his head was removed suddenly and cleanly from his neck, fresh blood spraying up towards the skies. Yue Zhong had activated his shadow steps, and cleanly executed Ning Yi, before quite casually loping off the head of another law protector beside Ning Yi. Bai Shaoxing, who had been standing at one side, also activated his skill, as he flashed, and the green dagger in his hands danced about, slicing the throat of an altar lord, blood exploding out in a steaming crimson arc from the mortal wound. Song Miaoi had also struck out viciously with her spear, piercing the head of one of the altar lords who was still kneeling, like a stick pushed into the wet mud. In just a few breaths, Ning Yi and the other 7 altar lords had all been gruesomely slaughtered without much of a resistance at all. Do it! After killing the most powerful 8 combatants, Yue Zhong walked out of the room and gave the order to Zhang Mingyi. The troops lying in ambush at various parts of the Green Garden immediately took aim and fired at those fanatics of the Heaven Sect that were lined up neatly. In an instant, those Heaven Sect disciples were showered with a rain of bullets, their bodies battered and blood spilled, and their formation was the best target for the troops of Yue Zhong. Not a single bullet wasted. After firing rapidly, 50 of the zealots fell in their pools of blood, while Zhang Mingyi brought some men as they walked throughout the square, coldly slashing the necks of anyone still breathing on the ground, with a cold and detached look on their face. The upper echelons of peaceful Heart Town were thus easily taken care of by Yue Zhong and his troops. The remaining ordinary disciples were tricked into coming to the Green Garden District, and were all captured. The entire peaceful Heart Town thus fell into Yue Zhong's lap. Yue Zhong tasted sweet victory, and continued, Chan Shingang, go report to the main central base. Say that the enemies had been wiped out, but Elder Nyo and Elder Luo have fell in battle. Your troops have taken serious hits, and you hope that they can deploy some men over. Yes, leader. I'll do so right now. Chan Shingang had also thoroughly sold himself, truly treating himself as Yue Zhong's subordinate, as he made to report to the central base. Yue Zhong pondered a while, before calling out, Wait! Make the report after 6 p.m. Yue Zhong's forces had been battling for almost an entire day. Although they were enhancers, they would still feel exhausted. The ordinary ex-disciples and Jin Yang that had defected were in no better shape. They sorely needed the rest now. After 6 p.m., the response from the main base would need some more time as well, and the forces they sent would only arrive the next day. This would buy an entire day's worth of rest for Yue Zhong's troops. Continue to station yourselves there and await orders. Chan Shingang had relayed the fabricated story that Yue Zhong had told him to the main base of Heaven Sect, and only received this simple command. The Heaven Sect seemed to have no plans to send any troops. Yue Zhong did not waste any time during the night, as he organized the tribesmen that he rescued out into a single troop and handed command over to Xuanhuan. He then moved on to the captured Heaven Sect's disciples. There were a total of 600 or so of them, and he grouped them into 6 teams, handing command over to Chen Shenggang, Zhen Yang, Bai Shaoxing, Lu Ningxue, Luo Qifeng, and Ming Jejie respectively. Chen Shenggang and Zhen Yang had become traitors of the Heaven Sect, and their hands were dyed with the blood of their past comrades. Even if they betrayed Yue Zhong, they had nowhere else to. That was why Yue Zhong decided to make use of them. Yue Zhong did not sleep the entire night. Instead, he patrolled the entire town on his own. After all, Peaceful Heart Town was only about 20 kilometers away from the main base, and they were almost under the enemy's noses. Furthermore, Chen Shenggang and Zhen Yang had just recently defected over, and Yue Zhong could not trust them fully. Therefore, he had to take up the night watch to prevent any incidents. At the same time, Yue Zhong assigned a few trusted aides who were experts to be stationed at key points, in the event that something unforeseen cropped up. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, the sun was just starting to rise, and Yue Zhong received the order relayed from the headquarters of the Heaven Sect. Immediately bring your men and weapons and make your way back to base. Kill any enemies you see. Chen Shenggang immediately turned to Yue Zhong and asked, "What do we do, leader?" Yue Zhong contemplated a while, before he inquired, "What's the strength of the main base like?" Chen Shenggang replied swiftly, "There are always 4 elders, 40 law protectors, 60 altar lords stationed at base. They're all high-level enhancers. Other than that, there are over 5,000 disciples in the Heaven Sect, of which 1,000 belong to the White Shirt Army or the Fanatics. Amongst those 1,000, there are 50 experts wearing Type 3 mutant beast hides. They are the personal troops of Linghu Xiangru, the Sword Apostles. Each and every one of them have power equal to a law protector, and they practically worship Linghu Xiangru to the point of being extremist. They have terrifying strength. The Type 3 mutant beast hides were considered precious treasures within the Heaven Sect. Even ordinary law protectors and altar lords might not get a piece. For every single one of the Sword Apostles to own a piece, it was a testament to their power and importance. The moment Chen Shenggang spoke of Linghu Xiangru, his eyes had a hint of fear. However, within the Heaven Sect, the scariest is still the sect leader Linghu Xiangru. He has a holy halo around him, and is impervious to all sorts of physical attacks, and every word he says seemed to radiate power. Those who could force him to use all his power have died. When he came to recruit me initially, I knew I wasn't his match and hence I surrendered. What his abilities are, I'm not entirely sure. No one in the entire Heaven Sect actually knows as well, however based on my conjecture, he should be a powerful evolver." Yue Zhong continued to think before replying, "Okay, I've got it. Let's comply with their orders and move out to take a look." With Yue Zhong's orders, the 800-strong troop immediately set off from Peaceful Heart Town, making their advance towards Heaven Sect. Yue Zhong rode with Ming Jejie and Chen Shenggang in a Hummer and went forth ahead as vanguard. With the ex-elder leading the way, Yue Zhong and the rest quickly traversed and reached the vicinity of Heaven Sect. When Yue Zhong and the rest came close to Heaven Sect, they heard the sounds of intense gunfire, as well as explosions. Seems like there really was a problem. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he thought to himself and quickened his pace. They climbed up a hilltop and observed the situation at Long County. They discovered that in the distance, there was a group of gun-wielding militants that were dressed in assorted clothing, as they launched frenzied assaults on Long County. Those militants were equipped with decent weaponry, possessing rifles, submachine guns, heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, hand grenades, and even mortars. They were using these modern weaponry to suppress the Heaven Sect's disciples so much so that they didn't dare risk their lives. Yue Zhong pulled out a binoculars to observe the current battle and thought silently, "This troop is not weak. However, they can't be compared to my expert battalion. They must be untrained and seem to be learning from experience. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable." The disciples in Long County were being suppressed, and just when the situation seemed bleak, out rushed 400 zealots in white clothes, their hands wielding huge blades, as they chanted with fervor and rushed at the militants outside the city in a kamikaze attack. These zealots were different from the ones that Yue Zhong had to deal with, as although they were rushing without a care for their own lives, they were spaced out, and wanting to take them all down in a single strike would be nearly impossible. Seeing the fanatics launching their counterattack, the militants began to target them with their heavy weaponry, spraying bullets at those unfortunate souls. Blanketed by the rain of bullets, many of the zealots were punched full of holes. However, those militants were not expert marksmen, and many of their shots went wide. Coupled with the fact that the fanatics had spread themselves out, the bullets only managed to kill a few of them. Some were even unfazed when they were struck by the bullets. Under those circumstances, many of the zealots managed to bravely push through the rain of bullets and waved their melee weapons at those militants. Chapter 383 Internal Strife. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The moment those white-shirt fanatics charged into the midst of the militants, they started slashing in a crazy manner. They seemed only intent on killing any unfortunate soul to meet their blades. Help! Ah! Help! The white-shirt zealots were like devils that had unleashed carnage upon those militants, causing them to lose their fighting will in an instant. Many abandoned their weapons and started to retreat backwards. A motley bunch. Yue Zhong looked at the performance of the militants and thought silently to himself. The militants had the upper hand with their modern weaponry and could have overcome them, but they were frightened of the enemies who had a stronger zeal and fighting spirit. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. The fanatics were hollering out at the top of their voice, charging at the militants like crazy demons, and killing them like sheep as the militants were steadily retreating. Kill! 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 Long live sect leader! Long live sect leader! Seeing those militants being slaughtered by the white-shirt fanatics, the disciples within the city walls also regained their morale and started to chant. An elder with a strong build and riding a motorcycle, with a lightning-like gaze, he came leading 50 men, every one of them riding a motorcycle as they charged out from the city and rushed at the militants. 5 altar lords took the initiative to coordinate and lead 300 of their subordinates as they charged out as well. Right at this time, a group of warriors decked in a black suit came out from the midst of the retreating militants. They aimed as they each held a grenade launcher and started firing rapidly at the zealots. Grenades landed one after another in the midst of the zealots. As long as those white-shirt zealots were hit by the grenades, they would be immediately blasted dead. This was true even if they were wearing Type 3 mutant beast hides, as it could not completely negate the impact of the blast. As for those who had no defense, their bodies were immediately blasted apart. At the same time, the gunfire that had stopped due to the retreating militants restarted again, as all sorts of heavy fire rained down upon the militants and white-shirt zealots alike. Under that frenzied spray of gunfire, the militants who had abandoned their weapons were punched full of holes together with the zealots, everyone turning into flesh sieves. The backup weapons that had been lying in wait also kick-started their firing, causing carnage to come down on those disciples and troops that had just left the city gates. The motorcycles were destroyed by the bullets, and their riders were also killed by the fearsome rain of metal. The 5 altar lords that had brought their men out were killed almost instantly. Only the hardy elder managed to dodge the bullets and retreat back into Long County. What a ruthless fellow! Yue Zhong saw this, and his heart turned cold. The commander behind these militants had obviously designated these weaker militants as baits and cannon fodder to force out the power of the disciples, and once they were hooked, he had ordered the deaths of the militants and zealots without batting an eyelid. It could be seen that this commander was truly vicious and decisive. With over 400 zealots being annihilated, it was a huge blow to the Heaven sect in Long County, as out of those 400 fanatics there were over 10 sword apostles, and they had died to the exploding grenades. This was a huge blow to the morale of the Heaven sect. While the militants did manage to wipe out a number of the zealots, they had lost 200 warriors themselves. However, the other militants came out from their places of hiding and started their assault in the direction of Long County. This is an entire battalion. That is to say, the commander most likely still had another battalion or two somewhere as backup. These are all proper military equipment. They must have opened up 1 or 2 military camps. Yue Zhong came to this conclusion when observing them, and he frowned. He was also someone who warred frequently, and could tell the tactics and some strategy of the person behind the scenes. This time it was the Heaven Sect on defense. They had rifles as well, and a number of snipers were hidden on high grounds, sniping the militants from their points of cover. A number of the militants were shot in the head. With the threat of the snipers, the militants ducked for cover. At the same time, the snipers on the militant side also began their own counterattack against the snipers in Long and County. In the intense gunfight, both sides started to lose their snipers rapidly. On the other side, the militants were still using their heavy weapons to continue their assault on Long and County. The different key locations of the Heaven Sect were starting to get compromised. The Heaven Sect was lacking the proper equipment to contend against the militants. When the militants came to within 200 m of the city gates, and burly elder wielding blades burst out from the wreckage and piles of bodies, he charged into the midst of the enemy, the dark magic blades in his hands flashing about with a black light, as he started slaughtering the militants. He leapt about in the battlefield, seemingly without equal, and in a short span of time he managed to kill 8 militants. After suddenly killing those 8 militants, his body flashed and he disappeared. At another location, a dozen militants were currently making their way forwards carefully, when all of a sudden, 10 ice picks condensed in midair and nailed 10 militants to the ground, killing them instantly. The remaining militants began firing at a nearby building, however. All they did was break some windows, and they didn't manage to hit the elders of the Heaven Sect at all. If modern weaponry could dominate the battlefield, then street fighting was considered the forte of those experts of the Heaven Sect. Unless the heavy artillery could flatten the entire ground of Long and County, otherwise the advantage belonged to those Heaven Sect's experts, who could make use of the terrain. With the harassing of the experts, many militants met their tragic ends, and the remaining had no choice but to stay close together as they made their way into the town. At the same time, a fully equipped battalion was making their way from behind a hill, as they entered the town and joined in the battle. Chen Shangang watched the situation in Long and County with an alarmed expression as he asked Yue Zhong, "Leader, what do we do?" Chen Shangang was cowardly by nature, and was reluctant to join the fray. "We wait," Yue Zhong replied solemnly as he continued observing. Yue Zhong currently had 800 people, which was about 2 infantry battalions. However, if he wanted them to just jump into the heat of battle, they would likely perish in a short time. "Boss, what now?" On a small hill, a burly-looking man built like a bear was looking at another younger bespectacled man, who had looked thin and gentle as he was asked this. The cultured-looking young man was the leader of the militants, Wen Fuxin, and the bear-like man was his sworn brother Luo Leihu. A strange glint passed in Wen Fuxin's eyes, as he sighed and said, "I miscalculated. I never expected the fighting morale to be so high, and they can still put up such a fight." In Wen Fuxin's initial calculations, after decimating the fanatics, they would be able to use the modern weaponry to take down the defense of the Heaven Sect easily. However, the reality was that things did not proceed as planned, and after sending 2 battalions, it was only barely enough to suppress them, but not to the point of overcoming them. Long and County had become a meat grinder of sorts, with both sides sustaining casualties almost every second. It was the first battle that Wen Fuxin was facing such a loss. Luo Leihu suggested, "Why don't we retreat first? Today can be considered a draw. We can always come back and annihilate them." Wen Fuxin's eyes flashed with a dark look. "No! It's already so late. If we were to retreat now, those from the town will definitely chase us down. We might get hit badly. Plus, they have gained some of the weapons we lost. The next time, our attack would not be as smooth already." Luo Leihu started to become anxious. "Then what now?" Wen Fuxin took a deep breath before solemnly ordering, "Convey my order. All troops are to attack Long and County. Today, even if we are down to our last man, we cannot retreat. There will only be one side that lives today." Upon receiving that drastic order, the last battalion awaiting further instructions also set off for Long and County. A Heaven Sect elder suddenly burst out from a window, and the long blade in his hands flashed about, taking the heads of 3 nearby militants. Just as he was about to leave, he found himself suspended in mid-air. His eyes flashed with shock, and he turned his gaze to discover 3 enhancers looking at him coldly, their hands outstretched, casting their ability on him. Go die! Luo Leihu hoisted a rocket launcher and fired a shot directly at the elder. With a hong, the rocket landed explosively on the body of the elder, causing him to be blasted into tons of itty-bitty juicy pieces. When the 3rd Infantry Battalion joined in the fray, the forces within Long and County started to be beaten back. Chapter 384, Heaven Sect Leader. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. When Fuxin had high-level enhancers within his troops as well, and the moment they entered the fray, they displayed their prowess. They joined forces with the ordinary soldiers to hunt the experts of the Heaven Sect, and the killing on both sides increased in intensity. The Heaven Sect was slowly but surely being forced back. As the heavy artillery rained down, a majority of the normal disciples started to break down, and they tried to escape with no intentions of regrouping or reorganizing themselves. We won! When Fuxin looked at his troops pushing in, and the Heaven Sect defense crumbling, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Long live the sect leader! Long live the sect leader! Long live the sect leader! Right when the defenses of the Heaven Sect seemed to break down, a group suddenly started calling out excitedly. An ordinary-looking man, with normal looks and long straggled hair, wearing a golden cassock came walking out of the group of people. His eyes shone with radiance, and he was the sect leader of the Heaven Sect, Linghu Xiangru. Behind him, there were 4 extremely radiant holy lights that seemed to shine towards the sky, and there were also 40 sword apostles by his side. Linghu Xiangru's voice reverberated like thunder as his eyes flashed coldly. You heretics, today, I shall pass judgment on you on behalf of God, and send you to hell, without the chance of reincarnation. Repent for your sins today by kneeling. Repent. Drop your resistance and accept your death. This way, you may have a chance to leave hell in the future. With those words, the militants suddenly had feelings of regret and fear. Yue Zhong had already arrived at a small corner of Long and County by this time, and he heard the words of Linghu Xiangru, and could perceive a strong spiritual force affecting his mind. This is spiritual OE skill. With this skill, there's no wonder he managed to become the sect leader, with so many people worshipping him. Linghu Xiangru's voice was like that of a powerful deity that seemed to command everyone to cease their resistance. Drop your weapons. Stop resisting. With that powerful command, the militants near him suddenly cried out in pain, as they lost all fighting will. They loosened their grips and the weapons in their hands dropped. The 40 sword apostles shot forwards and waved their Tang replica swords, directly chopping off the heads of those militants. Long live the sect leader. He's blessed and invincible. Long live the sect leader. He's blessed and invincible. When the disciples witnessed such a strange sight, they grew excited and began shouting out with fervor. Pong! Right when the people present were in excitement and joy, a sniper from afar aimed and fired a shot at Linghu Xiangru. The bullet shot towards Linghu Xiangru in a flash, but suddenly stopped 3 m away from his body. I'm an apostle of God. As the hand of God, I am invulnerable and impervious to any attack. Nothing can harm me, and those who seek to harm me will taste their own medicine. Linghu Xiangru's voice traveled across the entire battleground, as he locked on to the sniper position, and the bullet in front of him instantly shot back and penetrated the sniper's head. Linghu Xiangru's voice reverberated within the entire area. My people, use the weapons in your hands to kill these heretics. They are the scum of the earth and are devilish existences that God hates. Kill them, and you'll have earned more merit for yourselves. After your death, you will be reborn in the kingdom of God, and you get to enjoy pleasures. Kill! Kill the heretics! Kill! Kill them all! With the spiritual pressure weighing down, the Heaven Sect disciples started to get riled up, and their eyes turned bloodshot as they started to charge at the militants like crazed demons. Linghu Xiangru continued advancing like a divine being, his voice filled with the strong oppressive spiritual pressure exuding out. Enemies of mine, put down your weapons. Repent. Cease your resistance and await the chance to be reborn. The militants with weaker wills immediately lost their resolve to fight after hearing those persuasive words from Linghu Xiangru. They kneeled and began crying, their weapons dropping on the floor, and they were then slaughtered by the frenzied Heaven sect disciples. Those militants who had successfully pushed in were wiped out in almost an instant. Fire your cannons. Blast them to pieces. Luo Leihu bellowed loudly. Heavy rounds began firing at the location Linghu Xiangru and his faithful worshippers. Huge explosions rang out continuously, and the location where Linghu Xiangru stood was enveloped by the blast. A few of the disciples were instantly incinerated or blasted dead. While these militants did not have great aim, and could not compare to proper trained soldiers, they had gained the artillery skill from battles and weren't too bad. They managed to create a devastating effect from the grouping of the heavy artillery rounds. Luo Leihu looked towards the cloud of dust in the distance, as he thought to himself, "Did we finish that guy?" Linghu Xiangru's abilities were truly astonishing. Luo Leihu had never come across someone who had the ability to affect people in such a wide radius with just words. In front of such a terrifying ability, the 3 battalions had almost been wiped out. Who would have expected? Linghu Xiangru stepped out from the scene of destruction and carnage without even a speck of dust on his body, as he looked coldly and ordered, "You guys have tried to attack an apostle of God. Such a heinous sin. Commit suicide now. Yes, we're sinners." Under that pressure, those militants' eyes went blank as they took their own guns and pointed them in their own mouths, and pulled the triggers. Following a few gunshots, those militants had bullet holes in their heads, their bodies falling lifelessly onto the ground. Luo Leihu was after all a level 46 enhancer, and after Linghu Xiangru's words fell, his body trembled, and he almost could not control his own trembling as he pulled the dark magic blade from his waist, as he started to place the blade on his neck. "No! I can't die!" Right when Luo Leihu was about to slash his own neck, his mind suddenly regained its clarity, as he bit down harshly on his own tongue, breaking the tip, and the huge sense of pain woke him up. How terrifying! What a strong opponent! I'm not his match! Luo Leihu could think clearly now, and he immediately retreated backwards, his entire back covered in cold sweat, as he could not muster the courage nor will to contend against Linghu Xiangru. Linghu Xiangru watched the retreating Luo Leihu, and his brows furrowed. The holy light behind his back flashed, as the bullets that were fired at him stopped within a 5 m radius. Linghu Xiangru then swept the surrounding with a glance. "Those who seek to harm me will suffer consequences." The bullets that were suspended in mid-air around Linghu Xiangru immediately flew backwards into the darkness, piercing the very people that fired the bullets, and 20 militants died instantly. "Enemies of mine, put down your weapons. Repent. Cease your resistance and await the chance to be reborn." After killing the 20 militants, Linghu Xiangru continued forwards like a divine being, uttering the same words over and over like a curse as he took each step. With the enveloping of that pressure, groups of militants began to lose their composure, as they started kneeling, and were executed by the disciples. Linghu Xiangru, what a evil existence! When Fuxin saw his own troops giving up and being killed, and his eyes flashed with a strange glint before ordering, "Activate the demon-killing plan." Under Wen Fuxin's command, his subordinates began their preparations. Facing that ability of Linghu Xiangru, Wen Fuxin's subordinates began to retreat backwards like a flood, as they abandoned their posts, and a huge amount of weapons and ammunition was thrown, becoming the spoils of war for the Heaven sect. The disciples continued their frenzied charge, hunting down and slaughtering the troops without restraint. Just as they retreated a distance of 200 m, when Fuxin's troops suddenly began their counterattack, numerous guns firing from all directions at the disciples who had chased over. The dense rain of bullets struck the disciples and they fell to the ground. 2 altar lords that had given chase were also killed with a shot to their heads. Those Heaven sect disciples had not much experience against modern weaponry, and hurried to hide behind positions with cover, and occasionally firing back at Wen Fuxin's troops. In that intense gunfight, there would be some disciples from the Heaven sect that were killed every second, and the same could be said for the militants. Enemies of mine, put down your weapons. Repent. Cease your resistance and await the chance to be reborn. Linghu Xiangru continued walking about the battlefield, his voice ringing out like a demonic curse. Quickly escape. The moment Linghu Xiangru appeared, the troops of Wenfuxin would lose their composure and immediately retreat backwards. On their left shoulders, there were long slashes. Obviously, they had used the pain to withstand the spiritual attack from Linghu Xiangru. However, even if they injured themselves on purpose, they could only defend against the spiritual attack with difficulty. If the distance was too close, then they would be helpless against his attacks. Linghu Xiangru's brows furrowed slightly as he stepped out and immediately crossed a distance of 5 to 6 meters, chasing after the troops of Wenfuxin. He was adamant on wiping out these elite soldiers. Beside Linghu Xiangru, 38 sword apostles followed closely behind. They were his personal guards and his trusted and fanatical worshippers. The intense battle had cost them 2 of their comrades, but the number of soldiers belonged to Wenfuxin that had died at their hands numbered in the hundreds. Linghu Xiangru brought his men and slaughtered an entire battalion and more, and the other soldiers under Wenfuxin could only watch on with horror and run whenever they could, otherwise they would definitely die. Commit suicide! Linghu Xiangru spent 5 seconds to catch up to those soldiers of Wenfuxin who ran, as he coldly ordered. By this time, he was within a 20 m distance from those militants, and it was this radius where his level 3 vocal assertion ability was at its strongest. With that single command from Linghu Xiangru, the 20 militants immediately stopped in their tracks, seemingly bound, as they lost all sense of rationality and pulled out their own weapons before killing themselves. Die! Right at this time, a sense of danger welled up in Linghu Xiangru's heart as he looked towards the direction, only to see Luo Leihu, who he had been chasing for so long, smiling grimly, pressing a button. Hong! 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 Huge explosions occurred at Linghu Xiangru's current position, as a few remote-controlled bombs hidden at a corner detonated at the same time. The fearsome blast consumed the entire area, causing even a few buildings beside to be destroyed. Fire the cannons! Luo Leihu saw the carnage and called out madly. A few mortars were immediately fired at the location where Linghu Xiangru was, continuing to rain destruction on the land. Luo Leihu himself hoisted up a grenade launchers and fired a few more grenades into the area without rest. All of you deserve death! At this time, an incredibly enraged voice rang out from the fiery blaze of destruction, as Linghu Xiangru stepped out with bloodshot eyes, his entire appearance having undergone a drastic change. His golden cassock was blasted apart into pieces, revealing a Type 3 mutant beast hide underneath. His holy aura was down to only a single beam, while his long hair was burnt off, leaving only a short patch. His ordinary face was red and swollen, as a few shrapnel pieces had lodged in his face. Those 10 remote-controlled bombs were set up specifically by Wenfuxin specifically to deal with Linghu Xiangru, and he had sacrificed a few elite soldiers as bait just to do that. However, Linghu Xiangru's abilities far surpassed Wenfuxin's expectations. Even under such extreme conditions, he had not died. Luo Leihu watched Linghu Xiangru rushing over to him and started firing his grenade launcher again. Return! Linghu Xiangru's eyes flashed with a glint as he activated his level 3 reverse trajectory ability. In an instant, the grenades fired were immediately sent back towards Luo Leihu, 2 of them landing on his body directly, and with a hong, Luo Leihu was instantly blasted into pieces. Chapter 385. Yue Zhong makes his move. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Kill yourself. Linghu Xiangru reached the dozens of mortar operators in a flash and coldly commanded. With that order, those soldiers of Wenfuxin directly pulled out their guns and shoved them in their own mouths, pulling the trigger. Pong! Pong! Following the sounds of gunfire, those soldiers had all killed themselves. You guys dare to injure me? All of you must die. Linghu Xiangru had been agitated by his serious injuries, his face now an ugly mask of fury. His body flashed about, charging at the location of the troops throughout the battlefield like a demon. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Linghu Xiangru was like a demon as he charged at the troops of Wenfuxin. Any enemy that got in his way would be commanded to die with his level 3 vocal assertion ability. Even a level 30 enhancer would find it tough to resist the command the moment Linghu Xiangru got within range. Seeing such a strange phenomenon, the troops of Wenfuxin lost their composure, as they cried and sobbed in their attempts to escape, abandoning their weapons and ammunition. The remaining elder, 5 law protectors and 23 altar lords led the other disciples as they charged towards the remaining troops, killing them and causing chaos and mayhem. We're finished. When Fuxin saw his retreating soldiers and his face turned pale. This time, he initially had an 80% confidence of succeeding in his assault on the Heaven Sect. However, he had severely underestimated Linghu Xiangru's combat abilities. He was like a death-defying being that could single-handedly crush the morale of his troops. If there wasn't this Linghu Xiangru, Wenfuxin would have long conquered Long province. Kill! Kill the heretics! Charge! Every single disciple of the Heaven Sect had bloodshot eyes, the blades in their hand waving about in an unceasing motion as they chased down the retreating militants. Although they lacked the technical know-how for operating modern weaponry, with regards to using the cold hard melee weapons, they were naturally extremely comfortable. Linghu Xiangru saw that the outcome was decided, and he heaved a sigh of relief and started to make his way back. He had overexerted himself by continually using the level 3 vocal assertion and reverse trajectory abilities, expending a huge part of his energy. Enemy! Just as he had just took a few steps back, he felt a sudden sense of danger, and he quickly activated his reverse trajectory ability again. A rocket had managed to reach a distance of just 1 meter away from Linghu Xiangru, when it immediately turned and shot back towards where it came from, in a small alley, and exploded instantly. At that same instant, Yue Zhong had activated his shadow steps, his body flashing as he wielded his crocodile tooth saw blade, swinging towards Linghu Xiangru's head. Linghu Xiangru's mind was currently going off with all sorts of warnings, as he hastily activated his vocal assertion ability. Stop! With a command that induces self-harm like suicide or self-mutilation, it was hard for people to resist such commands. Needless to say, the simpler ones like stop or staying one's hands was even harder to resist. Linghu Xiangru had a comprehensive understanding of the skill, and he had chosen to use a single command that was hardest to resist at the first instant. A strong spiritual pressure landed on Yue Zhong, and the necklace of clarity shone once, before easily dispelling the effect. The force of the crocodile tooth saw blade in Yue Zhong's hands did not seem to diminish, as it swung towards Linghu Xiangru's head. Linghu Xiangru's face turned ashen, and with a thought, the remaining holy aura appeared in front of him. The 4 holy auras behind his back was the Type 2 Buddha protection ability, and was a defensive skill. Earlier, the 4 holy auras had protected him, allowing him to survive those explosions. Yue Zhong's left hand shot out, while the blade as his right hand came in contact with the blade of holy light. The crocodile tooth saw blade was stopped in its tracks, but Yue Zhong's left hand connected viciously with Linghu Xiangru's abdomen. The fist with a strength 6 times that of a normal person exploded out, as a force of almost a few hundred Jin landed, causing Linghu Xiangru to fly back 6 to 7 meters. Linghu Xiangru was after all a level 58 spirit-based enhancer, and after becoming the sect leader of the Heaven Sect, he had never been injured before. This time, even with the protection of the Type 3 mutant beast hide, he still received a tremendous impact, causing his internal organs to rupture, as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. If it wasn't for the strengthening of his endurance through his equipment, he could have possibly been killed by this single fist of Yue Zhong. Kneel! Stop! Stop! Linghu Xiangru retreated backwards hastily, while trying anxiously to gather his spirit, and casting the vocal assertion on Yue Zhong. He had ascertained from the light shining at Yue Zhong's neck to be some sort of artifact that blocked spiritual attacks. However, any equipment such as this had their limits. As long as he broke the limit, the equipment would lose its effectiveness. Go and die! Yue Zhong's eyes flashed furiously, His left hand exploded out with a ball of devil flame, and he swung viciously towards Ling Hu Xiangru, the devil flame threatening to envelop the latter. Ling Hu Xiangru felt the overwhelming danger, as his pupils shrunk, and he activated his Type 2 Buddha protection again, causing 4 holy auras to appear and cover him. Although Yue Zhong's devil flame could incinerate many things, including an armored tank that he could reduce to just a puddle of metal liquid, he had no way of burning through those holy lights in a short time. While burning, Yue Zhong continually hacked at the 4 beams of holy light with his blade, with no way of cutting through. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Inside his protection, while backing up anxiously, he kept trying to cast his level 3 vocal assertion, and strong surges of spiritual pulses kept crashing on Yue Zhong, wearing down the count of the Necklace of Clarity's defense. Under that relentless assault of Ling Hu Xiangru, the Necklace of Clarity began to wear down in terms of its defense, before the spiritual attack managed to enter Yue Zhong's mind. Ling Hu Xiangru casted his spiritual blasts a few times, to no avail, as his eyes went wide with shock and he couldn't help asking, "What the hell? How can you block my spirit attacks?" Ling Hu Xiangru suddenly thought of something, as he asked in a furious manner, "Don't tell me you're a spirit-based evolver. Impossible. If you're one, how can your speed be so fast? You speak too much. Die." Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and with a thought, white bones appeared out of thin air, swinging its huge axe viciously on the holy auras of Ling Hu Xiangru. With a hong, the holy lights shimmered a little, and Ling Hu Xiangru's face turned pale, as one of the beams disappeared. While the defense of the Type 2 Buddha protection was shocking, its energy expenditure was equally exhausting, and Ling Hu Xiangru had just been through a tough battle, having spent most of his stamina and spirit. This time, he was facing a joint attack by Yue Zhong and White Bones, which caused one of the holy auras to finally collapse. "Attend to me! Attend to me! Quickly! Kill these 2 heretics! I'll reward anyone who does it!" Ling Hu Xiangru was panicking by now, his face ashen as he looked at his damaged holy aura, and could not care less about his image as the sect leader, and ran to the disciples. Yue Zhong and White Bones chased him down. "Protect the sect leader! Kill the heretics! Protect the sect leader!" The numerous disciples saw the sect leader that they had worshipped and thought invincible being chased by Yue Zhong and White Bones, and promptly went crazy with rage, charging over towards them. Ling Hu Xiangru awkwardly ran past the human crowd towards the distance. He didn't want to die, and still wanted to sit at the top of the heaven sect and enjoy life's pleasures. "Kill the heretics! Kill the heretics!" Dozens of fanatics charged at Yue Zhong, their eyes filled with madness, with chants coming out of their mouths. Their single thought was to kill Yue Zhong and White Bones. "Go die!" Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he opened his hands, as a huge ball of devil flame shot towards Ling Hu Xiangru's direction. Those poor souls who stood between Yue Zhong and Ling Hu Xiangru were instantly engulfed when the flame touched them, as they started burning and shrieking in agony. In barely 2 seconds, the entire path that was blocked by the disciples had been charred black, and out of the 3 remaining holy auras surrounding Ling Hu Xiangru, 1 disintegrated. When they saw the huge number of their fellow disciples being incinerated almost instantly, all the normal disciples had a change of expression, with only the zealous fanatics still charging at Yue Zhong without fear. Yue Zhong's body flashed, and in a few breaths, he managed to catch up to Ling Hu Xiangru, viciously slashing down at the 2 remaining beams of light, and with his 6 times normal strength, he managed to do enough damage to finish destroying 1 more beam. White Bones had also caught up, as it swung its axe at the remaining beam of holy light, causing Ling Hu Xiangru to be knocked flying together with the beam. Ling Hu Xiangru saw Yue Zhong make his way over with the determination to kill him, and his eyes flashed with fear as he called out, "Stop! I know a secret that can allow a normal skill to evolve into a Type 2 skill. As long as you stop, I will tell you this secret." When Yue Zhong heard that, his eyes immediately shone, and he replied, "Get your men to stand down, otherwise I have no choice but to kill you." Ling Hu Xiangru immediately turned and shouted at the disciples, "Stand down all of you!" With that, All the disciples immediately looked at one another, before quietly retreating. Yue Zhong used his crocodile saw-tooth blade to point at Linghu Xiangru and said deeply, "Speak! If there's the slightest falsehood, I'll immediately execute you." Linghu Xiangru immediately pulled out a glass vial from his pocket. Within it, there was a red, blood-like substance that seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. Equals 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 equals. There's someone like Linghu Xiangru in Singapore, minus the god and devil abilities. He's called Kong He. He had misappropriated funds used in worship for this megachurch called City Harvest Church. Look up Kong He charged in Google and you'll see what I mean. Worst part is, he still has followers that have been led to believe he truly is doing it for them. Funny how sometimes blind faith can be used by wolves in sheep's clothing to do many things. He gave Christianity a bad name at any rate. If there are any Singaporean readers who believe in Kong He out there, man, I feel sorry for you. Ulamog. Kong He info. Ulamog. At this topic I also feel sorrow, but more for people who allow this kind of bad example to color their views of how real Christianity should be. I know that as the years pass we focus more and more on our goals and our own needs than we ever did even 10 to 20 years ago. The world is a changing place. Christianity was intended to help save people and get them through their issues, and to make people outgoing and loving and change the world one person at a time. Not to collect an offering or steal people's money to fund music careers. Chapter 386, Annexing the Heaven Sect. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Linghu Xiangru looked at Yue Zhong and said, "Speaking to this young brother, I'm Linghu Xiangru. How should I address you?" Yue Zhong looked at the vial of red viscous liquid, and could tell that it was something valuable. "I'm Yue Zhong. Don't waste my time. You have 30 seconds. If you can't convince me, you'll have to die." Linghu Xiangru pointed to the vial and said, "This is a super-enhanced drug that I've researched. As long as a person with an ability drinks this, it can forge one's bones and temper marrows, as well as evolving a single ability into its Type 2 stage. As long as you let me go, this vial is yours." Yue Zhong's face flashed with disinterest. "This must be something you obtained from a Type 3 mutant beast, right? I already know of such a formula, I'm just lacking the Type 3 mutant beast component. It's nothing extraordinary." Linghu Xiangru's face instantly turned to one of shock and he couldn't help but blurt out, "What? You can make this too? Impossible. Seems like it truly relies on the Type 3 mutant beast." Yue Zhong confirmed his conjecture from Linghu Xiangru's expression. When Yue Zhong saw so many members of the Heaven Sect possessing the Type 3 mutant beast hide, he had surmised that they should be in possession of a Type 3 mutant beast's corpse. The vial that could cause someone to evolve must be either from the corpse of the Type 3 mutant beast, or a plant similar to Yue Zhong's snake birth fruit tree. Yue Zhong looked at Linghu Xiangru and immediately offered, "Give that vial and its formula to me, and dissolve the Heaven Sect. I'll spare you after that." Linghu Xiangru's right hand gripped the vial tightly as he shook his head profusely. "No, definitely not. Yue Zhong, if you let me go, I can give this vial to you, and confer upon you the position of vice sect leader. You'll only be below me in authority. You can choose freely from the beauties in our Heaven Sect. As long as we work together, we'll be able to forge great things." The Heaven Sect was something that Linghu Xiangru had expended a lot of effort to establish, and he wasn't willing to dissolve the fruits of his labor. "Since it's like this, you can just die." Yue Zhong suddenly raised his stinger and pulled the trigger 6 times without blinking. The remaining holy light behind Linghu Xiangru immediately revolved to block the bullets in front of him. However, at the same time, a sharp-boned spike shot out from the ground, going through the holy light and piercing Linghu Xiangru's neck and penetrated his brain. Linghu Xiangru had an expression of shock, as the last holy light dispersed, while his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. The vial of red liquid in his hand also fell towards the ground. Yue Zhong stretched out his hand and grabbed the vial. He did not immediately take it, instead keeping it within his storage ring. Yue Zhong waved his hand and took out his crocodile-toothed saw blade to cut off Linghu Xiangru's head. Enhancers had all sorts of strange abilities. If he didn't remove the head, who knows if Linghu Xiangru had the ability to revive himself. After he disposed of Linghu Xiangru, Yue Zhong rummaged through the cassock and found 2 more vials of the red liquid. This super-enhanced drug was a heaven-defying treasure, instantly evolving a skill, replacing the need for a level 4 skill book. At the same time, it helped save precious skill points. Yue Zhong eyed the super-enhanced drug and made an assessment. This drug should only be effective once. If it could be used more than once, Linghu Xiangru would have long used them all. Yue Zhong glanced at Linghu Xiangru's corpse and quickly removed all the system equipment. Linghu Xiangru had some decent spirit-based equipment. His entire equipment, when compared to Yue Zhong, was only lacking a level 4 defense armor, a necklace of clarity, the storage ring, and other level 4 treasures. However, he had 2 treasures that Yue Zhong did not have. Level 4 treasure. Shoes of the Wind. Upon equipping, agility plus 12. Movement speed increased by 10%. Level 4 treasure. Necklace of Spirited Speech. Upon equipping, spirit plus 8. Speech-based spiritual attacks enhanced by 1 level. It was precisely due to this level 4 necklace of spirited speech that allowed Linghu Xiangru's level 3 vocal assertion to be so powerful. It hadn't yet been enhanced to its Type 2 stage, yet it could already suppress enhancers of above level 40. Unless it was a spirit-based evolver, otherwise, few could actually withstand the might of that skill. Linghu Xiangru's dead. Any Heaven Sect disciple that surrenders will be spared. White bones held the decapitated head of Linghu Xiangru high as it charged about within the ranks of the disciples, while Yue Zhong shouted loudly while running beside it. Sect leader. Sect leader's dead. It's over. Sect leader's dead. How did he die? Isn't he the apostle of God? Kill them. Revenge for our sect leader. Many of the disciples lost their will to continue when they saw the decapitated head of Linghu Xiangru, especially those who were blinded by their faith in him and had believed that Linghu Xiangru was an invincible being. With his death now plain to see, their faith suffered a huge blow as they stood there dumbly, not knowing what to do. There are a few enraged disciples that charged at Yue Zhong and White Bones, but were easily slaughtered by White Bones. Following the broadcast of the message, as well as the sight of Linghu Xiangru's head, many of the disciples started to lose their bearings. Some tried to escape in all directions while some broke down. No one had the will to fight on anymore. The entire Long County was thrown into chaos. When Fu Xin heard the news of Linghu Xiangru's death, his originally pale face regained some color. What? He really died? This is my chance. The heavens are helping me. Right at this time, an intelligence officer came running to Fu Xin's side and reported, "Boss! Not good. Boss! There's an armed unit coming right at us from behind." Fu Xin's face that had just regained its color turned pale once again, as he grabbed the shirt of his intelligence officer in a slightly agitated manner. "What? Is that true?" The intelligence officer replied, "It's true, boss. If you don't believe, take a look yourself." Fu Xin did not hesitate and hastily went to the entrance to observe, only to discover that an IFV, a few machine gun-mounted vehicles and elite soldiers, combined with a force of Heaven Sect disciples wielding melee weapons, as well as some tribesmen launching an assault on Long County. Finished! When Fu Xin saw these, his face turned ashen. He only had about 2 platoons of soldiers left. The rest of his troops had escaped, and the current soldiers weren't in a condition to fight. Under these conditions, he had no way of contending against this new force of nearly 1,000 people, including their modern weaponry. If he was given more time, once he gathered those scattered troops of him, he would definitely not be afraid of dealing with this obviously motley group of people. "What do we do, boss?" one of the intelligence officer immediately asked in worry. "Retreat to the town. quickly recover any scattered troops. When Fu Xin's eyes flashed as he thought, before he cancelled his previous order, "No! Immediately bring our men to break through. Whoever can escape will be the remaining force. As long as the forest is remaining, there will still be firewood asterisk. The enemy's sights are on Long and County, not us." The moment when Fu Xin gave the order, he quickly brought his soldiers as they awkwardly tried to dodge Zhang Mingyi's soldiers. Zhang Mingyi saw when Fu Xin's retreating troops and did not give chase, instead bringing his 800-strong army towards the depths of Long and County. Under normal circumstances, the men that were hastily thrown together to make up this army would not be a match for Long and County's disciples, nor when Fu Xin's troops. However, both armies had suffered a huge collapse, and the moment Zhang Mingyi brought this huge force in, it crumbled any remaining hope or fighting will of Wen Fuxin's troops and the Heaven Sect disciples. A large number of the militants as well as disciples immediately surrendered to Zhang Mingyi and his troops, while within the county, important key locations and vantage points were overtaken by subordinates deployed by Yue Zhong. A number of soldiers were also sent out to maintain security and restore order, as those disciples that had gone crazy were immediately executed on the spot, and the chaotic Long and County finally regained its former sense of tranquility. Qian Shenggang saw the soldiers patrolling about, his mind in a trance as he thought, "The Heaven Sect has fallen just like that?" The Heaven Sect had 8 great elders, 72 law protectors, 108 altar lords, and over 8,000 disciples. Linghu Xiangru had unfathomable powers, and could easily take down a battalion by himself. Such a huge force was actually taken down so casually by Yue Zhong and his troops, giving Qian Shenggang a sense of unreality. Too strong. This kind of person is the goal I should be chasing. Lu Ningxue brought 100 over captives and patrolled about, as he saw the blood-filled streets of Long and County, his heart in unrest. He had never imagined that Yue Zhong had just brought a number of experts to swallow up the entire Heaven Sect. It filled his heart with respect and veneration for Yue Zhong. From this moment on, Lu Ningxue had become another die-hard loyal supporter of Yue Zhong. Because of the overwhelming victory, many captives that had surrendered to Yue Zhong earlier changed their coats, and saw themselves as subordinates of Yue Zhong. Of course, if Yue Zhong had lost, then they would have immediately denounced him, and joined the victor's side. Such was the way of this world. Asterisk 2. Equals 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 equals. Asterisk as long as the forest is remaining, there will still be firewood. An idiom that implies as long as there are people remaining, there will always be a chance for a comeback. Asterisk 2. Ulamog. Those dirty survivalists. No honor or code of decency and supporting your cause to the end. Argarg. Oh wait. It's the freaking apocalypse. No wonder. XD. Chapter 387, Ing Kaishan. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong brought by Shaosheng and 20 over soldiers with full equipment as they went towards the central headquarters of the Heaven Sect. There were still a few loyal worshippers and devotees ensconced there. The central headquarters was in a lavish-looking villa. As Linghu Xiangru had been an ordinary person before the apocalypse, after gaining power, he had also enjoyed himself. Therefore, the headquarters was set up in the most luxurious part of the county. Chongli, just surrender. If you continue like this, you'll only die. Zhen Yang brought a group of 100-plus disciples that had surrendered as they stared at the villa, shouting loudly. Within the villa, the altar lord Chong Li shouted out in fury, "Zhen Yang, you traitor! You betrayed the Heaven Sect, and have become the claws for them to act against us. You will definitely not have a good ending. After your death, you'll not be able to reincarnate and shall surely suffer your burning skin peeling from your thick face in hell. Let your new master come and meet me. Otherwise, I'll burn this entire villa, and you'll only gain our corpses." Well said. Chongli, you're undoubtedly a central pillar of our heaven sect. You have a backbone. Following a furious roar, a man dressed entirely in black leapt out as he charged towards the villa. Zhang Yang recognized the newcomer, as his face changed and he quickly bellowed, "Open fire! Open fire!" The troops of Zhang Yang raised their guns and started firing at the middle-aged man, but their bullets only got deflected. Chongli took a look at the man in black, as his eyes lit up in joy. "Elder Ing, you're here." This man dressed in black was called Ing Kaishan, and was the leader of the 8 elders in the Heaven sect. He possessed a fearsome strength, and was the number 1 under Linghu Xiangru. Such an expert had arrived, and caused Chongli to celebrate. There was finally someone they could rely on. Ing Kaishan swept his eyes around the surroundings, and discovered only 23 disciples. He frowned and asked, "Are there only you guys here? Where's the rest?" Chongli replied respectfully, "I had deployed the rest to the other parts of the villa to guard the important areas." Ing Kaishan furrowed his brows and reprimanded, "Dumbass! We're low on numbers. How can we still divide our strength? Go get the rest back, and bring those beauties that the sect leader kept over here as hostages. If they don't retreat, we'll kill a woman every minute. Until they retreat, then we'll make use of the chance to escape from here, and wait for a chance to get our revenge. We must stay alive, and seek vengeance for the sect leader." Chongli immediately responded, "Yes, Elder Ing, I'll go get them now." Not long after, following the sounds of crying of women, 300 bound up but different beauties were dragged in by Chongli and 20 other disciples. When Linghu Xiangru had established the sect and set himself as the sect leader, the first thing he did was to set up his own harem court. As long as he saw a beauty that wasn't the wife of his own subordinates, he would find ways to get them into his harem. When the higher-up stays happy, it spells the same for the subordinates. With Linghu Xiangru's character, his subordinates would offer him beauties the moment they caught any grade A-class beauties. Over time, he had gained over 300 such beauties for himself. Ing Kaishan surveyed the environment, as he looked at the 46 disciples and asked solemnly, "Is this everybody?" Chongli looked at the 46 disciples, his face crunching in sadness as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Everybody's here. These are the remaining brothers who are willing to sacrifice it all for the Heaven sect." Ing Kaishan's face turned solemn and said, "Close the door. Everyone come over here. I've something of utmost importance to say to everybody." "Yes, Elder." With the order from Ing Kaishan, the 46 disciples gathered around Ing Kaishan. "Please enlighten us, Elder." Chongli and the 46 disciples spoke out in unison. "What I would like to say is, I want to use your severed, bleeding heads to show and prove my loyalty to leader." Ing Kaishan's eyes turned cold, and sharp ice spikes shot out from his body, piercing through Chongli and all of the 46 disciples, nailing them all gruesomely to the wall like some perverse game of pin the tail on the donkey. Why? Chongli was pierced in his stomach, as he was nailed to the wall, shuddering as he asked Ing Kaishan. Ing Kaishan's expression was cold as he took out a dark magic blade and cut off Chongli's head. "I need to use your deaths to gain the respect and approval of leader. Don't blame me. If you want to, blame yourselves for being stupid." "Ah! Murder!" When the 300 beauties saw this scene, many lost their composure and began to scream. It was the first time witnessing a slaughter for a few of them, and many were still not used to it. Ing Kaishan stared at them coldly, and released an intense killing aura. "Shut up! Keep quiet, all of you." The 300 beauties immediately shut up after being intimidated by that killing intent. Ing Kaishan pointed to 2 of the beauties and ordered, "You and you, go open the door. Invite leader in." Of the 2 beauties, one had long black hair, a full bottom, and a voluptuous figure coupled with incredible looks. The other was slightly shorter, but had fair skin and defining features, and could be considered cute. The 2 of them did not dare go against Ing Kaishan's orders, as they went to the door of the villa and opened it. The moment the door opened, Yue Zhong brought Ming Jejia and took huge strides into the villa. Kaishan got down on one knee in front of Yue Zhong and proclaimed, "Salutations and welcome to the leader." "Welcome, master." The 300 beauties also got down respectfully and spoke out in unison. When Linghu Xiangru established the Heaven Sect, he passed the rule that everyone had to treat him like the emperors of the past. Those who did not listen were immediately treated as blood offerings to God, and under that kind of treatment many became obedient or at the very least on the surface. Yue Zhong looked at Kaishan and said, "Get up. Kaishan, you did extremely well. You will be a platoon commander first, and your rank will be a second lieutenant for now." Kaishan was a man who knew how to make use of opportunities. When he saw that the Heaven Sect had fallen, he had immediately lined himself with Yue Zhong. He was the one who had suggested this trap to wipe out the remaining devotees, to prove his loyalty. "Yes, leader." Kaishan's eyes flashed with fervor as he stood up swiftly. Kaishan pointed to the two ladies that had opened the door for Yue Zhong and recommended, "Leader, this lady is called Su Qian, and this one is called Xuanhuan." Both of them had just recently been offered to Linghu Xiangru within this month. However, Linghu Xiangru had been out hunting mutant beasts and raising his own level. They should still be virgins. They have already undergone the strictest training to be prepared, and leader, you can use them as you wish now. Kaishan was a keen person and had his capabilities. He wanted to gain a high position in this establishment of Yue Zhong, and regardless of the methods, as long as it could be used, he would employ them where necessary. Su Qian was the voluptuous and alluring lady with the long black hair, and was about 21 years old. Sun Shuyan was the slightly petite and fair, cute beauty of about 16 to 17. Yue Zhong swept a gaze at both the ladies as he replied indifferently. Zhen Yang walked into the villa and reported to Yue Zhong, "Leader, there's someone who wants to see you." "Who?" Yue Zhong furrowed his brows slightly while asking curiously. In this Long County he could be considered the single leader now, and possessed the authority to kill anyone. Everyone was in awe of him, and there shouldn't be anybody who would seek him of their own accord. Zhen Yang replied, "He's a researcher. I have no idea what background he has. However, he seemed to be researching a top-secret project for the Heaven Sect. Only Linghu Xiangru could enter as he pleased, and the location was always protected by the Sword Apostles. Even elders could not go in. I think that, leader, you should personally meet him." Yue Zhong frowned and replied, "Okay, I got it. Led me." Zhen Yang brought Yue Zhong towards a separate villa from the headquarters. The moment he entered the villa, Yue Zhong saw that the place had been remodeled into a research lab. Inside the lab, there could be various equipment seen, and within many glass containers, there were countless mutant beasts and plants. In the research lab, there were also cages. Inside some of these cages, there were some L1S, S1S mutant cats, mutant pigs, as well as other evolved zombies and mutant beasts locked up. Inside one such cage, there were even 2 level 23 live mutant lizards. A researcher dressed in white was currently busy scribbling and noting down some research, performing all sorts of tests, keeping extremely busy. The moment Yue Zhong stepped in, the researcher lifted his head and looked at Yue Zhong, before calling out, "Elder O, someone's here." A man in a white coat, with an incredibly messy hairdo and unkempt beard, of about 27 to 28, looked up from a microscope. He eyed Zhen Yang, before looking at Yue Zhong, and said a little indifferently, "I'm O Ming. I was the 9th elder of the Heaven Sect. Are you Yue Zhong?" Chapter 388, O Ming. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong eyed O Ming and replied, "I'm Yue Zhong." O Ming directly pulled out a box and handed it to Yue Zhong with a look of indifference. "Since you're here, that idiot Linghu Xiangru must have been done in by you. This entire Long County must be under your control already as well. I might as well rely on you. This is the product of my research, O Ming Evolving Liquid version 1. After taking it, it can help any enhancer over level 30 with a Type 1 skill to evolve it into a Type 2 skill. If a normal person lesser than level 30 were to use this liquid, there's a chance of awakening a level 3 skill, and the possibility of permanently enhancing a random attribute by 10 points. This liquid can only be used by a person once. Subsequent dosages will have no effect. There are 3 vials over here. Treat it as my pledge of allegiance. Yue Zhong opened up the box and took a look. In it, there were 3 vials that were exactly the same as the vials he got from Linghu Xiangru. He asked, "This liquid is your research?" Ming had a look of self-satisfaction. "Of course." Yue Zhong looked at him and directly said, "I want the formula for this liquid." Compared to 1 or 2 vials of the liquid, Yue Zhong wanted to the formula and process. With it, he could enhance every expert under him in the future. Ming did not seem to hesitate and directly handed a stack of documents to Yue Zhong. "Not a problem. This is the formula for Ming version 1. Yue Zhong opened up the documents and took a careful read, and discovered the intricate process of producing this Ming version 1. Its main ingredients were the blood essence of a type 3 mutant beast, as well as the brain cells of the type 3 mutant beast, combined with the sap of a mutant plant known as the ghost night vine, and the blood orchid, another mutant plant. Lastly, there were some other common materials needed to be added. On that document, the steps and important details to pay attention to were all listed extremely clearly. With this documents, as well as the necessary ingredients, Yue Zhong could begin a large-scale manufacturing of this Ming version 1. Yue Zhong asked, "The ghost night vine and blood orchid, you have them here?" Ming pointed to a corner of the research lab. "That area, from the left to the right, are the ghost night vines and blood orchids. At the corner, there was a small tree being wrapped by a number of black vines. Below it, there were a few zombie corpses. Those pitch-black vines were precisely the ghost night vines. To the right, there were a few blood-red flowers the size of huge sunflowers blooming atop the corpses of zombies. These were the blood orchids. The 3 important components necessary for the production of the Ming version 1, with the exception of the corpse of a type 3 mutant beast, were all gathered here." Yue Zhong saw how cooperative Ming was, and rejoiced silently in his heart, as he smiled and promised, "Very good. Whatever your requests, as long as they're not too excessive, I will do my best to fulfill them." Ming contemplated silently for a moment, before his eyes blazed with a passion. "I don't have any special request. I like to research these zombies, mutant beasts, and mutant plants. Let me stay here and continue my research. Please pass any high-level zombies, any mutant beasts and mutant plants for me to research. The results of my research will be passed to you, and you can use it any way you want. However, there is a condition, that is, whenever you use the fruition of my research, you have to use my name. With regards to this Ming evolving liquid version 1, when you pass them to others, you have to use the name. I want my name to resound across the entire world, surpassing even Einstein and Newton. I want to become the first and foremost scientist in the world." Yue Zhong looked at the fervent Ming and expressed his agreement. "No problem." The naming of such products of science were extremely important to these scientists whose passion laid in research. To Yue Zhong, however, it could be called anything. He didn't care what it was called, as long as the results of the research were useful. Ming pointed to the rest of the research team and said indifferently, "Oh yes, this research facility needs constant power. We don't lack any beverages or food. The families of these researchers are here, so please look after them kindly. If they have any requests with regards to their conditions, please help to address them. By partaking in the research in this facility, there would definitely be a restriction of freedom." Ming was also extremely thorough, and did not request to leave his facility, and instead, proposed for Yue Zhong to look after the rest of the researchers. Yue Zhong looked at Ming appreciatively, and smiled. "Not an issue. Ming, do you want a few beautiful assistants?" Ming replied apathetically, "No need. I'm uninterested in 3D women. If you discover any dating games, you can send them over. I'm only interested in 2D girls." Yue Zhong became speechless. He had no idea that such a passionate scientist was only interested in gal games. "All right, if there's nothing else, please leave. Of course, if you want to stay behind to observe, just keep silent. I want to start work." Ming had no airs of a subordinate and shifted his focus towards the microscope, as though the mutant beast meat was more interesting than a beautiful lady. Yue Zhong asked one final question. "Is the nuclei of the type 3 mutant beast of Linghu Xiangru still in your hands?" Ming immediately opened up a box beside him, and retrieved a blood-red nuclei, throwing it to Yue Zhong without any care. Are you talking about this? If you didn't say, I almost forgot. This nuclei cannot be digested by us humans. The previous person who ingested this just directly passed it out through his shit. At the same time, it is incompatible with other research materials. Even acid cannot corrode it. Here, Yue Zhong directly kept the Type 3 mutant beast nuclei into his ring, as it was extremely helpful to the advancing of mutant beasts. If he could use it to raise lightning into a Type 3 beast, then he could gain another trump card. Lightning was already so terrifying as a Type 2 mutant beast. If he could evolve it into a Type 3 mutant beast, then there would be no equal to it in the near future. Yue Zhong pulled out a glass vial filled with the snake birth fruit juice and gave it to Oming. This is a fluid that can allow a person to become an evolver. When Oming heard that, he immediately took it and smelled the liquid, before sticking out his tongue to taste a little, and his eyes became bright with a strange glint. He almost lost his composure as he pulled Yue Zhong's clothes and asked loudly, "Is there more? Please give me more. This is not enough for research." A juice that allowed someone to become an evolver, it was an incredible treasure. Oming had been here for such a long time, and had conducted research on over 150 types of mutant plants, but it was the first time that he heard or saw an extract of a mutant plant that can help someone to evolve. Evolvers were the chosen of this apocalyptic world. They had much more potential than normal enhancers. They were faster than other normal people in gaining benefits from various sources. Beside Yue Zhong, the naturally awakened evolvers like Yao Yao and Yue Zhong had incredible learning speeds. Compared to others, they were extremely fast at picking up skills. When Yue Zhong had become an evolver, his learning ability had increased as well, and while he could not compare to those naturally awakened evolvers, he was still vastly ahead of other ordinary enhancers. Even Oming, who was usually calm and indifferent, upon learning of this miraculous item, had lost his composure. This was after all something that could help make evolvers. If he could derive the formula from this liquid, he could immediately become the top researcher in the history of mankind. The moment he thought of this, Oming's blood began to boil with anticipation. Yue Zhong pulled out the green snake birth fruit juices out and handed them to Oming. "I'm left with this. However, these are just byproducts. They're not enough to become evolver. They can only strengthen the body's constitution." These green-colored snake birth fruit juices had no way of changing a person into an evolver, but if a normal person was to administer it, one could gain 5 to 6 points in a given attribute. However, it had no effect on an evolver like Yue Zhong. "That's great! That's great!" Oming grabbed those vials and ran excitedly to the research bench and began to run tests. He had completely forgotten about Yue Zhong, who had passed him the juices. Yue Zhong took a look at Oming running about excitedly, as well as the rest of the research team engrossed in their work, and nobody gave a single hoot about him. He observed quietly for a while before leaving the lab. Yue Zhong gave an order to Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang, go inform Zhang Mingyi to bring 15 experts and begin protection of this facility. From now on, this villa is out of bounds to anybody, without my instructions. No one is to barge in. Any offenders will be executed." Oming's research lab was extremely important to Yue Zhong. Be it the possibility of evolving a skill into its Type 2, or the current ongoing research into the serum that turns someone into an evolver. To any power, this was an important trump card. Yue Zhong would definitely not let anyone get their hands on the research. "Yes." Zhang Yang's heart shuddered, as he swiftly replied. Yue Zhong turned around and left the research lab. Since the control of Heaven Sect over Long and County had been consolidated, the entire area had become calm. Chapter 389 Evolve, Type 2 Skill. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The moment Long and County was secured, Yue Zhong did not immediately bring his forces away. Instead, he arranged for another battalion to be deployed over from Tianxin District to stand guard at Long and County. With the additional security of the elite battalion, Long and County truly became under Yue Zhong's control. Even if the remaining forces from Heaven Sect were to make any funny movements, the elite battalion was more than enough to keep things in check. Yue Zhong brought a vial of the Oming version 1 and placed it into Ming Jiejia's hands, saying, "Jiejia, this is..." O Ming Evolving Liquid Version 1. After administering, it can help the ability of an enhancer above level 30 to evolve into a Type 2 skill. However, there are risks to this, and should the evolution fail, there could be a strong backlash as well. Do you want to take it? Please allow me to. I'm not afraid. Ming Jejia had a resolute look as she took it from Yue Zhong's hands and immediately downed the contents in a single gulp. In this apocalyptic world, to gain strength, one had to take the risk. Ming Jejia had long since understood that fact and knew the chances to become stronger were already rare and slim. The moment she passed one up, it would be gone forever. Furthermore, she wanted to stay by Yue Zhong's side and become an indispensable existence to Yue Zhong. Strength was thus crucial. The moment the liquid entered Ming Jejia's body, it became a hot surge of energy that rushed about in her body, as her blood started to heat up as though burning. She could not help but groan in pain, collapsing in Yue Zhong's arms, and perspired profusely. Other than that, as she was perspiring, blood started to ooze out from every single pore. That intense pain caused Ming Jejia's body to shudder involuntarily. She could only try to withstand the pain while groaning in pain like an injured kitten. What a powerful concoction! Yue Zhong held Ming Jejia tightly as his heart pounded. It was the first time he witnessed such terrifying effects. After an entire hour, Ming Jejia's torment came to a stop. By this time, her entire body looked as frail as a newborn, mixed with blood and grime. Yue Zhong carried Ming Jejia and brought her to the bath to clean up, before bringing her back to bed to rest. Early the next morning, Ming Jejia awoke, and Yue Zhong asked in concern, "How are you feeling?" Ming Jejia closed her eyes and observed her changes quietly, before opening her eyes and said, "It's fine now. My spirit has gained 5 points of enhancement. My Summon Shadow Wolves skill has also evolved to Summon Type 2 Shadow Wolves." Yue Zhong's pupils lit up in interest. "Let me see the extent of your new strength." Ming Jejia nodded and waved her hands, activating the skill. In an instant, without any noise, a shadow wolf rushed out from Yue Zhong's shadow and pounced towards him. Yue Zhong's heart tightened in wariness as he activated his shadow steps, twisting his body and sending a powerful punch towards the Type 2 Shadow Wolf. The Type 2 Shadow Wolf had no means of dodging in mid-air and received the powerful punch. It was sent back 6 meters, however. It did not seem to be injured in the slightest, and its eyes flashed furiously. The moment it landed, it shot towards Yue Zhong like a lightning bolt. What a crazy speed! Yue Zhong observed the Type 2 Shadow Wolf and his heart trembled. Its speed was actually faster than lightning and himself. It was actually comparable to the agility-based evolver by Shaoxing. Without any sharp weapons, even with a strength of 6x normal, Yue Zhong had not managed to hurt it. As the Type 2 Shadow Wolf pounced towards Yue Zhong, he activated his gravity manipulation and caused the Type 2 Shadow Wolf to plummet to the ground. He made a grab for the wolf and slashed down with the crocodile tooth saw blade, cutting the Type 2 Shadow Wolf cleanly in two. Yue Zhong's pupils narrowed as he asked Ming Jejia, "How many of these Type 2 Shadow Wolves can you summon?" Ming Jejia thought and replied honestly, "With my current spirit, I can maintain 5 Type 2 Shadow Wolves for 10 minutes. After that, I can't sustain the energy necessary to summon them." While these Type 2 Shadow Wolves could not compare to actual Type 2 mutant beasts, the differences weren't that big. The fearsome thing was that they could be continuously summoned out, and Ming Jejia could even summon 5 at one go. If Yue Zhong didn't have any protection, and was suddenly ambushed by these wolves, he would definitely suffer quite a bit. Yue Zhong currently had few experts under him that could contend against these wolves single-handedly. That was to say, just based on single combat power, Ming Jejia had already ranked amongst the top 10. However, her personal defense was still lacking, and without protection, a single sniper bullet could take her life easily. Yue Zhong smiled and ruffled Ming Jejia's little head. "Very good. Like this, Jejia, you have become a powerful expert as well." Ming Jejia revealed a bright, sweet smile. Hee. Since Ming Jejia had successfully taken the O Ming version 1, Yue Zhong did not hesitate further and immediately gulped down the contents. In an instant, Yue Zhong started to bleed from his pores, as a strong, powerful surge of energy raged within his body. causing him to feel as though he was breaking apart. While Yue Zhong had a strong will, the pain caused him to feel like he was dying from the most excruciating torture you could imagine. After shivering uncontrollably for an extended period, he managed to recover somewhat, albeit slowly. A strange light flashed within his mind as it gathered around the summoned skeleton's skill rune, causing it to change. A few strange lines carved themselves onto the rune, before finalizing the fusion process, and the skill rune shone with smallish dark pulses of light. The moment the rune formed, a radiant light shot out from Yue Zhong's mind where the skill rune was stored and landed on white bones. Under the blanket of that radiant light, white bones started to undergo a change, its body turning entirely black, leaving not a single spot. Every part of its body started to sprout sharp spikes, giving it the hideous appearance of a killing machine. Congratulations on gaining 5 points of spirit. A bright sound of notification rang within Yue Zhong's mind. Level 4 skill. Summon Dark Skull. Type 2 skill. Enhancing requires 2 skill points per enhancement. Your special summon skeleton has evolved and has gained enhancement in its abilities. Every skill has gained a +1 enhancement. Dark Skull. White Bones. Level 42. Strength. 91, 10. Agility. 91, 10. Vitality. 91, 10. Stamina. 91 91, 10. Spirit. 91/91, 10. Endurance. 153, 10. Skill 1. Utilizing Bones ability, +1. Skill 2. Strengthen Bones, +1. Skill 3. Bone Control, +1. Skill 4. Feign, +1. Skill 5. Return to Hell, +1. Skill 6. Immediate Summon, +1. Skill 7. Sharpen, +1. Skill 8. Basic Intelligence, +1. After the special summon White Bones evolved into the Dark Skull, White Bones, its 6 attributes had gained 20 points each. At the same time, every skill gained +1 enhancement. Its combat ability had undergone an earth-shattering change after evolution. Even if it were to face Type 2 mutant beasts, it could hold its own. It was no longer helpless against those fearsome beasts. In the villa that used to be the headquarters of the Heaven Sect, Yue Zhong sat silently in a sofa, his hands holding the info of his various subordinates. Ming Jia sat obediently beside Yue Zhong as she read an English book. She only originally knew Vietnamese and Chinese, but as she wanted to follow Yue Zhong for a long time, she started picking up various languages. English happened to be one of them. Ning Yusen, Sun Shuyan, and Su Qian, these 3 beauties were currently sitting in front of Yue Zhong, and each of them held a magazine as they were absorbed in their own readings separately. Yue Zhong looked at the details of his subordinates, as he frowned, before turning to the lowly Ming Jia, as his eyes lit up. Jia, would you like to be the mayor of Long and County? Hearing Yue Zhong's words, Ning Yusen, Sun Shuyan, and Su Qian abruptly looked towards Ming Jia, as they trembled slightly, especially Su Qian, as intense jealousy could be seen in her eyes. The mayor of the county would have control over 7,000 people. Calling their fates was as easy as flipping their hands. It was an incredible honor and prestige. Prior to the apocalypse, Su Qian was a small-time model and had dealt with numerous people. She was no stranger to authority and power and was attracted to a position of control. There was one time when she was competing with another model for an ad. Su Qian had better qualifications, but just because the competition had a mayor as her backer, she got the job. Through this, Su Qian learnt about the harsh ways of society. If it wasn't for her personal principle on being a virgin to hook a millionaire, she would have long become a rich canary shared amongst other rich people. While Ning Yusen and Sun Shuyan were not as envious as Su Qian, they were still shocked by the news. Ming Jia tilted her head as she pondered, before replying in a resolute manner, I don't want to leave Master's side. However, if Master requires me to stay here and manage Long and County, I would do so for you. When you're gone, I would definitely not allow anyone to snatch it away from you. Yue Zhong revealed a smile and lightly pecked Ming Jia's forehead. Good. From now on, you're the mayor of Long and County. I'll leave it in your care then. Yue Zhong had groomed a number of experts, but he could only fully trust a handful. Ming Jejia had been by his side ever since he crusaded across Vietnam. She had weathered almost everything with him, and was the most trustworthy. At the same time, her experience was not lacking, and she had the highest qualifications, as everyone knew she was the favorite general under Yue Zhong, and no one would dare contest her rule. Ever since when Fu Xin had slunk away in defeat, he had long since disappeared with his men. The world was wide and the boundaries were endless. Yue Zhong had no means to spare to chase him down. After passing the command that Ming Jejia was to assume control as the mayor, Yue Zhong reassigned some of the Heaven Sex experts into his own expert troops. They then proceeded to replenish their ammunition, and he only brought this bunch of elite soldiers with him towards Guilin City. Shema Village was a small village that was about 20 kilometers away from Guilin City, and before the apocalypse, it had about 300 inhabitants. Currently, it was the territory and home to over 300 zombies. On this day, 2 Autos, 1 Santana, a bus, a truck, and 5 other cars came from the distance, stopping right in front of this village. 40 men stepped out of the 5 cars. Amongst them, 2 of them were wielding rifles, and the remaining 30 over were holding machetes, long bats, and other various melee weapons. Do it! A huge burly bald man, with a long knife scar on his face, held his Tang replica sword as he looked at Shema Village and ordered solemnly. The men started to get into action, as they hammered large wooden stakes into the ground, and started to tie some ropes to the stakes, constructing a simple trap. Upon completion, the scar-faced man commanded a skinny male, "Zhao Jia, it's your turn." "Yes, boss." The skinny male had a pale look, as he pulled out a small knife and cut his hand, causing a few drops of fresh blood to drip onto a handkerchief. Zhao Jia then brought the blood-stained handkerchief and ran towards the entrance of the village, and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Zombies! Your granddaddy Zhao Jia is here. Get the hell out." The zombies within the village caught scent of the fresh blood, as well as the noise Zhao Jia was making, and they started to shamble towards the source. After Zhao Jia was done getting their attention, he quickly retreated. He didn't dare to stay too long, as the biggest risk of his job as bait was, if he were to meet an S2, the bait would definitely die and become food. Unfortunately, Zhao Jia didn't have the necessary luck, it seemed. Alas, he had just ran for a few meters, when an S2 suddenly leapt out from the crowd of zombies in a flash, chasing after him. "Help! Help!" Zhao Jia saw the S2 and was frightened out of his wits, as he sobbed and ran while screaming. His cries did not help him, as everyone stood near the trap and watched quietly, not daring to take a step beyond the limit. The S2 reached Zhao Jia easily, and pounced on him, taking a vicious bite out of his throat, and chewed his flesh of his neck in a bloody mess. Asterisk, 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 comma, asterisk, comma, asterisk, comma, asterisk, comma, asterisk, comma, asterisk, asterisk, comma, asterisk, 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 comma, asterisk. Ulamog. Well, that guy at the end is dead. Like Cracker Jacks. Where's my prize in the middle? Stu shoves hand into throat. Chapter 390 Guilin City. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. While the intense screaming continued to ring out, Zhao Jia was feasted on as he died. As he breathed his dying gurgle, the S2 tore chunks of meat from his face, neck, and everywhere else within easy reach. It was truly a gory scene. The S2 then turned its attention towards the scent of the humans, charging towards the dozens of people as well as Scarface. Its speed brought it towards them in just a few breaths, but it was tripped by the trap made of ropes. 2 strong males brought out nooses, and with a fluid and practiced motion, they managed to restrain its arms before pulling on other side, causing the arms of the S2 to be spread. "Die!" The scar-faced man bellowed angrily, his Tang replica sword slashing at the S2, as his huge strength burst out, and he chopped the head of the S2 off easily. Looking at the rolling head of the S2, The men present heaved a sigh of relief. If the S2 had gotten too close to them, they would have instantly been killed. A yellow-skinned man with a thin stature stepped forwards as he congratulated Scarface. "Congratulations, boss, for killing this S2 so smoothly. Like this, your level is going to rise again. We can't wait to see you hit level 20. Scarface held the Tang replica sword gingerly. His face flashed with pain. "Enough of your bullshit. Go make your preparations. Today we had better cleared Shema village. Otherwise, we won't have enough resources to pay Boss Gua. Damn it, the rental of this Tang replica sword is truly expensive. One day's usage actually requires a 100 gene of rice. It practically is robbery." With the flow of time, the drops from the zombies and mutant beasts had declined steadily. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a single S2 could give several valuable items. A few level 3 skill books wouldn't have been a surprise. However, the killing of an S2 now would at most give a few survivor coins, and even a white treasure box drop would be considered rare. The weak, yellow-skinned male with a wretched appearance touched the stake in the ground bitterly as he looked towards the village, when his expression suddenly turned to one of horror. His voice shook as he shouted, 3-3S2S, for L2S, a total of 7 evolved zombies. They discovered that within the group of zombies making their way over, there were suddenly 3S2S and 4L2S charging over. The men present immediately turned pale. Many of them were just normal people and could deal with a few ordinary zombies. The trap they had set was enough to deal with a single S2, but against the L2 with high defense it was practically impossible. "Disperse." Scarface's expression changed rapidly, and was the first to run back. While Shema village was sure to possess a huge amount of resources, which would allow him to live comfortably for a while, it required him to be alive to enjoy it. Even a level 20 enhancer would have to retreat when facing these 7 evolved zombies, needless to say himself, who had yet to reach level 20. When the 7 evolved zombies made their appearance, the men immediately abandoned their stations and ran for the cars behind them. At this time, a somewhat frivolous-looking young man stepped in front of Scarface, blocking his way and tapped his shoulders as he asked loudly, "Are you from Guilin City?" Scarface recoiled in shock. This young man was obviously incredibly fast. He had no way of reacting when the young man had tapped his shoulder. That ghost-like speed was impossible to defend against. If he had wanted Scarface's life, it was going to be incredibly easy. The young man was precisely by Shaoxing, as an agility-based evolver. His speed was above even Yue Zhong. Scarface was just a measly enhancer who had not reached level 20. He was naturally unable to dodge. "My name is Huang Weili. I'm the team captain of a small squad from Guilin City to scavenge for resources." Although Huang Weili had an explosive nature, when facing someone stronger than him, he did not dare provoke the other party, and was absolutely honest. In this world, if Bai Shaoxing were to kill them, even the government of Guilin City could not do anything for them. Huang Weili looked at the closing evolved zombies, and could not help but chipped in anxiously, "Young hero, those zombies are nearing. Let's escape first. Otherwise, we'll be surrounded. Kill those zombies." Bai Shaoxing glanced at those zombies, his expression one of boredom, as he ordered to the side. With his current level, if he wanted to kill those Type 2 zombies, he had to kill more than 600. As for ordinary zombies, he would have to hunt over 10,000 of them. Hence, unless it was absolutely necessary, Bai Shaoxing was unwilling to act, and chose to get his subordinates to hunt them instead. "Yes, Boss Bai." 7 soldiers stepped forwards from the grassy area and charged at the 7 evolved zombies. One of them had the enhanced weapon ability, and as he held his Tang replica sword, it glowed with a green light. With a single slash, the head of AL2 was immediately chopped off. Another soldier held a huge mace of over 100 genes, as he swung savagely, crushing S2 into a pulp. S2. Yet another soldier only held a handgun, but he fired a single shot, which penetrated one of the S2s, and it died on the spot. Like weeds, those 7 evolved zombies were taken care of easily by the 7 soldiers without so much of a struggle, causing Huang Weili and his subordinates to stare wide-eyed with shock. After killing the 7 evolved zombies, the 7 soldiers charged into Shema village. There were still over a few hundred ordinary zombies to be hunted. Huang Weili looked at the small team led by Xiaosheng, and his eyes were filled with respect. So strong! These men are definitely high-level enhancers. Who are they exactly? Xiaosheng glanced to the side, as his gaze traveled to Huang Weili, as he spoke unceremoniously. You must be the head. Come with me to meet our boss. Inside Shema village, there were only a few hundred ordinary zombies. As long as there were no accidents, the 7 enhancers were more than enough to wipe them out. Yes, Huang Weili replied respectfully, although his heart was unable to remain calm. Above this freak, there's still a boss? How strong must the boss be? So young. Huang Weili quickly came in front of Yue Zhong, as he looked at Yue Zhong carefully and thought silently. Yue Zhong eyed Huang Weili coldly and said, Tell me everything you know about Guilin City. If I'm satisfied, this bag of rice will be yours. If you dare hide even a single thing, you will have to bear the consequences. Yes. Huang Weili only felt a huge sense of pressure on him, as he started to tell Yue Zhong everything while trembling ever so slightly. Prior to the apocalypse, there was only a small field troop stationed at Guilin City, and during the apocalypse, many of these soldiers had also turned into zombies. However, the regiment commander Du Shanxiong managed to escape with his life. After regrouping and making use of firepower, the army managed to overcome the zombies then. At the same time, the army relied on its modern weaponry to charge into Guilin City, wiping out a huge number of the zombies, saving many citizens and inhabitants within the city. Guilin City had a population of about 1,200,000. With Du Shanxiong's actions, they managed to save a total of 200,000 survivors. At the same time, when Du Shanxiong received the distress call from Nanning City, he had led his subordinates as they brought tanks and heavy artillery to launch an assault on Nanning City. In front of those modern weaponry, the ordinary zombies were decimated. A large number of survivors were rescued by Du Shanxiong, and he worked together with Nanning City's government officials to save a total of 350,000 survivors. With his ability and combat power of his troops, conquering Nanning City would not have been an issue then. However, when he was about to launch an assault, a scout he had deployed discovered that the numerous zombies within the surrounding villages around Nanning were converging on Nanning. Nanning City had more than 7 million people before the apocalypse, and when it set in, over 5 million had become zombies overnight. When Du Shanxiong brought his troops to conquer Guilin City and Nanning City, he had expended a large amount of ammunition, and his soldiers were getting exhausted. Under the urgent pleas of the government officials, he had no choice but to break out of Nanning, bringing his troops and the 400,000 survivors, of which 50,000 were from the scattered villages, back towards Guilin City. After that, Du Shanxiong had been continually fighting against the remaining 3 million zombies around Guilin City till now. Through the constant battles, Guilin City was already cleared of all zombies, and the surrounding areas were slowly being cleansed as well. However, as the surrounding villages were numerous, there were some like Shema village that was not yet cleared. Under his efforts, the total number of survivors within Guilin City walls numbered 850,000, close to its original number prior to the apocalypse. As expected, starting from scratch is truly difficult. Yue Zhong heard Huang Weili's words and could not help but sigh. Yue Zhong had worked tirelessly and slaughtered all sorts of enemies up till now, and he could only boast of a few 100,000 survivors. This Guilin City already possessed 850,000, and what's more, they had a proper army. Be it the combat ability or the potential of growth, Guilin City surpassed his establishments. Du Shanxiong was a regiment commander that had control over various modern weaponry, and he had no lack of experience. Achieving what he had came as no surprise. At the initial stages of the apocalypse, the ordinary zombies had no way of defending against bullets. Even up till now, ordinary zombies would still fall when fired upon. Du Shanxiong had not managed to clear the millions of zombies purely because he had not enough ammunition. He was shackled by the collapse of humanity that he had to maintain some for deterrence, otherwise the problems of zombies would be solved. Yue Zhong stared fixedly at Huang Weili and asked, "How many troops does Du Shanxiong have?" This was the crucial question. In this apocalyptic world, he was used to viewing all other factions as enemies. To his enemies, His first concern would be to grasp the number of troops the enemies had. Huang Weili had a difficult look. I don't know. Only the government officials would know such military intelligence. Bai Shaoxing laughed in a perverted manner. 850,000 survivors. There must be how many beauties? Hee, too great. Boss Yu, I love Guilin City. Yue Zhong was speechless when he looked at Bai Shaoxing. Bai Shaoxing was truly lustful, and in this new world, beauties also love strong people like Bai Shaoxing. Just in Long'an County, he had already gained a few beauties who had belonged to Linghu Xiangru previously. He did not mind anybody who came as long as they were good-looking, and those ladies were extremely satisfied that their new man was someone strong, hence, the relationships were formed very quickly. Bai Shaoxing eyed Huang Weili and did not care as he asked Yue Zhong casually, "What do we do with them? Shall we kill them?" Bai Shaoxing had long since grown used to killing, and was numb to it. Killing a few more innocents did not matter to him. When Huang Weili heard that, his hairs stood on end, and he broke out in cold sweat. He immediately knelt in front of Yue Zhong and pleaded, "Boss, you spare us. Boss, you spare us, please. Leave me with my life so that I can serve you." Yue Zhong threw a 100-gene bag of rice to Huang Weili and said indifferently, "Relax, I won't kill you. Take this and go." "Thank you, boss you. Thank you, boss you." Huang Weili immediately took the bag up and thanked Yue Zhong profusely, before he turned and ran without looking back. Bai Shaoxing looked at Yue Zhong and asked, "Leader, what now?" Yue Zhong and his team had brought along an IFV, some machine gun-mounted vehicles, and even some anti-tank missiles. If such a troop was to arrive at Guilin City, they would immediately be searched. The controller of Guilin City would definitely not allow such a force to enter. At the same time, Yue Zhong and the rest might be forced to enter the army. Yue Zhong replied indifferently, "Zhang Mingyi, go bring some men to Sanshui village and get things ready. Shang Luan, Bai Shaoxing, in Kaishan and Ning Yusen, you will enter the city with me. After entering, go immediately to Mingshan Garden District 23, Unit 4, room number 607 to look for me." "Yes," everyone responded, and set out to carry out Yue Zhong's orders. Yue Zhong and his small team then set forth in a Hummer and arrived at Guilin City in half an hour. As expected, the moment they arrived, they were searched, and after determining there were no suspicious items, and quarantined for an hour, they were released within the city. Chapter 391, Family Reunion. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Wait a moment. Right as Yue Zhong and the rest were about to leave the security checkpoint, a worker chased up to Yue Zhong as he called out. Yue Zhong turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" The young man then explained himself. The current regulation in Guilin City is that only authorized vehicles can travel on the road. The authorization tag can be bought at 1 ton of rations. Of course, you can leave the vehicles with us or choose to sell it off. If you leave it with us, the parking fee will be 1 gene of rations a day. If you want to sell it off, we can buy it at 100 gene of rations. Yue Zhong pondered for a while, before pulling out a huge bag of rice and handed it to the worker. "I'll choose to park it then. There's 100 gene of rice here. It should be enough for 100 days. Sure, he, the worker, received the bag of rice, as he observed Yue Zhong's team carefully, his gaze lingering on Ning Yusen's figure for a while before revealing a relaxed smile. "Got it. I'm sure he. How about becoming friends?" Although sure he was young, he was extremely sharp. He could tell that these people in front of him were experts for them to possess such a calm and steadfast attitude. Furthermore, to be able to travel or drift in this new world, this group of people was definitely not simple. There was no disadvantage in making friends like these. Yue Zhong smiled mildly. "I'm Yue Zhong. If there's time, let's meet up. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first." After which, Yue Zhong brought Shang Luan and the rest towards the center of Guilin City. Yue Zhong Sure, he watched the retreating backs of Yue Zhong and his team, and resolved to get in his good books the next time they met. Yue Zhong and the rest walked along the roads towards the inner parts of Guilin City, and along the way they noticed various differences from other places they have been. In the city, while many shops had closed down due to the carnage, there were a variety of other shops that had popped up. There were those that sold homemade crossbow bolts, ropes, machetes, shields, etc. There were martial arts dojos that taught close combat, and there were even stores selling leather clothes made of mutant beast hides. Finally, there were small eateries everywhere, giving it a vibrant feel and a thriving vibe. Although it could not compare to the days of before the apocalypse, this scene in Guilin City was the most orderly and thriving that Yue Zhong had seen so far. It looked bustling and was comparable to the long high city that Yue Zhong had established. The fact that Guilin City could grow to this current stage was because of its 850,000 survivors. The army cleared up the enemies around the city, while the government officials ensured stability and peace within the city walls. Both gave rise to a peace and prosperity that Guilin City enjoyed. Yue Zhong continued walking, and he discovered the underlying ugliness of the city as well. At certain alleyways, they would discover thin and weak survivors with tattered clothes and sunken faces. They even saw some bodies that were obviously starved to death, or those survivors who had committed suicide. The worst thing was that, even though the living survivors saw these tragic scenes, they did not do anything for the bodies, instead choosing to keep a wide berth. At the Salon Street of the pre-apocalypse Guilin City, there were already many women who had decided to sell there themselves. A few hundred had dolled themselves as they lounged about, as they tried to latch themselves onto any man who walked by, negotiating terms while pulling the men into the rooms to begin their fleshy deals. Although there were shortcomings, Yue Zhong had to admit that, other than his own long high city, Guilin City did possess the potential to be a place to grow. And the one point that Yue Zhong lost out on was the fact that Guilin City had close to 900,000 survivors, whereas Longhai had only more than 100,000. As Yue Zhong and his team continued, they finally arrived in front of Mingshang Garden District 23, Unit 4, room number 607. This unit was bought by Yue Zhong's parents previously in Guilin City, before they were transferred to Nanning for work and had to buy a new place. Yue Zhong guessed that if they were to be here in Guilin City, they would definitely be staying here. Yue Zhong stood in front of that door for a long time, as he carried his hope and anxiety in his heart, before fearfully knocking the door. By this time, it had already been almost a year since the apocalypse had set in, which meant a year where plenty could happen. He was extremely worried that it would be strangers meeting him instead of his parents, who could have been killed by zombies already. The door opened, as the slightly unfamiliar face of a middle-aged lady popped out, and upon seeing it, Yue Zhong's heart immediately sank. The middle-aged lady looked at Yue Zhong for a while, as though she was unsure, before she suddenly broke into an excited smile. You are Yue Zhong. You must be Yue Zhong, right? You're back. Xiaoning Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's back. What? Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, is it truly you? Right at this time, another middle-aged housewife walked out from a room, and the moment she laid eyes on Yue Zhong, emotional tears welled up in her eyes, and she ran over to hug Yue Zhong as she bawled loudly. You're back. My son's still alive. My son's alive. Thank God. Thank God. My son's still alive. In this post-apocalyptic world, countless families have been broken up and collapsed due to deaths and the cruelty of human nature. Yue Zhong's mother Ning Li had followed her husband Yu Ming in escaping to Guilin City, but both had long given up hope of seeing their son ever again. Now, as she finally saw her son, she could not help her emotions from bursting out. Mom, I'm home. As Yue Zhong returned the embrace to his sobbing mother, even his hardened heart softened and impassive eyes reddened, as tears flowed freely. Since the apocalypse, Yue Zhong had been in Hunan, but there was never a moment where he did not think about his family. However, the roads were perilous and the hordes of zombies prevented the possibility of making his way. He could only suppress his anxiety and took things one step at a time. He hadn't really thought that it would be impossible to meet his parents ever again, but here he was, finally seeing his mother, and his heart was filled with myriad complex emotions. Where's Dad? Yue Zhong regained his calm, as he looked towards the room expectantly, asking his mother Ning Li. He went to work. He hasn't knocked off yet. Come Yue Zhong. I'll introduce you, this is son Jie. You remember, your auntie's son. When you were young, She carried you before. Ningli had cried for a while as well, and by now, after calming down, she pulled Yue Zhong to introduce the unfamiliar middle-aged woman. Yue Zhong greeted Sun Jie with manners. Auntie Sun, how do you do? Yue Zhong had heard of Sun Jie's name before, and knew she and Ningli were playmates when young. Even when Yue Zhong's family moved to Nanning, Ningli had not broken contact with Sun Jie. Sun Jie beamed as she looked at Yue Zhong. Good, good. Yue Zhong, you have grown so well, such a dashing young man. Sun Jie continued smiling as she asked Ningli, since he's back, why not let Xiao Yun and the rest take a look at him? Ningli responded heartily, yes. Sun Jie smiled, before looking warily at Ning Yusin outside the door, and then left. I'll head back first. Ningli then noticed Ning Yusin and the rest before asking Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, are these your friends? Yue Zhong lied. This Ning Yusin is my university schoolmate. These three are Bai Shaoxing, Shang Luan and Ing Kaishan. They are friends I made on my journey back. Thanks to them, I could reach here safely. Yue Zhong could not just tell the truth to his mother. Your son Yue Zhong has already become a mighty general who is a bona fide killing machine. He is the leader of over 200,000 survivors, and this group consists of a maidservant who was the spoils of war, while the other three are just a few of your son's subordinates. Ningli looked at them with gratitude. Thank you so much. I'm so thankful that you guys have looked after my son. Since you guys have just arrived here, you must be lacking a place to settle down. If you guys don't mind the small space, why don't you live here? In Ningli's heart, there was nothing more important than her son. Since Bai Shaoxing and the rest had protected Yue Zhong, they were her benefactors. Although having to sustain 4 more additional people in this new world order would be tougher, she was willing to bite the bullet. Ning Yusin responded extremely politely, Thank you, Auntie. Bai Shaoxing took a glance at the room and replied proudly, Yue Zhong, you don't have to worry about the 3 of us. We will look for somewhere nearby. You just spend time with your family. Ning Li's residence was truly on the dilapidated side, and was obviously poor. On one hand, Bai Shaoxing wasn't willing to stay here. On the other, he could not bear to be indebted to Yue Zhong's family. Bai Shaoxing turned and walked out. Let's go. Old Ing, Old Shang. The corner of their mouths turned up in a smile, and seeing that Yue Zhong did not say anything, they left quickly. They had already agreed beforehand on a signal. If Yue Zhong were to use it, they would all converge here at the first notice. Ning Yusin hesitated a while before leaving as well. She was not willing to come in between the family reunion. After Ning Yusin left, Yue Zhong then started asking about the happenings from Ningli. Before the apocalypse, Yue Zhong's father Yu Ming had been an ordinary civil servant, while his mother was a staff member of an institution. While the family wasn't poor, they were not rich as well. After the apocalypse, the 2 of them had escaped to Guiling City, and Yu Ming had stayed with the government as a clerk, while Ningli had remained unemployed, staying at home. The treatment of civil servants weren't too bad, as Yue Zhong's father could earn 40 jin worth of food, 1 jin of fuel, and 1 jin of meat every month in trade-in tickets, and the family survived on this. Since there were so many mouths to feed in Guilin City, the atmosphere was slightly tense. The total amount to feed close to 900,000 mouths numbered extremely high every day. The current monetary approach was to use tickets to exchange for items. *1. Chapter 392, XCX. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South, Chapter 392. Kin. Ningli looked at her son with a doting look and said, It's good that you're back. Your dad will help you get a job here. After that you can marry a decent girl and bear me a grandchild. Ningli was very traditional, and just hoped for her son to settle down, marry a girl and leave on peacefully. Yue Zhong did not want to turn his mother down at this juncture, and only smiled and nodded, Sure. In the evening, close to 6 p.m., Yue Zhong's father Yu Ming came home and saw Yue Zhong. Before saying a single sentence mildly, It's good that you're back. Yue Zhong detected Yu Ming's body trembling, and could see that his father was suppressing his emotions. Yu Ming had always been the pillar of support in the family, and could not easily lose his composure in front of his son. Men had always been less expressive of their emotions anyway. Yue Zhong also responded with a sentence. Dad, I'm home. It's good that you're back. Yu Ming looked at Yue Zhong once before he sat down on the sofa and his body trembled. He held up a newspaper to block himself, as even the usually stoic, he could not help but shed a few tears upon seeing his long-lost son. Ning Li left the father-son pair in the living room, as she went to the kitchen and got busy. Fried vegetables and roasted meat, these rare food after the apocalypse, were displayed on the table, and there were even 4 buns and some dumplings. This was considered a sumptuous meal, and this single meal had been at the cost of half a month of Yu Ming's meat and fuel wages. Not long after, Sun Jie brought a young pretty lady with black, shoulder-length hair, a tall figure, with a pure and innocent charm to the Yu household. The moment that demure lady entered the house, she greeted Yu Ming and Ning Li politely. Uncle, Auntie. Ning Li smiled warm-heartedly. Come, come, Yue Zhong. This is Gao Xiaoyun. She's Auntie Sun's daughter. She's 18 this year, just slightly younger than you. You must take good care of Xiaoyun Mimi in the future. Xiaoyun. This is your Yue Zhonggij. You should hang out more with him. When Yue Zhong heard this, he understood the meaning of the dinner. Ning Li wanted to arrange marriage between the both of them. This meal was to introduce the two of them to each other. Sun Jie also spoke up enthusiastically. Xiaoyun. This is your Yue Zhonggij. He was a university student. If you have anything you're unsure about in the future, just seek help from him. Yue Zhong. The two of you youngsters should have a lot to talk about. We won't bother you. Go on and have a chat. Go on. Gao Xiaoyun looked towards Yue Zhong and smiled gently. How do you do, Yue Zhonggij? Yue Zhong responded with a smile. How do you do, Xiaoyun? After that, Gao Xiaoyun proceeded to have her dinner quietly. Whenever Yue Zhong initiated a sentence, she would reply with a sentence. This continued all the way till the meal ended. After dinner, Gao Xiaoyun looked to Yue Zhong and said, Yue Zhonggij, can you come with me? Yue Zhong returned her look and said, Sure. Something's happening. Sun Jie and Ning Li exchanged a glance. The pair of friends broke out in satisfied smiles. Their relationship was great in the first place, and had hoped to join through marriage. It was their wish to see Yue Zhong and Gao Xiaoyun get together. Gao Xiaoyun and Yue Zhong walked below the apartment for a few steps before she turned around and spoke out. Yue Zhonggij, can you go to my mum and turn the arranged marriage down? I have someone I like already. Yue Zhong looked at Gao Xiaoyun and replied indifferently. These matters you should be the one to tell your mum. Sun Jie and Ning Li were on good terms. If Yue Zhong said he was the one to turn Gao Xiaoyun down, Ning Li would feel extremely bad towards Sun Jie. Yue Zhong did not want to be the bad guy in this scenario. Although Gao Xiaoyun could be considered a pretty flower, compared to Chen Yao, Zhuo Yadong, or Ji Qinggu, she could not match them at all. In Yue Zhong's heart, this Gao Xiaoyun was not even comparable to a single strand of hair on his mother's head. He was naturally unwilling to cause his mother distress. Gao Xiaoyun looked at Yue Zhong and retorted, Yue Zhonggij, don't be like this. I won't like you. Can you be magnanimous about this? If you want to try and hold on, it makes you look bad as a man. Guys should be cooler about this. Go tell my mum that you want to decline this relationship, and in exchange, I'll get you a job. Although there aren't any formal preparation, I can introduce you to the police post. Yue Zhong's gaze turned cold. Xiaoyun Mimi, you look too highly upon yourself. Please don't get me wrong. I have no feelings for you. However, if Auntie Sun and my mum insists that we try, I wouldn't mind giving it a shot. If you want to reject me, please go tell Auntie Sun yourself. I won't pester you. In Long County, Yue Zhong could easily find over 100 girls with better appearances than Gao Xiaoyun. Initially he had thought she was refined and demure, however. He never expected her to be so narcissistic, and he lost all favorable impressions of her. Let's conclude our chat here. Goodbye. Yue Zhong left Gao Xiaoyun alone and went home. As Yue Zhong left, Gao Xiaoyun's pretty face was distorted in anger, as she stared coldly at Yue Zhong's back, before snorting and left for her own house. The moment Yue Zhong reached home, Ning Li came to him and asked expectantly, How was it, son? Xiaoyun's pretty right. Were there any feelings? Yue Zhong glanced at Ning Li and responded, Mom, she said that she has someone already. We won't have any chance. Ning Li grumbled and consoled Yue Zhong. She already has someone she likes? How come I didn't know that? Why didn't she say so? The son Jie also. Her own daughter has already fallen for someone else, but she wants to introduce her to my son. Ah, son. Your mum is to be blamed for not sorting things out properly. However, since my son's so outstanding, you're definitely able to find someone much better than Gao Xiaoyun. In the eyes of parents, their own offsprings would be the best in the world, and Ning Li was no exception. Ning Li was depressed for a while, before she suddenly brightened up. Oh yes, son. Didn't you travel with that university schoolmate Ning Yusen? Is she your girlfriend? Ning Yusen had a demeanor that far surpassed Gao Xiaoyun, and in Ning Li's eyes, she was the perfect candidate. Yue Zhong chuckled bitterly. Mom, why did your thoughts go to her? Ning Li paced about and muttered to herself. She's too pretty though. I'm afraid it would be hard to keep her at home. If she marries in, who knows if she makes my son a cuckold. It's too bad. Actually, Gao Xiaoyun would be just nice. Not too pretty or ugly. What a pity. You guys don't have the fate. Ning Li then said confidently. While our household may not be rich, in this world, we're considered better off than others. Son, don't worry, with my connections, I'll definitely help you find a good wife. Better than Gao Xiaoyun. Yu Ming's household wasn't considered rich, but as he was a civil servant, he had a steady rice bowl, and it was considered decent. It must be known that with the problem of tight rations, plus that everybody was still reliant on the mercy relief of gruel rations, in a society where many women would sell their own bodies for just a bun and the selling of one's own children for food was common, marrying into a household with a steady ration was considered the dream of many ladies. Yue Zhong saw that Ning Li was about to start nagging, and he massaged his throbbing head and changed the topic. Mom, I'm going to bed. And the mattress is ready. Go have a good rest. Ning Li just responded simply, before muttering to herself again. The Chen's daughter is still too young. As for the Qin's, no, she's not good looking. The young lady of the Luos can be considered pretty, but she's a bit short. The Li daughter is too old, already hitting 26. It's truly tough to be a parent. As Ning Li was pondering over the issue of a daughter-in-law, Yue Zhong was sleeping comfortably. He had been fighting non-stop and killed countless enemies. Even when he was in bed with the beauties in his life, his heart still longed to see his parents. Now that he has seen them alive and well, he slept extremely soundly. Time for breakfast. Early the next morning, Yue Zhong came to the table and saw that there were 3 bowls of porridge and 3 half-buns. Mom, these are items I found outside in villages. Yue Zhong looked at the contents on the table before going back to the room and pulled out flour, rice, various canned foods, digestive biscuits, milk, chocolates, cigarettes, and other foods from his bag. Ning Li looked in astonishment at the assortment of items and smiled happily. Great! Great! My son is truly capable. Ha ha! Amongst those food in Yue Zhong's bag, if they were to be measured against Yu Ming's salary, it could be said that they were worth at least half a year of wages. Yu Ming looked at the food that Yue Zhong brought out and pulled out 4 green tickets and handed them to Yue Zhong. Here's tickets for 40 jin of food. Go rest and have fun these 2 days. After that, I'll bring you for interviews. Heading out to find stuff is too dangerous. If you're not careful, you won't make it back alive. It's better if you stay inside here and find some work, and work hard. Next time, you can become a government personnel. Yue Zhong received the tickets and smiled at Yu Ming before turning and heading out. I got it. I'll be heading out first. After leaving his house, Yue Zhong pondered for a while and decided not to summon anybody as he left towards the market on his own. Chapter 393 Market. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The market in Guilin City was bustling, and many different food vendors were peddling their cooking. Mutant pig meat skewers. Delicious mutant pig meat skewers. Each stick is 2 meal ticket. It's absolutely delicious and worth the buy. Authentic Ning County snacks. They're mouth-watering. Come and have a taste, people. Along the streets, there were many stalls run by food vendors, and countless passers-by would be drawn by the aroma, as they pulled out food tickets to exchange for different foods to try. In Guilin City, with the governance of a two-factions cabinet, as well as the soldiers of Du Shanxiong who patrolled the surroundings of Guilin City to maintain peace and security, it gave the city the chance to slowly grow. Along the way, Yue Zhong realized that the 40 jin worth of food tickets could exchange for about 400 renminbi prior to the apocalypse. In a world where the economy had almost collapsed, such a sum was considered huge. Yue Zhong followed the paths and weaved in and out of streets until he came to the busiest street, Xinyang Street, to discover that there were stalls set up everywhere, displaying all sorts of mutant plants and mutant beast meat and bones. Even the hides and anything to do with mutant lifeforms were sold here. These items were brought by powerful lone warriors, or the small squads that were assembled to scavenge for items on the outside. As long as even ordinary humans made preparations, using simple melee tools were enough to hunt a huge mutant beast. This intelligence and craftiness was the reason why the human race had been oppressing everything else before the apocalypse. How are you selling this? Yue Zhong walked to a stall and picked up a nuclei with properties unknown and asked the vendor. He had seen with a single glance that this nuclei was most likely obtained from a mutant beast of above level 40. So far, the only usage that Yue Zhong had discovered of such nuclei was that they could be used to power up other mutant beasts, giving them room to grow and evolve. The stall vendor glanced at Yue Zhong and shook out of his stupor, opening a price with excitement. 5 jin ticket. At first, everyone had thought that these nuclei from mutant beasts were some treasures. However, with the passing of time, no one discovered a use for them. They were soon reduced to ornaments and decorations. There were even cases of squads directly throwing them away when hunting mutant beasts. Yue Zhong frowned as he rejected the offer. Such an item just looks nice. How can you open with such a high price? These are just used for decor after all. 1 liang ticket, will you sell? The vendor started employing all his tactics to try and promote his goods. Boss, while these items are useless and are just for looks, see how pretty it is. It may not have any use now, but who knows, after things are stabilized, it might be even more valuable than a bloodstone. Invest in it now. After the prices shoot up, you're sure to make a fortune. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in dire straits, I wouldn't sell them. Since you are interested in them, I'm willing to give you a discount for it. 2 jin ticket. Yue Zhong seemed to hesitate before he pulled out a 10 jin ticket and handed it to the vendor. All right, 2 jin ticket it is. Fool. In this world, these pretty stones would be at most worth 1 liang or 2. This young idiot. The stall vendor received the payment with glee and celebrated silently as he mocked Yue Zhong in his heart. The vendor handed the nuclei and 8 jin ticket to Yue Zhong before asking warmly, "Oh yes, boss, do you want more of them? If you do, I can help you get some more. If you want 10 and more, I can give you 80% discount on them." In this market, everyone knew the selling price for a nuclei was at most a few liangs, and it was rare to find an unsuspecting sheep to fleece. He had thus become excited. In this Guilin city, there were many survivors who had managed to escape to this place, and they understood the suffering of insufficient rations. Under these circumstances, many would stoop low to earn more tickets for themselves. Yue Zhong pretended to consider, before nodding. Okay, I'll take 20 then. Having more wouldn't make a difference. 20. Please wait. The vendor beamed and responded with a single sentence as he abandoned his worthless stand, asking someone to man it for him while he ran through the crowd of the market. Not long after, the vendor came running back with a huge bag, revealing an assorted group of nuclei. Boss, there's a total of 36. Please double check. Yue Zhong pretended to be shocked. Didn't I ask for just 20? Why did you bring 36? The vendor cajoled Yue Zhong. Boss, you're a businessman, how can 20 be enough? The 36 in here is the entire amount of this street. Once you buy them over, you're the monopoly of the nuclei business. By then, when the prices rise, you can call the price. Even if you were to sell each for 20 jin, no one would dispute. If you can do such a business, your family will also look up to you. Yue Zhong put on a face as though he was won over, and handed the 40 ticket to him. Makes sense. All right, I'll buy them all. The vendor took the 40 tickets and had an ugly expression. This doesn't seem to be enough. Is this enough then? Yue Zhong chuckled and pulled out a pouch of Chinese tobacco and handed it to the vendor. The vendor immediately grabbed it and responded hastily, Enough! Enough! They're all yours. In Guilin City, as the manufacturing of tobacco had stopped, tobacco was considered a luxury good, and only the upper echelons of society got to enjoy them. If the vendor brought this Chinese tobacco to the government to exchange, it would be worth at least 100 jin. Just gaining this was a huge profit for the vendor already. Yue Zhong looked at the vendor. Since you've accepted my tobacco, then my ration tickets. The vendor grinned in happiness as he gripped the tobacco tightly, passing the ration tickets back to Yue Zhong. Take it back! Take it all back! Yue Zhong laughed and took the bag as well as his tickets. With the bag of nuclei he could rear another Type 2 mutant beast. However, they were harder to control. He could only choose to push lightning into a Type 3 mutant beast before evolving one of the little brothers of lightning. Hold it! Right at this time, the soft yet bright voice of a young girl rang out. As Yue Zhong turned to the source of the voice, he saw a teenage girl of about 17 or 18, with exceptional looks and her long hair in a ponytail. Her lithe body was wrapped in black mutant beast hide, and she had a dark magic blade hanging by her waist. Her eyes were full of spirit, and she exuded a heroic aura. She was currently flanked by 6 other males as she came over. Yue Zhong looked at the young beauty and arched his brows as he asked, What's the matter? Chan Qianhong had a domineering tone as she spoke to Yue Zhong. The nuclei in your hands. I will buy them all. Don't worry. Chan Qianhong, will not let you get the short end of the stick. Whatever you used to buy it, I'll buy it from you at 3 times the price. 3 times. Damn it. Damn it. Why did I sell so fast? If only I was a little slower. 3 times. Ah! The vendor was currently full of regret as he muttered to himself. Yue Zhong looked coldly at Chan Qianhong and declined. Not selling. A suave young man beside her who was decked in designer clothes, with a slightly pale face, frowned as he shouted at Yue Zhong. What gall! Do you know who this lady is? Yue Zhong's brows arched and challenged the pale-faced young man. I don't know and I don't care. This is something I bought. Don't tell me you guys want to rob? Or that in Guilin City has no regards for rules and regulations. We can do whatever we want to, is that it? You! The pale-faced man became speechless upon Yue Zhong's retort, feeling that he lost face and could not help wanting to threaten Yue Zhong. Dan Yu! Don't be rash. He's right. The goods are his. It's his right not to sell. We can't force him. Chan Qianhong waved her hand as she blocked the path of the brash young man with obvious ill intent. She casted a deep look at Yue Zhong and scoffed. Brat! If you don't want to sell, then it's fine. It's not like you can eat them anyway. Also, Guilin City is a place of law and order. Don't spout nonsense. Let's go. Chan Qianhong reprimanded Yue Zhong in a self-righteous tone, shooting him a dirty look, before turning around in a proud manner and left with her 6 lackeys. Yue Zhong looked at the pompous and self-righteous figure leaving, and turned to ask the stall vendor, Who is that Chan Qianhong? What an attitude! The vendor proceeded to explain to Yue Zhong patiently, You haven't heard of her? She's the daughter of our Guilin City's Mayor Channing. Although she is really arrogant, she is still decent. Whenever she buys something, she would always pay fairly. But that Dan Yu guy you offended beside her is not a good thing. His father is the district head of Xinyang District, and he himself has some ties with the Green Bamboo Gang. Whoever in the street offends him would be dragged away by people to be beaten up. You better leave quickly. Yue Zhong had given the stall vendor good business. Hence he wasn't stingy with his information. Green Bamboo Gang. Interesting. Yue Zhong laughed, and didn't seem to mind, before striding off. Even the Heaven Sect had fallen at his hands. A small gang allowed by the government to exist wouldn't pose a problem to him. Dan Yu followed Chan Qianhong for a while, waiting for her to check out another stall before stepping to a side. A man swiftly arrived in front of Dan Yu. Dan Yu looked at the man and gave an order coldly. Go get some men from Boss Zhao at the Green Bamboo Gang, and go teach that bastard a lesson. Get those nuclei from his hands also. Quickly. Yes, young master. The servant responded quickly and left in a flash. Dan Yu looked coldly at the direction which Yue Zhong had left, and snorted coldly. Want to go against me? Looking to die. Yue Zhong walked about in Xinyang Street for quite a while, arriving at the second street, and noticed that there were stalls set up here as well. However, the crowd was noticeably lesser, with only about 100 stalls. In front of those stalls, though, there were many people gathered. Yue Zhong came to one of the stall, and noticed that the stall displayed only a Shadow Steps skill book as well as a Tang replica sword. Level 2 skill, Shadow Steps. Exchanging for a level 3 Strength Consolidation, or a level 3 Strength type treasure. Level 1 Tang replica sword, exchanging for 50 tons of rations, or a level 2 strength-based equipment. Don't haggle. Those who can't afford them scram. On the table of that stall there were those 2 system treasures. At the same time, there was a banner on top with those words. Isn't the price of the Tang replica sword too expensive? Can you lower the price? How about I purchase the skill book with 10 tons of rations? As the people gathered around the stall, many tried to haggle. A number of them wanted to use rations and other similar items to exchange for the system equipment, especially the Tang replica sword, which was the key starting point for enhancement. They competed aggressively, before a middle-aged man used 50 tons of rations to purchase the Tang replica sword. Although there were only about 100 stall vendors, they all took out precious system equipment for exchange with items they wanted. In Guilin City, with close to 900,000 survivors, the number of enhancers grew with the passing of time, and they grew stronger as well. Hence, there was a market of exchange amongst these enhancers. The bulk of items traded in this Xinyang Second Street were God and Devil system equipment, and although they were normal items, the scene caused Yue Zhong to be wide-eyed with surprise. Yue Zhong continued walking and looking around, before he came to a stop and his eyes shone. Ah! A decent treasure. Someone was actually willing to bring this equipment out. Level 3 treasure. Sapphire ring, upon equipping, +1 to all attributes. Although the sapphire ring gave +1 to all attributes, the drop rate of the sapphire ring was extremely low. Yue Zhong had hunted so many zombies and mutant beasts, but had never come across it. Furthermore, its enhancements did not clash with other rings, and Yue Zhong immediately set his mind on buying it. Right at this time, the familiar female voice that Yue Zhong heard earlier resounded beside him. As Chen Qianhong walked up to the stall in her black suit, her face icy cold as she asked, "How much for this sapphire ring?" Chapter 394, Conflict Arises. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The young man, who was dressed in black, replied indifferently, "A necklace only. I want a level 3 and above agility-based necklace. Trading 1 for 1. Chen Qianhong thought for a while, before she pulled out a ring of fireball from her bag, a ring of ice pick, as well as a dark magic blade, placing them in front of the young man in black and asked earnestly, "I don't have a level 3 agility-based necklace. How about I use these 3 items to exchange for that sapphire ring of yours?" The young man immediately rejected it coolly. "Not exchanging." Dan Yu's face turned ugly, and stepped forward to threaten, "Oh, what kind of tone is that? Do you know who she is? Do you not want to live to see tomorrow's daylight?" The young stall vendor immediately pulled out a dark magic blade, as a dark force coagulated atop the blade, causing a sense of fear to arise in those who looked at it. The young man pointed the blade at Dan Yu, and barked out coldly, "Scram!" A strong surge of killing intent billowed out from the young man, enveloping Dan Yu, who immediately turned pale. He retreated a few steps, and plopped down weakly on his backside, trembling as he stammered, "You can't kill me! My dad is the district chief Dan Hong." Hearing this, all the stall vendors around gathered together, as they glared at Dan Yu with a ferocious glint in their eyes. The killing intent from all the stall vendors became extremely heavy, and the tension in the air was palpable. In this second street of Xinyang, there was an unspoken rule. which was that regardless of background, whoever came here had to deal according to the vendor's wishes. If anyone wanted to forcefully rob, use their authority to override the vendors, or even force a deal, all the enhancers would immediately step forwards to get rid of the troublemaker. Hearing the retarded words from Dan Yu, each and every single enhancer on site who was level 10 and above stood up to stare at Dan Yu and Chen Qianhong's group. Friends, please keep your weapon. This time it was my friend that did not know the rules and he's ignorant. I will apologize on behalf of him. Chen Qianhong bowed deeply towards the young man in apology. Chen Qianhong then sternly said, "However, Guilin City is a lawful society. Please sheathe your weapon and use your strength on the zombies and mutant beasts, not on your fellow humans." The young man in black stared coolly at Chen Qianhong and kept his dark magic blade before sitting down quietly without a word. The rest of the vendors scattered back to their stalls, not congregating together. After all, everyone wanted to earn a living here in Guilin City. As long as they weren't forced to the extreme, they didn't want to antagonize the government. Unless, of course, they were willing to abandon their life here and go back to the wilderness. Chen Qianhong heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If these 100-some-odd enhancers were to band together, they were a force not to be underestimated, especially since there were a number that were above level 30. If they were to go crazy and create chaos in the city, it would definitely cause major problems. Dan Yu stood up from the ground as he thanked Chen Qianhong. "Thanks, Xiaohong asterisk." Chen Qianhong frowned as she snapped at Dan Yu. "Dan Yu, if you're going to be like this, just stay away from me in the future." Dan Yu had grown up spoilt and was accustomed to being domineering over others. After the apocalypse set in, his dad had gained power, and it caused him to be even more overbearing. Yes. Dan Yu recoiled and hung his head. He was always bullying the weak while fearing the strong, and since Chen Qianhong's father was more powerful than his own, he could only lower his head to her. At this time, Yue Zhong came forward and brought out his necklace of hurricane, before handed it to the black-robed young man. "I have a level 3 necklace of hurricane, to be traded for your sapphire ring. Will you exchange?" The young man received the necklace and inspected it carefully, before throwing the sapphire ring to Yue Zhong. "Deal!" Dan Yu looked towards Yue Zhong, and his expression turned grim as he barked out, "You again!" Yue Zhong did not even glance at Dan Yu, as he took up the sapphire ring and went to another store, treating Dan Yu as though he was heir. Chen Qianhong furrowed her eyebrows and reprimanded Dan Yu. "Dan Yu, for once, just shut up." When he was scolded by Chen Qianhong, Dan Yu immediately bowed his head, and his face twisted with fury. Anyone would be pissed when scolded like a dog. Chen Qianhong looked at Yue Zhong deeply, before she turned around and left. She was extremely beautiful and exuded a noble aura, and her background was decent. Be it before the apocalypse or after, there was no shortage of men who tried to woo her, and she had seen all the different sorts of tricks men used to get her attention. To all those attention seekers, she would only employ the best method, which was to ignore them. Yue Zhong walked about the market for quite a while, and other than the sapphire ring, the majority of the stuff sold could not compare to his own equipment, and thus he had no plans of purchasing anymore. Yue Zhong walked about idly, before settling at a small eatery that was popular with the crowd. 2 bowls of dumplings. 1 bowl of vegetarian noodles, please." The eatery was packed full of customers as they hollered their orders. A number of the waiters and waitresses bustled about as they walked to and fro, serving the food and cleaning the tables of the customers who left. Yue Zhong waited for quite a long time before a bowl of meat dumplings were delivered to his table. He took a slurp of the soup, the aroma of the meat and broth wafting into his nostrils, and he felt vitalized. He took a bite of the meat dumpling, and the juiciness of the meat exploded in his mouth, assaulting his taste buds with the simply delicious flavor. "This is made from the meat of a mutant beast. No wonder it's so fragrant." Yue Zhong could tell immediately from a single bite, and he dug in with gusto. Yue Zhong had already inhaled 6 of the dumplings, when a number of brutes wielding butcher knives and wooden bats entered the store noisily and shouted, "Make way! Make way! The Green Bamboo Gang is here on official business." Those not involved scrammed to one side. When those hooligans entered the shop, the customers were all frightened and ran out the shop. The Green Bamboo Gang was after all one of the bigger gangs in Guilin City, and it was rumored that they were backed by a government official. They had numerous experts and were extremely overbearing in their conduct of business. Ordinary citizens did not dare to antagonize them. A slightly chubby middle-aged housewife rushed out from the counter with a cajoling smile as she tried to persuade one of the gang members, a baldy with a scorpion tattoo. "This brother, we have already paid our protection fee for the month." The bald man with the scorpion tattoo stared at her and barked out, "We're not here to collect protection fee. Get lost to one side. Don't hinder your father I from my business." When she was spoken to so explosively, the housewife trembled and ran to the kitchen, taking the waitresses with her. One of the hooligans present saw Yue Zhong sitting and enjoying his meat dumplings without a care in the world, and immediately reported to Scorpion Tattoo Baldy, "Brother Green Scorpion, that's the one." Green Scorpion glanced at Yue Zhong and barked out an order. "It's that kid. Go. Maim one of his hands. Let him taste the consequences of offending those he shouldn't have." The hooligans immediately rushed towards Yue Zhong's position. "Just because of a disagreement you want a hand of mine. What tyranny," said Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong glanced at the hooligans rushing at him, and his eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Casually reaching out with a speed like a striking snake, he grabbed the hand of one of the hooligans, twisting harshly with his 6 times strength, breaking the hooligan's arm with a clean and clearly audible snap. "Ah!" The hooligan immediately screamed out in agony at the overbearing pain. Yue Zhong then lashed out with a kick, sending the hooligan flying back and knocking several tables away, before the unfortunate fellow spat out a mouth of fresh blood and fainted without any signs of life. Yue Zhong then grabbed the first man's dropped machete easily, swinging down viciously at a new target. The slash caused the arm of the newly targeted hooligan to be chopped off, and a jet of blood sprayed onto the walls in a violent manner. After his attack, he kicked out and sent that same hooligan flying into the wall. "Enhancer! He's a high-level enhancer." Seeing how casually Yue Zhong dispatched 2 of his comrades, the remaining hooligan shouted out with fear. Enhancers possessed tremendous combat power, and weren't existences that these ordinary gang members could afford to offend. Screaming, they scrambled away towards Green Scorpion. "This won't do. Leave something behind." Yue Zhong's gaze was furious and cold as he walked right in front of Green Scorpion, throwing the blood-stained machete in front of him, saying, "It's your turn. You must be the instigator. Leave your own right arm behind. I can spare your life. Or do you want me to remove both hands myself?" Green Scorpion looked at the blood-stained scene in the store, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "You're too damn cruel. How can you chop off so many people's arms? Don't you know this will ruin their lives?" Yue Zhong looked at him mockingly. "Scum like you dare speak of cruelty to me. When you chop off people's arms, it's very fun for you guys, isn't it? If I didn't have the strength, I would have been the one to suffer under you scum. You can chop people, but other people can't do the same to you? Since you aren't willing to do so, let me help you then." Chapter 395, Blackmail. Mu Xiangling. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. In truth, if they weren't in Guilin City, Yue Zhong would have exterminated them early on. Inside Guilin City, he could not just go on a killing spree and rid the world of such scum, as even though they were hooligans, if there was a sudden surge of deaths, the government would act as well. "I'll do it myself." Green Scorpion cried out in alarm, as he could feel the resolute intent from this terrifying man in front of him, and knew that if he didn't do it himself, both his arms would be immediately broken. At that point in time, he would become a true cripple. Green Scorpion's right arm shook as he grabbed the blood-stained machete, and in a furious bellow, he hacked his own left shoulder, chopping his left arm off. "Ah!" Green Scorpion cried out in pain and kneeled on the floor, his forehead glistening with perspiration as he stared venomously at Yue Zhong and spat out, "Are you satisfied now?" Yue Zhong looked at him coldly and asked, "Who told you to come after me?" "It's that Dan Hong's son, Dan Yu." He told us to come and fix you. Green Scorpion betrayed Danyu without a moment's hesitation, as he was currently filled with equal hatred and anger at Danyu for causing him to meet this devil in front of him. Yue Zhong maintained his cold gaze and said, "So it truly is him. You can scram now. Don't appear in front of me again. Otherwise, you guys won't live to see another day. Let's go." Green Scorpion cried out to his men, after which, he grabbed his dismembered arm and ran out. Those who had lost their arms to Yue Zhong also quickly grabbed their arms and left. Medical procedures had long since advanced to a stage where reattaching broken limbs was possible even before the apocalypse. By grabbing their arms, there was a chance for recovery. Yue Zhong glanced at the store owner and his staff who were shivering while looking at him, and he pulled out a Tang replica sword and left it on the table. "My apologies for causing problems for your store. Treat this Tang replica sword as my compensation." This single Tang replica sword was easily worth 50 tons of rations. Even if it were on sale, it would command at least 10 tons of rations. 10 tons of rations was enough for this store to open up another 2 more branches. The store owner's eyes gleamed as he rushed to grab the Tang replica sword, and he gratefully reminded Yue Zhong, "Esteemed hero, the Green Bamboo Gang don't have a single decent person. Since you have thoroughly offended them today, please take care of yourself. There are powerful enhancers amongst them as well." "I got it. Thanks." After which, Yue Zhong left the store with big strides. "Brother Green Scorpion, what do we do? Do we just forego this?" "I'm unwilling to let this go," one of the hooligans spat out with extreme anger. Green Scorpion's face was also twisted in anger as he roared out, "Of course not! Bastard! That bastard dares to go against us. The Green Bamboo Gang. I must bury him." Green Scorpion growled poisonously. "Go notify court leader Hu. Let court leader Hu deal with him. We must kill this bastard." With the absence of a limb, Green Scorpion's combat ability was reduced by half. His position within Green Bamboo Gang would definitely drop, and his future was looking bleak. His heart was currently filled with bitterness and anger. He had never once thought how his victims had feel when they faced the same plight. Instead, he only knew that he had been crippled by someone stronger, and he was filled with thoughts killing Yue Zhong and Danyu. After leaving the store, Yue Zhong came across a young pretty girl of about 11 to 12 years. Her hair tied up in pigtails. Her eyes were big and watery, her skin fair and tender. She was about 1.48 m, and her limbs were slender and beautiful, giving her a frail appearance that sensed that with a good squeeze her bones might snap any moment. The little loli blocked Yue Zhong's path and exclaimed, "Big brother, I lost my teddy bear. Can you help me find it?" Yue Zhong glanced at the little loli and asked, "Where did you lose it?" The loli pointed to a dark alley and said, "There. I dropped my teddy bear somewhere there." Yue Zhong's mind was on alert, but he put on a smile and said, "Sure, let's help you." This loli came out of nowhere and was suspicious. Thus Yue Zhong suspected that she could be part of a trap set for him by his enemies. He wasn't afraid, however. As long as he was on alert, even if an enemy that was stronger than him was to appear, it would be hard to deal with Yue Zhong. The loli just gave Yue Zhong an extremely sweet smile and said, "Thank you, big brother. It's all right." Yue Zhong naturally patted her shoulders. If she was an enemy, there would be a reaction from that seemingly harmless pat. However, Yue Zhong's hand reached the shoulder of the loli without resistance, and as long as he willed it, he could crush her neck instantly. "Big brother." The loli had no strange reaction, however, and just turned around innocently to look at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong continued without skipping a beat. "There was a worm on your shoulders earlier." "Oh, thank you, big brother. Xiangling's most afraid of bugs." "Oh right, big brother. My name is Mu Xiangling. What's your name?" Mu Xiangling tilted her head curiously and asked Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong replied, "I'm Yue Zhong." "Oh, so it's Yue Zhonggij." Mu Xiangling and Yue Zhong came to the small alley, when she suddenly leapt into Yue Zhong's embrace, and used those huge round eyes of hers to look at Yue Zhong, her face an expression of shyness as she spoke. "Yue Zhonggij, Shiyu. Shiyu likes Yue Zhonggij. Yue Zhonggij. You must like Shiyu too, right?" Mu Xiangling had pounced into Yue Zhong's embrace, and her hands reaching for Yue Zhong's zip with practiced ease. What's going on? Yue Zhong was filled with questions. He had not sensed any killing intent from Mu Xiangling, and he was questioning himself if had suddenly become heaven-defyingly handsome, as why would there be a random loli that just pounced on him? Asterisk. Just as Yue Zhong was at a loss, Mu Xiangling pulled out a handphone and quickly took a picture of them, before leaping off his body, and her face instantly changed to one of disgust, spitting, "It's enough now, perverted Lolicon. You can get up. A 100-gene ration ticket. Give me that and I'll forego this matter. Otherwise I'll go develop this picture and start handing it out. You will be scorned by the people here and will never have a place in society again. Even the police will keep looking for you." Mu Xiangling spoke with scorn. A 100-gene ration ticket in exchange for a secure position in society. It's a decent bargain. You'd better not think about using force to snatch my phone away. On the other end of the street, there's a police post. If I were to scream out now, and then tear my clothes, you will become a pervert who tried to rape a child. Although there are many useless bums at the police post, there are a few decent ones there. I'm sure you don't want to be caught. The moment you're caught, you're dead meat. Blackmail. Hearing those words, Yue Zhong finally understood what had happened to him. He was tricked into an extortion scam by this shrewd little loli. Yue Zhong glanced coolly at the loli who had seemingly become a different person, as his expression turned black, asking, "Seeing how smooth you were, you must have done this countless times?" Mu Xiangling's eyes flashed with anger, as she used a tone that belied her age and she spat out, "Men are all perverted creatures. Treat them a little nicely, and their true colors are shown. They even feel good about themselves. You really think you're the reincarnation of Pan and? Wake up. The heavens would not drop freebies for the likes of you. Hand up the 100-gene ration ticket obediently, and I will delete the photo in front of you. I've always conducted my business properly. Who would have thought that I would be schooled by a little loli? However, Mu Xiangling, you seem to have gotten something wrong. About who's the hunter and who's the hunted." Yue Zhong stared at Mu Xiangling as his pupils shrunk, and he activated his art of fear. The tyrannical spirit attack launched at Mu Xiangling, and she was instantly enveloped in a terrifying illusion, as her body froze in terror, so much so that she could not move. Although she could see what happened to her, her body had no way of responding. Yue Zhong casually retrieved the handphone from Mu Xiangling's hands and deleted the photo, before stuffing it back into her hands and deactivating the skill. "So you're a high-level enhancer." The moment Mu Xiangling was pulled out of the illusion, she muttered with dejection. Enhancers were powerful existences. Mu Xiangling was an ordinary human and had no way of retaliating. "That's right. I'm a high-level enhancer." Yue Zhong chuckled lightly, and in a wave, Mu Xiangling's handphone had appeared back in his hands. In that second, he had easily snatched her phone right in front of her. Yue Zhong reached out and pinched her cheek, before giving her 3 candies and a 20-gene ration ticket. "Brat, don't do such things in the future. Not everyone is reasonable like me. If you had really met those strong perverts, you would not be able to do anything in front of them. This is for you. Go home and lead a proper life." After this, Yue Zhong turned around to leave the alley. Everyone had their own principles and way of life, and while he had stopped her once, he could not stop her every time. There were many things he had to do, and could not waste time on a random loli he had just met. Chapter 396. It's a Deal. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. "Wait up!" Mu Xiangling ran up to Yue Zhong and opened her arms wide to block Yue Zhong's path again. Yue Zhong cocked his eyebrows and drawled, "Little rascal, don't ask for a yard when given an inch." Asterisk. Mu Xiangling looked at Yue Zhong with those huge, beautiful eyes of hers, as a complicated gleam flashed in her gaze. "Yue Zhong, since you're a high-level enhancer, you must have the capability, and you must be rich, right? Regardless of where or what faction, high-level enhancers led very decent lives. This was common knowledge, and any faction would do well to win enhancers over to their side. This was simply because enhancers possessed incredible combat power. Be it hunting zombies, mutant beasts, or killing other humans, they were considered experts. A powerful enhancer with tyrannical strength could easily change the flow of a battle. Yue Zhong nodded. That's right. Mu Xiangling stared fixedly at Yue Zhong, and in a serious tone that did not match her age. Then please buy me. I'm pretty, and am still a virgin. I can cook, wash, shop for groceries, manage your books, whatever. As long as you buy me, once I'm older, I can become your woman. No questions asked. If you really can't wait, you can have me now. Even if you want to give me away as a present once you buy me, it's fine as well. You want me to be a doll? I'll be a doll. Whatever ways you want to play with me, it's all doable. As long as you can offer a good enough price. Yue Zhong returned her stare and asked slowly, what is the price to buy you then? Mu Xiangling did possess extraordinary looks, and when she grows up in the future, it was very possible that she could be on the same level of beauty as Guiyu or Chen Yao. Yue Zhong could be considered the leader of over a few 10,000s of survivors over at Guangxi, and the only beautiful loli that he had come across was that Ning Ruozi, who was extremely adept at acting cute to gain his favor. As long as it was a reasonable price, he was willing to buy over this girl. Follow me. Mu Xiangling immediately turned around and walked away. The moment she left the dark alleyway, she quickly raised her hand to tousle her hair, and then randomly grabbed some dirt off the ground to smear across herself. In just a few motions, an originally cute and pretty little girl transformed into a dirty and unbecoming little beggar. Regardless of how beautiful a person can be, a messy and dirty appearance would belie her true appearance. Such a disguise was simple and crude, but extremely effective. Yue Zhong observed her silently. It was obvious that this little loli knew how to protect herself, and had plenty of experience in surviving in this society. If it wasn't for Yue Zhong, she might have gotten yet away with another day's haul. After her quick transformation into a little beggar, she brought Yue Zhong through random streets, before arriving at a dilapidated slum area, where the water was downright murky and rancid, and a horrible stench was present everywhere. After tunneling about the different complicated alleys, Mu Xiangling and Yue Zhong arrived at an extremely run-down old room, as she pulled out a key to open the door. The moment the door was pushed open, a strong medicinal scent wafted from within the house. Yue Zhong looked towards the direction of the smell, and saw a woman whose entire face looked swollen, her original features indistinguishable, and her body wrapped in blankets as she laid on a small bed. Mom, I'm back. Wait for a moment. I'll go prepare medicine for you. Mu Xiangling walked to the woman and got a cup of water as she fed her gently, before walking into the kitchen and started making medicine again. Yue Zhong looked at the bedridden woman, who could not even make a sound, and could roughly guess the price of buying Mu Xiangling. He looked about the room. In the room, there was practically nothing, just a small desk, a bed, and 2 chairs. On the small desk, there were a few middle-grade books placed neatly. Although the house was sparse, it was tidy and clean. Everything inside seemed to be free of dust, and it could be seen that the little master of this house was efficient at cleaning. Hardworking, gentle, dedicated, efficient, tidy. These were the qualities Yue Zhong noted about Mu Xiangling just by taking in his surroundings. These, as well as the earlier act of pretending to be cute, trying to trick him, as well as her street smart. After brewing the medicine, Mu Xiangling fed her mother with great care, before changing her adult diapers. She washed some clothes and wiped down her body, as she then fed her porridge. Mu Xiangling bustled about for an entire hour, before heaving a sigh of relief, and bit into a biscuit as she sat beside Yue Zhong. Mu Xiangling looked at Yue Zhong, as she maintained her serious tone and said, "As long as you can treat my mum's illness, and leave her with 30 tons ration tickets, I will be yours. I know that the 30 tons amount is not little, as you can easily get a woman outside with just a 100 ration ticket. However, I'm pretty, and young, as well as a virgin. I'm great with household chores, and am athletic. Such a great bargain for 30 tons rations. As long as you can buy me, I will listen to you only. Even if you wanted to kill me, I'd have no complaints. Will this do?" Yue Zhong looked at Mu Xiangling, who had been promoting herself non-stop. 30 tons of rations is not an issue. However, I'm not a doctor, and I have no confidence of healing her entirely. Furthermore, you have not told me what's wrong with her. 30 tons of food wasn't something difficult for Yue Zhong to obtain. As long as he went to the second steed of Xinyang and exchanged some system equipment, he could easily get the 30 tons. However, the main thing was that he wasn't a doctor, and he had no confidence of healing Mu Xiangling's mother. It did not seem to be an external injury for Mu Xiangling's mother, and hence, the life-saving grass which was effective for external wounds would not help her. Mu Xiangling's eyes turned red, as tears started to drip on the ground. She thought back to the events that had happened at the start of the apocalypse, and started crying. I heard the doctor saying that Mum's illness is due to a problem with her immunity. She could not defend against the various bugs and bacteria in the air, and hence she had become like that. It's all because of me. Mum had passed everything good to me to eat, and she didn't eat anything. That must be the reason for the problems in her immunity. It's all my fault. My fault. Yue Zhong frowned, and assessed the situation silently to himself. Problems with immunity? Then items that enhance or strengthen the body should be able to correct the immunity problem, probably. In Yue Zhong's possessions, there were currently 2 incredible treasures that can greatly enhance a person's constitution. One was the snake birth fruit juice that could directly cause a person to become an evolver, and the other was the Oming version 1, made from the blood essence, brain cells, and the rare mutant plants. These 2 were equally precious, and Yue Zhong would usually only gift those subordinates who pledged steadfast loyalty to him. Yue Zhong was also human, and he hesitated a while, seeing that the solution to the problem was expending either of his precious items on a woman he had just seen for the first time. Other than that, there was the crucial point, which was, it was just Yue Zhong's assessment. If any of those 2 items were to have no effect on the poor woman, then not only would he lose 2 valuable liquids, but even Mu Xiangling would not be his. It was truly a gamble. Mu Xiangling was intelligent and perceptive. She could feel Yue Zhong's hesitation, as she pounced into his arms and cried pitifully while begging, Yue Zhong Gij, please, please save my mum. You must have a way, right? You're so strong. You definitely must have a way, right? I do have something. It can allow an ordinary person to instantly become an evolver. This treasure may heal your mum, and can transform her into an evolver. Or it could have no effect, and your mum might not even be able to withstand the effects of it and die. I'm not a doctor, and I have no means of ascertaining if this thing of mine is able to help your mum. The decision to use it lies on you. Yue Zhong flipped his hand, and a vial of the snake birth fruit juice appeared in his hands. He looked at Mu Xiangling and said indifferently, Little brat, I'm not a philanthropist. This is after all a precious resource that can evolve a person. You know how valuable this is. Its value exceeds even 1,000 tons of rations. The moment you decide to use this, regardless of the result, you are mine. As for your mum, if she does survive this, she is to become my subordinate and fight for me. If you don't agree, I won't force you. You can go find other people to buy you. Evolver. Mu Xiangling heard this, and the words shook her heart. She had heard from accounts of other people that evolvers were the favored children of heaven, and their combat power was way over ordinary enhancers. The moment a single evolver appeared, many factions would clamor to curry favor and provide resources just to raise a single evolver. Of the 900,000 people in Guilin City, the naturally awakened evolvers were less than 100, each and every single one of them were famous experts. Even Mu Xiangling, who belonged to the lowest caste of society, had heard of their miracles. Ordinary people wished to become enhancers, while enhancers wished to become evolvers. A naturally awaked evolver happened at the odds of 1:10,000. Of course, some places had more, while other places had less. The more humans there were, the chances of an evolver happening is more likely. The moment Mu Xiangling heard that her mother could become an evolver, she became excited. However, she held herself in check and thought carefully. The medicine in Yue Zhong's hand had no guarantee of saving her mother, and she became conflicted again. Mu Xiangling looked at the snake birth fruit juice in Yue Zhong's hands and hesitated a moment before gritting her teeth and reaching out with her palm. I'm yours. Mu Xiangling took the vial of snake birth fruit juice and opened it up, as she stuck out her small pink tongue to taste the liquid. The moment that little drop of snake birth fruit juice entered her body, it transformed into a hot wave of energy and circulated within her body. Congratulations! You have gained an enhancement of 1 point in spirit. A system notification suddenly resounded within Mu Xiangling's mind. This is a true treasure. He did not lie to me. Mu Xiangling finally let go of the concerns in her heart and poured the contents of the glass vial into her mother's mouth. As the snake birth fruit juice entered the body of Mu Xiangling's mother, it began its tyrannical body-changing transformation, rapidly altering every single part of her body. She started to ooze huge amounts of perspiration, foul blood, impurities, and an unbearable stench started to emit from her. At the same time, her swollen face was flushed red as she opened her mouth to gasp for air. What's going on? Mu Xiangling was horrified at her mother's condition and grabbed Yue Zhong's hands as she stared at Yue Zhong furiously. Her mother, who was most important to her, had suddenly entered into a life-threatening condition, and she was enraged, to the point that she forgot Yue Zhong was an existence that she could not possibly stand up to. Yue Zhong replied, "Not to worry. One day, after taking in the contents of that, she will run a fever for a day. If she can resist, then her body will regain its health, and she would become an evolver. You stay here and look after her. I will station someone to guard the place. White Bones, come out." There was suddenly a distortion in space, as a hole appeared, and White Bones walked out of that hole and proceeded to stand quietly in the middle of the house and stare coldly at Mu Xiangling. Mu Xiangling's mind churned as she saw through Yue Zhong's intentions. "You don't have to do this. Since I've agreed to be your doll, I definitely will not renege on my promise. Of course, you can watch over me. That is your choice, master." Yue Zhong replied, "All right, just stay here and look after your mother. I'm leaving. Tomorrow this time, I'll come for you guys." Mu Xiangling did not turn to look at him, as she focused only on caring for her mother, and replied, "N." Yue Zhong left the dilapidated slums in huge strides and went back towards the direction of the 2nd Street of Xinyang again. There was a huge exchange of system items after all, and he had plenty of equipment gained from the bodies of his enemies, and he could perhaps use this chance to exchange them for a few skill books or appropriate equipment. The countless scattered eyes for the Green Bamboo Gang noticed Yue Zhong, and one of them hurried to a tea house nearby. Pretty soon, a large group gathered under the banner of the Green Bamboo Gang followed the lead of a huge man, who was roughly 1.7 m tall, dressed in a black cloak, and a huge sword hung at his waist. There was a scar on his otherwise handsome face, and his eyes shone with an intelligent light. He was roughly 19-20, and he walked to block Yue Zhong's path. The small hooligan from Green Bamboo Gang pointed at Yue Zhong and said loudly, "It's him! Court leader who? It's him! It's you!" The young man saw Yue Zhong and was taken aback, before his eyes lit up in delight. Chapter 397, A Reunion of Brothers. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong looked at that court leader who and chuckled. "Who would have thought that we would meet like this? Little leopard." The court leader who guffawed, as his pupils shrunk, and a strong fighting intent billowed out of him, and he pulled out his huge sword from his waist and shot towards Yue Zhong like a meteor. "Ha ha! It truly is amazing. Take my strike." Yue Zhong instantly pulled out his crocodile-toothed saw blade and raised it to meet court leader whose strike. His 6x strength exploded out, and the clash between the two weapons resulted in a huge grating noise. Yue Zhong was sent 1 step back, while court leader who took 2 steps. It was obvious that in a contest of strength, Yue Zhong had won. "Ha ha ha! You truly have become even more powerful. However, with just this little bit of ability, you're not my match." Court leader who laughed and stepped forwards. The blade in his hand suddenly exploded with twice the speed, and his strike had a wind force that struck towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's pupils retracted, and his 11x agility exploded out. The crocodile-toothed saw blade in his hand turned into a quick flash, meeting the strikes from court leader who, blow for blow. In just a few moments, 100 blows had been exchanged between the two, and sparks continuously flew from the clash. So powerful! The surrounding enhancers that had come to watch were all shocked in their hearts. Most of them were close combat specialists, and not even 10 of them could withstand any one strike from either Yue Zhong or court leader who, after over 100 exchanges, both parties drew back and smiled at each other before sheathing their weapons. Green Scorpion saw that things were taking an unpleasant turn and hurried to court leader Hu and pleaded, "Court leader Hu, he's an enemy of our Green Bamboo gang. 10 over brothers have been crippled by him. You must seek redress for us." Court leader Hu's facial expression immediately froze, and he lashed out with a furious kick, sending Green Scorpion flying back 7 to 8 meters. "Redress your mum! He's my big brother. You dare offend my big brother? If he didn't chop off your arms, I would have been the one to do it. Scram to one side, filth. Hui, you dare act against us just for an outsider. Do you still want to be a court leader? Go chop him apart now, and I'll ignore whatever happened today." At this time, a normal-looking young man with shifty eyes stepped forwards. A dozen Green Bamboo members moved forward behind him as he barked at Hui. Green Scorpion hurriedly crawled to the feet of the newcomer and cried, "Court leader Shang!" Hui not only protected the outsider, he also lashed out at us from the Green Bamboo. "We seek court leader Shang to help us clean up the murk of the gang." Hui looked at Shang Kashi and barked, "Shang Kashi, this daddy doesn't need your guidance in my matters. You're still lacking if you want to strip me of my authority. Nah, you know what? Why don't we settle it here? Whomever kills whomever will not need to bear responsibility. Do you dare? Little bastard." Shang Kashi was enraged as he led his men away. "Hui, bastard, don't think just because the leader values you, you can do however you like. You better watch out. Today's matters, I won't let it go just like that. Let's go." Hui spat at Shang Kashi. "Pay, little bastard. If it wasn't for your big bad daddy, based on your abilities, how could you become a court leader?" He then turned to Yue Zhong and laughed. "Brother, let us go have a drink." Yue Zhong chuckled lightly. "I don't drink. Then a fruit juice should be fine, right? Come on. My treat." Hui laughed out and pulled Yue Zhong towards a lavish-looking nightclub. Currently, it was still daytime, but those nightclubs would still be operating, their neon lights flickering without stop, and on the dance floors, there were dozens of hot babes and dashing young men wearing revealing clothes as they gyrated provocatively. A roughly 30-year-old lady pimp with a lingering charm and heavy makeup walked towards Hui and teased, "Boss Hu, you actually came to grace us with your presence. This is an honor. Who is this?" Hui looked at the lady pimp warily and said, "This is my big bro. Go find some pretty and clean young girls and fetch them over. Don't bring some used goods to spoil this daddy's mood. Otherwise I might just slash you." "Yes, yes." The lady pimp was frightened and hurriedly retreated. The moment the lady pimp left the room, there was only Yue Zhong and Hui left. Yue Zhong glanced at Hui and spoke slowly. "Little leopard, you've changed a lot. All those years back, Hui was a coward who had been following Yue Zhong. Now he had become part of the underground, and was even a person of power. His mannerism, his speech, all held thick traces of his underground links, calling out this daddy here and there, even going as far as to threaten others." Hui looked at Yue Zhong and chuckled. "Bro, if we are to continue living in this world, how can we not change? Aren't you the same bro?" Yue Zhong turned silent for a long while, as he sighed and nodded. "It's true. I've changed plenty." In just a short year, Yue Zhong had morphed from a simple university student into a decisive killing machine with a heart of stone that showed no mercy to his enemies. His change could be considered the biggest of all. Hui's eyes sparkled as he reminisced. "I'm always thinking about the past, and the years that we good brothers spent together. Although now when we look back, our actions seem childish and flippant, even rebellious. But it was the happiest moments of my life. Back then, Yue Zhong, Qiang, Hui, and a few others had banded together as they fought others, played truant, confessed to girls, and done a whole bunch of stuff to impress those very same girls. They had even fought for them before. In the eyes of the teachers and their parents, Other than Qidian, whose grades were considered decent, amongst the top 20 of the school, the rest of them were just barely scraping by. Only when they reached their secondary 3 days asterisk, due to a personal matter and Yue Zhong having suffered a blow, did he finally focus on his studies and manage to get into university. After their final examinations, due to the different paths in life, these band of brothers were forcefully separated, and they could only get together again during their holidays. Yue Zhong's eyes glazed over with a slight longing for the past as well, as he asked Hui, Huang Ziming, Chen Li, Xiamanji, Lin Zixian, did you manage to discover their whereabouts? A hint of anguish appeared in Hu Yi's eyes, as he muttered, Huang Ziming's dead. I saw him turn into a zombie during the onset of the apocalypse. Chen Li is in Yanjing, Xiamanji is in Shanghai, and Li Zixian is in Nanjing. As to their current situation, I'm unsure. As for their family members, I've searched around in Guilin City. Only Uncle Chun is still alive, but he's already gone mad. In this apocalyptic world, other than the top government officials or military officers, ordinary citizens led very hard lives. After all, the army, armed patrol, and police officers were the first line of defense for the various human settlements. Actually, it wasn't all that surprising. Even for Yue Zhong's establishments, in times of crisis, his troops would attend to him and his subordinates first. Since time immemorial, there was not a single case where there was a deviant in terms of practices. That was why, even up to today, there would be a countless struggle for riches and power, because with riches and power, there would be privileges. Yue Zhong hesitated before asking the tough question, what about Qi Yang's parents? Qi Yang was not only Yue Zhong's closest buddy, but also the second in command that he trusted fully, and he hoped that there were good news for him. Hui hesitated himself before replying slowly, I've searched the entire Guilin City. There is no news about his parents. I'm afraid they might already be dead. In the nearby vicinity, only Guilin City had some form of stability. If there was no news in Guilin City, then the chances of getting any news in the surrounding villages would be even lesser, almost zero. Yue Zhong became somber. The fact that he could reunite with his parents was a huge blessing in itself. He could not possibly hope to find out the whereabouts of Qi Yang's parents as well. At this time, the lady pimp came back into the private room, as she revealed a teasing smile at Hui. Boss Hu, these are some new goods we just recently obtained. They are definitely untouched. Take a look. Who would suit your tastes? 6 ladies who were on the skinny side and had sallow faces stood beside the lady pimp. There was nothing too attractive about them. Hui laughed. Bro, you choose first. Yue Zhong eyed the 6 of them and declined. There's no need. Hui glanced at the 6 women and grinned, before waving his hands in a boss-like manner towards the lady pimp. Right, they're all subpar, comparable to those cronies you have outside. You're all dismissed. Don't ruin the mood for us. Yes, boss, the lady pimp replied, and hurriedly led the 6 women away from here. There's not a single good lady here. While there are a few good-looking ones, they've all been toyed with countless times already. I know you don't like those, so I didn't call them over. Hui explained to Yue Zhong, as he looked towards the dance floor, and grinned at Yue Zhong. Bro, wanna head over there and have some fun? Those chicks are not bad. They're hot and can really dance. Whoever catches your eye, just let me know. This is my turf. As long as I say the word, they would definitely abide by your wishes. Yue Zhong glanced at the dance floor, before furrowing his brows, and looked at Hui and became stern. Little leopard, is fooling about with women all you can think about nowadays? If you continue to be like this, how are you different from those underground hooligans and scum? Hui glanced at Yue Zhong and laughed bitterly. Brother, your words are truly unpleasant. Am I not a hooligan? A scum of the street already? Chapter 398, Gao Mingho. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong became silent again, before sighing lightly. Hui had joined the Green Bamboo Gang and was conferred the court leader status. From a moral standpoint, he could be considered as a huge hooligan, a degenerate. Yue Zhong looked at Hui and said, Give me the details about the strength of the Green Bamboo Gang. Hui became alarmed, as he looked at Yue Zhong, and asked slowly, Bro, what are you thinking of doing? Yue Zhong's pupils shrunk and he stared fixedly at Hu Yi. I want to destroy Green Bamboo Gang. Are you going to help me? Or going against me? Yue Zhong had been best friends with Hu Yi, Qidian and the rest, but the human heart was susceptible to change. He was not sure how much of a bond still existed between this best friend from those years ago and him. Hu Yi looked at Yue Zhong in a grieved manner and said, Bro, the leader of Green Bamboo Gang, Gao Mingho, is my benefactor. I can't betray him. If you really want to destroy the Green Bamboo Gang, I can only choose not to help either sides. And don't tell me what you're about to do. Even if you succeed, all I ask is for you to spare Gao Mingho's life. Hu Yi had exchanged blows with Yue Zhong and could tell Yue Zhong's prowess. He had known Yue Zhong for so many years and knew that underneath that calm and collected exterior, there was a bloodthirsty nature. Back then, there were a few seniors who had spoken out of line and made Chun-Li cry. Yue Zhong had then snuck into the hostel that very night and used his fists to pummel the head of that senior, causing him to be hospitalized and required 3 stitches. If it wasn't for Chun-Li's dad and his connections, Yue Zhong could have been expelled for his violent behavior then. Yue Zhong looked at Hu Yi and assured him with a smile, Fine, I'll promise you that. If I do exterminate the Green Bamboo Gang, I will leave Gao Mingho alone. Yue Zhong knew that Hu Yi was extremely loyal, and when they had fought in group fights in the past, while he was trembling for fear, without a word from Yue Zhong, Hu Yi had never ran away on his own before. Gratitude must be repaid, and vengeance must be carried out. This was the sort of man that Yue Zhong befriended and valued. He would naturally not make things difficult for this brother of his. Hu Yi heaved a sigh of relief and offered, Bro, it's not like the enmity is beyond salvageable. Why not let me mediate between both sides? On one side, there was his brother for life, on the other, was the boss that had trusted him and given him a new lease of life after the apocalypse. Hu Yi wasn't willing to let these two come to a clash. Yue Zhong looked at Hu Yi and replied with a proposition of his own. And that's fine. On account that it's you, I'm willing to take a step back. Oh yeah, little leopard, you want to come over to my side and help me? I have a base at Hunan, with over 100,000 survivors and a regiment of troops. If you come over now and earn some merits, I can give you a good position. Although Hu Yi had picked up the bad habits of the underground, he was still someone Yue Zhong could trust. If he came over, as long as he performed, Yue Zhong would reward him accordingly. Hu Yi became excited. 100,000 survivors! Amazing! You never disappoint, brother. But I'm currently still indebted to Gao Mingho, and can't go over there in the short term. Once I've performed enough, I will definitely join you. Yue Zhong did not press the matter further, and directly gave him a snake birth fruit juice and Oming version 1, saying, Suit yourself. The one of the left can help a person become an evolver. However, when you consume it, you will be incapacitated for a day. Find a quiet place to drink it, keep the location secret, or get someone to keep watch over you. The one on the right can help evolve any skill of an enhancer above level 30 into a second-order skill. Drinking it also causes an entire day's worth of discomfort. You handle it yourself. Hu Yi received the 2 precious medicine and laughed, directly consuming the snake birth fruit juice. Thanks, bro. Heh. I knew bro would not neglect me. Haha. With these 2 babies, I'm invincible. Haha. Bro, I'd have to trouble you to protect me. The moment the contents entered his abdomen, it transformed into a hot surge of energy and circulated within Hu Yi's body, causing him to pass out and burn with a fever. Yue Zhong looked at the unconscious Hu Yi and laughed bitterly, before hoisting him up onto his back and left the nightclub. Yue Zhong carried Hu Yi back to his own place, and when Ningli saw it, she frowned. Yue Zhong, isn't that Hu Yi? He's a member of that Green Bamboo Gang. They are not decent people, don't follow suit. Yu Ming had just arrived home as well. He glanced at the unconscious Hu Yi and said solemnly, Lay him in the room first, then we'll talk. Yue Zhong then proceeded to drop Hu Yi in his room, before coming out to the living room and sat down. Yu Ming spoke seriously. There's sense in your mum's words, but they're not entirely correct. You and Hu Yi can be considered to be childhood friends. However, under no circumstances should you join that underground group. Joining those groups will ruin your future. Yu Ming had a very traditional mindset and viewed those gangs with contempt, and would definitely not allow his own child to join those places. Yue Zhong nodded. I got it. Yue Zhong was not planning on joining the triads. In fact, if they weren't smart enough to get the hint, he didn't mind exterminating them. Early the next morning, Yue Zhong had just stepped out of his home. A suave-looking young man of about 27, 28, dressed entirely in white, sporting a short hairdo, and eyes filled with intellect, walked up to Yue Zhong. He smiled and said, "How do you do, Yue Zhong? I'm Gao Mingho." Yue Zhong returned the greeting as he looked at the handsome man, his eyes narrowing. "Hey, Yue Zhong here." Gao Mingho gestured to one side and asked, "Is it okay if I have a moment of your time?" Yue Zhong nodded and followed Gao Mingho towards a small stall, and they sat down. Gao Mingho eyed Yue Zhong, as he smiled with a vibrant charm. "Yesterday's matters. I need to give an answer to my men." Yue Zhong's eyes flashed, and he replied indifferently, "So are you here to kill me?" In this world, human life was cheap. Someone could lose his life over the simplest bun, not to mention for the sake of resolving a conflict. Gao Mingho smiled. "You and Hu Yi are good friends. He is my most trusted subordinate. I don't want to make things difficult for him. But at the same time, I need to seek some redress for my men. Why not join us? As long as you perform some merit, I'll handle Green Scorpion and the rest." Yue Zhong glanced at Gao Mingho and directly declined. "No way. I will not join the Green Bamboo Gang." Gao Mingho frowned a little. Things might be a little difficult then. However, he soon smiled and said, "Oh right. Our Green Bamboo Gang just discovered a Type 3 mutant beast. We're preparing to go deal with it, Yue Zhong. If you're willing to lend us a hand, all the matters will be considered solved. Also, you won't be working for free. We'll offer the necessary compensation." "How about it? Type 3 mutant beast. The Green Bamboo Gang actually dares to face a Type 3 mutant beast. Their guts are sure something." When he heard this news, Yue Zhong was shaken, and he took a careful look at Gao Mingho, his pupils shrinking. A Type 2 mutant beast was fearsome enough, and the hides of Type 2 mutant beasts were enough to withstand even the rounds from 25mm cannons. As strong as Yue Zhong is, he had no confidence that he could deal with a Type 3 all by himself. Yue Zhong thought carefully before agreeing. "Sure, I'm in. But I want a share of the blood essence, the beast meat, brain matter, and nuclei from the Type 3 mutant beast." Gao Mingho shook his head and rejected. "The blood essence is ours. Other than that, the hide, bones, blood, and meat are ours as well. However, if you contribute more strength, then we can share the hide, bones, blood, and meat with you." "Great!" Yue Zhong immediately agreed with the suggestion. He had seen a number of Type 2 mutant beasts already, but as for a Type 3, he had only seen one once, and it had teleported him to Vietnam. He did want to hunt a Type 3 with these people. "It's a deal then. For days later, I'll send someone to notify you." Gao Mingho chuckled and stood up to leave. Yue Zhong thought silently to himself, "Seems like I need to reconsider my plans for the Green Bamboo Gang." After a while, Yue Zhong managed to find his back to Mu Xiangling's place. At this time, on the bed, there was a beautiful housewife of about 27, 28 who was lying, her hair black and lush, her skin shining with a luster, and her features exquisite. In front of that housewife, Mu Xiangling was gripping her hand tightly, not letting go. "Mr. Yue Zhong, you're here. How are you?" "I'm Ecchi Jiaro. I'm Xiangling's mother." The housewife saw Yue Zhong and struggled to get up, as she looked straight at Yue Zhong, her eyes showing a resolute gaze. "I've heard everything between you and Xiangling yesterday. Please let Xiangling go. She's still young." Yue Zhong's pupils shrunk, and his tone became incredibly cold. "You guys are trying to renege on the deal." At that instant, two sharp bone blades extended out from Whitebone's body, and in an instant, the blades appeared at the necks of the mother-daughter pair. With a single order from Yue Zhong, it would immediately decapitate the two of them. Yue Zhong stared coldly at Ecchi Jiaro, saying, "Miss Ecchi Jiaro, I gave your daughter the choice yesterday. At that point, she had the option to decline. Now, you guys have used my evolving medicine and wanna back out. I'm sorry then. Even if it's a waste, you guys will have to die. You wasted my damn medicine. Chapter 399, Level 5 Skill Divine Speed. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Ulamog. Please note that henceforth the Type 2 skills will be second-order skills. If Yue Zhong was to just toss his precious snake birth fruit juice that could easily evolve a person outside, it would cause a mayhem. Such an important resource was used up, and now Yue Zhong was about to gain nothing from its expenditure. His anger naturally hit the roof. Mu Xiangling cried out shrilly, as she ignored the incredibly sharp bone blade, while staring fixedly at Yue Zhong and pleaded, "No! Don't harm my mum. Yue Zhonggij, don't hurt my mum. I didn't renege on the promise. I'm not going back on my word. I will be your doll. Just please, don't hurt my mum." Xianjero looked at Yue Zhong with a clear expression, and she did not panic in the face of danger. Instead, she spoke clearly. "Mr. Yue Zhong, I'm not saying that we will go back on our word. My meaning is, I'm willing to replace Xiangling to be your toy. Whatever your command, I will not disobey. It's just that Xiangling is currently still too young. I implore you to be patient for a few more years. Let her grow up before becoming of service to you." Yue Zhong looked back at her, seeing that she was resolute and clear about her decision. He waved his hands, and white bones retracted its sharp bone blades. Yue Zhong then directly asked Xianjero, "I had initially agreed to help her because she was intelligent and filial. She would become a capable person in the future. Your worries are unfounded as I have no shortage of women. You should be an evolver now. Tell me your attributes and awakened abilities." Xianjero heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Although she had portrayed a calm exterior, she was truly terrified in her heart. After evolving, her senses had become more acute, and she could tell that Yue Zhong was genuinely about to kill them earlier. This man in front of her was obviously resolute and decisive, even ruthless, if he had to be. "I'm an agility-based evolver. Strength, 8. Agility, 25. Vitality, 9. Stamina, 8. Spirit, 11. Endurance, 10. I have awoken the second-order level 5 skill. Divine Speed. Second-order level 5 skill. Divine Speed. The skill is a mutation of the second-order level 4 high-speed movement skill. Activation requires 20 stamina, increasing agility by 120 points. Upon activation, stamina would decrease by 5 points every second. Enhancing this skill requires 3 skill points. When Yue Zhong heard this, his face couldn't help but change, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. What? Second-order level 5 skill? When most ordinary people administer the snake birth fruit juice, they would awaken an ability. Most of the time, it was a level 3 or level 2 skill. Xianjero was the only person Yue Zhong had encountered who had actually awoken a second-order level 5 skill. Why? Could it because of that illness? Yue Zhong was wondering about the possibilities as he celebrated inwardly. This sort of miraculous mutation, it could either be Xianjero was a true genius, or that the illness she was suffering from had a beneficial effect when interacting with the snake birth fruit juice. Regardless of the truth, Xianjero had become an abnormally strong expert. Once she had enough stamina to use this overpowered ability, her speed would easily overtake Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong stared at Xianjero and spoke solemnly. "Very good, Xianjero, from now on you're my subordinate. From today you will have to fight for me, with your life. Are you willing?" Xianjero immediately got down from the bed, as she got down on one knee, announcing her loyalty. "Master, from today onwards, Xianjero is your slave. Whatever your orders, I will definitely carry them out without bargain or complain." Xianjero wished to use her own loyalty and diligence to protect her precious daughter. Mu Xiangling panicked and hugged Xianjero as she pleaded with Yue Zhong. "Mama, don't be like this. Yue Zhonggij, on account of our previous transaction, my mum will only be your subordinate. I'm your doll and toy. My mum is not your slave at all. Xianjiaro's brows creased, as her face fell and she reprimanded, Xiangling, be obedient. Otherwise, I'll get angry. When Mu Xiangling was lectured by Xianjiaro like this, she became obedient. She had always been respectful, fearful yet loving of her mother. She had ignored all threats to herself and wasn't afraid of someone as strong as Yue Zhong. But the moment Xianjiaro's temper switched, Mu Xiangling would become like a docile kitten. Yue Zhong looked at Xianjiaro and reassured her, Xianjiaro, there's no need for this. Your ability and potential is high, so I hope to mold you into a powerful general under my command in the future. As long as you work hard and stay loyal to me, I will not harm you nor Xiangling. Xianjiaro's latent potential was truly strong, and once she grew, her speed would become the best amongst the top warriors under Yue Zhong's command. Yue Zhong also hoped for this strong evolver to continue fighting for him with her heart, instead of being antagonistic. Xianjiaro was still gentle, yet firm. Yes, master. Yue Zhong saw the Xianjiaro was set on being like this, and decided not to press the issue, instead taking out a bunch of mostly basic agility-based system equipment. Yue Zhong gifted them to her, saying, These are all god and devil equipment. You are to wear them and take them off as little as possible. Equipment was always of utmost import *1 to a warrior, and a good set of equipment could boost the combat ability of any otherwise mediocre warrior. If Yue Zhong was to remove everything he wore on his person, his combat ability would decrease by more than half. Thank you, master, for your gifts. Xianjiaro received the equipment graciously and immediately wore them. After equipping the gear, she could feel herself becoming exponentially stronger than before. Mu Xiangling saw her mother putting on those equipment and ran up to Yue Zhong rather enviously. She used her huge eyes to look at Yue Zhong, while hugging one of his arms and pouting, Biased! Yue Zhong, gid, you're biased. How can you give only mum the good stuff? Where's mine? Every single piece of equipment was traded in tons on the market. Mu Xiangling was like a Scrooge whose eyes lit up at the sight of these equipment, and wanted them for herself as well. *2. Yue Zhong pinched her tiny nose and chuckled. You're also not going to be on the front lines, what would you do with them? Mu Xiangling slapped his hands away, and crunched up her face. Don't pinch my nose. I'll become ugly if you do that. Mu Xiangling was intelligent, and could tell that after his anger had subsided, Yue Zhong was actually very easygoing and warm, and dared to tease and openly laugh together with him. Xianjiaro looked at her only daughter lovingly. Her daughter was her pride and joy, and was her sole raison d'etre now. *3. She would do whatever it takes for Mu Xiangling. Yue Zhong eyed the room and said, This place is not suitable for living. Follow me. Although this room was kept clean by the little girl, and was simple, Yue Zhong wanted to gather his subordinates together, in case they were ambushed by enemies. Xianjiaro and her daughter had to leave here. They were quick to catch on, and hurriedly packed up their simple belongings. Taking one last longing look at their home, they then followed Yue Zhong to leave. Yue Zhong brought Xianjiaro and Mu Xiangling, as he followed some markings towards a small road and finally came to an apartment. Boss! Within the room, the 30-plus experts that Yue Zhong had brought from Tianxin district stood up and greeted him. Yue Zhong had agreed that upon entry into Qidian City, they were to call him boss. They're all experts. Xianjiaro looked at the 30-something total warriors, and could feel the intense aura and fighting intent emitting from them. After becoming an evolver, Xianjiaro had become much more perceptive. Mu Xiangling looked at the warrior and piped in sweetly, Fellow big brothers. Hi. I'm Mu Xiangling. Bai Shaoxing looked at the pretty Mu Xiangling with her ponytail, and his eyes widened in shock. Boss! Where did you get such a high-quality loli? Don't tell me you really are. Yue Zhong shot Bai Shaoxing a withering look, and Bai Shaoxing trembled, the word Lolicon dying in his throat. He was not an idiot, and did not want to infuriate Yue Zhong over this little matter. Ning Yusen stood to one side, as she gazed at the mother-daughter pair quietly, her eyes gleaming with a complicated light. The rest of the warriors looked at them curiously, before directing their gazes back to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong gathered everyone, before asking directly, We've already entered Qidian City. As for the next step, I would like to hear everybody's opinions. In Kai-shan immediately piped up, Boss, it's not looking too good. There are too many people here, and Du Shanxiong's forces are everywhere sadly. Setting our forces side by side, we pale too much in comparison. Guilin City was considered huge, and in terms of fighting experience and combat power, they were more than the forces of Bei Mingyang back in Tianxin district. Even the Heaven sect would have been wiped out facing Du Shanxiong's army. Yue Zhong had only brought 30+ of them here. Even if every one of them were experts, they could not possibly swallow the entire Guilin City through their own efforts. Shang Luan was quiet, before speaking slowly. Although our experts are top fighters, there are almost 900,000 people in Guilin City, and there are countless experts hidden here. If we were to make any strange movements, we would be quelled immediately. Hearing Shang Luan's words, everyone turned somber. Guilin City was like a huge beast, and this little group of experts were at most ants to the experts of Guilin City. Previously, the reason why Yue Zhong could take 30+ experts to swallow Heaven sect was because he had waited for the opportunity when Heaven sect and the other power had clashed. Otherwise, facing Heaven sect by himself would also have been almost impossible. Guilin City possessed a force more than 10 times stronger than the Heaven sect. Wanting to easily take it over was simply out of the question. Yue Zhong smiled lightly. Don't think too much. We're not taking it over. We can conduct business with them, or work in tandem with them to fight the zombies and mutant beasts. In fact, there's no real need to go against them, as long as we can come and go whenever. If Yue Zhong wanted to truly take over Guilin City, he would have to activate all his forces to attack, and it would be at the cost of countless lives. However, by taking a step back, even if he didn't attack them, Yue Zhong would still be able to gain what he wanted by dealing in transactions. The majority of the inhabitants in Guilin City was Chinese, and the governor wasn't a racist like Wu Yanhong. Yue Zhong could not just use all sort of methods against his fellow Chinese military men like how he did against the Vietnamese. Hearing Yue Zhong's words, everyone relaxed. Of course, they didn't have to take over Guilin City. Both sides could legitimately conduct transactions to the benefit of both parties. It was just that they were used to Yue Zhong having taken over any territory he came across. This caused them to assume that Yue Zhong wanted Guilin City as well. Bai Shaoxing then asked casually, Boss, what do you intend to do? Bai Shaoxing did not like racking his brains, and his mind was only filled with women. Hence, although he had high talent and was strong, he could only become a fighter and never a leader. Yue Zhong replied solemnly, We need to establish some kind of solid foothold here in Guilin City. I'm intending to set up the Greenstone Triad. You guys will be the forces of our Greenstone Triad. There are numerous survivors leading harsh lives at Carp Street. Shang Luan, go get 300 people from there to join our triad. We will cover their meals. On top of that, issue them half a gene of food every day as payment for members. In Guilin City, Yue Zhong's forces could only exist as a triad for now. If he were to rapaciously absorb people like a military force, they would definitely face resistance quickly. In Kai-shan replied with a little anxiety, Boss, recruiting 300 people is a little too much. Isn't it? Our rations may not be enough. In this post-apocalyptic world, recruiting people was easy. As long as one covered the meals, they could easily gain male survivors. However, to maintain the combat power and morale, it was a problem of consistent rations. If a faction ran out of rations, the survivors would then leave just like that. In Kai-shan and the rest did not have any storage rings, and every one of them had just brought in a 100 gene of rations. If they wanted to sustain the feeding of 300 people, this amount was too little. Yue Zhong threw 2 Tang replica swords to Zhang Mingyi and said, I'll settle the issue of rations. Zhang Mingyi, go sell these 2 Tang replica swords. They should fetch about a few dozen tons of food. Use that to hang on to the new members' loyalty first. I'll handle what comes after. Yes, boss. Zhang Mingyi caught the 2 Tang replica swords and nodded towards Yue Zhong. // forward slash backslash 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 and for *1 Ulamog. the meaning or significance of something, especially when not directly stated. The import of her message is clear. 2. Kuan reminds me of Meng Hao from ISSTH**. Asterisk 3. Ulamog, the most important reason or purpose for someone or something's existence. An institution whose raison d'etre is public service broadcasting. Asterisk 4. Ulamog ra pa sias. RPA with macron shs/. Adjective. Rapacious. Aggressively greedy or grasping. Chapter 400 Conflict at the Market. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. With Yue Zhong's orders, Green Stone Triad quickly established itself in Guilin City. Shang Luan easily recruited 300 male survivors from Carp Street. Zhang Mingyi then began the tough training of these 300 males, and used the military ways he learned to whip the male survivors into shape. To outsiders, however, it was announced as militarized management. Even prior to the apocalypse, there were many jobs that required the military to oversee. After the apocalypse had set in, many factions had switched to using similar management methods, and thus it didn't attract too much attention. 300 people was too small an amount to Guilin City that had almost 900,000 survivors. There were all sorts of factions within Guilin City, some nearing even thousands in their numbers. In Kaishan, Shang Luan and Zhang Mingyi were different from Bai Shaoxing and had decent leadership capabilities. Yue Zhong only had to busy himself for a day when setting up the Greenstone Triad, and was free after that. Yue Zhonggij, let's go shopping. Mum and I have too little clothing. With Mu Xiangling's constant pleading, Yue Zhong relented, and brought her, Ning Yusin and Ecchi Jiaro to the luxurious shopping center in Guilin City. With the stabilizing of society, most of the inhabitants in Guilin City had gotten over their initial panic and fear, and there were people window shopping and walking around in the mall. However, the crowd was much smaller than before the initial fall of society. Yue Zhong led the 3 ladies into the shopping mall, and instantly caught the attention of many people. So pretty. Che. 3 roses stuck on a pile of shit. Is that guy a Lolicon? He must be. When Yue Zhong's group strolled in the mall, they attracted countless envious and jealous gazes. Many men were currently hating Yue Zhong in their hearts. 3 top beauties, if any ordinary person could get the attention of any one of them, it was already a huge blessing. But this guy actually had all 3 by his side. It was like being among stars, and they hated his good fortune. However, most of them were smart, and did not dare step up to rile trouble. In this apocalyptic world, the moment there was conflict, sometimes a life would be just casually taken. Enhancers possessed huge ability, and there were cases of killings happening because some poor chaps had the ill fortune of offending strong enhancers. That's why, without finding out how powerful Yue Zhong truly was, no one dared to step on his toes. Yue Zhonggij, look, it's a bikini. Will I look good if I wear it? Mu Xiangling came to the swimwear section, and her eyes brightened as she grabbed a bikini and broke into a smile in front of Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong lightly knocked her forehead. You want to wear a bikini? You're still early by 5 years. Ecchi Jiaro reached out and grabbed Mu Xiangling's little hands, pulling her out of the swimwear section. Time to go. Xiangling, we're here to buy clothes, not swimwear. They came to the underwear section, and Mu Xiangling immediately grabbed a black hollow revealing underwear and jumped in front of Yue Zhong. She opened her hands, as she pouted and blinked her eyes at Yue Zhong, speaking softly, Hey, Yue Zhonggij, shall I change into this for you? Yue Zhong felt his heart race at the misunderstanding as he balefully stared at Mu Xiangling while threatening her sternly. You little rascal, if you try and seduce me, I will spank your bottom. Mu Xiangling laughed like a little fox and stuck close to him as she blew into his ear. Hee hee, Yue Zhonggij, you're getting mad. Ah, I know, you must be agitated, right? Lolicon, pervert. If you want to hit, then just hit me. I'm your toy anyway. Yue Zhong was also helpless against this little loli, and naturally was not willing to punish her. His threat was also ineffective. In just 2 days, the intelligent Mu Xiangling had completely understood Yue Zhong's temperament. As long as she did not touch his bottom line, regardless of how she teased, Yue Zhong would not punish her. She would then try to take things further. Exine Jero saw Mu Xiangling harassing Yue Zhong and sternly called out, "Xiangling, come over here." Mu Xiangling did not dare to continue, and obediently went back to her mother's side, at the same time throwing the black underwear to the side casually. "Yes, Mama." Exine Jero looked at her daughter, who had suddenly switched to being obedient, and was a little angry and helpless at the same time. She was truly at her wit's end with this little bag of tricks, and each time she wanted to lecture her, she would remember how attentive and mature her daughter was when taking care of her, and thus, she could not speak the words. Exine Jero took up a pair of white cotton underwear and told Mu Xiangling, "Go try this on." Mu Xiangling immediately scrunched up her face and complained, "Mama, this type of underwear is so old-fashioned. No one wears these nowadays. It's not nice at all." Exine Jero's eyes narrowed, and her face turned wooden. "I'll go get changed now." Mu Xiangling saw Exine Jero's expression and hurriedly dashed off after grabbing the cotton underwear. After seeing her daughter enter the changing room, Exine Jero then took a set that caught her eye and went into another changing room. On the other side, Ning Yusin had already chosen a set of clothes and had went to get changed as well. The moment the three ladies left, Yue Zhong was left alone standing there, and he looked around with a bored expression. "Oh, isn't this Yue Zhong?" Right at this time, a familiar voice resounded. Yue Zhong turned to look and saw Gao Xiaoyun. She was wearing heavy makeup as well as a set of brand-name clothes. Beside her, there was a 23 or 24-year-old man who was slightly on the shorter side, and his looks were insignificant, but his expression was one of supreme arrogance. They were walking over to Yue Zhong. The short man, whose entire face seemed to be the epitome of pride, furrowed his brows as he asked Gao Xiaoyun, "Xiaoyun, you know this person?" Gao Xiaoyun glanced at Yue Zhong contemptuously, saying, "Zining, this is the guy I was telling you about, the Yue Zhong who would not stop bugging me. I've told him clearly, I have someone in mind. I wanted him to call off the arrangement our parents made, but he's pressuring my mother to force me to date him." What a lowly person. Lu Zining stepped forward and pointed at Yue Zhong as he threatened, "You're Yue Zhong? Gao Xiaoyun is my woman. You had better watch your damn self. If you keep harassing this daddy's woman, this daddy will break your limbs." Right at this moment, Ning Yusin walked up behind Yue Zhong and slipped her hands through his arm. She was currently dressed in a pure white dress, and her simple beauty was practically radiating. She spoke coldly, "Gao Xiaoyun, don't try to sell yourself. Yue Zhong is my boyfriend. Why would he harass you? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You aren't worthy of him at all." Holy shit, what a beauty! Lu Zining saw Ning Yusin standing beside Yue Zhong, and his eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. It was the first time he had encountered such a peerless beauty, and his lustful nature was snared instantly. Gao Xiaoyun looked Ning Yusin up and down, and saw her voluptuous figure, as well as flawless aura, and her eyes were about to spit fire from the jealousy building up. This was a woman that she could not compete with no matter how much makeup she wore, or how much she tried. Although Gao Xiaoyun was considered decent-looking, when compared with Ning Yusin, she was practically an ugly duck, and was completely overshadowed. When Ning Yusin berated Gao Xiaoyun, she started trembling with anger, and grabbed Lu Zining's arms. She used her breasts to press against him, and complained, "Zining! She bullied me. You must help me. Get lost." Lu Zining turned to look at Gao Xiaoyun, and suddenly felt that her makeup-heavy face was extremely repulsive, and he pushed her aside irritably, before looking back at Yue Zhong with disdain. He smiled at Ning Yusin. "I'm Lu Zining, the son of Lu Xianhe, who's the leader of the Yangtze gang. Beauty, following this useless Yue Zhong would not spell a good future for you. Come with me instead." Lu Zining continued to boast proudly. "My Yangtze gang has over 1,000 people, and we possess numerous experts. My father Lu Xian, he himself is a level 39 enhancer. Almost nobody is his match here in Guilin City. In this city, both sides of the law would have to give my Yangtze gang face. What is this Yue Zhong? Isn't he just the son of some lowly government worker? I could play with his life with just lifting a single finger. Following him would bring you nothing. If you come with me, I will immediately arrange a position in the government for you. If you don't want to work, I can take care of you and find 20 people to serve you. Every month, you'll gain a ton of rations to spend, and I will love you my whole life. After the apocalypse, Lu Zining had used this line on countless women. Although it was tactless and extremely revolting, the underlying threat was real. Many pretty girls had no choice but to follow him in order to survive in this new world. Gao Xiaoyun saw Lu Zining trying to attract Ning Yusen over, and her face turned as pale as a sheet. At the beginning, she had followed him because he had power and money. However, now she was just tossed aside like garbage, and her heart was filled with hatred. Yue Zhong eyed Lu Zining and barked out coldly, "Scram!" Li Zining immediately flared up and stepped forward, intending to slap him viciously. "Fuck! You're looking for death, Yue Zhong." Lu Zining had been acting the oppressive tyrant in Guilin City, and was one of the 4 tyrants of Guilin City. Those who offended him were turned into corpses. Yue Zhong's brows creased slightly and grabbed his incoming right hand, before his 6x strength exploded out, immediately breaking his right hand with an audible crunching noise.